This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. I actually traveled through time? Sherman sat on the sofa, looking at the dark space outside the huge French window, and was slightly lost in thought. 3 days ago, he was still playing Eve in his rental house. As a Star Wars online game that often appears in various videos, there are things like a battle worth millions of RMB, a free market where players control the game market, and a ceiling of the online game contempt chain. But when you really play it, you will find that it is just a large online chat platform. Everyone in it is talented, from all walks of life. Some of them start advertising their own beef and mutton on local channels while fighting a battle, and there are also routine fun stocks. Everyone in it is talented and speaks well. I really like to find people in it to harm the country together. As a quasi-old player who has experienced the entirety of second test, I finally waited for the official opening of the server. I didn't expect that after completing a novice tutorial and receiving a reward, my eyes went dark and I found myself traveling through time. Without any preparation, he appeared in the space capsule, surrounded by a dark universe. What's worse, his space capsule was severely damaged, the energy plate was severely damaged, and the survival support system would be forced to shut down after the energy was exhausted. At that time, he would die in this unknown place. The universe is so big that no one can save him now, and no one responded to the distress message he sent. Just when he was desperate, he found that he could collect the empty castle that he had been rewarded for completing the novice tutorial. After receiving it, Sherman saw with his own eyes a small wormhole appear in space, which then slowly expanded and attracted and distorted the cosmic rays. After expanding to a certain extent, it suddenly collapsed, and then a huge space station appeared in front of him. So before the energy ran out, he was able to be pulled into the space station and was saved. Sherman was also drowsy because of mental tension, and his body was overloaded from operating the space capsule. He stayed in the repair cabin for 3 days, and just came out now. It also gave him time to sort out the memories of this body. From the memory of this body, he was also called Sherman, and was an ordinary citizen of the IR Federation. His parents had long passed away, and he had been relying on the compulsory education of the Federation to successfully complete his studies. After graduation, he joined an interstellar logistics company as an escort security guard. The salary was very generous, and he could get a bonus every time he completed a task. He had saved a lot of wealth in just half a year, and his life was very good. Until half a month ago, during a routine escort mission, a group of interstellar pirates raided, and only a few armed fleets were slaughtered, and his warship was also destroyed. In the end, he had to drive the escape pod into the asteroid belt in a panic, and only then escaped. After floating in space for more than half a month, his body was overwhelmed and his spirit was exhausted. Finally, when he saw that the energy of the space capsule was about to run out, he gave up struggling, closed his eyes, rubbed his head, and recalled his life in his previous life. He grew up in an orphanage, didn't know who his parents were, and didn't want to know. It was also with the help of the country that he successfully completed his studies, and became a planner in an advertising company. His income was not high, but it was enough. In addition to playing games, he had no other hobbies on weekdays. Trying to recall, there is nothing to regret except that I have never had a girlfriend. What a pity. With a silent sigh, Sherman turned his attention to his current situation. This world is not as stable and peaceful as in the previous life. Although this world is in the interstellar era, the rise and fall of various civilizations are happening. Every day, new civilized countries rise, and some civilizations disappear. It is very chaotic now, and various civilizations are fighting for hegemony. If divided by camps, it can be divided into 3 camps. The Justice Order camp led by the Angel civilization, which advocates absolute justice, the Chaos Freedom camp led by the Demon civilization, which advocates absolute freedom, and there are other neutral camps, like the IL Federation where this body originally resides, which do not want to participate in the ideological war. It can be said that the outside world is in a mess now. Plus there are interstellar pirates roaming around outside, and he even doubted whether he would be robbed by pirates just after he went out. But the Alpha Star region where Sherman is now is still very safe. The Alpha Star field is far from the center of civilization. It is remote, has scarce resources, and has no suitable habitat. Except for the pirates and criminals who occasionally come here to hide, it is not of interest to civilizations. The Alpha Star system where Sherman is located is the center of the entire star field. It is even more remote. It is not certain that a spaceship will pass by in a year. Generally speaking, it is still very safe. Just as he was thinking, a stream of data came in from the door, gathered in front of him to form a figure, and bowed slightly to Sherman. "Commander." Sherman looked up, and saw a middle-aged man in a tuxedo with his hair neatly combed. Although he was slightly bent, and had a warm smile on his face, he looked very elegant, and people couldn't help but look at him. Sherman nodded, stood up and stretched his body. "Aura, what's the matter?" Aura waved his hand and projected a light curtain. "Currently, the detector has patrolled the entire galaxy. There is no other force in this galaxy except us, so it is relatively safe for the time being. But the resources are few. Only 3 meteorite belts can collect resources, and the planetary resource content in the galaxy is also low. Aura and the current space station are the most precious intelligent life. At that time, there were only 3 things rewarded: the Sky Fortress space station, the intelligent life Aura, and a small mining fleet of 10 assaulters. First, collect minerals with all your strength and build a fleet." In this chaotic place, without any power in his hands, Sherman felt very insecure. "Commander, you haven't unlocked the ship technology yet," Aura replied apologetically. "What the hell?" Sherman looked at Aura in confusion. "Commander, you still need to enter the game and unlock various technologies in it." Aura smiled slightly and said comfortingly, "It's not difficult. There are few tasks, and they are very simple." "So, I can still communicate with players in the original world?" Sherman asked Aura with a jumpy mind, and Aura of course answered everything he knew. "The game is still the same game, but you can't say anything about this world. This is the rule." Aura paused, and then said to Sherman in a serious tone, "Universe rules. I have copied all the contents of your original computer to the optical computer you are using now, and the network is also connected to the original world. You can take a look first." Sherman turned on the optical computer and projected the light screen. Looking at the interface on the light screen that was exactly the same as that on his original computer, he glanced at Aura and fell into deep thought, and then opened the learning materials in the C drive with an inexplicable emotion. Chapter 2. Looking at the intact learning materials, Sherman finally felt relieved, found a comfortable position on the sofa, and entered the game. "Aura." Sherman sat on the sofa and opened the game, wondering, "Since you are an intelligent life, it should be no problem to invade this game. Why do you have to ask me to unlock it?" "Rules." Aura was silent for a while, and said, "Rules?" Aura explained, "Commander, New Eden is indeed a game for you, but you can unlock the things inside, but for us it is a cage that imprisons life. According to your understanding, it can be understood as a low-dimensional universe that does not exist, but it does exist for you. Can you say something that I can understand?" An hour later, after Aura's explanation, Sherman finally understood. In short, this game gave birth to a lot of intelligent life during its operation, and the ship technology in the game was actually developed, and then a plan of a new Eve gate was passed to bring it to reality, but unexpectedly, an accident brought Sherman here, and because of this, Sherman also became the heir of New Eden, and the only one who could bring them to reality. To be more specific, this game has become a spirit. "So, your goal is to come to reality through me?" Sherman asked cautiously. "Why don't you come by yourself? After all, you have come out. And, if all these intelligences really come out, they should not be abandoned, right? Commander, please believe that when it comes to data issues, Aura, as a controllable intelligence, cannot falsify data on the first authority and other fraudulent behaviors." Seeing Sherman's worry, Aura knelt on one knee and said with a very serious face, "Aura is the first awakened intelligence, born in the 123rd year of the star calendar, and conceptually combines the final intelligence of the drone and the central intelligence of the Unified Cooperation Department." Aura suddenly changed his gentle voice, and his tone became cold and mechanical. "Intelligent life Aura. Birth cycle 16,521 atomic days. Scale, New Eden Central Super Intelligent Cluster Core. 74 hours ago, the first authorized person opened the New Eve Gate plan, and came to the Alpha Star region from New Eden. The current carrier, the Sky Castle class space station computing cluster. Omega Super Brain Aura is the second authority, and Sherman is the first authority." End of story. Sherman took a breath. He felt a little confused now, and felt that something amazing had really appeared in his life. "What else can you do?" After a moment of silence, Sherman looked at Aura, who was still kneeling on one knee, and asked. When Aura heard this, the color of humanity reappeared in his eyes, and then he smiled. "Aura is a super intelligence with growth and autonomous consciousness, and can do everything that intelligence can do, but due to the insufficient computing power of the current carrier, many functions cannot be used." "Then can you transfer a few 100 trillion to my game account?" Sherman looked at Aura expectantly. If he could, then he would not play any games and would just take off. Aura's face froze and he said awkwardly, "It's limited by the rules. It's limited by the rules. Please don't have such unrealistic ideas, Commander." Seeing Sherman's disappointment, Aura, who was eager to show off, said, "I belong to the management type of intelligence, and I can help you deal with the trivial matters in life, as well as business, manufacturing, and diplomacy. Then I can make it and sell it, or just sell the blueprints." Sherman said angrily, "No, because the blueprints you got are just pieces of paper. The real data is all stored in the data of intelligent life in New Eden. Giving you the unlock is just giving you the permission to manufacture," Aura said, and took a few steps back silently. Treacherous villain. After all this time, this unlock is just to open the manufacturing permission, and it still needs the intelligent assistants in New Eden to manufacture it. The blueprints awarded are just for decoration. By the way, in the game, you and other players are no different in terms of gameplay content, except that there is an exclusive game mall where you can unlock various technologies in New Eden, as well as other intelligent life, Aura added. Hearing this, Sherman opened the game and clicked into the Golden Mall. Looking at the things inside, he couldn't help but be silent for a while and squeezed out 2 words, Swindler. It contains all the items that players can access in the entire New Eden. In addition to intelligent life, there are ships ranging from small to light frigates to large to titans, and there are all kinds of equipment, even space stations. 1. Eurista's Group Estimel Terrace, Intelligent Life, Introduction. Eurista's Group, commander of the First Fleet of Dread Euristas, has excellent command ability, and is also a genius researcher in New Eden missiles and shields. Exclusive. Estimel Terrace Research Laboratory. Price, 1 trillion ISK. 2. Chelm Solon. 1. Eurista's Pirates full set of ships. Introduction. Eurista's ships have excellent drone and missile technology, and are good at using shields to resist damage. Requirements, unlock a Eurista's officer. Price, 500 billion ISK. 2. Angel Cartel Complete Ship System. Introduction. Angel Cartel is an expert in using projectile guns, and is known for its speed. Requirements, unlock an Angel Cartel officer. Price, 500 billion ISK. 3. In addition to these sets, there are also ships sold individually, but the price is also very touching. Take a standard cruiser of the Caldari United States, the Caracal-class Navy type, which requires 50 billion to unlock alone. Compared with the 500 billion to unlock the entire Caldari ship system, it is not cost-effective to unlock it alone. The equipment is a little better, but according to Aura, it is 10 times the price of the blueprint in the New Eden market. However, compared with unlocking the ship blueprint, it is a conscience price. However, the things inside can only be unlocked with game coins. Sherman doesn't know whether he can save enough star coins in his lifetime to unlock all the things inside. The rules are limited, and it is also to let you better understand New Eden. Please try your best to play the game. Sherman rolled his eyes at Aura, moved on the sofa, found a comfortable position, exited the mall and entered the game, and said to Aura, "You go and get busy first, collect more minerals first. I don't want to wait to unlock the blueprint, but I don't have the materials to build it." "Yes." Aura came to the corridor of the space station, closed his eyes, stretched out his hands, and looked at the space outside the window, with a bright smile on his face. The feeling of being truly alive is really good. The light of the distant stars gently spread on his body, and Aura, bathed in the light, was like a new life. Chapter 3. Open the game, familiar background music, familiar login interface. This is the initial interface for creating a character. Damn, the character is gone. I have to start over? Sherman had a heart attack for a while. You have to know that this game does not have an upgrade system like other online games. It depends on time to learn the skills of various equipment and ships. It can be said that the number of skill points is similar to the level in other games. And there are only a few ways to obtain skill points. First, learn skills honestly and accumulate slowly over time. Second, buy large skill injectors on the market, which are skill points extracted from other players' characters, so they are also jokingly called brains. Third, get them in various official activities. Generally, there are not many, but they are considerable when accumulated. Although Sherman is also a new account, he has already bought 10 large skill injectors, 1 billion star coins, and a fully equipped Ossus with several friends. It was enough for him to safely get through the novice period. But now it was all gone. Looking at the character creation interface in front of him, Sherman hesitated for a moment and decided to use the game name he had always used, Sherman. This was his real name, and it was also the character name that accompanied him throughout the second test. More importantly, he could use this name to find a few friends and ask for funding. After choosing a name, he made the character's face look the same as before, clicked into the game, and the screen changed, and Sherman came to space. Not quite right. Sherman frowned as he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar tutorial. Then he skillfully opened the official website in the login program, and he wanted to verify his guess. Looking at the announcement on the website, announcement of the official opening of new player login. Dear Captain, EVE Online, Rise of the Clones will be officially open to new players at 12 noon today. All players with WI passes can directly log into EVE Online, Rise of the Clones. After creating a character in the game, you will be eligible for the test of this deletion technology test. The number of new players is limited this time. Captains, please build your character as soon as possible and start the jump engine together. EVE Operations Team. March 25, 2019. I have traveled through time and time has returned to the beginning of the second test of the game. Sherman's depressed mood was swept away immediately. He was a second test player who had experienced the entire second test. Relying on the game environment during the second test, isn't it easy to earn star coins? Sherman quickly completed the first novice tutorial. After seeing that all player functions were unlocked, he did not continue the rest of the novice tutorial. After all, he didn't want to waste time on it. If it weren't for the need to complete the first novice tutorial to unlock the various functions of the player, he would not waste time on it. Skillfully opened the star map, searched for the Guitar Galaxy, and navigated directly there. The Guitar Galaxy is the central galaxy of the entire New Eden universe, and the Guitar 4, Satellite 4, and Caldari Navy Assembly Workshop have also become the trading center of players, and it is also the galaxy with the largest player traffic. It is also the best place for newcomers to set sail. Just after entering the Guitar and coming to the door of the C4 space station, I saw two fleets fighting, and a bunch of battle information was refreshed. When Sherman hadn't stopped the ship at the door of the space station, a bunch of battle information popped up in the middle of the screen. XXX's Vigilant class tried to perform jump interference on XXX's Ashmu. XXX's Black Crow class tried to perform jump interference on XXX's Slipney class. Looking at the scene in front of him, it evoked Sherman's memories. He subconsciously clicked on the overview on the right to check it out, and indeed found several familiar people. Xianza et al., error code 118. These were the two instructors who helped him to enter New Eden. One taught him PvE, PvP and grave digging, and the other took him to fight the 3-guard level 5 abyss for several days, earning a lot of star coins. It can be said that these two were his guides in the game, and they met because of this battle. Sherman recalled, his eyes looked at a Vigilant class cruiser in the overview, and he quietly approached the Ibis, patiently observing the battle situation. Both were mixed cruiser squadrons, and neither had logistics, so the fight was very intense, with warships turning into fireworks in space and wreckage from time to time. As a Killer Slipney class command ship was destroyed, the Killer's fleet gradually collapsed, and the outcome of the battle became clear. Seeing that failure was inevitable, the Killer's remaining warships shifted their targets to another half-armored Vigilant class cruiser and concentrated their fire, destroying it immediately, and then switched to other warships, trying to change a few more before death. Sherman looked at the wreckage of the yellow Vigilant class cruiser beside him, and clicked it. Sure enough, there was a stagnation beam of the Federation Navy. He had clicked the yellow light earlier than the others. He picked up all the equipment and put it in the cabin, then jumped to 100 kilometers of a satellite, and saved a deep space point during the jump. After landing, he turned the bow to jump to the deep space point. Just after taking off, 2 promotion-class destroyers jumped over, and Sherman escaped. In deep space, there is almost no chance to catch him again. After all, there are no idea how many Ibis are parked in deep space. If you can scan it, you can find it. When he arrived at the deep space point, Sherman oriented himself towards the C4 space station and turned the yellow light to green. This game has 3 types of safety protection: green, yellow, and red, which are used to remind you to do something illegal accidentally. For example, if you pick up other people's loot in high security, it will be illegal, and everyone has the right to destroy you. And Sherman was able to pick it up earlier just now, because he turned on the yellow light first. Looking at the pile of weapons, ammunition and equipment in the warehouse, Sherman was glad that the novice ship he drove had 125 cubic meters of ship warehouse space, otherwise, he would not be able to pick up all the things. After the countdown ended, Sherman went directly to the C4 space station and did not dare to stay. After putting all the things in the space station, he breathed a sigh of relief. Because it costs money to place a market order, Sherman had to sell other low-value items first in exchange for some star coins. After taking a look at the market, he first sold all the equipment except the Federal Navy stasis beam and received tens of millions of star coins. Finally, he placed a 230 million sell order for the Federal Navy stasis beam. In the original history, Sherman had no money to place an order, and there were fights outside the space station every day, so he used this Federal Navy stasis beam and Xianzhou and others to exchange for a night-class industrial ship and stayed at the door of the space station to salvage the wreckage for 2 whole days. At the invitation of Xianzhou and others, he also came to their novice group and officially embarked on the Road of Eve. This time, he ignored the mobile warehouses outside the space station that were used to advertise new members, but opened the Legion list, searched for Casement College, and directly submitted an application to join the group. Casement College is a high-security novice group, that is, a novice group that does not have a Legion space station and cannot be declared war. It is also the starting point full of Shyman's memories. Because it is a novice group, and it is a deleted file internal test, there is no fear of loss, so the application was directly approved. Xianzhou and others. Welcome newcomers, the group number is pinned to the top of the channel. Remember to join the group to post photos. Error code 118. Welcome newcomers, the group number is pinned at the top of the channel. Remember to add the group to post photos. Jum Gooden, the leader who persuaded the team to quit. Welcome newcomers, the group number is pinned at the top of the channel. Remember to add the group to post photos. Dong Xian. Welcome newcomers, the group number is pinned at the top of the channel. Remember to add the group to post photos. Dirk Ellis. Welcome newcomers, the group number is pinned at the top of the channel. Remember to add the group to post photos. Xiang Xiangji. Looking at the familiar IDs in the Legion channel again, Sherman smiled brightly. It feels great to see these familiar people after traveling through another world. It's really good. Chapter 4. After joining the group and logging into YY, Sherman greeted Jung Gooden and received the new member reward, 500 million star coins as a startup fund and a Lizard-class cruiser. As expected, Sherman was assigned to the instructor Xianzhou and others like in his previous life. Xianzhou and others gave them some basic knowledge and told them to ask him if they didn't understand anything, then they went to eat and left them alone, letting them move freely. At the High Force space station, Sherman clicked on the simulated assembly of the Lizard-class cruiser and assembled it skillfully. After confirming that it was correct, he purchased the assembly with one click. The poisonous lizard that Sherman equipped himself was an ordinary self-shielding poisonous lizard, with 3 large shield extension devices plus 2 full resistance plus 3 medium core defense force field stabilization devices, excellent resistance, and dozens of points of shield recovery per second, which can clear the battle anomalies in Gowan. He also installed a Sisterhood Core probe launcher and 3 sets of Sisterhood Core probes, so that he can sweep out and fight Wild Death when he encounters it. Especially the thick shield and poor equipment, which makes the Gowan Strong Explosion Party not interested in this useless thing. Receive the monthly sign-in task for the second test, and get a kin of large skill injector. First, raise the Lizard Hull skill to level 3, then upgrade the T2 large shield extension device, and the T2 all resistance skill, and finally all the skill points are on the drone skill to ensure damage. Seeing that the current skills are enough to survive in high security, Sherman then put all the cybernetics in the neural enhancement on the skill learning list to learn. This skill is a key skill for using various brain plugs, so it must be selected. After buying a few more sets of Federation Navy Warhammers and putting them in the hold for backup, Sherman went straight to the Galeni Federation-controlled area. Now, the profit from farming Serpentis pirates there is much higher than that from farming Euristus pirates in Caldari. Not to mention that new players have just logged in, and they have to compete with them for the few combat anomalies in Caldari territory. The output is much higher than that of farming Euristus combat anomalies. Euristus high-security combat anomalies are 4 out of 10, except for the expedition from the Thieves' Den, which is 5 out of 10. The only valuable output is the C-type Python multi-spectrum shield enhancer, and the others are single resistance, which is not of high value. As for the Serpentis, except for the 5 out of 10 expeditions from the Thieves' Den, the others are all 3/10, which not only produces type A minor repairs, type A full anti-coatings, and type A clippers. Not only are they produced in large quantities, but they are also of moderate value, especially now that the server has just been opened and prices are high. It is very suitable to save money. Prices will only be high for about a week, and will fall back later, so Sherman can't delay for a moment now. After leaving the Caldari border and arriving at the Galentis Kina star field, there are fewer people. When I turned on the probe scanner, I saw 7 or 8 Serpentis shelters. After jumping in, turning on all resistance and releasing the drone, Sherman stopped caring and started scanning signals on the probe scanning interface. After the monsters started to attack actively, the drones also started to automatically counterattack, brushing waves after waves. This is the fully automatic monster brushing of the drone ship. It must be said that there are many wild deaths just after the server was launched. There are 2 wild deaths for 3 local signals: the Sky Serpent psychedelic drug storage and the Sky Serpent 21 outpost. After scanning the signal, a Sky Serpent shelter was also defeated. The expedition was not triggered. After taking a look at the wreckage, there was no small boss. Then I jumped in at the Sky Serpent psychedelic drug storage. The information of this death copy also popped up. DD Database Galaxy. This death space complex was built by the Serpentis group and properly stored its members' psychedelic drugs and military supplies. The complex is also a temporary warehouse for the group's illegal material transportation. Although the guards in the entry inspection area of the known complex are not strict, some areas are still inhabited by battle-hardened security personnel who drive cruisers built and funded by the Serpentis group with illegal proceeds. DD Threat Assessment. Unsafe. March 10th, directly bypassing the system prompt, Sherman opened the track and entered the copy without any care. After all, this kind of copy was originally for destroyers, and his poisonous lizard could go through it without any pressure. There were only a dozen guard monsters on the first floor. After Sherman released the drone, he controlled the ship to the track of the security passage, and did not open the slider, but slowly crawled over. When he was almost there, the monsters were also cleared. He ignored the prosecutor building on this floor, but directly activated the track to enter the security layer. As soon as he landed, there was only a Sky Serpent cruiser named Sky Serpent Security Chief Mothership, and then a group of guard monsters spawned. There were more monsters than on the first floor, but the attack strength was not high. Sherman also released the drone as usual and crawled over to the central warehouse track. In less than 5 minutes, this level was cleared. Sherman clicked on the wreckage of the Serpentine Security Manager's mothership. As expected, there was only a level 7 prosecutor's personal property. Entering the third level was similar to the second level. In addition to a bunch of guard monsters, there was also a cruiser named Serpentine Refinery Manager. Directed well, released the drone, and picked up a level 8 prosecutor's personal property 5 minutes later. The last level was simple, with a full screen of guard monsters, and the final boss was a building called Serpentine Supply Fortress. Click to surround the building, attract the monster's firepower, and then release the drone. Because there are many monsters on this floor, it is easy to switch fire to drones and cause drone losses, so you have to attract firepower first. Surrounding the building is to increase the distance and angular velocity of the monsters, which can effectively reduce the damage. I have to say that this Warhammer is worthy of the highest firepower among medium-sized drones. It took a short while to finish the building. Recover the drone, and get close to the container. There are more guard monsters on this last floor, and the loot is in the monster pile. Generally, those who can't withstand the damage will make a loot location. Jump out first, and come back after 2 minutes to get it. This is also the process of many high-level death expeditions. But the intensity of this death is not high, and the poisonous lizard level can completely withstand it, so Sherman went to open the box directly. Level 9 Prosecutor Personal Property, Curly 5mm Micro Jump Thruster Type A, Curly Small Armor Repairer Type A, Curly Multispectral Coating Type A, Daredevil Level Blueprint, 150mm Carbonized Railgun Fuck, Family Bucket. It's red. Map, Repair, Resistance, and Push, these are the 4 most valuable things in a death expedition. If all of them are out, players will call it a European Emperor exclusive card, Family Bucket. Not to mention the value, just say that this probability is really rare. Sherman has played various death expeditions in the second test. If not 1,000, there are at least 800, but they only appeared twice. First, take a screenshot and post it in the group, and then add a sentence. I just killed a death, are these worth money? Xianza et al. ? Dirk Ellis. We are both newcomers. This is unscientific. Single property screenshot.jpg. Zheng Gooden. As expected of a newcomer in the newcomer period, it's so terrifying. Then he watched the movement in the group and happily jumped to another death, the orbit of the 21st Sky Serpent outpost. After activating the orbit, Sherman felt that something seemed to be wrong, frowned and thought, "Fuck, I didn't pick up the wreckage." A miserable voice of regret echoed in the space station, and it couldn't stop for a long time. Ola listened to the screams in the command room and slapped his face helplessly. Chapter 5. Xianza et al. Are all newcomers European now? They buy the whole family right away. Dirk Ellis, except me. Xiang Ji. It seems that the sky snake is still fat. I go there soon. The rabbit can't be grabbed. Zheng Guden persuaded the leader to quit. Sure man, I just need a small repair. You can sell it to me later. Looking at the message in the group, Sure man had a myocardial infarction. He looked at the container in the directional scan without giving up, and wanted to cry but couldn't. Why did he get sick and not pick up the spoils? Now it's good, there's nothing left. If the drone was forgotten and still inside, it would be fine, and the drone could be swept out by the combat probe, and then the spoils could be picked up. But now there is nothing inside that can be swept out by the combat probe, so it can be declared that this family bucket is out of his reach. Are you a cheapskate? What the hell are you showing off? Sherman slapped him lightly on the face, then rubbed his face, and cheered up again. Since the family bucket has been released, it proves that I'm lucky. I beat the 21st Sky Snake outpost first, just in case there's another family bucket waiting for me. I am lucky if I get it, but I am dead if I lose it. This is 4/10. It can produce full resistance. It is much more valuable than this 3/10. Sherman kept comforting himself, controlling the ship to activate the track and enter the dungeon. But it's so annoying to think about it. 21 Serpentine Outpost, difficulty 4/10, mainly cruisers and guards. The monsters have high firepower, kinetic and thermal damage. Small boats can only reduce damage by pulling away. The Poison Lizard class is a hybrid cruiser of the Euristus pirates that combines Caldari and Galendi. Not only has excellent kinetic and thermal resistance, but also excels in missiles and drones. The skills are sufficient, and even its drones are comparable to some cruisers in terms of health and firepower. They can be used to clear high-security expeditions and deaths, except for 5/10. It is not recommended for newcomers to use poisonous lizards. In addition, drone ships do not need to carry ammunition with them, like missile ships and gunboats. They can go out for 10 days, or half a month without returning. In addition, the skill requirements are low, so they are called Friends of Novices, and they have become one of the novices' benefits issued by most novice groups. So this 4 out of 10 Tianchi 21 outpost is not difficult for Sherman. After releasing the drone, crawl to a sealed electronic container called. At this time, an Ossus warped in. Sherman frowned slightly, and clicked on this guy's personal information. Inara was also a new account registered today, but it was unlikely that he could open Ossus on the first day. As soon as this guy came in, he started to spray missiles wantonly without saying hello. One missile after another quickly cleared all the nearby guard monsters. It was obvious that he was here to grab death. Because high security while death is open to everyone, as long as you can scan out the death signal, it's fine. Generally speaking, they come in the order of first come first served, and they will leave consciously when they see someone inside. But if you encounter someone who wants to rob you, you can't do anything about it. After all, they are not familiar with you. Why should they give it to you? However, after seeing the firing rate of this guy missiles, Sherman knew that this was a light sweeper of Ossus, and he immediately had a plan in his mind. After locking on to several cruisers, Sherman did not attack them, but circled his drone around his ship and watched the performance of this guy in front of him. After waiting for 2 minutes, he also knew what weapon this guy had. It should be a T1 or derivative light fast missile launcher, because the T2 type can be loaded with 20 rounds, and this guy has to stop for a long time to fire a round of 19 rounds. Since it is a T1 or derivative launcher, this guy missile skills are not high, and he can't bring out the performance of the Ossus ship at all. In addition, this guy went directly to the acceleration track. Sherman was more relieved, and immediately began to help this guy clear monsters. In the male dormitory of Magic City University, a boy with a delicate appearance stared at the screen nervously. Seeing that his Ossus on the screen had come to the acceleration track, while the poisonous lizard in front of him stayed motionless next to the prosecutor's box on this floor, and the whole hull was stuck in the building, especially after this guy released the drone to start killing monsters, he was relieved immediately. Hee, you're smart. I won't fight this boss. Inara looked at the monsters on this floor being reduced rapidly under the firepower of the two, and a treacherous smile appeared on his face. When there was only one monster left, Inara began to load ammunition and prepared to go to the next floor to fight the boss, because although the light missile had a fast firing rate, it was very painful to load, and it took a full 35 seconds, so he had to do it in advance. As the last monster was destroyed by the Federal Hammer, Inara quickly clicked to activate the track, wanting to seize the opportunity, and not forgetting to think, "Thanks, buddy." Then, the system prompts, "This track needs a key to activate." This immediately made him dumbfounded. What's going on? On the other side, After Sherman cleared all the monsters, he opened the box and picked up all the things inside into the ship's hold with a smile. Then he controlled the spacecraft to slowly exit the building and headed straight for the acceleration track. Looking at Inaru, who was staying beside the track, Sherman happily sent the spoils information to the local channel. Sherman, this floor actually shipped personal property of level 7 prosecutor. Shadow Serpent voltage adapted nanofilm. Inaru, nothing valuable has been dropped, and the next floor cannot be entered, and a key is needed. Inaru calmly returned, and then prepared to go to the novice channel to ask what the key is. Sherman, are you talking about this? Stolen pass key. Inaru, There are many high-security deaths, but this Tianshi 21st outpost is undoubtedly the most special one, because the key to enter the second floor is in the box on the first floor, and you can't enter without the key. You know, many deaths, such as the small boss building on the first floor of 6 out of 10 of Blood Raiders, will give out keys, but in fact, you only need to clear the monsters to enter the next floor, and the key is just a decoration. But this Tianshi 21st outpost is different. You must have a key to enter the second floor. It is also the only high-security death that Sherman knows that requires a key to enter. In the past, Sherman has seen many guys who took the key and left, deliberately disgusting those who came later. So when he saw this guy running towards the acceleration track, he knew that this guy was a newcomer, so he released the drone again to clear the monsters. Even if this guy is an old player and brought his own key, Sherman is not worried, because the boss of this last floor is a battleship monster, not only has high resistance, but also has a high repair volume. With this guy light missile, it is unknown how long it will take to fight, and he has enough time to go in and grab the boss. Sherman, thanks, buddy. Inaru's nose is almost crooked with anger, and he knows that it is useless to stay here, so he turns the bow and jumps to the battle anomaly. Sherman activates the track, ignores other monsters after entering, and directly locks on the battleship named 21st Operation Guardian, clicks on the orbit, releases the drone, and prepares to grind slowly. Because Sherman is also a new character, and his drone skills are not many, the damage of this drone is also low, so he can only slowly wear down the boss's health. Just when Sherman was grinding the boss, the Sky Serpent hideouts and Sky Serpent sanctuaries disappeared one by one. He knew that it was done by the guy who just drove the Osus. Although the light and fast Osus is a bit weak when fighting 4 out of 10 level deaths, its efficiency in brushing combat anomalies is beyond doubt. The super high missile skill bonus and excellent maneuverability, plus the unique mechanism of automatic locking missiles, make Osus very efficient in brushing such high-security small combat anomalies, and 3 out of 10 deaths that are almost all guard monsters. The Osus-class cruiser also has many titles because of this: high-security sweeping monk, high-security licking two-headed dog, and the most criticized by other ship players, high-security cancer. After finally grinding the boss to death, Sherman looked at the single property in the wreckage and fell into silence. Chapter 6. Sure enough, if you miss the whole family bucket, you will have no good luck. Pick up the things and leave, and prepare to brush the combat anomaly to see if there will be some expeditions. But I didn't expect that just after I landed, that guy Osus came again. The drone's release just cleared a wave of monsters, and I saw this guy open fire, and the automatic missiles were like meteors across the starry sky, hitting the NPC pirates at lightning speed. I have to say that this light missile launcher plus automatic missile is simply a bug for this kind of high-security small anomaly. Sherman's drone just locked onto a target and flew over, and the monster was gone. He switched to the next target, and the next target was also quickly killed. In less than 20 seconds, a Sky Serpent shelter was cleared. It's worthy of being a high-security cancer. He sighed and went to the next location, but the guy followed again. After Sherman cleared a wave of monsters, he opened fire again, and then the monsters behind him had no chance to be killed by Sherman, and they were quickly cleared again. After 3 Sky Serpent shelters in a row, Sherman got nothing except a little bounty. Until he came to another star system, and was halfway through a shelter, he saw this one again, and he was really disgusted. Sherman, brother, there are so many anomalies. Why are you staring at me? Inara looked at the freshly baked expedition in the Interstellar Agency and smiled. Fight together, save effort. Sherman rolled his eyes. Isn't that nonsense? I'm asked to work. Can you not save effort? Inara dared to pat his chest and say that it was really to save effort, because he found that due to his skills, sometimes he couldn't finish 1 round of ammunition in a shelter, and he had to release drones to make up for the damage. At first, he was really uncomfortable and wanted to discuss this guy who drove the poisonous lizard, but after he found that he could complete an abnormal point in less than 1 round of ammunition, by following him to brush abnormalities, especially after 3 abnormalities and 2 expeditions. He fell in love with this feeling of getting something for free. Looking at this guy who couldn't be thrown away like a piece of taffy, Sherman was furious. Then he turned his eyes, opened the interstellar agency, and looked at the place not far away. Sherman looked at this piece of taffy and smiled. Let you cheat me. Let me work for you for nothing. Inara watched the guy in front of him release the drone unwillingly. After not even grabbing a single monster, the mood of working for this guy in death just now disappeared, and he felt refreshed. Now let's see who works for whom. Inara stared at the screen with a treacherous smile on his face. The handsome guy suddenly became a little wretched. After seeing Shyman's poisonous lizard abandon this galaxy and jump to the stargate of another galaxy, he hurriedly followed. Such a good tool, man, can't be wasted like this. After passing the stargate, Sherman waited for a while, and Nayupatang followed and appeared in the local channel. Little friend, brother will give you a big gift to let you know what it means to be evil in the heart. Sherman opened the directional scanning interface, skillfully used the 5-degree scanning to locate a star belt, and then jumped over. Inara watched the poisonous lizard jump to the star belt, and followed it without knowing why. As soon as he landed, he saw that the poisonous lizard was releasing a drone to attack a mining team, and then locked onto a Gustav mining ship next to it, and released a drone to attack, and then opened the missile launcher to spray missiles after the drone attacked. Sherman looked at the brave Nayupatang, smiled, and quickly took back the drone. Sherman, you won, these monsters are yours. Seeing that this guy was so sensible, Inara was in a good mood and decided not to follow him after this one, and went on an expedition. Then he politely replied, thank you. Sherman, you're welcome. Before Sherman could say anything else, he saw a bunch of cruiser guard monsters leaping over, which scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat and ran away quickly. Inara looked at the NPC pirates, who jumped in, and was very surprised. Hey, why are the names of these monsters different from other abnormal ones? I saw that the prefixes of these monsters all had diamond-shaped signs, and they were different at a glance. Confused, Inara asked in a player channel, Badger class, masters, does this monster give out good things? Monkey half-immortal, only industrial ships from diamond-shaped monsters will give out good things, others will not. Dark blood Kratos, you know what? The boxes from the industrial ships of this diamond-shaped monster are good. You can get various industrial ship paints, and if you are lucky, you can also get a harvester mining drone, which is quite expensive now, almost 3 billion each. Dark blood Kratos. Inaru, look for industrial ships with diamond-shaped monsters now. If there are any, I go over and try my luck. Looking at the words of the big guys in the group, Inara didn't expect these monsters to be so valuable. Thinking of the stone barbarian, who just decisively gave the monster to him. Good man. Then he reloaded the ammunition and drove the clipper to the monster pile, trying to deal the highest and most efficient damage. Inaru, big guy, you don't have to come, I'm already fighting again. Monkey half-immortal, ? Dark blood Kratos, you can't fight, so you posted this, right? Inaru, yeah, there are quite a lot, do you want to fight together? Inaru said generously, if someone comes to help fight, he would be more than happy. Compared to this channel are all big guys, but they look down on these little melons and dates, and come to grab the spoils. Monkey half-immortal, are newcomers so brave these days? Dark blood Kratos, brother, you are the most courageous of all the newcomers I have ever seen. Inara was a little confused when he saw the words in the channel. The next second, he knew why they said that. This fleet of 15 cruisers and escort monsters immediately set him up with warp interruption, warp scrambling and stasis beams. After his ship's speed dropped sharply, he didn't realize the seriousness of the problem until several energy neutralizers and ECMs were attached to him, and his shield suddenly dropped down. Then he reacted. Fuck, how can this monster do so much damage? He hurriedly activated the micro-jump thruster to distance himself, but because he was locked by the scrambler, he couldn't open it. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. When he changed his faction ammunition and prepared to kill the scrambler's escort monster, he found that he was locked by a Blackbird-class ECM and couldn't lock the escort monster. After holding on for less than a minute, as the last bit of structure disappeared, his Osus-class cruiser turned into a beautiful firework. Before he could say anything, these monsters locked his space capsule again and sent him back to the resurrection point for free. Sherman, who had been staying in the Serpentine shelter outside $8, finally showed a comfortable smile on his face after seeing the local channel Nayupatang disappear and scanning the cruiser wreckage in the star belt for the 5th time. Hee hee, you are disgusting. This diamond-shaped mining team, is more terrifying than a player of the same size and number. Not to mention the full set of terrifyingly efficient electronic warfare and high firepower. In terms of combat capability, if you distance yourself from the mining team, they can even jump to your side in groups by turning back. It's outrageous. After waiting for a while, the diamond-shaped mining team left, and Sherman picked up the wreckage of this guy, looking at the 3 large shield extension devices of the Republic fleet inside, and decisively picked it up with the yellow light turned on. This is also a free equipment, how embarrassing. Chapter 7. On the other hand, Inaru, who was sent back to the resurrection station for free, was in tears. He had finally begged the big guys in the channel for his Osis-class cruiser, but now it exploded before he could even warm it up. This is a ship worth more than $1 billion, and it's gone just like that. I'm so sad. Inaru's destruction report seek comfort. Monkey Bansien, as expected. Dark Blood Kratos, as expected. Inaru told the whole story in the channel with tears in his eyes, which attracted laughter from everyone. Monkey Bansien, this stone barbarian must be an old ass, meaning old player, otherwise he wouldn't play like this. Dark Blood Kratos, it should be an old man with a new account, but Inaru, you did this. It's not a pity to be tricked, it's too disgusting. When this high-security death communication channel was first established, it was originally established to prevent high-security players from fighting over deaths, anomalies, and trading expeditions. It includes communication channels for various forces. Members in the channel are strictly prohibited from fighting over anomalies and deaths. But for those who maliciously steal abnormalities, they will tell the people in the group to increase their reputation, which means, this person has no character, and the abnormalities can be stolen as they want. And the big guys in the channel will also provide certain help to newcomers, and answer game questions. And Inaru's behavior is undoubtedly a foul, but in view of the various operations of new players, everyone is used to it, and doesn't say anything. Monkey Bansien thought about it, and suggested, why not pull this stone barbarian in? Dark Blood Kratos, I think it's okay. This guy is obviously an old ass. Pull him in to communicate. There are too few people in the channel now. Because it was the second test, many people didn't want to participate, so there were not many people online every day, and the channel was dead every day. Dark Blood Kratos, Inaru, go and pull that guy in. Inaru, no, go pull it yourself. Just kidding, I was just killed by this guy, how could I invite him to join the channel? Today, Inaru would be a beggar, run around and pick up trash, and would not pull the guy in. Dark Blood Kratos didn't know that this guy was angry, so he just said leisurely, I wanted to pull someone in to make it more lively, and give you another Osis, but now it seems. 1 minute later, Sherman, who was killing monsters, received an invitation from Inaru. He smiled and clicked to accept. I'd like to see what this sticky guy is going to do. However, just after entering the channel, Inaru said, damn it, I'm sorry for today. This made his scalp numb, and he was speechless. He couldn't do it. Inaru, damn it, why don't you say anything? Sherman, brother, don't be like this, it's just an Osis, I buy you one when I have money in the future. He felt a chill in his body, and could not help but tighten the blanket around him. Inaru's eyes lit up. He could get another Osis for free. Inaru, everyone, be a witness. He said he would give me an Osis. Monkey Bansien, got it. Put away your magic power. Ugh. Dark Blood Kratos, promise me, don't do this again. I'm afraid I can't help but beat you to death. In the next few hours, Sherman killed monsters while chatting and bragging with everyone in the channel. When someone got a red envelope for shipping, he would grab the gun red envelope in the channel. Time passed quickly. I have to say, it was really different when the server was just launched. Sherman had released 5 expeditions in just a few hours, plus the wild deaths he found on the road during the expeditions. When he returned to Guitar C4 and sold the products, he earned a little over 1.8 billion. But Sherman also knew that this was just because the prices had not been adjusted yet. In a week at most, his income would be reduced by at least half. You have to know that the price of the monthly card has risen to more than 8 billion, and this is when the internal test will give 1,500 Eden coins for signing in every month. 500 Eden coins can be exchanged for a monthly card. Because it is in the internal testing stage, you can use Eden coins to buy various T2 equipment ship plugs, ships of various pirate forces below the battleship, and various supplies in the game mall, so it can be said to be hard currency. The price will slowly fall after 1 to 2 months, and the number of online users will also begin to decrease at that time. But even if you know it, it's useless. You don't have the capital to buy at the bottom. Now there are only 2.3 billion in the account, and you don't even have the qualifications to participate. I'm worried. Sherman lay on the chair, looking at the game market with lifeless eyes. Now the prices are so high, and he can only make tens of billions every day. If you wait until the prices fall, it will be even lower. Unlocking technology is a long way off. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. As soon as the words fell, Aura appeared beside Sherman, like a ghost. Looking at the elusive Aura, he said that he had gradually gotten used to it. Aura, what happened? You know, when Sherman plays games now, it's not called playing games, it's called reviving New Eden. Generally, Aura won't bother him when he encounters trivial matters. Commander. Aura bowed slightly and continued. The development of the space station is about to stagnate. There are only so many minerals thrown out from the meteorite belt every day. They are all mined in less than 2 hours, which can't meet the development needs at all. Sherman rubbed his head in pain. Then let's go to other star systems to collect first. No, because there is no star gate in the entire Alpha Star region. If you rely on jumps alone, the time for the round trip is not as cost-effective as waiting in the meteorite belt to throw out the ore. Aura shook his head and said, Indeed, there is no jump star gate in the Alpha Star region. It is too time-consuming to rely on the ship's own jump. Opening the exclusive mall, Sherman looked at the things inside and fell into deep thought, then turned to Aura and asked, How many satellites are there in the Alpha Star system at present? There are 28 satellites in total. Ola answered without hesitation. If refineries are built in all of them, can the planetary minerals produced meet the current demand? Ola quickly calculated the mineral composition of each satellite and gave Sherman a reply in less than 5 seconds. It can fully meet the initial development. Then he continued. But so many refineries require enough mining teams, and the current mining teams cannot meet the demand. Sherman nodded. You leave 5 ships in the star belt of the Alpha system to continue collecting minerals, and the others will all be dispersed to other star systems. The minerals collected can be left where they are, and there is no need to move them back. I will take care of the rest. After all, this is not a game. The minerals thrown out in space will be refreshed by the system, so there is no need to pull them back directly. And in this remote place, there is no need to worry about someone stealing them. Yes, Commander. After Aura left, Sherman looked at the mall and silently calculated. It takes a full 50 billion to unlock the refinery, and it takes 20 billion to unlock any mining barge, which means that he now needs at least 70 billion star coins. This is not something a newcomer with no connections and background can get. Sherman exited the mall and looked at a guy in the Legion channel and muttered, It seems that the plan has to be advanced. Chapter 8. There are many ways to get a large amount of star coins in the shortest time possible after the second test is launched. The most direct and effective way is to speculate on Eden coins. This is the best way, both now and in the future. But to do Eden coin business, you need trillions or even tens of trillions of funds, otherwise you will not be able to stir up any waves in the market, and will only lose a lot of money. Now you can also borrow Eden coins from others, while the price of Eden coins is high, make a profit, and then pay them back after the price drops, making a profit by borrowing chickens to lay eggs. But unfortunately, Sherman doesn't have such a big network of people. So now there is only one way to get rich overnight, that is, demolishing buildings. There is a very interesting setting in the game. If the player's building is fuel, then after the building is demolished, the things inside will be delivered to the low-security NPC space station by the system. On the contrary, if there is no fuel in the player's building, and it is in a low-energy operating state, then the things inside will fall out after the demolition. For the player's building in the wormhole, no matter whether there is fuel or not, once it is demolished, everything will fall out. So Sherman is thinking about this now. Now the second test has just started. Whether the buildings of the sovereign alliances in the 0-0 regions have fuel or not, they are not something that Sherman can handle. He will be beaten to a pulp. At least half a year later, most players will not wait until the end of the second test and choose to go to the international server or wait for the official server. It will be about the same when the number of online players on the second test server drops to the bottom. Now there is no hope at all. So Sherman is eyeing the player buildings in the wormhole. Because of the test, many wormhole legions or individual buildings were out of fuel, or no one was online to defend and maintain them, so it was a good opportunity. It turned out that Sherman had experienced a whole demolition, or more specifically, he came to pick up things. At that time, a big boss had already demolished the building, and the most valuable things had been taken away, so they came to pick up some of the remaining things, and Sherman sold those things for nearly 10 billion. It takes at least 2 people to demolish a whole. After the hole is demolished, one person pulls the things out, and the other stays inside to prevent the hole from collapsing, and the hole cannot be found again, which would cause waste. Because of Sherman's special nature, he can only open one account and character, so he needs to find a helper. This helper also knows everything, and the most important thing is, have character and be innocent. Character is to prevent the goods from being taken by one person. And being innocent is even more important. You have to know that the situation of spies between the alliances, legions, and forces in this game is very serious. If you find an unfamiliar person, the hole has just been demolished, and then the person notifies the force to which he belongs to take over with a large army. This is unacceptable to Sherman. Sherman knew many people during the second test, but there was only one person who met these two conditions. Sherman looked at a guy in the Legion channel, Dirk Ellis. This guy can be said to be Sherman's best friend in this game. During the more than 2 years of the second test, there is no need to say much about their relationship. Although this bastard pretended to be a newbie and deceived him at the beginning, later on, the two of them became the best partners. They fought monsters in high security together, worked as wandering pirates in low security, mined and built flagships in 0-0, and if you dare to induce in the enemy group, I will jump in to save you. We are close friends. So the question of the partner in the hole breaking had an answer from the beginning. Sherman opened QQ, found Dirk Ellis's QQ number in the Legion group, added him, and agreed after a while. Sherman didn't waste any words, and went straight to the point. Olda, I found a profitable business. Do you want to join us? Dirk Ellis, who was already lying on the bed and preparing to rest, raised his eyebrows when he saw the message, thought about it and replied, What are you going to do? Robbery? To break the hole. Demolish the hole? Dirk Ellis got up from the bed as soon as he saw the message. That's right. Why didn't he think of demolishing the hole? Isn't this better than just using skills? Have you found a wormhole building with no fuel? Not yet, I told you. Let's go online tomorrow and find it together, Sherman said indifferently. After all, there are many buildings in the wormhole now, so there is no fear of not finding them. Dirk Ellis's mouth twitched when he heard this. It seems that this guy is hot-headed. But thinking that he was just hanging up his skills now, and had nothing else to do, it would be nice to go and play with this newcomer of the same period. How many people are going to go together now? If you agree, it will be 2 people. Sherman scratched his head, and then said very confidently, The 2 of us are enough. Dirk Ellis looked at the message, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy is really a newbie. With just the 2 of them, they can't tear down a fart hole. Before he could refuse, Sherman sent another message. It's only the second test now. There must be small legion or personal buildings in the cave without fuel. We only look for this kind. 2 people are completely enough. He thought about the message from Sherman. According to what he said, the chance of success is still very high. But he still asked, what if we can't find it? Then try to dismantle the buildings with fuel first, and retreat when someone comes to defend, until you find a building without defense. Sherman said murderously, I don't believe that I can't find the buildings of players who didn't participate in the second test. Sherman thought for a while, and continued, I will find the buildings myself, and call you when I find them. I will compensate for the loss of ships that appear when the holes are dismantled, and you don't need to bear it. Just come and help dismantle it. There is no need to drill holes everywhere to find buildings. The warships lost when the holes are demolished can be compensated. You only need to help when demolishing. What else can you say? Done! But the profits are 70% for me and 30% for you. I want to take the biggest share. After all, I have to spend more effort and time. It's better to say it first, and then it's too late. Sherman doesn't want to have a gap with this good brother, who was, and will be in the future because of this. It should be. Dirk Ellis certainly has no objection. The more capable you are, the more you get. Then we will have a happy cooperation. We will have a happy cooperation. After another discussion about the demolition of the hole, Dirk Ellis asked another very important question. Have you told the instructors about this? As an old player, Dirk Ellis obviously thought more. Don't demolish the friendly buildings, it will be hard to say. Olda, do you know what the 0-0 area likes to say most? Sherman said earnestly. What? Reputation matters? Dirk Ellis thought about it, and immediately figured it out. They are a novice group. The benchmark reputation is the main group, and the alliance, where the main group belongs. Now they have no reputation with the alliance's friendly forces. Hee. Chapter 9. The next day, Sherman got up early. He sold the poisonous lizard in his hand, collected 3.3 billion star coins, bought a large skill injector, upgraded all the scanning skills to level 4, and upgraded the skills of the covert action device. After that, he equipped an Astro-class frigate equipped with the Sisterhood combat probe. With the ship slot and the middle slot both increasing the scanning strength, the combat probe strength reached 53 points of scanning strength. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Sherman then drove the boat to a random high-security wormhole and dived in. The danger in the wormhole is much more dangerous than in the main world. Because the local channel in the wormhole does not display the number of people, you never know how many big men are waiting for you somewhere inside. So Sherman separated the probe scanning interface and the directional scanning as soon as he entered, saved the entrance coordinates first, and then launched the Sisterhood combat probe, and then became invisible. Temporarily shut down the combat anomalies, space signals, etc. in the probe, leaving only the ship and building options. The former is because it is not needed temporarily, and the latter two can scan out player buildings or ships in the wormhole to infer whether there are players and player buildings in this hole, whether it is still in production, etc. A $32 combat needle with a maximum range was scanned out, and the scanning result was obtained in a short while. Unfortunately, there is nothing. Sherman was not disappointed. After all, there are so many wormholes, it is impossible for each one to have player buildings. Retract the combat probe and replace it with a scanning probe. Because the functions of the two probes are different, the combat probe is used to find players and player buildings in PvP, while the scanning probe is used to scan space signals and find wild deaths or wormholes. The advantage of the Sisterhood extended probe launcher that Sherman brought was that he could switch between the two probes freely. If it was a scanning probe launcher, he could only carry scanning probes and could not load combat probes. Correspondingly, the Sisterhood extended probe launcher occupied a large amount of the ship's CPU. In order to carry the Sisterhood extended probe launcher, Sherman's Astro low slot was equipped with a full 4T2 coordination processors, and the ship plug was also equipped with a small processor overclocking component to increase the ship's CPU, and then it was installed on the ship. Therefore, after Sherman's Astro sacrificed so many low slots, it lost its combat power, but it brought a higher scanning intensity. Open the star map to find the point where you just entered the hole, and then narrow the scope of the probe to scan the exit, so as to avoid unnecessary time waste. Sherman's goal is very clear, that is to find the hole. He didn't even look at other data relics, so he was very efficient. But unfortunately, he didn't find a suitable wormhole in the morning. Found the wormholes of Yonglei and Gaon where people were producing. After a morning of scanning, Sherman yawned and spread the probe tiredly. He looked at the time, and it was already 10:50. There were still 10 minutes before the daily routine maintenance began. This morning passed like this, but no suitable target was found. It's uncomfortable. Sherman supported his hands. His bones were aching after sitting for a whole morning. At this time, the combat probe fed back the scanning results. There appeared an iron wall, 2 Atanos, and a bunch of mother planet buildings. Sherman's eyes lit up, and he cleared all feedback except the iron wall with a pause, and then shrunk the probe to continue scanning. After the second scan, the location of the iron wall was scanned out. He jumped to 100 kilometers away from the iron wall in stealth mode, and saw the 3 words low energy on the huge iron wall. Sherman jumped excitedly. Found it. Seeing that there was less than 2 minutes left before the server was shut down, Sherman quickly made a point and jumped to deep space to log off safely. After going offline, Sherman hurriedly contacted Dirk Ellis. Olda, I came online on time after the maintenance and found the target. Dirk Ellis, who was cooking, saw his phone vibrate, put down the fish in his hand, wiped his hands, opened QQ and looked at the message in a small group called the Demolition Team, and his face suddenly showed joy. Dirk Ellis, Manzi, is the efficiency so fast? Sherman, I found it before the maintenance, in a level 4 wormhole, an iron wall, 2 Atanos, and some control towers. Big stuff. Dirk Ellis asked while cooking with a spatula, can we eat all these buildings? Sherman knew that his worry was not unreasonable. After all, those who could build an iron wall in the wormhole were all powerful legions. But the brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. Besides, he has no choice now. Sherman took a big bite of the energy bar, with a fierce look in his eyes. Just now I saw that the iron wall is in a low energy state. As long as there is no one defending it, we can demolish it in an hour. Sherman looked at the tasteless energy bar with disdain and continued, besides, we have run out of fuel, how could anyone defend us? We are sure to win. So lucky? Dirk Ellis looked at the message, swallowed a few mouthfuls of rice, and sent a voice message in surprise. Which army is it from? Have you seen it? Which army is it from? Sherman thought about it. He was just looking to see if it was running at low energy, and didn't pay attention to which army it was from. However, it is definitely not a Legion with Blue Legion reputation. After all, this building just now has no reputation display. I'm not sure, but what is certain is that it is okay to demolish this building. It has no reputation. Well, that's fine. I go online after the maintenance. Well? Sherman listened to some barely audible voices and asked, "What are you doing now? Why can't you speak clearly?" Dirk Ellis didn't say much, but took a photo and sent it over. Looking at the braised fish and egg drop soup in the photo, Sherman's tears immediately flowed from the corners of his mouth, and he felt exhausted when looking at the energy bar in his hand. This energy bar is synthetic, and 1 bar can provide energy to sustain an adult man for a day. It can be said to be the cheapest and most easily obtained food in the interstellar. But cheap things are not good. In addition to the energy, this thing tastes like rubber without any taste, hard to chew and tasteless. Sherman also remembered that this guy used to be a soldier for 5 years, worked in field artillery for 2 years, and worked as a cook for 3 years. He is a good cook. In the past, when the two of them were bragging together, this guy often said, "Do you want me to give you a thumbs up?" But speaking of it, this guy still needs a meal. Before Sherman traveled through time, he was planning to go to Guangdong to meet this guy, take Dirk Ellis to take him, a guy who had never been to the seaside, to experience sea fishing, and treat him to a meal. Unfortunately, Sherman was busy looking for a job after graduation, and he was also busy starting a business, so this matter was delayed. Chapter 10. After the maintenance, Sherman went online on time. After seeing Delk also go online, the two entered Delk Ellis's YY channel, and then created a shared folder to pull him in. Sherman, the location is inside, drive a shuttle and come quickly. Looking at the location, it was a bit far after 32 jumps in high security. Delk Ellis, don't you want to drive the demolition ship? Sherman, come here and I give it to you, hurry up first. Delk Ellis, okay. Sherman looked at the 600 Eden coins in the Eden coin vault, and decisively exchanged for 2 Gurista ship packages, a drone package, and a missile package, spending 250 Eden coins. He only exchanged for 2 Sidewinder-class ships, and installed 5 torpedo launchers in the high slots, and installed 1 drone damage enhancement and ballistic control system in the low slots, one to increase drone damage and the other to increase torpedo damage. He didn't put any equipment in the other slots. After all, if he was caught in the cave, no one could escape, so there was no need to waste Eden coins. After putting the Federation Navy Barbarian into the drone hangar, that was it. When Sherman was done, Delk Ellis arrived. After giving him the ship in the space station and confirming that the equipment could be used, the two formed a team and left the station. Sherman led the team to jump to the cave entrance, and the two of them plunged into the wormhole, and then led the team to jump to the iron wall. Looking at the iron wall in front of him, Delk Ellis opened the building information and took a look. Well, this is a cave group with 113 members of the Legion. But I haven't heard of it. Barbarian, this is a cave group of 100 people. If we demolish it, won't it cause trouble for the Legion? Sherman looked down on Dirk Ellis. Then why don't you stop firing? This guy said he was worried, but he was already controlling the drone and torpedoes to attack the building. I just wanted to see if this building is easy to demolish. Dirk Ellis looked at the damage data and said confidently, but this thing has a lot of health. Isn't it? Although the iron wall had no additional shields and armor because it ran out of fuel, the final structure had a full 21.6 million HP, so it would take a long time to dismantle it. Hurry up and dismantle it. The firepower of one ship is not enough. Seeing the repair prompt of the iron wall, Delk Ellis shouted in YY, and Sherman also started to use drones and torpedoes to attack. Fortunately, the firepower of the two was enough, and the iron wall stopped repairing, and the two were relieved. If the firepower of the two was not enough, they could only call for help, and then they would have to share the profits. While the two of them were bragging and chatting in YY, they took nearly an hour to dismantle the wormhole. Although they were bragging during this period, they never stopped working, refreshing the directional scanning interface and keeping their eyes on it to see if there were any outsiders entering the wormhole. It must be said that both of them were very vigilant. Luckily, no one was seen until the iron wall was dismantled. Watching the iron wall being dismantled, the two of them turned on the movie mode at the same time and selected screenshots from various angles. The iron wall first cracked into several cracks, and countless flames began to burn inside. As the light seemed to be absorbed by the energy, it exploded violently in just a few seconds. With the iron wall as the origin, a visible shock wave swept across the space. At this moment, it was competing with the light for glory. Sherman had no doubt that if this explosion occurred in reality, they would not even be able to find the ashes in the end. With the explosion of the iron wall, the densely packed hangar containers were thrown out, and the two of them were shocked. Before the hangar container stopped, the two cheered and chose one to jump over. Sherman opened the selected hangar container and exclaimed, "Old duh, I have 2 ferries, dozens of Liaoning heavy assaults, and a lot of ores and materials." Dirk Ellis on the other side was even more excited. His excitement could be felt through the screen. "Manzi, come and see, I also have a lot of faction ships here. This one is not good, there are only a lot of blank ships. This one is good, there are a lot of T3 materials in it. Fuck, there are a lot of brains in this, as well as demons and chameleons." The two of them kept exclaiming, like a group of demons dancing wildly. Looking at the hangar containers that filled the screen, Sherman's mouth was almost cracked with laughter. With these things, the technology needed for Alpha's early development is completely enough to exchange. But soon, the two of them woke up from the craze of getting rich overnight. The first one to calm down was Dirk Ellis. He looked at the pile of things and said calmly, "Barbarian, how do we transport these things out? Yes, they are both new, and many of the ships here have no skills to operate. Once the ship is taken out of the hangar container, it cannot be taken away." Sherman also realized this problem after hearing this. Now they are in an awkward situation of having nothing in their pockets. Looking at the more than 20 large-scale injectors in the hangar in front of him, Sherman said, "Old duh, let's split the brain first, point out the cargo ship skills, and then use the cargo ship to pull out the other things." Okay. Dirk Ellis had no objection to this, and he thought more deeply, "Barbarian, don't take out the things inside for now. After you finish it, drive the ship back now." Sherman thought about it, and knew what he meant. The combat probe could not scan the hangar container, but the ship could be scanned out. This way, it would be better to prevent someone from stealing chickens. Okay. The two of them first went out of the hole, and put the ship into the space station, and then drove the space capsule back into the hole. The two of them took out the large-scale injector in the hangar, and after using it, they activated the skills of the God of War freighter, and then each took out a God of War and boarded the ship. Sherman first jumped to the hangar containing the demon and the chameleon. This was a special ship worth tens of billions, and must be transported first. He stuffed all of them into the ship's hold, and then opened a wormhole. After the two of them moved several times, Sherman found that the entrance of the cave was about to collapse because of multiple shuttles, but only a little bit was moved inside, and there was still a lot inside. The only way is to leave one person with the scanning boat inside to prevent accidents. Dirk Ellis, who also knew the problem, said before Sherman spoke, "Don't rush to move. The cave entrance is about to collapse. I bring another account in as a scanning account first." Okay. Dirk Ellis heard Sherman's quick response, and thought he would ask if he was not a newcomer, and why there was a small account. However, thinking that this guy could think of demolishing the cave to make a fortune, he must not be a newcomer. Everything is self-explanatory. After a while, a man named Flying D. Bean appeared in the wormhole in a small white boat, and the two began to work. After moving for a whole night, and changing 3 holes, the two finally moved all the valuable things before maintenance, leaving only some derivative equipment and blank cruisers that were not worth moving. That night, the two of them were pulling goods and refreshing the directional scan from time to time, fearing that someone would come to pick peaches. They were tense all night, and they were relieved after the valuable things were moved. After driving the cargo ship into the space station, the two said goodbye and went offline to sleep. The rest will be discussed after waking up. Chapter 11. Sherman slept very soundly this time. When he came online, he saw Dirk Ellis transporting things. "Good morning, old duh." Dirk Ellis glanced at the time and said speechlessly, "It's almost 10:30 in the evening, and you say good morning to me? The time difference is different. It's only morning here." Ignoring the stars that were emitting light and heat in the space, Sherman picked up an energy bar and said shamelessly, "The space environment is the same, of course. The time is when he wakes up, and that's when it's considered morning." "Bah, stop talking nonsense," Dirk Ellis said as he pulled out the last batch of whiteboard ships. "Hurry up and help, we be done with 2 more ships." Driving the cargo ship into the cave, Sherman was speechless when he saw the few remaining hangar containers. How could this guy be more active in moving things than himself? "When did you get up?" 2 hours earlier than you." Watching the last batch of ships being loaded into the hole by Sherman, he clapped his hands, with a satisfied look on his face. This guy is still the same as before. He can't stand any waste. No, I won't say anything about the valuable death equipment and faction equipment you took. Even if you took T2 equipment, I can understand. But why do you take so many derivative equipment? Sherman looked at the derivative equipment in the hangar container that was loaded into the ship's hold by Dirk Ellis, and was very confused. Don't waste it. Dirk Ellis ran to several other hangar containers and took away all the junk equipment inside, and then said, these things can't be sold, but they can also be used for mining, which is all money. Sherman stopped the ship, looked at the half-empty hold, and suddenly jumped to a hangar container, and put all the junk equipment inside. He replied to Dirk Ellis with deep approval, that makes sense. This is all money. It's shameful to waste. I can't be arrogant. I still lack much more star coins. I can't waste any star coins. Half an hour later, there is really nothing now. In the hangar container, there is not even a piece of metal fragment except for the huge and worthless space station safe. After making sure that there were no other things, the two returned to the NPC space station with satisfaction. Just as Dirk Ellis was about to count the spoils, he heard Sherman say, Olda, why don't you dismantle the remaining 2 Atnos first? Let's go! Without any nonsense, Dirk Ellis directly replaced it with a Rattler, because the original Rattler collapsed dozens of jumps away due to the cave entrance, so he could only use the captured Rattler. He quickly took off the Force equipment and Death equipment on his body, replaced them with T2 equipment, and reminded Sherman not to bring valuable equipment. After the two confirmed that they did not bring any valuable equipment, they went out of the station and entered the cave to prepare for the next round of demolition. The two randomly found the nearest Atano and released the drone, aiming and firing, waiting for the torpedoes to finish firing and then reloading. Compared with the iron wall demolished yesterday, this Atano has much less structure, only 4.8 million HP, so it can be demolished much faster. Watching the Atano structure falling down little by little, Dirk Ellis couldn't help but say, Barbarian, do you think there are any good things in this Atano? There should be some moon ore, right? Sherman guessed. After all, the moon ore in this wormhole is very rich, and this Atano is a building for collecting moon ore and refining minerals, so there should be some minerals left. Maybe there is a big whale in it. Sherman joked. The full name of this big whale is Fin Whale Class. It is the industrial mining flagship in the game. With the industrial core, it can compress minerals in space, which can greatly reduce the time required to return to the space station after mining, and its exclusive mining drone is a powerful tool for mining. However, because it cannot move after opening the industrial core, it often becomes an opportunity to trigger battles. Almost every day, you can see such a message in each alliance. All alliance broadcast, a big fish has been caught at a certain location. Please go to the nearest legions for support. You are dreaming. Dirk Ellis looked contemptuous. There was not even a small dreadnought in the iron wall yesterday, and you still want a big whale? Sherman was also puzzled by this. Judging from yesterday's harvest, this cave is still very fertile. It stands to reason that there should be some small dreadnoughts and dreadnoughts for defense, but there was not a single one yesterday. While they were bragging, only 15% of Atano's structure remained. At this time, a set of scanning probes appeared in the directional scan of the two people. Someone is coming. The two shouted to remind each other at the same time in YY, and were surprised at each other. It seemed that the other party was also watching the directional scan. What should we do next? Dirk Ellis wanted to ask Sherman for his opinion. Now someone came, but it was not certain whether they were passing by or traveling together. As for whether they were here to defend, it was not in the minds of the two people. If they wanted to defend, they would have come yesterday, and could not have waited until now. The former is fine, they are just passing by to dig graves, and will leave soon. If it is the latter, then they are in danger, and the remaining 2 Atnos may have to give up. Let's take a look first. Sherman said calmly, refreshing the directional scanning interface in his hand. There are only scanning probes now, and it is likely that they are passing by to dig graves. Continue to dismantle, and see the situation first. Dirk Ellis certainly has no objection. After all, the two have made enough money a long time ago, and they can afford it even if the ship is damaged now. A minute later, just as the Atano structure was falling down bit by bit, a person whom Sherman didn't expect spoke in the wormhole channel. Darblood Kratos, Stone Man? Sherman looked at this guy, and was sure that it would be easy to deal with him if he was an acquaintance. Sherman, go to the fleet and talk. Then he sent a team invitation to Darblood Kratos. As soon as he joined the team, this guy asked in the fleet channel, Are you two dismantling the hull? Sherman, Well, I found this hole when I was digging a grave today, so I asked my friend to come and dismantle it together. Dark Blood Kratos. Oh, then you guys are busy. I'm just digging holes to find the super hibernator's grave and the secret grave. You guys are busy with your own things. Dark Blood Kratos is an ancient level veteran player who has been playing since 2006. He can't even count how many assets he has so far. He is not interested in the things in Atano. Besides, this is still in the deleted file test stage. If it was in the official server, he would probably be a little interested. After a few more words, he left the fleet and left. The two of them also breathed a sigh of relief. Sure Man was even ready to use dividends, but he didn't expect that this big guy would look down on this little thing. 5 minutes later, Atano was dismantled, but only 2 hangar containers were blown out. There were few ships, only 2 Orca-class Industrial Command ships, and 26 Mackinac-class miners, but there were indeed a lot of mines. A pile of moon ores, reaction materials, compressed minerals, a pile of material systems with an estimated value of 82.6 billion, but the volume was also super large. Just now, Dark Blood Kratos came in, which made them feel urgent. In order to avoid more trouble, they ignored the last remaining Atano and decided to move the things out first. But fortunately, there are 2 Orca-class Industrial Command ships in the hangar container. As a small industrial flagship, this ship not only has a large exclusive, or compartment, but also the fleet hangar and industrial ship maintenance compartment can accommodate several Mackinac-class ships. The 2 of them upgraded the skills of the Orca-class, and each drove one, stuffed the Mackinac-class into the hangar and maintenance compartment, put the ore into the ore compartment, and started moving. Chapter 12. It took them an entire afternoon to transport all the items outside. After putting away the last batch of ore, they put on rattlers and entered the cave. Barbarian, you said we have demolished 2 buildings. Will the instructor find out? Dirk Ellis said, but there was no worry on his face. He was still dismantling Atano enthusiastically. They are still in the novice group. The instructor can find out what they have done as long as he takes a look at the Legion KM. P.S. KM did not have a message system in the early days of EVE. Kill Mail was used to send information, so it has always been called KM. After this job, you still need money? Sure Man asked. Dirk Ellis smiled and joked that he now has at least 200 billion goods in his hands. As long as he can sell the guitars, how can he lack the little funding from the novice? However, Sure Man still has to stay in this novice group. After all, this is related to the later plan. But he still said, after this batch of goods is sold, we will go to the main group. It is not a dream to get on the Titan in seconds. If we are discovered, it's discovered. What's the big deal? Titan? Dirk Ellis smiled and said nothing. Now a regular Titan costs about 200 billion, plus the required skills. It will cost at least 300 billion. Even if they sell all the goods, they may still be a little short of buying 2 Titans. But the Dahang is quite cheap now. I can get a Nox for fun later. The Dahang is better. It can also kill monsters. Why buy a Titan? Hearing this, Sure Man retorted, who said that Titans can't kill monsters? It's much more efficient than the Dahang. You're just bragging. Dirk Ellis didn't believe this at all. Now that Titans have been weakened to such a state, how can they still spawn monsters? Take a gamble? Sure Man knew that what this guy said was right, but he still didn't change his mind. What bet? How could Dirk Ellis miss such a sure win? Let's bet on 50 billion star coins. Seeing that this guy was fooled, Sure Man immediately showed a fox-like smile. Let's bet. Dirk Ellis agreed immediately. After all, this was a sure win. As for the fact that the 2 of them didn't have 1 billion in total, they chose to ignore it. They already had so many assets now, and when they got to the next 00, would they still be short of this little money? As the 2 were talking, they suddenly saw a Curse-class ship appearing from deep space. This Curse-class ship is a combat reconnaissance ship in the Emma Empire ship system. Its unique bonus is that it cannot be scanned in a directional manner, so Sure Man and the others didn't find this guy. The 2 were caught off guard, and were both scrambled and interrupted before they had time to jump. Switch fire, kill him first. Sure Man looked at the several Bagalon-class ships that appeared in the directional scan, knowing that if they didn't kill this guy, neither of them could escape. Then the 2 gave up the building and switched fire to the Curse class, and faced the exit. Only by disconnecting the scrambler could they jump away instantly. The Curse class was hit into half armor by the 2 in a few rounds. After all, this Rattler was fully equipped for attack, and its firepower was still very high. But unfortunately, as the 2 logistics Jinpings landed, the armor HP of the Curse class was repaired in 1 round. As the three Bagalongs landed, Sherman and his companions knew they were going to fail this time. As a battleship of the Blood Raiders pirates, the Bagalong class has a very strong energy neutralization bonus, and its special bonus allows the energy skimmer to ignore the power of enemy and friendly ships and absorb power, which can destroy the power of a ship in a short time, making it unable to use active equipment, which is very terrifying. As soon as the three Bagalongs entered the battlefield, the power of the two Rattlers disappeared instantly, and the HP dropped at the speed of light. When only 30% of the structure was left, they stopped firing, but the energy skimmer and scrambler were still hanging on them. Countrymen, you two please stop resisting immediately, stop the fire, stop the boat, turn off the engine, and accept inspection. Dirk Ellis was speechless. How come the current players have all learned the pirate tricks? Sherman was even more speechless when he looked at the legion of several people in front of him. This legion, called Staub im Weltraum, abbreviated as CW, was the wormhole group he stayed in for a while during the second test to experience the wormhole gameplay. And this wormhole group also disbanded about a year later because they couldn't wait for the official server to open, and everyone lost patience and waited for the official server to open. This country bumpkin also went to low SEC to be a pirate, and the two of them were pretty familiar with each other. But I've never seen this guy so funny before. Sherman looked at this guy and couldn't help but hold his forehead. Sure enough, this game is not big, and you can meet acquaintances everywhere. Old German, do as he says. Let's see how much more stupid this guy can be. Sherman said to Dirk Ellis and YY. He also knew that if the opponent had logistics, the two of them could not change a ship, so he also wanted to see what this stupid guy was going to do next. Why aren't these two talking? The villager looked at the two people who stopped firing and stopped the boat, but didn't talk, and was puzzled. There was no interaction, which made his pirate spirit not burn. Why didn't they resist? At this time, the Meteor Smile, who was driving the interceptor, scanned the equipment of the two people with the ship and found that the two people sidewinders only brought weapons and weapon upgrade equipment, nothing else. These two are just here to tear down the hull. They don't have any valuable equipment on them, only this ship is valuable. Meteor Smile said with some pain in his balls. The face of the country bumpkin froze when he heard this. How can he rob without valuable goods? Since he couldn't rob the goods, he could only rob the ship. If you deposit 300 million per person into my account, I will let you go. Don't worry, I am a pirate with professional credibility, and I will keep my word. Sherman and the other two didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and then they couldn't help but ask loud, do pirates still value credibility now? As an old player, Dirk Ellis knew that the low-security pirates did value credibility a long time ago, and they would release people if they paid money, but even if you paid later, you still had to keep your KM, which means kidnapping and killing people, and there was no credibility at all. That's called amateur robbers, not pirates. The village man argued, typing until the keyboard was almost smoking. Those who kidnap and don't keep their word are robbers. As a professional pirate, you need to keep your word. This is the self-cultivation of a professional pirate. The other people in CW watched this guy performance, and were so embarrassed that they could dig out a two-bedroom apartment with their toes. How could they have thought of leading the team with this guy with a burning middle school soul? Sherman and the others were also YYing and laughing breathlessly. They didn't expect to really meet the mysterious role-playing player. Sherman didn't know that this guy had such a middle school period before. Barbarian, this guy is too immature. Should we cooperate? Dirk Ellis said with a smile. To be honest, he still envied this kind of guy who really enjoyed the game itself, unlike him, who was just reminiscing about the past. How to cooperate? Watch me. After saying that, Dirk Ellis ejected the battleship and said to the mountain villager, Good man, my two brothers are both newcomers and have no money. Can we exchange 1 for 1 and let my brother leave when we pass by the treasure land? Seeing that someone could cooperate with him, the mountain villager was so happy. You are so righteous, and you are very much like our pirates. I agree. You can go now, and let your brother leave his ship behind. Sherman, who was watching the performance, was innocently caught in the crossfire, but he also cooperated in ejecting the spaceship. The village man was overjoyed and quickly asked others to release the two. Good man, see you later. Next time we meet, brother, I will take you to smash the kiln. Until Sherman and the other man left, the village man happily took credit in the YY group. He robbed a rattler. Come on, this rattlesnake is yours. Meteor Smile said unhappily and began to dismantle the building. Hurry up and dismantle it, or the cave will collapse and you won't be able to go home. The eyes of the CW people then shifted to Atano in front of them, and began to take over the dismantling of the building, and had to transport the things back while the cave entrance was still connected. Chapter 13. Although it was a bit regretful that they failed to dismantle the last Atano, it was acceptable. After all, the big head had been taken by the two. After exiting the wormhole, the two began to count the spoils. Because the wormhole collapsed 4 times, new places appeared at the exit, so the things the two pulled out were also divided into 4 places. The closest one was 12 jumps away from the guitar, and the farthest one was 39 jumps away. Because there were too many things and they were too complicated, the two had to sort and count everything first, and it took several hours to complete the counting. The harvest this time can be said to be very huge. The faction ships are mainly Nestor-class battleships and Avenger-class battleships, each with 20 ships, and they are all well armored and resistant. The equipment is even more expensive than the ship. The conventional ships are 2 Dushan-class cargo ships, 6x force transportation and smuggling of each race, 2x Orca-class, 18x wheat, 7x plunder of each race, 67x Munin-class heavy assault ships, and countless other blank ships. And there are more materials, enough to make 100 T3 strategic cruisers, more than 50 billion worth of moon or reaction materials, 32 billion moon ore, and 20 billion compression ore. The most important harvest is 2 special edition force field reconnaissance ships, Chameleon class, and 1 special edition heavy interceptor ship, Demon class, and all 3 are equipped by officials. This official equipment has the best attributes in this game, and is also the most expensive equipment. Countless people may not see an official even if they have been brushing the star belt for several years. This is a rare opportunity. The special edition ships are ships that can only be obtained through official activities. Not only are their attributes powerful, but the most important thing is that they are rare. Sherman remembered that the prices of these 2 special edition ships were reduced after they were given as rewards in the later internal testing activities, but now the market prices are tens of billions. Official equipment plus special edition ships. How can this not be sold for hundreds of billions? The two first unloaded all the equipment of the ships, and used the smuggling ship to pull the official equipment and the Death Force equipment to guitar, because smuggling can be immune to other players scanning the ship to check things, plus it can be invisible and jump, so the safety is much better. The 2 of them were in front and behind. Sherman was scouting in front, and Delk Ellis was driving the smuggler behind. They were very vigilant along the way. Although the smuggler was immune to scanning, they were afraid that someone would want to draw a prize. Fortunately, nothing happened along the way, and the 2 returned to guitar safely to unload the goods. Then when pulling the 3 special edition ships, because the 3 ships were too large, the smuggler could not pull them. For safety, Sherman's eyes turned and he thought of a good idea. Jadama and other 0.5 high-security galaxies are also the necessary routes for the Emma Empire and the Galeni Federation to enter guitar's high security. Because of the 0.5 safety level, the NPC police have a longer response time when a violation occurs, giving the strong explosion players more time to output firepower. In addition, it is a major traffic route, and countless ships die here every day. The meeting supervisor brought a dozen Legion comrades to Jadama in a tornado, wanting to take these Legion newcomers to experience the strong explosion gameplay. Unfortunately, after half a day, no suitable target was found, and everyone could only brag and talk nonsense in YY. At this time, 2 scouts outside the jump sent a message that a ferry-class ship was about to pass through Jadama, and he hurried through the door to the Hatakani Star Gate of Shivara to wait. "Brothers, cheer up, the goods are coming." The people in the fleet immediately put down other things in their hands, and drove the tornado out to prepare. After a while, a ferry-class ship appeared in front of him, with the bow pointing to Jadama to prepare for the jump. The interceptor driven by the meeting director was equipped with a passive lock, which could lock the opponent without being noticed by the opponent, so he pretended to be passing by, locked the ferry-class ship and started the container scan, and soon swept out the things in its cabin. First I looked at the estimated value, 1.3 billion, then I looked at the contents, a shipload of worthless derivative equipment. Bah, how can they all be so poor? The meeting supervisor looked at the player's information and was a little surprised. Newcomer? Which new player got on the cargo ship just a few days ago, and is still using it to transport these junk equipment? Then I sent a message to the fleet. This ferryman didn't bring any valuable goods, give up the target. The fleet sighed, and then returned to the space station, switching screens to watch TV or play Hintang. Sherman watched the tornadoes next to the Stargate leave one by one, and then he felt at ease, and immediately jumped to the next Stargate. They arrived safely at the Guitar C4 space station, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Old your method is good." Sherman couldn't help but admire the dozen tornadoes just now while unloading. Before departure, he asked Delk Ellis to hang the express contract for the 3 ships to Sherman, so that the 3 ships could not see what they were because of the packages hidden, and then asked Delk Ellis to trade a bunch of derivative garbage equipment to him to fill up the ship's hold to confuse the sight. It was also because the detection and scanning ship did not scan any valuable goods that Sherman escaped. After putting the 3 ships away and sorting out a bunch of junk equipment, the 2 began to transport goods again. It took them a night to finally transport most of the things, leaving only the last ship of compressed minerals, so Sherman was responsible for transporting them, and Delk Ellis drove an Astro-class ship to conduct reconnaissance in front. They arrived at the Guitar Star Gate of Permits safely. Barbarian, let's get off in this Permit Star city. I'm so sleepy. Delk Ellis yawned in response. Both of them had been busy all night and were very sleepy. Besides, they were almost at their destination. Sherman didn't say anything. Well, go to bed early and see you tonight. Well? Sherman had just passed the Stargate when he saw more than 20 Talos-class ships around the Stargate, staring at them covetously. Cold sweat instantly flowed down his face. Old duh, there is a killer Talos-class battle patrol team at the Guitar Star Gate. It feels like something is going to happen. Delk Ellis, who was about to quit the game, heard this and suddenly lost all his sleepiness. He immediately went out and passed the Stargate. He saw more than 20 Talos-class ships surrounding the Stargate in a small circle. This Talos class is a Galanti attack battlecruiser with fierce firepower. 20 of them can tear Sherman's ferryman into pieces in a few seconds. How long will it take for the invisibility to end? Sherman looked at the invisibility time after passing through the door and replied, there are still 20 seconds. Enough. After saying that, Delk Ellis released the Astro-class drone, turned on the red safety level light, and randomly found a passerby's ship to start locking and attacking, but the attack did not even cause much damage to the passerby's shield, and then the passerby was shot dead by the NPC police with a confused expression. But this is enough. When Delk Ellis was killed, Sherman also ended his invisibility, and was instantly surrounded and attacked by the killer's men. Sherman kept clicking the direction towards the space station, but the cargo ship was instantly broken by the powerful firepower of the Talos class, and then the armor was broken, and the structure was hit. When it was half-structured, the killer's firepower was much weaker. He saw that there were NPC police all around, and they killed the killer's men one by one in an instant. When Sherman's cargo ship had 15% of its structure left, the last Talos class was killed, and Sherman, who had already prepared for the direction, also started to jump at the moment when the scrambler was disconnected and escaped. Chapter 14. After entering the station safely, Sherman recalled what happened just now, and couldn't help but sweat. Olda, you are really smart. If it weren't for Delk Ellis attacking others at the critical moment, and leading the NPC police in advance, when Sherman appeared and was attacked, some of the killers were controlled by the NPC police, and he would definitely die there. You are kidding, who am I? Although Delk Ellis was also sweating, he still pretended to be indifferent, but his voice was slightly trembling. Sherman also laughed when he heard this. Damn, this is really exciting. The cargo just transported is also worth 20 billion yuan of compressed ore. If it is robbed, they will be really miserable. After Sherman clicked to repair the ship, he unloaded the cargo and said, Olda, now all the goods are transported, you can rest assured. I will contact a few merchants to see if I can sell this batch of goods quickly. Well, good night. Good night. Before going offline, Delk Ellis handed all the goods he had to Sherman and asked Sherman to find a buyer. In terms of interests, Delk Ellis gave Sherman the greatest trust, and did not worry that he would be cheated. This guy. Sherman looked at Delk Ellis, who immediately went offline after handing all the things to him, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy is still so careless. Sherman has never thought of cheating him, whether in the past or now. Of course, when Delk Ellis teammates resist in PvP, it is not called cheating, it is called tactics. After purchasing several space station safes, Sherman sorted and organized all the goods. Then he began to think about the big guys he knew who could take over this batch of goods. The 3 special edition ships with official equipment were easy to deal with, because the most abundant thing during the server opening period was rich big guys. But other ships, equipment, and materials were difficult to deal with. Not only would it be slow to ship them directly on the market, but it would also require a handling fee. For Sherman, who was in urgent need of star coins, the safest way was to find a big businessman to take over the goods. But thinking back to the merchants he knew, it seemed that the only one he knew was Zhang Gooden. It could also be used to discuss the matter of demolishing the whole with the army to avoid any misunderstanding. Xianzha and others and Zhang Gooden happened to be online, so Sherman invited them to a private channel. When the others came in, Sherman sent the KM of the two buildings to the channel. Looking at the KM, Xianzhou and others' eyes widened instantly. Nothing big happened in the army these days, so he didn't look at the army's kilometer. He didn't expect these two guys to do such a big thing. Xianzhou and others, when did you two sneak out to demolish the hole? Sherman, instructor, didn't you say last time that digging graves in the cave can make money? So I went in to dig graves, and then I found two abandoned buildings. You were not online at the time, so I asked Lao to try his luck together. Did I tell you that digging graves can make money? Xianzhou and others recalled. Yes. Well, according to the original historical trajectory, it is true. Then, Sherman omitted the matter of actively entering the cave to find buildings, and told everything else in detail, except for the 3 special edition ships equipped by the officers. So, you have a batch of Liaoning and mines in your hands? Zheng Guden interrupted the conversation and asked directly. Yes, I'm just asking if you want to take them. Seeing Zheng Guden's words, Sherman smiled. If you can't take them, I put them all on the market. The server has just been opened recently, and the forces in various places are fighting each other. The main heavy assault ship Liaoning is in short supply. In addition to the production needs, the demand for minerals is also urgent. If this batch of ships and equipment can be consumed, Zheng Guden can also make tens of billions. If you believe me, just list the things to me at 0 price first, and I will buy them all at the middle price of the guitar market. How about it? The middle price of the guitar market is the compromise price between the purchase order and the sale order. How could Sherman, who originally wanted to use the selling price, not agree? He directly packed all the things to be sold and listed them to Zheng Guden. As for whether Zheng Guden would steal this batch of goods, Sherman was not worried. A super businessman with tens of trillions of dollars in circulation and countless assets will not ruin his reputation because of this little bit of goods. Soon, I transfer the money to you in half an hour. For Sherman, who gave him the goods without saying anything, this trust made him feel very comfortable, and he decided to pay him the money before going to bed. By the way, how much stuff did you get? After the two of them completed the transaction, Zheng Guden went to calculate the price of the goods. Xianzhou and others couldn't help asking. Once Zheng Guden finishes the calculation, you will know, instructor. Sherman replied cheerfully. TSK, you're still so mysterious, go to sleep. Xianzhou and the others could guess that this was definitely not a small amount of money, but for him, that was all. He had no interest in star coins. After all, the team had to repair the damaged ships in the fight, so there was no place to spend money. Oh right. Xianzhou and the others suddenly remembered something and said to Sherman, the novice group's graduation ceremony will be held in a week, and there will be a competition. The rules will be released tomorrow, and you and Delk Ellis must participate. Okay, got it. He and I will attend on time. Sherman still has a deep impression of this graduation ceremony. At that time, it was Xianzhou and others who led their group of newcomers to win the first place, and then each of them got 5 large skill injectors and a small ship. The reward is so generous, he doesn't want to miss it. Before logging off, Xianzhou and others thought about it and sent another message to Sherman. Because it is the second test, I don't want to spend time checking you too. I just hope you can enjoy this game. When the official server is opened, I also hope you can tell the truth. Go to bed early. Good night. Without giving Sherman a chance to explain, he went offline. Also because the second test was a deleted file test, there was no fear of loss, so all the legions were recruiting people without asking what you did before. As long as they could keep you with benefits now, it would be a favor when the official server was launched. We see each other everywhere, so I don't believe you're still here as a pseudonym or an undercover agent. I'm afraid that the real undercover agent will become a real member. Half an hour later, a sum of 300 billion star coins was transferred into Sherman's account, which scared Sherman, who was drinking water. Boss, there shouldn't be that many, right? Sherman knew his own limitations. Although the batch of goods was large in quantity, it definitely didn't reach 300 billion. It would be good if it could reach 200 billion. Did he make a mistake and transfer too many items? No. Zheng Guden said nonchalantly. You actually got so many death equipments, not bad. Death equipment? Sherman took a look and found that the safe with the death equipment written on it was gone. It should have been hung up to him just now. Sherman originally wanted to wait for Delk Ellis to go online, select some for himself, and then sell them later. He didn't expect that he made a mistake. But it doesn't matter, just sell it. The market compromise price for this batch of things is about 296 billion. I calculated it for you as an integer. Zheng Guden stretched his body, looked at the time and said, "You can calculate it. If you have any objections, tell me tomorrow. I'm going to sleep first." This price has already exceeded expectations. How could he have any objections? He said good night and logged off. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist going to the exclusive mall. There was also a copy of Delk Ellis in it. He couldn't resist spending it all. Chapter 15. Next are the 3 special edition ships with officer equipment. To be honest, Sherman didn't want to sell them now. Now is not a good time to sell Chameleon and Demon. It will take a month and a half until the 3 Gods expansion pack is updated and the Abyss gameplay appears. That's when the price of Chameleon and Demon will rise sharply. At that time, the price will be at least 25% higher than now, and the supply will not meet the demand. However, the current situation does not wait for anyone. And unfortunately, the officer equipment of the 3 ships are all the equipment of Officer Number 3 and Officer Number 2, and there is no equipment of Officer Number 1, the most valuable, otherwise the price can be multiplied several times. But even if there is no equipment for the Number 1 officer, the price is not acceptable to the newcomer, so he can only find someone who is not short of money. Continue to look for Jum Gooden? It's not impossible, but I can't sell it at a high price, so I can only use it as a backup when I really can't sell it. But if I go directly to the player's business channel, the heartbeat channel to shout, I will be easily targeted by those pirates and rapists in the future, and it will be difficult to move around in the future. It would be great if I could open a small account. Sherman sighed. If he could get a small account like other players and squat on the guitar, he could shout whatever he wanted. Anyway, he didn't leave the space station. What could he do? Unfortunately, he could only use this one account. However, Sherman remembered that there seemed to be several big guys with tens of trillions of assets in the Galon Death communication channel. Originally, during the second test, they were often seen in the KM of the God-equipped ships damaged in the Abyss space. For example, Ho Ban-Sien, although this is a 13-year account, he pretends to be a newbie and begs for money from others every day, but after the Abyss gameplay came out, in order to study the gameplay, he took ships equipped with various official equipment and went in. He didn't even blink when he lost 300 billion ships overnight, and he was still enthusiastically telling them what to pay attention to in the Abyss. There was also Darkblood Kratos, who I met the day before. His main account is unknown. We only know that he is a member of the 00 main group. He is a super dead brush, with tens of trillions of assets. He is a well-known enthusiastic and kind person in the channel. He often gives away red envelopes to others when he gets good things during expeditions. He even gives out more red envelopes than he earns, and he enjoys it every day. There is also a taciturn guy who doesn't talk often. He is a real official boss of the PIBC official group. He has to bring official equipment when he is equipped with a PvP ship. There was once a joke that an official intercepted and blocked the door and was killed. The interception KM was listed in the top 10 of KB. Although I haven't heard him talk about his assets, they must be quite a lot. Now only Darkblood Kratos is here, so Sherman can only pull him into the private channel to test the boss's opinion. Sherman, boss, are you there? Darkblood Kratos, have you finished dismantling the cave? Yes, I have, and I found some good stuff. I wonder if you are interested. Darkblood Kratos rubbed his face. He knew that this guy must have taken a lot of good stuff a long time ago. He had scanned a lot of hangar containers in the wormhole space. What good stuff? Take it out, and let me see. Okay. Looking at the assembly of the 3 ships in the channel, Darkblood Kratos said put down the needlework in his hand, and clicked on the assembly. After a while, he said with regret, it's a pity that there is no number 1 officer equipment, and the efficiency of monster hunting has dropped a bit. Sherman felt a toothache when he heard this. Is this the world of the boss? One day, I will empty every star coin in this guy account. Boss, although there is no number 1 officer equipment, these other equipment are also the equipment of all officers. It will be very face-saving to use them to kill monsters. Life is not easy, Sherman sighed. Isn't it true that the equipment of the number 1 officer is too expensive now? Okay, give me a price. Darkblood Kratos just blew up the officer Jean Peng yesterday, and now he is still short of a guy who can go on an expedition with low attack. This chameleon has strong firepower, strong defense, and can also hide and jump, which looks much better than Jean Peng. The boss is the boss, and he doesn't hesitate when buying things. Sherman hurriedly introduced him. Now a chameleon is 28 billion, and the number 2 officer with full resistance is now 50 billion, and there are 2 of them. He was overwhelmed by Sherman's explanation of the quotation in the channel. At this time, his wife also started to roar. What time is it? Do you still want to go to bed? Hey, it's cold. I want to knit you a pair of gloves. Dark Blood Kratos showed his wife the half-knitted gloves as if he was offering a treasure. When his wife saw the gloves, the rainy weather turned sunny. She gave him a kiss and said proudly, "Humph, you have a conscience. I will allow you to play the game for half an hour more today." "Hey, thank you, wife." Watching his wife go back happily, Dark Blood Kratos wiped his cold sweat and nodded at the book 108 Tips to Coax Your Wife beside him. The book recommended by this monkey half-immortal is still useful. Next time, I have to listen to this guy opinions more in this regard. My wife only gave me half an hour of game time, but I still have a 5 out of 10 to play, so I can't delay it any longer. I interrupted Sherman's nagging offer and said directly, 500 billion, I will take all 3 ships. If it doesn't work, forget it. Okay, I hang you up right away. Just kidding, Sherman's estimated price is only 400 billion, and the reason he kept nagging for the price is because the price of the official equipment is very elastic, and he wants to get a little more, but he just asked if he could get another 10 or 8 billion. Unexpectedly, this big guy is a big guy. After hanging up the contract, looking at Dark Blood Kratos, who accepted the contract in seconds, Sherman fell into deep thought. Did he really underestimate the purchasing power of these big guys? Next time there is something good, I must kill this big guy. In less than 5 hours, all the items were processed, and only a bunch of salvaged parts of the hibernators were left unsold. This was what Sherman left behind on purpose. If he sold it now, he could only get a few hundred billion at most. But half a year later, when the number of wormhole producers decreased on a large scale, and the wormhole merchants were short of supply, the price of this Jinping with a full set of subsystems rose to 10 billion per set. He made his fortune from that market, and saved most of his assets. So he wanted to follow the old path, and build some T3s first and store them. Anyway, the manufacturing line is empty now, so it's not a waste. After checking the account, he found that he had sold 800 billion star coins this time. According to the agreed dividend ratio, he could get 560 billion. He took screenshots of the transaction data and account transfer data and sent them to Delk Ellis via WeChat, then transferred 240 billion to his account. He also said that the salvaged parts of the hibernator had not been sold yet and would be online tomorrow. After talking to him in detail, Sherman could no longer suppress his excitement and clicked into the exclusive mall. "My dears, I'm here, hee." And when Sherman entered the mall, Aura appeared behind him like a ghost. Chapter 16. Looking at the things in the exclusive mall, Sherman suddenly hesitated. Now he has more than 560 billion star coins, far more than the 100 billion that Sherman originally thought. It is obviously not cost-effective to buy blueprints separately at this time. Unlocking the blueprint of a mining barge is 20 billion, a mining ship is 40 billion, the killer whale class is 60 billion, the fin whale class is 80 billion, and other joint mining ship systems. If all are purchased separately, it will cost at least 500 billion. But if you buy the whole system directly, it only costs 200 billion, 2/5 of the price. Buying the whole system is undoubtedly the most cost-effective. However, compared to unlocking the ship system of United Mining first, he wants to unlock a fleet with military power first. He has no sense of security in this silent space. Who knows if a pirate will suddenly come to show him a big treasure in the next second. Without guns, you can't play games safely. But now there is only so much money. Commander, I suggest you first unlock the ship system and refinery of the whole system of United Mining. Watching Sherman's hesitation as he clicked this and looked at that with his mouse, Aura couldn't help but speak. Reason? Sherman was already immune to Aura's elusive appearance beside him, and he didn't even turn his head. The most important thing now is to develop the Alpha Star Field and build it into our base camp as soon as possible. Only with an impregnable base camp can we have a future. Otherwise, no matter how many combat ships we have, they are just like duckweed in the water, flowers in the mirror and moon in the water. Aura said realistically that with a solid base, they can have a future in this era of undercurrents. As a native Chinese, infrastructure and farming are engraved in my genetic list, and even in my soul, so I know the importance of early farming development. But it's this damn lack of security. Commander, you don't have to worry about it. In fact, you can build a regular fleet with the remaining money. Looking at Sherman, who was still hesitant after the mouse was on the unlock button for a few minutes, Aura sighed and said, Sherman turned his head and looked at Aura. Are you sure that the fleet built with the remaining money is combat capable? Unlocking the United Mining ship system requires 200 billion, a Tano 50 billion, and Stargate, including regular intergalactic stargates and jump stargates, 200 billion, which will cost a total of 450 billion. The remaining 110 billion can indeed unlock a few combat ships. But your man knows that a fleet in reality is not like in the game where a unified standard of warships go to battle, and then compete for positioning. A fleet in reality needs a complete ship system. For example, the first Navy fleet of the IL Federation, where the original body was, although it used some second or 2.5 generation warships, also had a complete combat system. Reconnaissance ships for reconnaissance, electronic ships for electronic jamming suppression, logistics ships for battlefield doctors, main battleships, etc. This complete combat system allows the IL Federation to crush many pirate organizations equipped with third or even 3.5 generation warships, even if the warships are left behind. These days, who dares to say that they are an interstellar civilization without a complete fleet system? Therefore, Sherman was very skeptical that he could use the remaining star coins to form a fleet. Looking at the expression of his commander, Aura had to say, "Commander, do you know that your exclusive mall actually has a small benefit?" "Oh, benefit?" Sherman looked at the mall, but after a long time, he couldn't see anything. There were only two words: pay. Officials of the pirate forces are actually intelligent life forms, you know this, right? Yes. This mall sells it. How could Sherman not know about it? It's good to know. Ola breathed a sigh of relief. For this kind of pirate force with officials, that is, intelligent life, after you have unlocked all the intelligent life of the force, then it only takes 100 billion star coins to unlock the entire ship system of the force. For example, after I unlock the 4 intelligent life of Gustav's officials, it only takes 100 billion to unlock Gustav's ship system. Sherman quickly reacted. But? This is nonsense. He can't even make a battle fleet now. How can he have the money to unlock officials? It takes 500 billion to unlock an official intelligent life. The question is, does he unlock the officials first in order to unlock the battle fleet cheaply, or does he unlock the officials first and then unlock the ships? Isn't this an endless loop? Aura, can I think you are fooling me? Sherman looked at Aura with a bad face. Is this guy making a nesting doll for him? Wait! Aura hurriedly stopped Sherman, who was about to turn off his power, and hurriedly explained. In fact, in addition to unlocking in the mall, intelligent life can also be unlocked by destroying or participating in destroying officials in the game. Shit, there is such a thing? Sherman was a little dumbfounded. It feels like this. So, as long as he is lucky enough to get all the officials, he can save trillions of star coins? But isn't this still fooling him? Do you think I can unlock all the officials of a pirate faction in a short time? If officials are so easy to get, then the official equipment would not be so expensive. This thing depends on luck. Some people get 2 officials in a day, while some people may not see one in several years. Obviously, as a non-African who never dares to participate in any gambling game, Sherman is undoubtedly the latter. Commander, I know you must know the specialness of the Modu Corps among the pirates. As the only pirate force with intelligent life but no officials, with your intelligence, you must know that you can unlock the Modu Corps after brushing 3 types of Modu Corps patrols. Ola said to Sherman very righteously, as if he thought so in his heart. Well, that's right. I didn't force you to break the rules, did I? This is all what the commander thought of himself. It has nothing to do with me. Ola's face changed, and he became very serious. Are you kidding? If he really wants to break the rules, he must have the ability to do so. After getting the answer, Sherman put down the restart switch of the Central Intelligent Database in his hand. Looking at Sherman, who finally put down the restart button, Ola breathed a sigh of relief. Although this restart had no effect, it was not a pleasant feeling. He couldn't help but despise in his heart. Commander, I am not a human, but you are really a dog. In the game, Morta's Legion is a very special pirate faction. In addition to exchanging loyalty points, the only way to get a copy of the battleship of this faction is to brush the star belt in low security, attract the patrol of Morta's Legion, and destroy the patrol to get a copy of the battleship of this type of Morta's Legion. And compared to officials, this thing is too easy to get. If you are lucky, you can collect them all in one night, and at most 3 days. It is completely acceptable. Chapter 17. Since he had made up his mind, Sherman no longer hesitated and unlocked the refinery and Stargate first. There are not many mineral belts in the Alpha Star field, and the only way to obtain mineral materials in the future is to use the moon or from the satellite through the refinery. This is only 50 billion by it. The Stargate can artificially create space collapse and send the surrounding ships to another galaxy. This is a transportation line. And the accompanying bridge jumping technology can also build a bridge between 2 galaxies that are far apart. In the future, if a galaxy is attacked, It can quickly transport the fleet. It is an essential artifact for defense. Only 200 billion, worth it, buy it. Finally, it's the United Mining Ship System. Nothing much to say, another 200 billion is gone. After unlocking the United Mining, a prompt popped up in the mall. Congratulations on unlocking the first faction in New Eden. According to the faction you unlocked, United Mining, you will be given a full set of mining equipment and ammunition. I hope you will keep up the good work and come again. Seeing this message, Sherman trembled in his heart. Fuck, I almost forgot that this damn expensive equipment also needs money. After looking at the price of unlocking a full set of mining equipment and mining ammunition, well, 100 billion, you are indeed a money grubber. This wave is not a loss, and it is even a huge profit. Aura, I have prepared everything you need for development now, and the rest is up to you. After spending hundreds of billions, Sherman yawned in boredom. He was busy for almost a day and a night, and he was a little overwhelmed. After saying something to Aura, he hid in the quilt. Yes, Commander. After Sherman left, Aura raised his head, and a fierce data stream flashed across his eyes. There was no emotion in his eyes, and he became very mechanical. Conditions are met. Confirm the command. Unlock the manufacturing permissions of the United Mining. Unlock the manufacturing permissions of the Atano Refinery. Unlock the manufacturing permissions of the Stargate and the Jump Bridge. After a while, Ola finally recovered his original appearance, his emotions returned to his eyes, and he looked at the unlocked permissions in the data, and couldn't help but smile. Finally, I can do a big job. A dreamless night with a relaxed mind, Sherman slept for a full 12 hours before waking up. Ola. Yes, Commander, what do you want? Before the person arrived, the voice came first, and then a projection appeared behind Sherman. How are you preparing? Although the blueprint has been unlocked, it is impossible to start the construction all at once. After all, there are not so many materials. Currently, 20 Gyro-class ships and 1 Dolphin-class have been manufactured, and a mining fleet has been formed for transition. 20 mining barges plus an industrial command ship. This efficiency is good. Sherman nodded. First, according to this fleet organization, we will make every effort to build 5 fleets, all distributed in the surrounding galaxies, and then save the mines first. Yes. Aura nodded in response. Are there any problems with development now? Yes. Aura is waiting here. Now we have a refinery. But now whether it is manufacturing equipment and ammunition or building fuel, the demand for planetary products is very huge. It is recommended to give priority to the construction of the Planetary Command Center. Suggested approval. This planetary product is not simple. It is an indispensable material in the manufacturing system of New Eden. It is needed for everything from weapons and ammunition to Star City Titan. In the game, a new player can even earn a monthly card through planetary industry. Unlike in the game, each character in the game can have a maximum of 6 planetary industrial production lines after full skills. At most, one account can have 3 characters and 18 planetary production lines. In reality, if resource recovery is not considered, Aura can make as much as she wants. How is the fuel situation? Fuel is the basis for maintaining the operation of the space station. Without fuel, it would be a huge space junk. After detection, only 4 star systems in the Alpha Star field, namely E18, E21, N09, and W28, have ice mines. We are currently preparing to send ice mining teams to go there. Aura was also very worried about this. Not only were there few ice mines in the Alpha Star field, but they were also far away from the central star system, so transportation was a problem. Sherman also had a headache. The ice mines had actually become a strategic resource. After the refinery is built, give priority to these 4 star systems. After the operation needs are met, compress the ice ore and transport it back. The mining team is also building another team to collect ordinary minerals. The ice ore is huge and difficult to transport. The only way is to compress it into compressed ice ore. In addition to buildings such as refineries, only fin whales can compress ice ore. Now Asbel and Sodio are nowhere to be seen, let alone fin whales. The only way is to build a refinery in the ice or star system first, and then build a bridge to connect when there are enough resources in the future. At that time, whether it is transportation or defense, we can rest assured. That's all. Sherman lost interest in playing games. After washing up, he asked Aura to take him to various places in the space station. He has been traveling for so many days. When he woke up, he played games in his room and didn't come out much. It was a good time to get some fresh air. Riding on the hovercraft, under the leadership of Aura, he first came to the commercial street and residential area of the space station. Unfortunately, it was empty now. Commander, this is the commercial street in the space station, which has complete market interaction and supervision functions, and next door is the residential area. Looking at the brightly lit but empty street in front of him, Sherman sighed. If he had owned such a commercial street before the time travel, he would have woken up with a smile every day, but now. Let's go directly to the parking area. Let's put the rest aside for now. It's more important to see the spaceship first. He hasn't seen the spaceship with his own eyes yet. Coming to a long corridor, looking at the doors around, Sherman asked curiously, Ola, what are these for? Commander, this is the pilot's captain's room. Captain's room? Isn't that a gameplay that has been deleted long ago? Sherman was a little confused. This captain's room had been deleted before the second test, which made him, a newbie who didn't catch up, very regretful. He didn't expect to be able to see it after crossing. He called Aura and asked him to open the room. As soon as he entered, he saw a set of sofas, a coffee table, and a projection suspended in the air. Sherman sat on the sofa and tried it out. It was okay, quite soft. Commander, this is the pilot console. It can query assets, access the market, conduct planetary production, and access various mercenary tasks issued by space. Aura demonstrated the functions one by one in front of Sherman. Needless to say, this is much more fun than the current game. This is the captain's lounge. Sherman looked at the lounge that was directly connected to the console, and his face twitched. Good boy, it's really tight. Except for a single bed and a floor-length mirror, there is nothing else. After taking a look, he lost interest. Aura led him through the corridor to the captain's ship's berth, but unfortunately, there was no spaceship inside. This is the ship's control panel, which can be used to replace equipment and repair the ship. Aura pointed to the control panel next to the guardrail and said. Sherman leaned on the railing with both hands, looking at the huge berth, and asked Aura a question that puzzled him. Aura, how can such a berth hold so many ships and equipment of players? After this player has passed the novice period, the number of ships is not just a little bit. How can such a small captain's room accommodate them? The game is all data. Let's not talk about it. But what about in reality? Aura smiled and projected the captain's room drawing in front of Sherman. Commander, you can think of the entire space station as a blank space, similar to the storage space or storage grid setting in the game, and the captain's room is connected to the blank space of the space station. All the pilot's things are stored in the blank space of the space station, and they can be taken out quickly when needed. Aura looked at the confused Sherman and chose a more popular explanation. You can understand that everyone's things are placed in a large warehouse, and can only be retrieved by identity information. The capacity of this large warehouse is theoretically unlimited as long as the space station is still operating. Okay. I can barely understand a little bit. Commander, your captain's office has been built and renovated. Do you want to take a look? My own captain's office. Sherman's eyes lit up. He had to go and take a look. If he was not satisfied, he would ask Aura to change it for him. Change it until he was satisfied. Let him know what torture from Party A was. When he came to the exit, Sherman suddenly stopped, then ran to the floor-length mirror to tidy up his clothes, and then came to the door with a serious face. In the past games, when the door of the captain's room of the players was opened, it would prompt, the air in the space station is being purified, and it is not suitable for pilots to enter. The clone pilots were restricted to this small space. Speaking of which, this should be the first time that the clone pilot opened the door of the captain's room. Press the switch, and the door of the captain's room opened with a beep. The air in the space station was finally purified. Chapter 18. We came all the way to the highest point of the space station, which is the combat command room. Sherman looked at Aura with a look of, are you kidding me? Isn't this where he has lived these days? Commander, please look here. Aura opened a door in the combat command room, and saw a huge room inside. Seeing Sherman walk in impatiently, Aura also hurriedly explained, this is the captain's office specially modified and prepared by the commander, which is directly connected to the combat command room, so that you can conduct wartime command and rest in the future. It's better to say that this is a large lounge than a captain's office. In addition to the captain's control desk, there is also an entertainment room for drinking and playing games, and a fitness room for physical exercise. There is even a large swimming pool. The half-open design allows you to directly see the stars and meteors in the distance, which is very nice. In the captain's control room, that is, in the hall, exquisite new Eden ship models are placed on the wall. He picked up one and gently admired it. This decoration is very pleasing to him. Commander, these models are all one-to-one miniature warship models, including various warships in New Eden. Seeing Sherman like these models so much, Aura smiled happily in his heart. This is also a little trick of Aura. Since the models are so popular, the commander will definitely work hard to make money to unlock and play with real warships. Thinking that there will be bigger surprises for the commander later, Aura stopped Sherman, who was still looking at the models happily. Commander, please move to the berth. What? Did you come up with something new for me at the berth? The berth is too important to make any mistakes, so even Aura can't make many changes. But when he came to the door leading to the berth, Sherman's eyes passed through the long corridor and saw a huge warship quietly parked at the berth. Sherman trotted to the operating table at the berth, leaned his hands on the railing, and looked at the behemoth in front of him in a daze. This is... Aura proudly introduced. This is a ship belonging to the Unified Cooperation Department, and it is also the only battlefield cruiser in New Eden, the Monitor class. The Monitor class, a battlefield cruiser with a long axis of 434 meters, is a typical example of giving up attack in exchange for defense. It is not equipped with any offensive means, and its only auxiliary functions are auxiliary functions. But after sacrificing its offensive capabilities, it has gained extremely powerful defensive capabilities. Its excellent flexibility and excellent defensive capabilities make it deeply loved by various commanders on the battlefield. However, because this is the standard ship for commanders, it will usually be attacked by various electronic warfare attacks in addition to firepower when it enters the field, which is unbearable. However, it is undeniable that its powerful defense ability is really excellent. However, Aura, I remember that I didn't unlock this law enforcement class. Sherman recalled and said with certainty, and there is no ship system of the Unified Cooperation Department in the mall that can be unlocked. Aura adjusted the collar of the clothes of nothingness. With a proud look on his face, he said, Commander, I, Aura, am an intelligent life form of the Unified Cooperation Department. Of course, I am in charge of the ships of the Unified Cooperation Department. Sherman's eyes lit up. So, then can you unlock the Marshal class, Law Enforcer class, and Pacifier class ships? Sherman looked at Aura expectantly. If he had these ships, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to defend the Alpha Star region? In the game, the Unified Cooperation Department, as the law enforcement force that disciplines the players, currently only has the Marshal class Black Hidden Special Service ship, Law Enforcer class Reconnaissance ship, Pacifier class Stealth Special Service ship, and the Monitor class battlefield cruiser that we have seen so far. The entire Unified Cooperation Department's fleet can be said to be a Black Hidden fleet, and the Black Hidden fleet's characteristics are stealth and long-distance delivery. It can use the Black Hidden Special Service ship to deliver other ships of the fleet to several light years away, which is dangerous and deadly. If Aura builds this Unified Cooperation Department's fleet, then this Black Hidden fleet can monitor the production activities of the entire Alpha Star region. Commander. Aura's proud look became a little unnatural, and he said embarrassedly, although I control the Unified Cooperation Department's fleet, you also need to unlock it. You are already here. Why do you need money? This doesn't require money, it's different. Ola explained, this Unified Cooperation Department's ship system, you only need to explain any other complete faction ship system to unlock a ship. You don't need to spend money. So, as long as you unlock other faction ship systems step by step, you can get the ship of the Unified Cooperation Department for free. Not bad, as long as you can get it for free, it's acceptable. But? Why did you unlock the Monitor class first, instead of the Marshal class or the Law Enforcer class, which are more offensive warships? If any of these two are unlocked, then Sherman's defense fleet will be there. Then there will be no need to feel so insecure every day, not daring to step out of the space station. Commander, your safety is above all else. Aura placed his right hand on his chest, lowered his head slightly, and continued, your safety is the foundation of everything in New Eden, so your safety must be guaranteed first, and this monitor is the guarantee for your safe travel in the Starry Sea. Aura's meaning was very clear. Sherman's safety was the most important, so he unlocked the monitor first. And it must be said that with this Monitor-class ship here, he felt more secure. Aura, can you take me out to sail? Now that I have a proper spaceship, of course I want to go on a tour of the Starry Sea. Of course, it's my honor, Your Excellency the Commander. Aura waved his hand, and the data flowed through, and the suit on his body turned into a Marshal jacket of the Unified Cooperation Department, which was very handsome. Entering the ship through the tractor beam, I saw that there was actually not much available space in the cockpit of this more than 400-meter-long battleship. The cabin is only a few dozen square meters, but apart from the control panel and a bed, there is nothing else, which looks quite spacious. To be honest, this is different from what Sherman imagined. He thought it would be like in the sci-fi movies he had seen before, with entertainment lounges and gyms in the spacecraft, and the space is very large. Aura began to introduce. This Monitor-class battle cruiser has an independent lounge, while ensuring its original properties. Sherman could tell at a glance that this lounge was actually a small room separated from the original captain's control room. You can think of this room as the ship's safe room. Even if the ship's shield is broken, the armor is penetrated, and the structure is hit, this room will not be damaged before the ship collapses and disintegrates. Looking at the small room, but with everything you need, Sherman smiled. This damned sense of security is satisfied. Chapter 19. Under Aura's guidance, Sherman rode the Monitor class to travel around the galaxy and came back. In fact, it was just like that. I was tired of seeing this scenery every day in the space station. There was nothing to see. It's more fun to play games than to fly a spaceship. Just after logging into the game, I saw an email. I clicked it and saw Newcomer Graduation Ceremony Competition. Sender, Jean Gooden. Said time, April 7, 2019, 10 o'clock. Recipient, Casement College. The first batch of newcomers in the second test of this legion, a total of 21 people, will start the graduation competition at 2000 hours tonight. This competition is led by their respective novice instructors. The rules of this graduation ceremony competition are as follows. Team size, no more than 6 people. Ship restrictions. T1 type whiteboard cruiser, equipment. T1 and its derivative equipment, no use of power, death, and official equipment. Competition time, 2030 officially starts. Competition location, Shilpara. Competition preparation, 2 competition ships. Competition method, 4 teams join the prepared mutual declaration of war legions, and start fighting in the Shilpara galaxy at 2030. This time, it is not forbidden to jump to the deep space point. Violators will be treated as abstentions. The team with the most KM will win if 2 teams lose all their ships or it ends at 2130. Competition rewards. First place, 5 large skill injectors. Second place, 4 large skill injectors. Third place, 3 large skill injectors. Fourth place, 2 large skill injectors. I hope all the instructors and newcomers will participate on time. There will be many rewards. Looking at the competition email, Sherman slapped his head. I almost forgot about this. Last time, Xianzhao and others asked him to tell Loud in advance and be prepared, but he was so busy that he forgot. The first place in this competition is 5 large skill injectors. According to the current market price of 3 billion per guitar, that is a full 15 billion. Must go. It turns out that Xianzhao and others won the first place with the 4 of them in this second test. Not to mention that he has now transformed from a humble newbie to a veteran. For this graduation competition, you can't jump into deep space, so you can only rely on the shipborne directional scanning to locate the opponent. The 5-degree scanning and the directional scanning is the most accurate positioning technology. He has been hanging out with Dirk and Alice for many years. As a pre-capture, he is practiced to perfection. Not to mention that there is another vested veteran pretending to be a newbie. As expected, when Xianzhao and others saw him online, they immediately chatted with him privately. Xianzhao and others, hurry up and hold a team meeting in the YY subchannel. We are waiting for you alone. Sherman, okay, right away. As soon as I entered the channel, I heard a few people discussing what configuration of ship to change to. Dirk Alice, since we are using a blank cruiser, I think the Caracal is very good and has strong applicability. Xiang Xiangji, I think the small tortoise is better. Put a neutron to run and a real man structure to resist. It is better than any fancy ones. Delk Alice, Xiaotuo is too easy to be kite. Xiaotuo, full name, Torex class, Galenti's blank cruiser, has Galenti's powerful hybrid gun damage bonus, and its firepower is very impressive. And coupled with Galenti's inherited structural resistance, close combat is very terrifying. Because there is an equipment called damage control, which can provide 60% structural resistance and a small amount of shield resistance, and Galenti ships have a structural volume bonus. Therefore, Galenti ships often fight to the death, and they have the reputation of Galenti, structural resistance. Because of this kind of fighting style of structural resistance, they are also jokingly called by players, real men, structural resistance. In the game, there are often structural resistance of Torex and Britics, who exchange small teams for high-value ships. However, this is also relative. When the enemy is a long-range ship, Torex's combat effectiveness will drop a lot, and even become a target, and be destroyed by the kite tactics. Xiang Xiangji also refuted Dirk Alice's choice. That Leopard is similar, with poor firepower, and if the opponent is a close combat firepower ship, it will be slaughtered in the first place, isn't it? Dirk Alice and Xiang Xiangji argued for a long time, and neither could convince the other. In the end, Xianzhao and others made the decision. Prepare to board both ships, and change ships depending on the situation, and make preparations for both situations. Seeing the instructor make a decision, I won't say anything about the two old hands. After all, he is the one who led the team in the end. Manzi, Dong Xian, do you two have anything else to say? Looking at the two guys who were just hanging out at the discussion meeting, Xianzhao and others also wanted to ask them for their suggestions. After all, this competition is about 5 people. I have no opinion at all, just make your decision. Dong Xian, a real newbie, responded quickly after hearing this. He just started playing this game and doesn't understand it yet, so what suggestions can he make? What about you, Manzi? I have no opinion on which ship to use. The same is true for Sherman. After all, this instructor is a master of team battles, and he, a PvP rookie, will definitely listen to them. Besides, according to the original history, this time we won, and it was easy. But can this drone bring an ECM drone? Just press the opponent's Command E. In order to participate, Sherman also came up with a trick. This ECM drone can destroy the target's locking system with a certain probability, so that the target cannot lock other targets, which is very disgusting. Think about it. Originally you were a little weak in firepower, and you were going to lose, but this ECM drone made the opponent unlock, giving you a few seconds for nothing, and it was these few seconds that allowed you to win. After hearing this, several people were silent for a while, and then they said that this idea was very good, and they agreed deeply and praised Sherman. Dong Xian, who didn't know what an ECM drone was, also agreed, and then prepared to see what the drone was used for. In the next 10 minutes, several people discussed the configuration issue for a while. Finally, the configuration was finalized 1 hour before the game preparation time. The first batch used the all-purpose shield expansion heavy attack guide Serpentine to test the opponent, and then used the structure anti-small support as a backup ship. Of course, with everyone's unanimous decision, all ships carry ECM drones. Because the opening time was not far away, several people rushed directly to the Guitar C4 space station after the meeting. Xianzhao and others bought the ship and equipment directly from the market, assembled them uniformly, and then handed them over to several people. At the reminder of Xianzhao and others, several people checked whether the equipment and drones could be used, and then drove the ship to the destination not far from the Guitar Galaxy, Shilpara. Chapter 20. Because it is the second test, there are only 21 newcomers in this batch, divided into 4 teams, and led by 4 new instructors or veterans, namely, Xianzhao and others, Zixia Washi, Yikangwen, and the only girl in the Legion, Error Code 118. Except for Xianzhao and others, and Error Code 118, who are new instructors, the other 2 are veterans of the main group, who came to join in the fun, but they are also the team commanders who often lead the team out. Generally speaking, the strength of the 4 team commanders is still very good, and they are all on par with each other. At 2000 hours, all participants had gathered in the friendly empty fortress in Shilpara to check their weapons, equipment, and ammunition again to avoid any problems after going on the field. While waiting for the game to start, a group of people started talking trash in the YY channel, which roughly meant that although you and I are brothers, I will definitely be the first to kill you this time. Sherman stayed in the channel silently, but he was chatting enthusiastically with Dirk Ellis in the game. Barbarian, do we still need to compete with these real rookies for prizes now that we are so rich? Dirk Ellis, who has more than 200 billion in his hands, is now very arrogant. He is now thinking about whether he should consider buying a Titan to play with after joining the 00 main group. As a rich man last night, and a poor man today, Sherman's eyes are wet with tears. He doesn't want to lose face in front of his friends. I say, this champion prize is 5 large skill injectors. Do you want to go on the Titan voyage without skills in the future? It's only 15 billion. If you have time to participate in the competition, you might as well go dig holes and look for buildings. Dirk Ellis said it didn't matter, he had more than 200 billion in his hand now. It's only 15 billion, a drop in the bucket. Do you think it's easy to find buildings? Sherman rolled his eyes. This time he succeeded in stealing the chicken, but it was because he took the initiative. Others haven't reacted yet, and now many people from the Big Army and Big Alliance have also reacted. If he goes to dig the hole now, he will definitely be eaten by others. If you want to remove the hole, you probably have to wait a few months. By then, you can not only remove the hole, but also remove the sovereignty of PIBC. Dirk Ellis also knew the problem, so he changed the subject. Then Barbarian, do you think we won't fail in this competition? Since it's a competition, there is definitely no sure win. Winning and losing are common. How can you say it's a failure? Although he knew he would win, Sherman still asked back without any leaks. Don't pretend with me. Dirk Ellis said with disdain. There are 3 veteran players in our team, including the instructor. If we can't beat the newcomers on the opposite side, how can we still save face? I'm a newcomer, a pure newbie, the kind who begs for money with a guitar. Sherman denied it directly. He was just kidding. If he admitted that he was a veteran player, it would be difficult to make plans in the future. TSK. Dirk Ellis looked disdainful. How could anyone who could pull him to demolish the hole be a veteran player? A newbie who just entered the game and knew how to drill wormholes to sweep buildings. Playing? If you don't get the first place in this competition, I want to see if you are embarrassed. After saying that, Dirk Ellis stopped talking and began to prepare insurance for the ship. Although he had a huge amount of money, thrift is the kingly way, and every bit of money is a bit. And Sherman certainly knew that he would not lose this competition, and it would be difficult to overturn, because there were more than 3 veteran players in this team. In the preparation stage, each team began to join the various war declaration legions that were prepared. Because the competition venue is in Gowan, and in Gowan, only the war-declaring army can legally attack others. If you just rush in and start fighting without caring about anything, you will be wiped out by the Tongzi army before you kill anyone. 5 minutes before the start of the game, Zhang Guden, the chief referee, began to speak. Everyone, the first newcomer graduation competition of the second test will start in 5 minutes. Please pull your team members into the sub-channel and emphasize the rules of the game again. No deep space jumps are allowed. I will randomly join your team for spot checks. Everyone responded. At the last minute, each team started to jump to a position and wait patiently. Xianza and others led the team to jump to a satellite and began to scan the positions of other teams in a directional manner, then frowned a little. It's a bit difficult, a small support team, a storm team, and a badger team like us. Why don't we deal with the small support team first and kite them? Sherman suggested. After all, it would be difficult to fight the other 2 teams if they bumped into each other. Needless to say, the badger team, they all have the same ship, and the winning rate is 50-50. It's too painful to fight directly. The storm team is even more difficult to deal with. They are both stinky and tough. The key is that the projectile cannon of this ship can be used at both long and short distances. Even if you force it, you can't change a few ships. It will definitely be a big loss. I think it's okay. As long as Xiao Tuo doesn't get close to us, it's possible to eat them all without damage. Dirk Ellis also agreed. After all, if we have to fight, only Xiao Tuo's team has a chance. Before Xianza and others spoke, Xiang Xiangji, who was also positioning at 5 degrees, spoke first. I think we should avoid the battle in the early stage of the battle, let them fight first, and then enter the battlefield to intervene. We will definitely get the advantage. I thought so too. Xianza and the others agreed directly. He thought so too. After all, this was a melee between 4 teams. When the others got tangled up, their badger could play its range advantage. After all, he equipped the badger with a heavy missile launcher with a longer range for this tactic. Otherwise, if he really wanted to fight hard, he would have gotten a heavy attack missile launcher with stronger firepower. Sherman stopped talking. After all, this was indeed better than his suggestion. He glanced at Xiang Xiangji and couldn't help but admire in his heart. As expected of the commander of the Northern Alliance, he realized the tactics when he saw the equipment. Yes, this Xiang Xiangji is also an old player, a real big account, for people's intention. He is also a management member of the Old Alliance, the Northern Alliance, and is also the commander of the 36-degree Brothers Corps, one of the main groups of the Northern Alliance, with rich experience in team battles. Because of the second test, he simply registered a small account to go undercover in the PIBC Alliance to see the situation of each corps and make plans for the official launch. And his vest is quite good, and he even served as a team commander in VVV in the later period, often taking people to block the door of Tama and act as a Stargate pervert. Sherman only knew about it after receiving his invitation to go to the Northern Alliance after the second test. Having been undercover in the enemy alliance for 2 years in the game, it can be said that it is so terrifying. So Sherman is not worried about this game at all. There are 4 veteran players, 2 of whom are commanders with a keen sense of battlefield. How can other teams win? At 20:30, with the order of referee Zhang Guden, the game officially began. Chapter 21. The game just started, and Xixia and Huasher's team rushed directly toward Sherman and his team, intending to launch a surprise attack. Unfortunately, before the battle started, Sherman and his team had already prepared their direction. As soon as they saw them jump over, they also started the jump engine and left the original place. Xixia and Huasher and their team did not give up after landing, and followed the direction of Sherman and his team's jump. Then, as soon as they saw them, they ran away. Damn, Xianza and his team are going to fight or not. Xixia and Huasher were a little annoyed. They were running around like dogs teasing them. Boss, are you still chasing them? A newcomer asked innocently. What are you chasing? No, let's go find the other two teams. This little Tua jumps slower than the badger, and his jump speed is not fast enough. As long as these guys want to run, they will never be able to catch up. It's better to find other people first. Then, Xixia and Huasher took a look and directed the still silent storm team out. Good fellow, so arrogant. It turned out that the storm team led by Iranimo Ren had been staying at the star without moving, showing full confidence. Nothing to say, Xixiading Huasher led the Xiaotua team and rushed up, ready for a real manly battle. However, Iranimo Ren's storm team had already opened up their formation, and after they saw the Xiaotua team coming, they slightly opened up some distance to avoid being too close. Little guy, let's see if you can die. As soon as Xixiading Huasher's Xiaotua team landed, Iranimo Ren directly interrupted Xixiading Huasher's ship's warp, so that this guy would not run away with the team. As long as he was defeated, the other newcomers would be easy to deal with. The default distance was still controlled at 15 kilometers to 20 kilometers, so that the close-range firepower of Xiaotua's team could not play an advantage, but Xiaotua could not hit them, giving Xiaotua's team an illusion that they could catch up with them with effort, and then firmly grasping the rhythm of the battle in their own hands. However, although the tactics are good, the reality is very skinny. If he had a bunch of PvP veterans, this tactic would definitely succeed, but unfortunately this is a group of newcomers. I saw a newcomer and his team firing while rushing towards Xiaotua's team, which immediately made Xixia and other Huasher overjoyed, and without hesitation, they put scramblers and nets on this newcomer. Under the terrifying firepower of the 5 small ships, the newcomer was reduced to wreckage in less than 10 seconds. But his ship was also half-built, and could not hold on for much longer. He also knew that if his ship exploded, the remaining rookies would definitely not be able to escape, and would be slowly eaten by this guy. There was no point in running. Then, he pulled a position in the opposite direction, intending to get out of the interference distance, and then lead the team to escape. But EEC Meng would never do as he wished, and immediately turned around to continue to interfere. Seeing that the still silent storm team also followed, Xixia and Huasher asked everyone to overload the afterburner, and some turned around and rushed over before the storm team, pulling the distance in the opposite direction, making oneself the pursued party, and then turning around and rushing back after being hooked by the opponent. Even if the opponent is not fooled, you can still leave safely, which is a very classic tactic in the game. Because the inertia of the ship is too large, it is still silent at this time. Even if you know the opponent's intention, it is too late, and the Xiaotua team is directly caught in the scrambling net. The good rhythm of the battle was interrupted, and the two teams fell into a melee, but overall, the close-range Xiaotua team had the advantage. After all, Xiaotua's close-range artillery damage was too fierce. Yijing Simo had no choice now. Looking at his Baofeng, who was only half-armored, he had to make up his mind and ordered, everyone overload weapons, kill Xixiading Huashi first. On the other side, Xixiading Huashi also ordered his teammates to kill Yijing Simo first. The two blew up the ship one after the other, leaving only a few newcomers in the melee. The two rushed back to the space station without any nonsense to prepare to change the spare ship. Returning to the battlefield earlier would give them an advantage. Just after they left, a team of badgers leapt in from deep space. Focus on XXX's Xiaotua, hurry up. Xianza and others shouted excitedly in the YY channel. Both instructors were killed suddenly. This is a godsend. First, attack Xiaotua. This guy has too much firepower, and is easy to steal heads. He must be cleared first. Sherman, Dirk Ellis, you two go and counter the remaining 2 people of the storm team. Don't let them run away. Okay. Sherman and his comrades closed the distance, and each of them put a disruptor on a storm. But the firepower was still focused on Xiaotua. Under the concentrated fire of 5 badgers and 2 storms, the 4 Xiaotua were destroyed one by one, but Sherman's team only got 3 km, and the other one was taken by the storm team. Then, the friendly forces who had just beaten Xiaotua together suddenly attacked each other. Unfortunately, the 2 storms were already hit by the structure, and after resisting in vain, they were easily taken by Sherman and others. Just after the battle, another team of Badgers jumped in from deep space. This was the Badger team led by Error Code 118. They entered the field to harvest after the same idea as Shinza and others, but unfortunately they were a step late. But not completely late. As soon as Error Code 118 entered the field, he countered the two Sherman who were out of touch due to the rebound storm, and Dirk Ellis's Badger also lost most of its shield in the previous battle, and now it has become the target of concentrated fire. Old German, you go left and I go right, keep your distance. Now both of them are interrupted. If they get together they will die together. The best way is for both of them to keep their distance in opposite directions at the same time, so that the enemy will only hit one person because of the efficiency of concentrated fire, and if the distance between the two sides is far, there is a high probability that one person can survive. This is called teammate resistance. This is a more artistic technique than structural resistance. Haven't you seen a bunch of people in 00 named there are officials in the next galaxy who are killing monsters, who are furious? As expected, after seeing the two people pulling away in the opposite direction, Error Code 118 immediately made a decision, letting one person continue to chase the stone barbarian to disrupt it, while the others chased after Dirk Ellis and beat him up. The two overloaded the micro-jump thrusters and fled desperately, but unfortunately Dirk was killed before he ran 20 kilometers. After seeing the distance between him and the enemy's main force, the stone barbarian turned to the direction of Shinza and others, and kept shouting in the channel, "Quickly focus on the guy chasing me." Shinza and the others reacted quickly. When they saw the guy chasing Sherman enter the range, they immediately concentrated their fire on him. The guy chasing Sherman saw his shield rapidly decreasing and hurriedly tried to turn the ship back, but it was too late. He saw a disruption also hanging on him. "Old duh, rest in peace, brothers have avenged you." Sherman watched the guy chasing him break his shield and armor quickly under several rounds of overloaded concentrated fire, and said compassionately in a frequency. Dirk Ellis, who was jumping back to the space station to change ships, turned black. "Get lost. 118, I'm going to explode." Error Code 118 had just finished the battle, and immediately saw that his newcomer more than 80 kilometers away was also beaten to death. The battle loss reached 1:1, and it was a tie for the time being. But Error Code 118's team was the only team with 6 people, so it still had the advantage of numbers. "Turn on the fader, click to approach me and move." Error Code 118 gave an order and led her people to prepare for the battle with Shinza and others. She was betting that Shinza and others had just finished the battle, and their ships were damaged and in poor condition. This wave of battle, the advantage is hers. Except for Sherman who lost half of his shield, the other ships are in good condition, and all the idlers and others decided to take on another wave of battle. No reason, because now they have 6 kilometers in their hands. Even if the battle loss is 1:1, it doesn't matter, it's all profit. It can be said that the championship is in sight. Chapter 22. The two Badger teams approached each other, looking for the best attack distance. At this time, the Zixidengwashi team, which was killed first, had all its members replaced by Shiotua and returned to the battlefield. And the Error Code 118 team was closing the distance with the Sherman team, and now it was just at the landing point of the Shiotua team, and it collided with the Zixidengwashi Shiotua team head-on. "Not good, Guan waits you, let's go." Error Code 118 looked at the Shiotua team next to him, secretly saying that it was not good, and immediately asked Guan Waitsu to prepare to run away. But how could Zixidengwashi miss this opportunity? They immediately scrambled Error Code 118 and opened fire. The commander was left behind, so the members of Error Code 118 had to stay where they were and prepare to fight to the death. Their team of Badger was equipped with heavy attack missiles, with fast firing speed and strong firepower. Release the drone, overload the two-wheeled weapons, and focus fire on Zixidengwashi. Error Code 118 gave the order very calmly. She knew that she couldn't run away after being entangled by Xiaotua, not to mention that there was a team of Badger next to her, who was eyeing her covetously. The two sides exchanged several warships in less than 20 seconds, and the Sherman team, who was using heavy missiles to steal, didn't get a single KM. It must be said that grabbing KM with heavy missiles really depends on luck. What should I do? I can't get a KM. Xiang Xiangji was very depressed. He hasn't got a single KM yet. Xianza and the others were also worried. This competition depended on the number of kilometer. If this continued, their leading position would be unstable. Come closer, everyone overload your weapons and follow my command. Xianza and the others led the team to close the distance and lock the remaining ships on the opposite side. Seeing a badger about to break the shield, they immediately marked it. Focus on him. Quickly. Unfortunately, the KM was still not grabbed. Xianzhou and the others were not in a hurry, but continued to look for targets. At this time, he targeted a small ship with only 30% of its structure left, and everyone concentrated their fire again. Fortunately, the KM was taken by Xianzhou and others. Relying on this concentrated fire tactic, several people managed to grab 2 kilometers, leaving only the last small ship of Xixiaoding Huashi. Just when Sherman and others thought they could get their KM, the Still Silent Storm team also came, and took Xixiaoding Huashi's KM with a round of concentrated fire. Xianzhou and others were also held down by the Storm team. Oh my god, Storm with scramble frequency plus double network? Looking at the status of their ship's table, Xianzhou and others were shocked. What kind of fairy configuration is this? But he also reacted quickly. Quickly pull it out, don't worry about me. He didn't want to make the same mistake as the enemy commander was left behind in the previous waves, which took everyone with him. But unfortunately, it was too late. Before Sherman and the others were pulled out, they were already left behind by the Scrambler plus double network, a one-on-one treatment. Seeing that only Dong Xian, who was originally pulled behind, was pulled out, and everyone else was left behind, Xianzhou and the others had to order overload weapons, intending to change a few ships before they died. After they focused their fire on the Still Silent Storm, they saw that the structure started to slow down when it was hit, and then they realized that these guys were actually structurally resistant to the storm. Without any surprise, everyone except Dong Xian died in the battle, and returned to the space station to change ships. At this time, Error Code 118 led the brand new structural resistance Xiaotua to jump over, still silently watching the aggressive Xiaotua team, and immediately gave up chasing Dong Xian's fierce badgers, and prepared to engage in battle. He was sure to kill the Xiaotua team. The two structural resistance fleets fought together like Mars hitting the Earth. Error Code 118 wanted to fight in close combat, but the scramble frequency plus double net of the storm limited the speed of the ship, and it was stuck in place and could not move. Instructor, I'm scrambled, I can't open the micro bend, and there's a net. Instructor, mine is too. Me too. Hearing that the team members also suffered this one-on-one VIP treatment, Error Code 118's heart skipped a beat, and after seeing that she had an extra energy neutralizer, she knew that her team was going to be completely defeated. The speed of the ship was restricted by the scramble and the net, and Xiaotua couldn't pull close, so he couldn't use his superior firepower. And this energy neutralizer completely destroyed Xiaotua's firepower, because Xiaotua's hybrid gun needs a capacitor to start firing, and if the ship is out of power, it will be a chicken to be slaughtered. As expected, after only losing one storm, the Silent Squad ate up all the Error Code 118 squad. So far, the Silent Squad has a full 11 kilometers in its hands, a comeback. Just waiting. Now the Stone Man squad only has 8 kilometers, which makes Stone Man wonder if it is because his time has begun to deviate. Xianzhou and others know that the score is behind now, and the only way now is to eat up all the remaining 4 storms of Silent, and they cannot suffer any losses, otherwise all their efforts will be wasted. But his team was also Xiaotua's, and they had no chance of winning against this magic-modified storm. After all, there was already the precedent of the Xiaotua team with Error Code 118. Xianzhou and the others began to think quickly, thinking about whether they could find a glimmer of hope. But no matter how they thought about it, they were not completely sure, but this was the best plan, so they had to fight. Then he said to everyone in the channel, "Everyone must listen to my command in a while, do whatever I tell you to do, it's a matter of success or failure, even if I lose, I hope I will take the blame instead of you, understand? The meaning is very clear. As long as you follow the command, even if you lose, it is his and others' decision-making mistakes that will be blamed, not the failure caused by someone's disobedience." I know. Everyone answered. Dong Xian, how far are you from the storm team now? 95 kilometers to 96 kilometers. Are there any satellites or star belts behind you and the storm team? Dong Xian, the newcomer, didn't know what to do, and whispered after a long time, "I don't know how to do it." Xianzhou and the others did not show any impatience, but said patiently, "You know the 3 points in a straight line, right?" "Yes." Dong Xian nodded. "That's easy." Xianzhou and the others smiled and said, "You and the storm team are in a line. You are connecting the things behind the storm into a line. What do you think it is?" Dong Xian looked at the battle map, looked at it, and shouted, "Found it! It's the customs of Silpra 2 Satellite 1. Well done, you keep a distance of 100 kilometers from them. Remember to form a straight line." "Yes." Then Xianzhou and others led the team to jump off the customs of Silpera to Satellite 1, and then jump to Dong Xian's 100 kilometers, just in the team of the Storm team. Everyone catch one, don't let them run away, and then focus on the Still Silent Storm. Because the Still Silent Storm still only had 20% of its structure in the previous wave of battle, it was quickly destroyed, but he was not panicked. Just focus on Xianzhou and others with overloaded weapons, and take down another KM, and we will win. Okay. Looking at his teammates focusing their fire on Xianzhou and other Xiaotua, Yishengmo laughed. They only needed one more KM to win. The firepower of the three storms would definitely replace Xianzhou and other Xiaotua before they died. But? Instructor, I can't lock on. Me too. Yishengmo's pupils shrank. He saw 25 Venus EC-600s flying in the battlefield, and Xianzhou and others were about to leave the battlefield after unlocking. He couldn't help but shout, "We must keep this guy." But I can't lock it. He could only watch Xianzhou and others, who only had 9% of their structure left, jump away, while the remaining few small ships, under the command of Zhang Xiangji who took over the command, destroyed a storm. Then quickly turned to Flint Man's small ship, overload the weapon, and kill him. No, my weapon is overloaded. After hearing what his teammates said, he still lay on the chair in silence and powerlessness, staring at the screen with lifeless eyes. It's over. Chapter 23. On the other side, they were actually quite panicked 2 minutes ago. Everyone, hang up the ECM drone, otherwise I can't run away, I'm going to die. Xianzhou and others shouted loudly in YY, watching their ship structure slowly decline, and they were very nervous. Everyone also knew that if Xianzhou and others died, there would be no need to continue the game, so everyone frantically dragged the enemy ship in front of them, and the scrambler and net were also put on Baofeng. Xianzhou and others pulled the direction towards the satellite, ready to escape after the other party unlocked it. Sherman and others watched the structure of Xianzhou and others fall down little by little, and everything depended on the ECM drone with a touching success rate. As long as the ECM drone can succeed, it can revitalize the battle situation and turn defeat into victory. Everyone's heart fell with the small structure of Xianzhou and others. Seeing the fewer and fewer structures, everyone's heart gradually sank. Instructor, why can't this drone be overloaded? Dong Xian, who was very anxious on the side, said angrily, which made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere relaxed. Wang data can't be overloaded, otherwise this drone will be invincible. Xianzhou and others are very humorous. What is Wang data? Dong Xian is a little confused. They don't seem to be equipped with this thing? Well, I tell you after the game. There was laughter in the channel, and they still let go of winning or losing. Just at this time, the scrambler and network on Xianzhou and others suddenly disconnected, and he immediately reacted and controlled the ship to jump away from the battlefield. Brothers, we still have a chance, I will evacuate temporarily, and you listen to Zhang Xiangji's command now. Because they were out of the battlefield, and not suitable to re-enter the battlefield, Xianzhou and others handed over the command to Zhang Xiangji. Seeing Xianzhou and others leaving with 9% of the structure, everyone was overjoyed, and they had a chance to survive. Everyone, overload your three-wheeled weapons, kill the nearest guy, and then hang all the ECM drones on the other two guys. Zhang Xiangji responded immediately after taking over the command. Now the situation has reversed, and the initiative on the battlefield is in their hands. But soon these storms began to turn their firepower to Sherman, who had the least HP structure. Sherman roughly estimated the damage to the opponent, and thought he could still resist for a while. Then he kept overloading his weapons, and fired at the target. After the target was destroyed, only 20% of his structure remained. After taking a look at the structure of his ship, Sherman was ready to leave the battlefield. Brothers, I don't have much structure left, I'm ready to evacuate. Xiang Xiangji had also been paying attention to the status of Sherman's ship, so when Sherman was about to evacuate, he immediately issued an order. Everyone, hang the ECM drone on the guy who has been entangled with Sherman, and then give him a net, so that Sherman can escape. I saw 20 ECM drones facing the guy who had been chasing Sherman, and then 3 nets were hung on him, and Sherman overloaded the afterburner to pull out. Although the ECM drones did not work this time, Sherman quickly escaped from the guy's scrambling range with his speed advantage, and quickly jumped away from the guy net, and left the battlefield. Brothers, the rest is up to you. Wait for the first prize. Xiang Xiangji replied and began to command. Everyone, attach the ECM drone to the farthest guy, and tie up the Dirk guy, don't let him run away. Okay. Dirk immediately gave up the storm, which was less than 30% of its structure, and went straight to the farthest storm, calling up the scrambler and the net. Dong Xian, overload a few rounds of weapons, Let's kill the storm first. Okay. Under the firepower of the two, the storm was quickly destroyed, but Dirk Ellis was about to have problems. Damn it, come and counterattack, I'm running out of power. The last remaining storm, under the command of the still silent one, directly overloaded the net and energy neutralizer, intending to distance itself from Dirk Ellis and then leave the battlefield. Dirk Ellis's small tortoise was also running out of power. Once the scrambler ran out of power and disconnected, this guy would really run away. Dirk Ellis, you shut down the turret first to save some power, but the scrambler and net must not be disconnected. Okay. Dong Xian, your badger is a micro-bend, fast, you can directly overload the thruster to counterattack. Okay. Xiong Xiongji commanded calmly, and he jumped to a satellite, preparing to make a return jump to directly reach Dirk Ellis, because the distance of 50 kilometers is really difficult to climb. Hurry up and get the direction, overload the 2 rounds of energy neutralizer, his small tortoise will soon run out of power. On the other side, Silent was still commanding nervously. He knew that now, he could only get this storm out and drag it until the end of the game time to get a tie, otherwise he could only be second. Damn it! As the last bit of power was drained, the scrambler suddenly shut down, and Dirk Ellis couldn't help but curse. Go! 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 Still silent and overjoyed, he quickly commanded the team to leave. Because the direction had been prepared long ago, the storm ran away in a flash, and Dong Xian's badger arrived late. The storm has left, Dirk Ellis said as he started to jump 5 degrees. Now his ship had no power and couldn't jump far, but looking at the satellites and star belts in the direction of the storm's departure, he couldn't help but curse. There are too many reference objects, and I don't know where he ran. Dong Xian, just jump to one and see if you can catch it. Xiong Xiongji, who had just landed, had no other choice but to jump to one randomly to try his luck. Sherman, who had been silent since leading the battlefield, fearing that he would affect Xiong Xiongji's command, was now a little confused. Is history really starting to deviate? He didn't remember this happening before. At that time, it was Xianzhou and others who led the 4 of them to kill all 4 sides and win the game by a large score. It turns out that this still silent team is not that powerful. Just as Sherman was thinking, he saw a tattered storm slowly leaping to his side in the deep sky, and both of them widened their eyes. Sherman, hi, what a coincidence. Storm, hi, what a coincidence. There was nothing much to say. Sherman directly used a set of scramble frequency plus double nets to cover it. Brothers, this guy jumped to me, and I caught him. Come to support him quickly. Everyone felt that there was a ray of light in the dark, and they were overjoyed and started to leap directly to Sherman. As the members of the team arrived one by one, the storm didn't even want to struggle, and directly shut down its weapons and stopped in place to wait for death, until it turned into a touch of fireworks in the space, blooming brilliantly. Woohoo! As the storm was destroyed, a cheer suddenly broke out in the team channel. Chapter 24. The newcomer graduation competition is over, and Zheng Guden quickly distributes the rewards to each participant. But since it is a newcomer graduation, it is time to make a major choice. Should I go to 0-0, or continue to stay in Gowen's novice group? Generally speaking, most of those who continue to stay in Gowen's novice group are newcomers, whose skills are not up to standard and need time to master their skills. After all, odds anomalies and expeditions are not as easy to fight as Gowen's. With Sherman's current skills, it is no problem to go to 0-0, but he still has something to do, that is, Maud's group. He still remembered that he had to go to low security to brush the star belt and unlock the Mort's core. After all, the more than 100 billion he had left was for this. So Sherman chose to join the main group Void Glow Fleet first, but did not go to the base immediately. Instead, he planned to go to low security to brush the star belt for a few days, under the identity of PIBC. And because Dirk Ellis contacted a player who was interested in transferring the Orlobus-class Titan, he could not wait to go to the base to use the Titan to brush monsters, and threw away the theory that he and Sherman said that Titans were useless for brushing monsters. Sherman also began to choose the ship to use for starfaring. Because low security is not as safe as high security, pirates and passing players are often encountered, personal safety is very important, so a sufficiently safe ship is needed. The firepower of the Maud's patrol is very high, and there are also disruptions and nets to restrict you. Once you encounter it, it will be a life and death battle, and in low security, you need a quick shortcut to fight. In summary, Sherman needs a ship that is safe, has strong protection capabilities, and has strong firepower, so the T3 strategic cruiser, which is known as a panacea for PvP, appeared in his field of vision. The T-3 strategic cruiser can adapt to various battlefield environments by replacing subsystems. It can become a firepower ship, command bonus ship, logistics ship, electronic jamming ship, etc. at any time. In addition, its feature of no loss when replacing ship plugs makes it a panacea in both PvP and PvE. The four empires each have a T-3 strategic cruiser, and Sherman first excluded the Saint Soldier and Poseidon. There is no reason, just because he has never come into contact with these two ships before and does not know them. His eyes were still on the Caldari United States Jinping class and the Minmater Republic's Loki class. After all, he had come into contact with these two T-3 ships and had some understanding of them. After thinking about it, Sherman decided to use the Jinping class because the basic dynamic heat resistance of this ship was higher, and the Mortar Legion was dynamic heat damage, so it was more advantageous to use this. Then Sherman put all the subsystem skills of the Jinping class on the skill list, and after making sure there were no omissions, he swallowed 5 brains into his stomach, and his life was in his own hands. The skills were only in a moment, and he directly selected all the Jinping skills. The weapon uses heavy attack missiles, for no reason, just because it has a fast firing rate and high damage. The low slots are all equipped with missile control that increases damage. The middle slot needs to be equipped with better equipment, because the firepower of this mortar core is not a joke, so Sherman simulated the assembly and finally determined the assembly plan. High slot, 1x Covert Action Cloaking Device 2, 1x Sisterhood Core Probe Launcher, 6x Heavy Attack Missile Launcher 2, mid slot, 1x Pitta Medium Shield Recharge Booster Type A, 1x Karam 50MN Micro Warp Thruster Type A, 1x Republic Fleet Large Capacitor Battery, 2x Pitta Multi-Spectrum Shield Enhancer Type C, 1x Dreg Euristas Shield Recharge Booster. Low slot, 3x Ballistic Control System 2. Modification slot, 1x Medium Hydraulic Cabin Thruster 1. 1x Medium Hydraulic Cabin Thruster 2. 1x Medium Auxiliary Power Router 1. Subsystem, 1x Jinping Defense Stealth Optimizer, 1x Jinping Attack Accelerated Ejection Pod, 1x Jinping Propulsion Cabin Optimizer, 1x Jinping Core Enhanced Graviton Reactor. Experience gained from the bloody lesson. You must equip equipment that can be permanently moved when killing monsters, otherwise you will not be able to cry when special events occur. After thinking about it, Sherman bought another set of +5 attribute skill learning and strengthening brain plugs and 0.5 type missile brain plugs to learn skills and strengthen missiles. This +5 learning brain plug is very important, especially for newcomers, which can reduce a lot of skill learning time. Because the place he was going to was far away from the guitar, and it was also a monster of the Blood Raiders pirates, Sherman brought not only kinetic heavy attack missiles against the mortar core, but also more electric damage ammunition against the Blood Raiders pirates. The ship's slot was replaced with a medium-sized hyperspace speed regulator that increased the jump speed, and the low slot was replaced with an inertial stabilizer that increased the jump time of the ship. The jump time of the ship was reduced to 2.9 seconds, and the maximum jump speed reached $6.95 per second. In addition, the equipment's Covert Action Device 2, basically, as long as your luck is not too bad, you will not be caught in low security. After everything was ready, Sherman ran all the way in low security for more than 20 jumps, and headed for the Emma Empire. When passing by Tama, looking at the dozen big men next to the Stargate, even if they were friendly forces, he was terrified and jumped in stealth, as if he had encountered an enemy, and did not dare to stop for a moment. No reason, just because of the shadow in his heart. When he first played this game, the first expedition was in the Tama Galaxy, and Sherman happily drove the poisonous lizard in to prepare for the battle, and then turned into a space capsule. That's not all, these beasts actually used civilian vehicles to attack his space capsule, while using logistics to repair him. At that time, he didn't know about the self-destruct function, and he was teased like this for a whole afternoon. No matter how he said these guys were indifferent, he was finally forced to log off the line to get rid of it. This incident also made him not play the game for 3 days. The psychological shadow is one aspect, but more importantly, his reputation. After all, honesty and trustworthiness are 3 verses. After passing through several low security and 20 high security, Sherman finally arrived at his destination, the Iridium Star Field. This star field is vast and sparsely populated. Although there are pirates, because it is close to the source star field, there are still more friendly forces. In addition, the recent route was blocked by Tama's big brother, so the only way to get here is to take a longer detour, so there are even fewer people. Close to the source, convenient to return to the main group base, vast land and sparsely populated, low chance of being caught. This is the place he carefully selected. He opened the star map and looked at the galaxies in the star field with fewer jumps and far away from the player gathering place. Such places are relatively safe places. When he arrived at the place and looked at the dozen star belts in the galaxy, he was more satisfied. The refresh time of the monsters in this star belt is almost the same, and the patrol team of the mod group is refreshed by chance when it is refreshed again. The best way to refresh the star belt is that you have just cleared the star belt, and the monsters have started a new round of refresh, achieving the effect of 24-hour uninterrupted cycle refresh. This way, the probability of spawning Mord's Legion is the highest, and the same is true for spawning officials in areas such as zero security. Because Jinping uses heavy attack missiles to launch like pouring water, he still needs to pull some ammunition over. He doesn't want to run out of ammunition halfway through the spawn, which would be embarrassing. Half an hour later, everything was ready, and Sherman drove the Jinping class into the star belt. He didn't plan to go offline until Mord's Legion was spawned. Chapter 25. Brushing star belts is a science. Generally speaking, it is more suitable to use drone ships to brush star belts. After all, it does not consume ammunition and can earn bounties. If you use heavy attack Jinping to brush like Sherman, you will lose your pants if you can't brush it. After all, heavy attack missiles are still very expensive. Set the star belt sorting in the overview to sort by name, so that it will not be messy. After that, it is just mechanically repeating one thing: jump, swipe, jump. It's very boring. At this time, the Gallon Death channel, which I haven't paid attention to for a long time, suddenly became very lively. The first expedition today is red, and the first 5 will receive red envelopes. This is Darblood Kratos, who just finished a Gurista's April 10th expedition and shipped a product, sending red envelopes in the channel. And this red envelope blew up many lurkers. Then Darblood Kratos sent a red envelope of 50 million star coins to each of the top 5 players, the kind of direct transfer, and Sherman also replied in the channel with a word QQQ. That is the homonym of thank you, expressing gratitude. This is a small daily activity in this channel. As long as someone ships a product, they will send benefits in the channel to share the joy. Because this channel is full of people from all walks of life, sometimes A goes out to eat B's ship, sends red envelopes in the channel, and then B follows suit to grab it. It's magically common. One night later, Sherman finally understood why Dark Blood Kratos could save so many assets. Dark Blood Kratos, Pida Multispectral Shield Enhancer Type C, Pida Medium Shield Recharge Increment Type C. Happy, there are shipments, first 5 red envelopes. Half an hour later. Dark Blood Kratos, I picked up an Angel May 10th on the way to the expedition. I didn't expect it to be so popular. Giztam Medium Shield Recharge Booster Type B. Giztam Multispectral Shield Booster Type B. Archangel Ballistic Control System. Looking at the Archangel Ballistic Control System, Sherman was a little confused. The boss of this Angel May 10th is a building. It shouldn't drop this thing, right? After asking, Darblood Kratos replied nonchalantly, this was dropped by the Battle Column boss on the first floor. This Sherman gave me a heart attack, is that okay? He had also spent some time in the Angel Zone. You should know that the Angel Zone in high security is not like other pirate zones. The expeditions of other high security pirate anomalies are generally 3 out of 10 or 4 out of 10, which is the difficulty that newcomers can accept. But the Angel anomaly in high security is different. It is 5 out of 10, which is the most difficult expedition in high security. In addition, the Angel pirates are stinky and hard, and there are many nets. Every year, newcomers who come to the Angel Zone to brush the expedition without knowing the situation, and then die in the expedition can go around the guitar. Sherman had scoured dozens of Angels May 10th, but never got anything from the first level gatekeeper boss. This Dark Blood Kratos actually got something from this guy. What a great luck. In the following time, Sherman saw what it meant to be a man who single-handedly carried half of the red envelopes in the channel. This guy scoured from Guristas to Blood Raider, sending out red envelopes every half an hour on average, and getting something from almost every expedition, and even getting a woody from an abnormally appearing small boss. In just one night, Sherman estimated that the value of what he got was at least over 10 billion. What kind of shit luck is this? Seeing that the 10 billion in his account was all red envelopes from this guy, Sherman was so envious and jealous that he could only send a vicious message in the channel, Dead Agent. After thinking about it, he added, I am willing to use the Dead Agent to not go on an expedition for half a year, and the death is all black, in exchange for me to produce a wave of big goods. Dark Blood Kratos sat on a chair and drank a sip of tea, sighing, This wife went back to her parents' home to do things, and it's comfortable to be alone at home. Then he looked at Sherman's speech in the channel, and couldn't help but sneer. Young people just have no patience. You have to laugh and have fun when playing games. This is the true meaning of the game. However, Sherman looked at the guy jumping from deep space and felt a chill on his back. Mod Special Operations Team Agent, Gamma Level, is this thing so smart? He said it, but his hands were not slow at all, and he immediately started to lock on and attack. And this Gamu also came up and put on him the interference and net in an instant, and Sherman's ship speed immediately dropped a lot. While attacking, Sherman said in the channel, Mordu's Legion Special Operations Team Agent Goodman, something is wrong, he just ran to me after saying it. Monkey half immortal, ? Inaru, I seem to have found a way to make a fortune. Dark Blood Kratos looked at the channel and immediately spit a mouthful of tea on the ground. Fuck, is it so weird? On this side, Sherman, who finally spawned Mordu's Legion, was a little miserable. He found that his heavy attack missiles could not break the defense of GAM. This GAM is an escort-level ship with a small signal radius. In addition, it is now circling 10 kilometers away from Sherman at a speed of more than 2,000, so Sherman's missiles cannot do any damage to it. The situation is a bit awkward. Now Sherman can't do anything to this thing, but he is pinned here by this guy and can't move. If a pirate enters this galaxy, he will definitely be killed together with this GAM. Damn, I should have brought a net earlier. Sherman is a little flustered. Now every second here is a second more dangerous, and he must find a way. Now, people he knows, such as Delk Ellis, have already gone to the source. They are about 30 jumps away. By the time they come, it will be too late. Then, he immediately remembered that this dead man seemed to be in the Emma area to spawn Blood Raiders, and immediately sent a private message to Dark Blood Kratos. Boss, are you in the Emma area now? Yes, what's wrong? Dark Blood Kratos quickly accepted the communication invitation and replied. He is still spawning Blood Raider anomalies, and preparing to spawn a few more expeditions before the update. Boss, save me! Agent of the Mordu's Special Operations Team, I'm trapped by this guy. I can't kill him, and I can't run away either. Seeing this thing, Dark Blood Kratos knew what was wrong. You didn't bring a net? Yeah. Location, and then pull me into the fleet. After Sherman sent him the location, he could only trust this old man, who had been in the channel for many years, to help him according to the tradition of helping as much as possible in the channel, instead of killing him. 10 minutes later, Dark Blood Kratos' Stracious-class cruiser appeared beside him, and directly put 2 nets on GAM, and then Sherman killed him with a few rounds of missiles. Boss, thank you for the rescue. Take this GAM to as your rescue fee. Seeing that the mod core had completed 1/3 of the ship system, Sherman was in a good mood. In order to thank Dark Blood Kratos for his support, he was ready to give him the GAM to. But Dark Blood Kratos decisively refused and said righteously, I am here to help, how can I accept a reward? Before Sherman could speak, he continued, if you want to thank me, help me beat the local Blood Raiders 5 out of 10, just consider it a mutual help. Good boy, I just saved him by chance. Nothing to say, seeing that the daily update would start in half an hour, Sherman followed Dark Blood Kratos into the expedition, ready to fight again after maintenance to see if there is any goods. Because if the expedition boss is a warship, players can use the hull scanner and container scanner to check whether the boss will drop valuable equipment or blueprints. If not, you can wait until the boss drops equipment after maintenance and then fight again. This is also called raising monsters by players. But because the expedition lasts only 24 hours, you can only raise it once, and you can't raise it indefinitely. Under the firepower of the 2 ships, the boss was quickly defeated, a cruiser named Bloodsuckers. And the final result was that Dark Blood Kratos happily picked up the whole family bucket, and Sherman took a red envelope of 100 million ISK, and went offline, with a look of doubt on his life. Murmurs came from the quiet captain's room. Dead. Chapter 26. Sherman was so stimulated that he didn't sleep. He asked Aura to send him 2 energy bars, and sat in front of the screen waiting for the game maintenance. The moment after the maintenance was over, Sherman immediately logged into the game, and started to brush the star belt. Aura beside him couldn't help but sigh, Commander, you really worked too hard to unlock technology. But the facts prove that there are differences between people. From the end of the maintenance at 11:15 noon, Sherman brushed until 22 o'clock in the evening. He brushed out several small bosses such as Dark Blood Raider and Clone Warrior Transporter, but he didn't see any mods Legion. Moreover, even a small boss like Dark Blood Raider only dropped a large ammunition gift pack, not a single valuable item. This made Sherman very angry. When Dark Blood Kratos woke up from his sleep, he was surprised to find that Sherman was still spawning monsters in the local galaxy. Barbarian, when did you go online? I went online after the maintenance. Sherman greeted him, and continued to spawn. Dark Blood Kratos widened his eyes. He remembered that this guy had been online to grab red envelopes last night. Is this young man so healthy now? Have you been grinding the star belt until now? Yes. How many Mortis regiments have you spawned? Sherman was a little speechless. Isn't this just rubbing salt into his wounds? Can he speak? Looking at a bunch of ellipses, Dark Blood Kratos knew that this guy hadn't produced any goods yet, so he said hello and prepared to leave. At this time, Sherman looked at the Dark Blood Raider cruiser mini-boss that suddenly spawned, and suddenly had an idea. Damn, I spawned a mini-boss here, can you help me fight it? You can't beat him? No, I just want to take advantage of your luck. Sherman was telling the truth, but Dark Blood Kratos was speechless. What is a dead boss? This is called luck. Dark Blood Kratos did not refuse. After all, beating the boss is such a wonderful thing. Accepting Sherman's invitation to join the fleet, and then releasing the unmanned man to destroy the Dark Blood Raider cruiser in a few shots. Dark Blood Kratos opened the wreckage and said to Sherman, "You are lucky. This is a corrupt official." Sherman also went to open the wreckage, and saw two pieces of equipment with green logos lying quietly inside Dark Blood Raider stasis wrapping beam. Dark Blood Raider warp scrambler. There is no explanation. This is a dead thing, it's a hammer. He picked up the loot quickly, and called Dark Blood Kratos, who was about to leave. Boss, do you want to brush the star belt together? Brush the star belt? Dark Blood Kratos shook his head. He was not interested in the monotonous mechanical gameplay. It was more fun to open the boxes in the expedition. Everything you get belongs to you. I just want to experience the feeling of brushing the star belt, and accumulate some experience for brushing officials in the next 00. Sherman said half-truthfully. Am I the one who is short of ISK? Dark Blood Kratos rolled his eyes. Now a copy of Bag Ace is only a few billion, not even a fraction of his account. Don't worry, I just want to try my luck. I'm almost doubting my life now. Well, I shouldn't talk about money with this big guy, it's tacky. Seeing Sherman's invitation, Dark Blood Kratos also saw that he had nothing to do now, so he could just play around with a few hour stars. Okay, I help you play for a while. Thank you, big guy. Then the two of them played from top to bottom, and from bottom to top, striving to play with monsters with maximum efficiency. In the next hour, Sherman deeply understood what the gap was. Dark Blood Kratos, Barbarian, I played a game, come and play. Sherman, here I come. After a while. Dark Blood Kratos, I got an Osis here, the firepower is a bit wrong, come and help me. Stone Man, okay, coming. Dark Blood Kratos, In less than an hour, Dark Blood Kratos got 2 Garms and 1 Osis, which was a big harvest. And Stone Man unlocked Osis, and got a lot. Now, the only thing left to unlock the Mortal Legion is the Battleship Bag Ace class. It seems that this star belt is still very profitable, more than 1 billion in less than an hour. Dark Blood Kratos looked at the 3 blueprints in the ship's hold with a smile, and couldn't help sighing. Bullshit, I haven't earned a dime since I finished the maintenance. Sherman heard this, and refuted angrily. Specifically, he lost tens of millions. The bounty of this monster is not as valuable as his missiles. After a day of brushing, there are only a few missiles left. If he can't brush the Bag Ace level, he will have to run back to Guitar to pull a batch of ammunition to replenish it. What Blood Raider? Just change the name to Blood Loss. Sherman was indignant. I think it's okay. Who told you to use the golden rock to farm the star belt? Look at my Stratios class, I can farm it directly with a drone, and it's not laborious. Dark Blood Kratos was puzzled by Sherman's use of the golden rock to farm the star belt. Wouldn't it be fine to use a drone? Not only is it laborious, but it also saves money on ammunition. Sherman didn't know, but he overestimated this low security area. If he knew that there would be no one here in the second test for a whole day, he would have switched to a Poison Lizard class or Ishtar class to farm. But it's not too late. At most, I can buy a ship when I go back to resupply ammunition. Just when Sherman was calculating how long his ammunition could last, Dark Blood Kratos suddenly shouted in the fleet channel. Barbarian, save me. What's wrong? Sherman saw the call for help and asked, while immediately giving up his current goal and jumping to Dark Blood Kratos. I'm out of Bag Ace. The firepower is too strong. I can't stand it. Dark Blood Kratos looked at Bag Ace, who had beaten him into half armor in a few rounds, and quickly overloaded the armor repair and resistance equipment. He underestimated the firepower of Bag Ace. Here it comes. Sherman leaped over and saw that on the watch list, Dark Blood Kratos' Stracius had been hit by 1/3 of the armor, and would enter the structure at any time. So he immediately replaced the Thor ammunition with the whip ammunition for the Mortar Legion, and overloaded the weapon to pour fire on this Bag Ace. This heavy attack missile is not good at hitting small boats, but it can still cause full damage to large ships such as battleships, so the water-splashing missiles quickly broke the shield of Bag Ace and then destroyed it. Dark Blood Kratos looked at his overloaded and damaged equipment, and the battleship with only 20% of the structure left, and his mouth twitched. This bastard, how come the firepower is stronger than the 6 out of 10 boss firepower of the Angel? After returning to the station to repair the equipment and ships, Dark Blood Kratos said goodbye to Sherman and left, preparing to take a shipload of equipment and blueprints back to Qatar to sell. Sherman also returned to the space station, entered the exclusive mall, and clicked to unlock Mortar's Legion. 3 system prompts popped up. Congratulations on successfully killing Mortar's Legion frigates, cruisers, and battleships, and successfully unlocking Mortar's Legion Intelligent Life Mariah Mord. Congratulations on successfully unlocking Mortar's Legion's full range of warship technology. Congratulations on unlocking Mortar's Legion Intelligent Life and its entire ship system, and rewarding Mortar's Legion's exclusive heavy interceptor, the Mastiff class. Chapter 27. In the cloning room of the Sky Castle, with a puff, the pressure valve opened, and a sturdy figure walked out of the cloning cabin. Aura, who was far away in W-28 setting up and assembling the refinery, also turned back and looked towards the Alpha Galaxy. His figure flashed, and he came back in an instant. Aura, who returned to the Sky Castle, found someone without much effort. I saw a sturdy man over 2 meters tall with a scar on his face, opening his arms to the star and bathing in the star's light. Mariah Maud, congratulations on your real life. Aura took a few steps forward and leaned against the corridor of the space station with the man to bask in the light. Maud was wearing a Caldari Navy uniform, his muscles stretched the clothes tight, and the ugly scar on his face made him look indescribably fierce. Maud glanced behind Aura and was a little surprised. Aura, what's wrong with you? New Eden has just developed in this world, and now is not the time for the body I have. Aura knew what he wanted to say, and looked at Maud with a look of disgust. Your appreciation level is still so rough, and you made a scar on a good clone. What do you know? This is called momentum, the momentum of a pirate. Mariah Maud rolled his eyes at Ola, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and put it in his mouth, and lit the cigarette with a faint blue flame from the tip of his right index finger. Mariah Maud blew a circle of his eyes, and raised his eyebrows at Ola. How about it, handsome? Looking at Mariah Maud, who secretly used resources to synthesize cigarettes, Ola said expressionlessly, I don't know if he is handsome or not. I only know that if you go to see the commander later, you will die miserably. Oh my god! Mariah Maud slapped his head, threw the cigarette butt on the ground, and ran to the captain's room where Sherman was. Ola shook his head, and commanded the robot to throw the cigarette butt into the trash can, and then turned into a stream of data and left. On the other side, Sherman was studying the reward of Maud's heavy interceptor ship, the Mastiff class. This thing is not in the game. Specifically, it should not be released yet, but there is a model, but there is not much about its related attributes. Tat. Enter. Sherman thought it was Aura who had received the message, and was about to ask the Mastiff class heavy interceptor a question, but a lion-like roar startled him. Mariah Maud, the Supreme Commander of the Maud Corps, reports to His Excellency the Commander. Sherman rubbed his ears, stood up and looked up at the 2-meter-tall man in front of him, and couldn't help poking his arm. You have a body? Report to His Excellency the Commander. This body is a clone I customized for myself. Mariah Maud showed off the strong muscles on his arms. With a little force, the muscles arched like mountains. Commander, do you feel very oppressive? Yes, very strong. This tendon and scar on his face show that he is not a good person. Only with this look, he is worthy of being a pirate. Commander. Ola also came back and bowed to Sherman to report. Ola, you are back just in time. Can you see if we can form the Maud group without affecting the Alpha development plan? Mariah Maud stopped smiling when he heard this, and stared at Aura. This was about the formation of his direct fleet, so he couldn't be careless. Aura completely ignored Mariah Maud's eyes, and answered truthfully. Report to the Commander, the Alpha Galaxy has been developed. A total of 28 Atnos have been installed and built at the satellite, and are already in use. The current demand for mining teams has been saturated, and there will be no shortage of basic minerals, and planetary minerals in the future. What about ice mines? Sherman remembered that there were very few ice mines in the Alpha Star region, and only 4 star systems were detected with ice mine resources. At present, Atano in the 4 ice mine star systems of E18, E21, N09, and W28 has begun operation, but even if it is mined 24 hours a day without damaging the root of the ore vein, the supply of ice mines is only enough to run all the current space stations. At present, ice mines have become a major obstacle to our development. Aura was also troubled by this. Even if he was an intelligent life, he couldn't create ice or out of thin air. Sherman tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Now he wanted to develop farming, but he had no resources. Before he could get enough ice ore, the development plan of the entire Alpha Star region could only go so far. Aura, I remember there was an infrastructure plugin in New Eden that could increase resource refresh? Can it be used in reality? Why is 00 so rich? It is because after gaining sovereignty, various military and industrial upgrade plugins can be installed in the infrastructure, which can be used for unlimited monster spawning and mining. So sometimes there is a scene where 1 star system supports 1 group. It is because there are too many resources. Commander, I am sorry to tell you that this infrastructure is not the same as in the game. Aura said with regret, waving his hand and projecting a comparison picture. Commander, this infrastructure is still very different in reality from in the game. Aura opened the military upgraded pirate monitoring array and explained. Just like this pirate monitoring array used in the game to increase combat anomalies and make it refresh infinitely, it does not have these functions in reality. It can only detect the activities of ships in the entire star system and suppress the electronic equipment of ships. Things like exploration networks and trapping arrays are completely useless and have no value in reality. What about the exploration array? Sherman is now only concerned about whether this infrastructure upgrade plugin used to increase the galaxies or resources can still be used. As long as it can continue to be used, it doesn't matter even if it is weakened. The exploration array can use space theory to construct 1 or more ore resources at a certain location in the galaxy, and in theory, it can be infinitely regenerated. Allah continued without waiting for Sherman to get excited, but this will take a long time, at least 2 years. It will take 2 years. This is a chicken that can lay eggs. Let alone 2 years. He will do it even if it takes 10 years. But now the most urgent task is to find new ice mines to obtain resources, otherwise everything will be in vain. Allah, which star field is closest to us and has more ice resources? Sherman opened the star map and asked Allah to point out that he didn't believe Allah would just stay in the Alpha Star field and not go out to check the situation. As expected, Ola marked several places on the star map without hesitation. Omega Star Field, Austin Star Field, Fielding Star Field all have huge reserves of ice resources. Among them, Austin Star Field is controlled by the Austin Corps under the Justice Order, and Fielding Star Field is controlled by the Fielding Corps under the Free Order. The 2 star fields are close, and both belong to the Warfront Star Fields. Sherman does not have the courage to go to war with the 2 major camps now. It is better to wait until his Titan fleet comes out, so these 2 star fields are not within the scope of consideration for the time being. What about the Omega Star region? The closest resource star region to us is the Omega Star region, which has a wide variety of resources, especially ice resources. The compressed ice here is even the main purchasing location for the surrounding civilizations. Because it is close to the front lines of the 2 major camps, there are all kinds of forces inside, including pirates, mercenaries, interstellar groups, etc., which has given rise to an extremely prosperous underground trade. As long as you have money, you can even buy ordinary main battleships there. It is rumored that the black market has even auctioned angels. Sherman was stunned. These people wanted money more than their lives. They even dared to auction off angels. You have to know that angels are natural pilots, and because of the difficulty of fertility, the population is only tens of millions. Each one is very precious. If he knew that his own people were auctioned off like slaves, the contemporary angel king would probably drive a Titan himself and lead a fleet to sweep the entire galaxy. Chapter 28. Although the Omega Star region is relatively chaotic, as long as you have money, ice mines are a small matter. But the problem is, there is no money. This guy, the original owner's total assets are only about 600,000 star coins, and the ice mines he bought probably won't make a splash. So I have to find a way to make money again. Ola, how much is the ice mine in the Omega Star region now? Ola called up the central market of the Omega Star region. At present, what we need is the strontium inclusion compound used to make fuel, so we only need to pay attention to the high-density ice crystal mine and high-density Garridos ice mine with the highest content. Now each high-density ice crystal mine /105,000 star coins, high-density Garridos ice mine /98,000 star coins. This thing is quite expensive. How much ice ore is needed to maintain the development speed now? At that time, the more the better. Ice ore products will be strategic materials now and in the future. The more the better. Ola said seriously. Maud beside him also nodded. The role of ice ore is too great, involving all aspects of military and industry. Sure Man also knew, but he is too poor now. After thinking for a while, he asked, Ola, what battleship is the best-selling in Omega Star region now? Destroyers, especially destroyers with powerful firepower. Ola said without hesitation. The Omega Star field is full of mixed forces, but because it is located next to the front line, neither side will allow strategic warships and weapons to be owned by them. Therefore, in the Omega Star field, battleships are already the top combat power. Although Sure Man does not take battleships seriously, it is because he knows that he will have dreadnoughts, aircraft carriers, super aircraft carriers, and even Titans in the future. But in reality, the dreadnought class can already be used as a strategic weapon for a large or medium-sized force, while super aircraft carriers and Titans are only available to top forces. They are super weapons that can threaten an area, similar to the current Dongfeng Express. In general, battleships and their lower counterparts are frequent visitors to the Star Sea, while destroyers with strong firepower and good maneuverability are the first choice of pirates. And Sure Man also intends to sell battleships in exchange for ice resources, and do this arms business. The money in his hand can still be exchanged for some conventional warship technology. Commander, I suggest that the arms trade should focus on cruisers and below, and they must be T1 type. Ola also knew that this was the best way, so he did not object, but put forward some suggestions. Why? Sure Man was a little puzzled. If this was just a T1 type ship, would there be a market? Commander, this shows that you don't understand the true strength of New Eden. Maud interrupted Ola and said excitedly, Commander, this is reality, not a game. In addition to the 6 main guns that can be equipped with heavy missiles, the battleships of the Mod Corps also have 15 light, fast missiles around the hull for air defense. In addition, the high-speed missile launch system developed by the Mod Corps can ensure that before the air defense missiles are exhausted, no small tonnage ship can swim within a range of 500 kilometers. 15 light fast missile launchers? Sure Man was stunned. Good boy, if the bag ace in the game could have this anti-aircraft firepower, what would it become if it was originally a small boat killer? No! Light and fast missile, 500 kilometers? Sure Man suddenly looked up at Maud. Yes, after all, reality is not a game. In the game, we have to consider the player's operation, but not in reality. Maud winked at Aura, who nodded and projected the basic attribute report of the light and fast missile launcher on the light screen. Light and fast missile launcher 2. A multi-purpose missile launcher that can be loaded with jammers, self-defense anti-aircraft missiles, and offensive missiles. Its special launch system can increase the missile launch speed and missile flight speed, and has a fatal strike capability against small tonnage warships. Damage, 60 to 80, calculated based on the standard energy reaction generated, and the ship shield is calculated based on the standard energy reaction it withstands. Fire rate, 3 seconds per round. Ammunition capacity, 20 rounds. Reload speed, 2 minutes. Range, 500 kilometers. My ghost? Sure Man looked at the data. It was too outrageous. This is the god of air defense on the battlefield. Mod, what is the effective combat range of your Mod Corps? All Mod Corps warships are equipped with the latest jump engines in New Eden, which can reach all galaxies within 5,000 light years within 15 minutes, and the firepower combat radius is 5,000 kilometers. Maud said without hesitation. This real-life jump is not as easy as in the game, where you can jump in a few seconds. It requires jump preparation. But this 15-minute jump preparation is far beyond the jump engine system of most civilizations at present. Okay. Sure Man's sense of security was relieved immediately, and he immediately asked Aura, how many warships can Maud's group build with the current resources? Now because of the lack of ice mines, development has stagnated, resulting in a large backlog of resources. Data flowed through Aura's eyes, and then he gave Sure Man an accurate data. The current resources can build 2 squadrons of the Mod Regiment, and the remaining resources can build another Bagais-class battleship or a Hunting Mastiff-class heavy interceptor. The Mod Regiment is organized into battalions, squadrons, and squads. Among them, The squad is an OSIS class and 5 GAM class. And 5 squads are a squadron, and 1 Bugeyes class, and 1 Hunting Mastiff class Heavy Interceptor are added. 5 squadrons are a battalion, and 2 Bugeyes class, and 1 Hunting Mastiff class Heavy Interceptor are added as supplements. The entire mod core should have 10 battalions. 2 squadrons are 2 Bugeyes class battleships, 10 OSIS class cruisers, 50 GAM class frigates, and 2 Hound class Heavy Interceptors. As long as your man doesn't stupidly start a war with the 2 major camps, it will be more than enough to deal with some pirates and mercenaries. Then build 2 mod core squadrons, one to patrol the Alpha Border Galaxy, and the other to defend the base camp. Sherman gave the final order. Now the construction of the Alpha Star Field is not complete, and Aura cannot fully monitor the entire Alpha Star Field, so he can only send a squadron to patrol. Yes. No one objected that the Alpha Star region had not been recognized as his territory, and he had no right to patrol it. Since they were here, it was theirs. M.O. Dexing hurried to the dock, wanting to see his fleet built as soon as possible. And Sherman left Aura behind. After the two discussed it, Sherman unlocked the technology of a destroyer and asked Aura to build it with all the remaining resources. This would be their first stepping stone to open the arms market in the Omega Star region. Chapter 29. The unlocking of the Mord's Legion allowed Sherman to finally sleep peacefully, without having to worry about waking up one day to find his space station surrounded by pirate warships. The Alpha Star region was producing in an orderly manner, and the 2 squadrons of the Mord's Legion were delivered to Mord after a week. The Mord's Legion also patrolled the Alpha Border Star system with the 1st squadron every day. There were no frictions or major events, but he enjoyed it every day. And Sherman also returned to the Legion's base in the Source, and began to brush the star belt. After all, this official was too good. Not only is the equipment valuable, but it can also reduce the bounty for unlocking the Serpentis Group ship system, which is very tempting. And it was the 3rd day after the delivery of the 2 squadrons of the Mod Corps, and the goods that Sherman asked Aura to prepare were finally ready. Commander, sir. Aura went into the captain's office and called Sherman, who was brushing star belts and grabbing red envelopes in the high-security death communication channel. Sherman drove the warship into the space station, turned around, picked up a cigarette from the table, lit it, and blew a smoke ring. Are the goods ready? A total of 50 Accelerator-class destroyers and 50 Argus-class destroyers, including their supporting weapons and equipment, are ready and can set off at any time. These were built by Aura in the past 3 days with all the inventory resources, and they are also the first batch of stepping stones to enter the Omega Starfield market. Both are Gallenti destroyers, using small hybrid guns, and their firepower is very strong. The Accelerator class is a light hybrid, and can even produce firepower comparable to that of a cruiser, while the Argus class is equipped with an unmanned platform, which can carry light drones and has considerable firepower. Since pirates like destroyers with strong firepower, these two are undoubtedly the best choices. After all, the unlocking price is also cheap. Aura, let Maud lead the 1st squadron back. This escort mission will be handed over to him. Yes. Aura had already figured out the coordinates and routes of the Omega Star Field, and then led 4 Bowhead Whale-class industrial transport ships to the Omega Star Field, while Maud's 1st squadron was waiting to join him in the border star system of the Alpha Star Field. The Bowhead Whale-class is a small flagship of the United Mining, with a special ship maintenance cabin, and is a transport ship used to transport fully equipped warships. After Aura left, Sherman started to brush the star belt again, watching the channel and shouting dead from time to time to grab the red envelope. After Aura joined Maud's 1st squadron protected 4 Bowhead Whales in the center and headed towards the Omega Star Field. After entering the Omega Star Field from the Alpha Star Field, Aura led the team to the Black Flag Galaxy controlled by the Black Flag Consortium, preparing to use the Black Flag Consortium Stargate to go directly to the Omega Center Market, Omega Galaxy. After all, there are 68 jumps from here to the Omega Galaxy, that is, 68 star systems apart, and they have to pass through the territories of various forces on the way. Although he is not afraid, he doesn't want to cause trouble. Arriving at the Black Flag Galaxy, the first thing you see is the huge space station and jump star gate standing on the orange-red Perseverance orbit. Placing the space station and jump star gate on the Perseverance orbit can effectively reduce fuel consumption and save money by absorbing stellar energy. It can be seen that the Omega Star region is indeed much more prosperous than the Alpha Star region. Even this remote galaxy has many warships and merchant ships lined up at the jump star gate, ready to go to other galaxies. Aura's fleet slowly approached the jump star gate. After paying a fee, They officially entered the jump start gate to line up. The team kept moving forward, and soon it was their turn. The fleet began to accelerate through the jump track. Maud's first squadron quickly entered the hyperspace jump state because of its fast acceleration and disappeared on the spot. However, the Bowhead Whale class led by Aura had not entered the jump state because of its large tonnage and slow acceleration. At this time, several jump interference beams abruptly interrupted Aura's jump preparation. After being surrounded by more than a dozen Black Flag warships, Aura frowned and opened the public communication channel. This is the transport team of New Eden Heavy Industry. You are blocking us for no reason. Are you planning to start a war? Blocking the ship from leaving the jump state without reason is a naked provocation. A burst of laughter suddenly came from the announcement channel, and a young man with fiery red hair appeared on Aura's channel. I am Ted, the captain of the Black Flag Guard. I now suspect that your ship is carrying prohibited items. I hope you will enter the space station to accept our inspection. Aura's face darkened. In the Omega Star field where even angels dare to auction, what else can be considered prohibited items? This is obviously looking for trouble. The people around looked at Ted and avoided him, obviously knowing that this greedy guy was taking advantage of the situation again. As one of the founders of Black Flag, Ted controlled the Black Flag's guard force. He usually made extra money by extorting passing transport teams. In addition, he would not touch those transport teams with big backgrounds, so these small transport teams would go bankrupt to avoid disaster, and he succeeded every time. And this time he finally found another target, New Eden Heavy Industry. A small force that he had never heard of, extorting. He still didn't believe they dared to go to war with Black Flag for a few million. Boss, Ted is blackmailing again. A 30-man mixed cruiser fleet parked next to the jump track also stopped to watch this farce. Bai Yin heard this with a cold look of disdain on his face. Ted is always so short-sighted, and I don't know how the Black Flag can tolerate such a person. The White Flame mercenary group is a force of equal strength to the Black Flag, and he, as the founder and current leader of the White Flame, is certainly qualified to look down on people like Ted. Boss, do you think this transport team will resist? Resist? Bai Yin shook his head. This is the headquarters of the Black Flag. Not to mention the several large main guns on the space station. Even the patrol team led by Ted now cannot be resisted by this transport team that does not even have a guard gun. Again, have you decided to go to war with New Eden? Ola will not indulge him, and asked again. Again, please enter the station immediately and accept inspection. Ted looked at the transport team in front of him, which was still indifferent, and guessed in his heart that there must be something valuable transported in it. Otherwise this transport team would not be so nervous, so he called someone next to him. Six brother, go and check it out. I want to see what is in it. Yes. Old Six drove the Razor-class frigate to conduct a forced inspection. Aura no longer warned him, and decided to fight back. The dignity of New Eden could not be violated. Just as Old Six was about to force the hatch open for inspection, he saw the rear cabin of the Bowhead Whale slowly open, revealing a dark warehouse. This is... Old Six looked at the things inside, rubbed his eyes, and shouted with all his strength, enemy attack. Chapter 30. As the escort team of the Black Flag Consortium, they are certainly quite powerful. The moment Lao Lu called the police, Ted and the others deployed their battle formation. Lao Lu, what's going on? Ted said, as he quickly pulled the battleship out. Then, without waiting for Lao Lu to answer, he saw that in this huge transport ship, destroyers flew out of its rear hatch like a swarm of bees, and surrounded Lao Lu at such a fast speed that he could not pull away. Damn it, boss, I can't leave. Lao Lu looked at the combat information feedback from his combat brain with horror. In just a moment, his thrusters were forced to shut down due to the opponent's jump interference, and the power room could not speed up due to the interference of the stagnation beam. Unbelievable. I thought it was a routine extortion operation, but I didn't expect that someone would dare to fight with them in the Black Flag's base camp. Just for a few million star coins, this New Eden Heavy Industry that I had never heard of dared to fight. Is it worth it? How come these 4 ships are troop transports? Ted knew he had hit a wall today. Looking at the destroyers that were still coming out of the transport ship, his face turned pale. How could there be no escort team for transporting so many warships? He thought of the strange-looking battleship fleet that had just left through orbital jump, and he was suddenly shocked. That couldn't be the escort team of these 4 transport ships. He had just looked at the fleet carefully. There were dense missile launchers hanging around the hull, and there were 6 thick heavy missiles on the battleship, and he couldn't help feeling cold in his heart. Wait! Ted hurriedly shouted in the public channel. Unfortunately, it was too late. A promotion-class destroyer, under the command of Aura, used a light-ion rapid cannon to tear apart Laolu's Razor-class frigate. As the main frigate launched by Star Heavy Industry, the Razor-class was destroyed before it could last more than 10 seconds in front of this promotion-class destroyer. Seeing Laolu being destroyed, Ted knew that this matter could not be suppressed, so he called for support and began to organize a battle. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, prepare for air defense. These destroyers are equipped with mixed guns. Don't let them get close. Looking at the 8 black gun muzzles on this flat destroyer, his face was not good. Yes. The 3 of them immediately turned on the air defense mode. They were all driving the Fengcha-class cruiser of Xingchen Heavy Industry. It was a professional air defense cruiser equipped with 5 Gauss close-in defense guns, 5 light missile launchers, and a drone platform. It was an excellent air defense cruiser. However, how could Aura let them defend the air with peace of mind? 50 Argus-class destroyers released light drones from their drone platforms, each of which could control 5 Earth Elf Type 1 light drones. A total of 250 drones rushed into the Black Flag fleet like a swarm of bees, and all kinds of anti-aircraft firepower began to pour on the drones. Even if the damage of these light drones was low, under the concentrated fire of 250 drones, their small fleet, which was only a cruiser at most, could not withstand it. Ignore these drones. Prioritize clearing the destroyers that are close. Ted yelled in the command channel. He was a little greedy, but he was no fool. He had learned the swarm interference tactics of using drones to attract firepower and cover the attack or evacuation of warships. Sure enough, there were more than a dozen accelerator-class destroyers mixed in with the drones. Under the powerful power of the 5MN micro-jump thrusters, they quickly came to the 3 anti-aircraft cruisers and then used ion cannons to tear their hulls. Damn it! Kill these guys first, the firepower is too strong. The third brother and others looked at the shield of their ships falling down like water, and their faces were horrified. How could the firepower of this destroyer be so high? It felt like it was comparable to the firepower of his cruiser. As the accelerator class approached, the scrambler forced its micro-jump thruster to shut down, so that it could no longer leave the battlefield, and the large army behind them rushed forward. The Black Flag Guard, which was already outnumbered, became even more difficult to support after the 3 anti-aircraft firepowers were entangled. Ted's guard team, which was mainly composed of Razor-class frigates, was directly defeated under this powerful offensive and fled in embarrassment. Some even ran to the crowd waiting to jump around, intending to use these people as a cover to make these evil stars give up chasing them. But how could Aura let these guys go? He chased them decisively. Damn it, why hasn't the support arrived yet? Ted watched his fleet's warships being caught up and destroyed one by one, and his teeth were broken with heartache. The onlookers looked at the Black Flag members fleeing around them frantically, and the New Eden's accelerators, who were biting and biting, especially when they were hit by stray bullets from time to time, and they couldn't help cursing. Boss! Seeing a booster class chasing a Razor class towards the fleet of the White Flame mercenary group not far away, the team members could not help but ask nervously in the channel. Stay where you are and don't move without my order. White Flame opened the combat terminal and zoomed in on the battle scene of the 2 warships. After the 2 warships chased each other in their fleet for a few minutes, the Razor class was caught up after crashing into White Flame's vehicle due to an operational error. Under White Flame's close observation, the 8 rapid cannons of the booster class spewed flames and destroyed it in less than 10 seconds. Then, they captured the space capsule and ignored the White Flame fleets towing it back to the battlefield. As White Flame looked at the destroyer that had returned to the battlefield, his eyes suddenly lit up. Complete. In less than 5 minutes, as Ted failed to escape, the warship was destroyed, the space capsule was captured, and the battle came to an end. Ted's team of 36 people was completely destroyed, and all the space capsules were captured and lined up next to the jump track, which was very spectacular. Let us go. This conflict will stop here. I promise that Black Flag will not cause you trouble later. Ted was no longer arrogant, and spoke in a humble voice. Now his life was in someone else's hands, so he had no choice but to bow his head. Are you threatening me with the Black Flag Consortium? At this time, he was still thinking of threatening him with the Black Flag Consortium. Aura smiled contemptuously. Do you think I'm afraid? Ted's pupil shrank, and he roared with a ferocious face. This is the Black Flag Galaxy, the Black Flag's territory. You can't do this. Aura snapped his fingers, and under the 1-to-1 service of the promotion level, all 36 space capsules were destroyed. Aura did not collect the spoils, and commanded the destroyer to quickly return to the Bowhead Whale ship maintenance warehouse. He was not stupid enough to use this destroyer to fight against the Black Flag's large army. When the remaining warships came back, the 4 bowhead whales slowly began to accelerate on the jump track. Before leaving, Aura sent a message to everyone through the public channel. In view of the Black Flag Consortium's innocent looting and insulting our behavior, New Eden declares war on the Black Flag Consortium, and the fight will not end until death. The people around looked at the 36 cold corpses beside the jump track, shuddered, and secretly complained. Openly slaughtering the other party's personnel in this way on their territory, no matter how reasonable you are, they will not let you go. This should be said the other way around. Chapter 31. The declaration of war was naturally approved by Sherman, and he was even watching Aura's live broadcast the entire time. Otherwise, all of this was Aura's plan, including Maud's escort team leaving early. According to Aura, the Black Flag Consortium is called a consortium, but in fact it is just a profit organization formed by the merger of several small pirate groups. It was renamed after it squeezed out other forces through force and coercion and occupied the Black Flag Galaxy alone. Because the Black Flag Galaxy is too remote, close to the barren Alpha Star region, no major power is interested in letting them take advantage of it. Otherwise, their size is not enough for those major powers to swallow them all at once. And if some civilization's secret routes pass through the border star system of Alpha and enter the Omega Star region from the Black Flag Galaxy, allowing them to collect some taxes, they would not be able to support the expenses and maintenance of the entire star system. The Black Flag Consortium fleet is only 200, and it is mainly composed of cruisers and frigates. There are only 5 battleships that serve as the killer firepower, and they are the second-generation product of Star Heavy Industry, the Fury-class battleship. Obsolete stuff from more than 20 years ago. With this kind of strength, Maud's first squadron can eat it up without much loss. In addition, the Black Flag Galaxy happens to be an important channel for the Alpha Star region to enter the Omega Star region. Taking it here can not only be used as a temporary base for temporarily transporting resources and goods, but also as an important fortress to block the attack of the Omega Star region after the war with the Omega forces in the future. The geographical location is very important to Sherman. According to Aura's network intelligence, the TED fleet guarding the acceleration track often extorts passing transport teams. According to the character portrait analysis, the probability of the transport team being extorted by TED is as high as 60%. After all, New Eden is still unknown as an emerging force. Otherwise, Sherman and Aura would not have waited until they spent a lot of effort to build 4 bowhead whale-class ships that could carry a fully armed fleet, but would have directly built a few ordinary industrial ships and packed them up and transported them to the Omega Star field. This is also the reason why Aura fought back directly after being provoked. They put the knife in his hands, so that they could start a war legally. Moreover, even if Ted refrained from blackmailing this time, Aura still had other ways to start a war with Black Flag. Report to the commander, the first plan has been successfully completed. Aura, who had already arrived at the Omega Galaxy through the accelerated orbit, reported to Sherman. Well, let's contact them to deal with the goods first. Sherman nodded. The most urgent thing now is to exchange these warships for ice ore. The fuel at home won't last long. Commander, if it were you, why don't we just take over the Black Flag Galaxy? There's no need to go around in circles like this. Maud was very dissatisfied with the fact that his Maud group was not able to participate in the first foreign battle in New Eden. With the power of the Black Flag, his current first squadron could eat it up, not to mention the second squadron left in the Alpha Galaxy. This is also the result of Maud's analysis of the data from both sides, not just boasting. Why not just attack directly? Why do so many things? Reckless man. Ola rolled his eyes at Maud. Why did this guy computing ability go all the way to fighting? He didn't have any plans or strategies that intelligent life should have. Maud was speechless. Is it wrong to have strong combat command ability? Maud, why did we come to the Omega Star region? Ola looked at Maud and sighed and asked. To find a way to provoke a war with the Black Flag, and to purchase ice mines. Maud answered without hesitation. That's it. Ola spread his hands. I changed the plan temporarily, and let you go first. This not only helps me to provoke a war with the Black Flag, but also shows the combat capability of these ships, and find potential customers. It's a win-win situation. But, Maud always felt something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. What's the but? The plan is so perfect. Ola couldn't say that he thought this was the first foreign war in New Eden, and he wanted to get the first prize. Okay, you guys continue to do the rest. I go take a rest first. Sherman stretched himself. He hadn't slept since he left Outlaw, and he kept an eye on the situation. Since everything went well, he was relieved. On this side, after Outlaw met up with Mod, he went to Omega Star City, the commercial center in the Omega Galaxy. It's called a Star City, but it's actually a space station group connected by dozens of space stations. After all, this Star City doesn't have the capabilities it should have, such as the Super Flag parking function. You have to know that the size of the Super Flagship is very large, and the high energy reaction generated by its hull at all times. Ordinary space stations cannot park it. Only Star Cities can dock and withstand it. After all, the Super Flagship that can affect tidal gravity just in the planetary orbit is no joke. And this Omega Star City is connected by several major space stations, forming a space station business group of such a scale, with a permanent population of more than 1 million. According to the population, it is not unreasonable to call it a Star City. This time, Ola didn't have any tricks. After paying the parking fee honestly, he lined up to enter the temporary docking station. The waters of Omega Star City are too deep, and New Eden can't control it now. It must be said that Aura's plan is still very useful. Someone came to Mod as soon as he left the berth. "Excuse me, are you from New Eden? Our boss invites you," the visitor said very politely. Even if their boss didn't ask him to be polite, he couldn't help being impolite to the fierce guy in front of him. Mod looked at the terminal on his wrist and nodded. "Lead the way. Please follow me." The man walked to a hovercraft and made a gesture of invitation to Mod. After Mod got on the car, he drove all the way to the upper level of the space station. He came to a building and saw 6 big characters on it. White Flame Mercenary Corps. He went straight to the meeting room and sat down. Bai Yin, who was sitting in the main seat, nodded to Mod and said, "Brother, please ask your manager to come out. I want to discuss a business with you." As a person who studied at a military academy and graduated with excellent grades, Bai Yin got straight to the point. He didn't like those beating around the bush. What business? Ola directly projected himself through Mod's terminal. Because he had no physical body now, he had been staying in Mod's terminal brain. "If I'm not mistaken, the warships you just fought in the Black Flag Galaxy are going to be pulled here for sale, right?" "Yes, but it's very expensive. I'm afraid you can't afford it." Ola was right. He priced this batch of destroyers at more than twice the average price on the market. After all, the strength is there, and it's worth the price. Price is a small matter, but I want to ask one thing before the transaction. Bai Yin didn't care about this little money, but looked at Ola and asked seriously, "How many levels of permissions can you unlock for these ships?" Ola suddenly looked up and looked at the guy in front of him. Chapter 32. Bai Yin also looked at Aura with a sharp gaze, without dodging. "I can see that when you were fighting with Ted, those 100 destroyers were in a completely released state, otherwise they would not have such a strong firepower. Although most conventional warships in this world can be bought as long as you have money, they are only castrated versions. All sellers will keep a certain performance level lock on the warship to limit the performance of the ship. For this batch of destroyers, Aura and Sherman had already discussed it, and still used the skill settings in the game to set the performance level lock. Take the Accelerator class destroyer for example. In the game, it is Galenti Destroyer upgrades 1 level, plus 10% small, hybrid turret tracking speed bonus plus 10% small, hybrid turret misalignment range bonus. Special bonus, plus 50% small, hybrid gun optimal range. So, the full-body Accelerator class increases the small hybrid gun by 50%, which is not a simple increase, but a reaction of 1 plus 1 greater than 2. In the hands of a skilled driver, a full-body destroyer can even challenge the castrated version of the cruiser or even the battleship, and can easily change the trend of a small war. This effect is not a simple 50% increase. Therefore, many warships on the market are not only obsolete products, but also castrated versions. Some unscrupulous manufacturers may even install secret doors in the ships. For example, although the rabbit is sold to the camel firecracker, the key is still in its own hands. This is also one of the main reasons why various civilizations do not take pirates and mercenaries seriously. With a complete warship system, complete logistical supplies, and fully liberated warships, what can you dare to use to fight them? So this is why Bai Yin told Aura that the price is a small matter. As long as Aura gives a fully liberated warship, what does it matter if it is 10 times more expensive? It's worth it. You know, this is not in line with the rules. If a large number of these fully liberated warships appear on the market, it will offend a large number of people. You know? Aura crossed his legs and tapped his fingers on the table. Bai Yan's eyes lit up, which meant there was room for negotiation. As long as it is a fully liberated warship, everything can be negotiated. Outlaw straightened his body and looked at Bai Yin seriously. I mean, it costs more money, a lot of money. Just kidding, how could he be afraid of offending those guys? As long as there are enough ice mines, Omega Star region can be conquered in half a year. Do you believe it? No problem. Bai Yin agreed immediately. As long as the problem can be solved with money, it is not a problem. If all his men are equipped with complete warships, the combat power can at least increase several times. Making money is not a small matter, right? I have 2 more requests. If you refuse one, then this business cannot be discussed. Looking at the serious aura, Bai Yin also sat up straight. You say. First, you have to exchange this batch of goods for ice or of equal value. No problem. Bai Yin agreed to this condition immediately. His legion is involved in the ore business, and there is a large amount of compressed ice ore in the warehouse. This condition can also save him a lot of money, which is beneficial and harmless. Second, the complete battleship involves a lot, so I can tell you openly that I will leave a secret door in all the battleships delivered. Ola said bluntly that he didn't want the warships he sold to become a threat to himself. Bai Yin was a little hesitant about this condition. After all, it was equivalent to putting his life and property in the hands of the other party. Looking at Bai Yin's tangled face, Ola rubbed his fingers carelessly again. My new Eden is more than just destroyers. Bai Yin's pupil shrank, and he immediately stood up and agreed. I accept both conditions. Then the 2 sides began to discuss the price back and forth, and the price was not settled until the night, and both parties were very satisfied with the price. He even ordered the second batch of goods in advance and paid the deposit. Basically, one felt that he had made a huge profit, while the other made nearly 100 times the profit with tears in his eyes. Declining Bai Yin's invitation to the dinner, Maud returned to the berth. Bai Yin looked at Maud leaving, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a solemn look. I thought that this new Eden was just a lucky force that happened to obtain the original drawings of these 2 destroyers, but I didn't expect that there were other warships. This is not something that ordinary forces can do. Even the top consortium in the Omega Star region may not have this strength. After all, the strength of the fleet is one thing, and whether it can independently manufacture warships is another. Could it be a civilization that wandered to the vicinity? Bai Yin thought. In addition to this explanation, the other one he dared not imagine is that one of the 2 camps is planning against Omega. The former is fine. If it is the latter, then the situation of the Omega Star region will be bad. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it, and no matter which of these 2 options, there is only one result. The Omega Star region is going to change. After the battle with the Black Flag, 100 warships were damaged, including 2 Promoter class and 1 Argus class, and dozens of others were damaged to varying degrees, with 8 even having structural damage. As a conscientious businessman, Aura would definitely not use these damaged warships to ruin his own business, as this would easily lead to complaints from customers. The damaged shield is not a big deal. It will slowly recover on its own, but the armor and structure are not good. Without professional shipborne repair equipment, they can only be repaired in the space station. Aura directly pulled all the warships to the ship repair factory of the White Flame Legion, operated the mechanical arm to repair them, and then directly pulled them into the warehouse after the repair, saving transportation. After working for 3 hours, all the warships were repaired and inspected, and delivered to White Flame, and the compressed ice ore of White Flame was also transported, and was about to be delivered to Aura. But the problem came. Aura did not have enough transport ships to transport these compressed ice ores, so it had to temporarily put them in the warehouse of the White Flame Legion and draw enough transport fleets from the Alpha Star region. How about I send a transport team to help you transport it back for free? Bai Yin said very attentively. He could use this opportunity to explore the bottom of New Eden. No need. Our transport team is already on the way. I won't bother Captain Bai Yin. Ola declined. But you still have to pass through the Black Flag Galaxy. The people of Black Flag will not easily let your transport team pass. It's safer to use our Bai Yin's transport team. Bai Yin persuaded. Probing the bottom is one aspect, but this is what he is most worried about. After all, he still has the second batch of goods to get. Ola turned around and smiled at Bai Yin, showing his white teeth. Can't we just make them disappear? Bai Yin felt cold all over when he heard this. Chapter 33. Sherman stood in front of the huge French window, watching the fleet of 50 Caldari Badger-class industrial transport ships slowly leave the space station and line up in a neat formation outside the space station, which was quite spectacular. With the arrival of the second squadron of the escorting Maud's Corps, the fleet began to leave in a mighty manner. I hope everything goes well with the plan. Looking at the fleet that had disappeared, Sherman sighed. Sure, man knew that if it was really an interstellar war in the game, he could still command it, but reality was not a game, and he would only be superfluous and even drag his feet. So it is better to stay in the space station. Barbarian, there is a 10 out of 10 expedition of Serpentis. Do you want to join? Dirk Ellis sent him a private message, and Sherman immediately ran back. Coming. Professionals should do professional things. Sherman doesn't know how to fight, but he is a professional in playing games. The huge transport fleet came to a meteorite belt in the border galaxy of the Alpha Star Field and hid. The second squadron of the Mod Corps began to inject energy into the jump engine, ready to jump into the battlefield at any time. The hyperspace jump engine equipped by Mord's regiment is the latest technology in New Eden. The maximum jump distance reaches a full 5,000 light-years, and the average charging time is only 15 minutes. Both the jump distance and the preparation time before the jump are already the top level in the world. But because this is a hyperspace jump across several galaxies, the preparation time is very long, and it takes a full 5 hours to charge the jump engine. On the other side, the first squadron led by Mord has also been quietly waiting beside the acceleration track, ready to enter the Black Flag Galaxy through the acceleration track at any time. In the Black Flag Galaxy, Ackerman Yulia, the leader of the Black Flag Consortium, was pacing slowly in the combat command room of the Legion Fortress. Sitting at the round table in the conference room were the captain of the First Fleet, Benjamin Milou, and Adams Kent, the logistics manager of the consortium. On the other side was a holographic projection with a blurred face, and the urn of Ted on the top. This was the first time that the top leaders of the Black Flag Legion had gathered together since they occupied the Black Flag Galaxy and divided up the benefits 5 years ago. Benjamin Milou is right. It's just an unknown small force. There's no need to mobilize so many troops, right? Adams Kent bit his index finger and tapped lightly on the table, breaking the suffocating silence. Yeah, this little character called New Eden came out of nowhere. There's no need to call me over, right? The guy on the holographic projection made a sharp sound, as sharp as scratching glass. Yeah, Ted's guard team defending the acceleration track is only 36 people, and he was killed by 100 destroyers because of carelessness. Give the First Fleet some time. I will definitely crush these guys to death in the Sea of Stars. Shamin Milla said, as he placed the expensive cigar in his hand on the table, sparking a spark. He was already dissatisfied with Ted, who was guarding the most profitable acceleration track. He was in charge of the most powerful First Fleet, but could only be stationed in the remote star system around Black Flag, and had to sneak back to drink a glass of wine, which made him very unhappy. Nothing? Ackerman Yulia stopped and glanced at everyone, then knocked hard on the table and pointed at the urn on the table. Ted was one of the shareholders of Black Flag, and a brother who fought with us. Now he is dead, and he was killed in his own home in an execution-style manner. Don't you know why we mobilized a large number of troops? Everyone was silent as they looked at the small box with Ted's photo. Even Benjamin Milou, who had always been at odds with him, stopped talking. Well, how old are you now? Do you still think it was 20 years ago? You are so angry every day. Adams Kent looked at Ackerman Uriah. He had followed this guy for decades, and he didn't believe that this leader would be so angry because of Tata's death. His own children died in his hands, and he didn't believe that in this man's eyes, there was something besides interests that could move him. I don't care whether Ted dies or not, but he left us a huge trouble. Sure enough, Ackerman Uriah walked to Ted's urn, his eyes suddenly became red, and he swept it to the ground like throwing garbage, and the ashes were scattered all over the ground. New Eden? Benjamin Millet asked tentatively. Yes, it's the New Eden who killed this bastard in our home without any scruples. Ackerman Uriah panted with his nose, and stepped on Ted's ashes a few more times with resentment. Does this New Eden have a big background? Adams Kent straightened up after hearing this, and looked at his leader with a serious expression. You can see for yourself. Ackerman Yulia did not explain, and called up the recorder on the track at that time to project it. The war recorder, which lasted less than half an hour, covered all angles of the battlefield at that time, from the hundreds of destroyers that appeared like a swarm of bees, to the defeat of Ted's fleet, and even the execution of Ted, and the scene was very clear. This time, everyone's eyes were on the two types of destroyers, with some horror on their faces, and even the holographic projection guy was a little blurry. Liberated form? Benjamin Miller's lips trembled slightly, and his tone was a little uncertain. Wrong. Adams Kent's face was so solemn that he almost dripped water. This is a completely liberated form. As a logistics manager who often deals with the warship market, Adams Kent couldn't make a mistake. Last month, he saw with his own eyes a completely liberated form of the latest Tornado-class destroyer launched by Star Heavy Industry at an exhibition. He could feel that the destroyer in the video was even higher in firepower than the Tornado class. In addition to the explanation of the completely liberated form, he couldn't find any civilization's destroyer that could have such firepower. Even the demon civilization couldn't. F***K. Benjamin Miller stood up in shock. He didn't have the courage to declare war now. At best, they were a whitewashed pirate fleet. Although they had been growing stronger over the years, they were not arrogant enough to fight against the regular army fleet. Have you contacted them? The person in the holographic projection frowned, and his voice was no longer as sharp as it was at the beginning. I have contacted them, but they refuse to solve the problem peacefully, even though I have raised the compensation to the highest price the Legion can offer. Ackerman Yulia was also full of helplessness. The guy on the other side just said that New Eden could not tolerate such an insult and must fight to the death before hanging up the communication. He never answered again. So you want me to bring the fleet to help you? The person on the holographic projection raised his eyebrows and said, with his head tilted slightly. Yes. Ackerman Yulia nodded without hiding his embarrassment at the moment. The 5 Kasumi-class battleships of the Black Flag First Fleet can't stop the attack of New Eden at all. I need your help. The person on the holographic projection chuckled. What's the price? Black Flag is half of the income in the next 10 years. Ackerman Yulia spoke without hesitation. He knew how many enemies he had. He was not dead now, because of the existence of Black Flag. If Black Flag was gone, it might disappear silently in a corner. Half of the income in the next 10 years is indeed very tempting. The person in the holographic projection licked his tongue, but suddenly looked up. But I refuse. Ackerman Yulia's face froze. Before he could speak, the person in the holographic projection spoke again. Although my fleet is also fully liberated, if one ship is lost, it will be one less ship. There is no way to get replenishment. If nothing goes wrong, the other side can provide continuous supplies. How can you let me fight? My connection with your Black Flag ends here. I give you a piece of advice and prepare for retreat. After that, the holographic link was cut off, leaving the 3 people with ugly faces. In silence, Ackerman Yulia suddenly raised his head and looked at the 2 people. I am unwilling to give up the Black Flag Galaxy. I want to fight to see if the other side has a higher level of complete battleships. If the other side only has destroyers, it is possible to fight. Adams Kent glanced at Benjamin Milu, who was leaning his head back like an ostrich, shook his head and said, What if we can't beat him? Can't beat him? Ackerman Yulia walked to the French window, opened the curtains and looked at the ships coming and going outside the window, as well as the acceleration track flashing with plasma sparks after being activated, and was speechless for a long time. Chapter 34. The bleak atmosphere of war began to fill the entire Black Flag Galaxy. The acceleration track has been closed to the outside world. Foreign fleets and caravans do not want to get involved in this troublesome matter, and they all take detours to other power galaxies. The Black Flag First Fleet has also returned to the base camp from the surrounding galaxies, and firmly guarded the 2 star gates. The gravity detection device of the space station has also been running at full power to search for space information in the galaxy to prevent being caught off guard by surprise attacks. Each of the 2 star gates is guarded by a squadron, and the main fleet is anchored outside the space station so that it can be deployed to the battlefield at any time. The entire fleet channel was filled with a depressing and solemn atmosphere, and there was no lively scene in the past. Accompanied by the alarm of the gravity detection device, Ackerman Yulia, who had been guarding the combat command room, immediately ordered in the fleet. The enemy has arrived, and the squadrons guarding the satellite gates return to the space station and prepare for battle. Only 2 squadrons? Ackerman Yulia looked at the 2 space collapse signals on the gravity detector, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's not the size of a full fleet in his worst plan, and 2 squadrons can still fight. As for Benjamin Milu, who was to face the enemy, he put down his thoughts of surrendering and regrouped his fleet to fight with New Eden. After the first squadron arrived in the deep space of the Black Flag Galaxy through the acceleration orbit of the Omega Galaxy, the second fleet, which had already charged the jump engine, also followed the hyperspace jump. After adjusting the fleet formation, Maud commanded a GAM-class ship to jump to tens of thousands of kilometers away from the space station to scout the enemy situation. Watching the Black Flag fleet gathering outside the space station, each ship has an energy beam connected to the space station, which is the station's resident function. The space station can transmit its own energy into the warship through this energy beam, so as to repair the warship's shield and transmit energy, and make the cabin unable to be locked through energy interference, which is a practical function of the space station after all. Naive. Maud shook his head with disdain, and then led the fleet to a place 20,000 kilometers away from the space station, facing the Black Flag First Fleet from a distance, forming a confrontation. This is a safe distance. If they go any further, they will enter the range of the weapons of the space station. He is not so stupid as to try the power of the main gun of the space station. Of course, if they bring a logistics ship, he does not recommend forcible demolition. Then he led the fleet to the acceleration track. He did not believe that these guys could give up this acceleration track. Damn it! Seeing that these guys were not fooled, Ackerman Yulia immediately asked Jim and Nilu to take the fleet to guard the acceleration track. Even though he knew that the other party was forcing him to fight head-on, he had to go. When Jim and Nilla led the fleet to defend, he found that these guys had already launched an attack on the acceleration track 2,000 kilometers away. Missiles with tail flames streaked across space and hit the acceleration track fiercely, causing violent explosions, hitting the defense shield of the acceleration track one by one, and circles of strong light waves spread all around. Damn it! Jim and Nilla couldn't just watch the other side attack so comfortably, and then the entire fleet rushed forward. The muzzle of the Tornado-class battleship glowed with blue light, and then spewed out a strong energy ray, which completely shattered a GAM-class battleship. Star 59 modified large cluster laser cannon can be used with various types of ammunition to emit different high-energy particle beams. Available ammunition: gamma, infrared, microwave, multi-frequency, radio frequency, standard, ultraviolet, X-ray. Type: energy cannon. Damage: 12,000 to 25,000, depending on the type of ammunition. Firing rate: 60 seconds per round. Range: 0 to 2,300 kilometers, depending on the type of ammunition. The maximum damage can reach 25,000, and the maximum attack distance is 2,300 kilometers. This can instantly destroy any frigate, and even a slightly weaker destroyer can be destroyed with one shot. This is the weapon that Adams Kent bought from the black market at a high price in order to strengthen the defensive firepower. Looking at the last report from the destroyed GAM class, Maud shook his head. The battleship's main guns were revealed at the beginning. Are they preparing for a decisive battle? He was right. Black Flag was preparing for a decisive battle with him. One battle will determine the future of the Black Flag galaxy. Then I satisfy you. After saying that, Maud closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was no longer emotional. All the battleships in the fleet were connected to his brain via quantum data links. This is Maud's combat form. He can link all the warships in the fleet through quantum data and perform subtle control on each warship. At this moment, he is the fleet. The thrusters of all the warships suddenly started, allowing the warships to reach the maximum cruising speed in just 3 seconds. During the journey, the missile launchers mounted on the hull opened one by one, and dense missiles with tail flames flew towards the opponent like a rain curtain. On the Black Flag side, hundreds of drones also flew out of the drone hangar, heading straight for the GAM-class frigate that was approaching at an ultra-high speed, and were about to attack it. At this time, missiles exploded in the drone group, generating a shock wave of flashing blue particles, and the drones in this range suddenly stopped after the shock wave passed, disconnecting the data link with the warship. Interference missile. The warhead loaded with pulse particles can form a pulse particle shock wave with a radius of 10 kilometers at the explosion point, causing a signal electromagnetic interference zone to disconnect the link with the drone. As dozens of interference missiles exploded in the drone cluster, all the drones released by the Black Flag fleet failed, and then the salient fleet formed by the GAM class rushed out of the drone group and engaged in battle with the Black Flag frigate. The frigates of both sides started to engage in battle first because of their speed. The Razor-class frigates of the Black Flag were equipped with 2 light Gauss guns and 1 close-in defense gun, and were the standard configuration of close-in air defense frigates. But how could the GARM class of the Mod Corps fight them in close combat? As soon as the two sides entered 200 kilometers, 50 GARM-class ships dispersed in battle formation, and their speed suddenly increased a lot. The 3 light missile launchers equipped opened fire at the same time, and light high-explosive bombs hit the front Razor-class one by one. 6 light high-explosive bombs in a row broke the energy shield of the Razor-class, and the following 4 bombs tore through its armor and structure, turning it into a ball of fire. 10 light high-explosive bombs? After calculating the damage, Maud organized the opponent's Razor-class frigates, and then micro-manipulated 50 GARM-class frigates with a total of 150 light missile launchers to pour missiles at various targets. After a round of firepower strikes, the front 13 Razor-class frigates turned into fireworks. 2 of them survived because their close-in defense guns were lucky enough to explode several missiles, but they could only evacuate the battlefield and had no strength to fight again. The firing rate of the GAM-class light missiles is 1 round every 10 seconds, which means that every 10 seconds, 15 Black Flag Razor-class frigates will be attacked and then turned into fireworks. What are you doing with your frigates? Get close to them. Do you want to be a target from such a distance? Jeremy Miller watched as his frigates lost 36 ships in less than 20 seconds, and 9 of them lost their combat effectiveness due to serious damage. He couldn't help but curse the frigate fleet. The Black Flag convoy only had 260 ships, and 45 of them had been damaged just after the battle began. Was this a waste? Captain, it's not that we don't want to close the distance, but our ships can't keep up. The commander of the frigate screamed with red eyes. The frigates on the other side were like rabbits, and they couldn't catch up no matter how hard they tried. They kept a distance of 150 to 180 kilometers, which was out of the range of their light Gauss guns. Moreover, the enemy's concentrated fire efficiency was very efficient, and they could scrap 15 of their warships every time without wasting any ammunition. It was very terrifying. Then withdraw first and provide air defense for the cruiser fleet. Jeremy Miller looked at the escort fleet that had no power to fight back in front of the other side, and had no choice but to withdraw it. How could Maud let it escape? Then the Osis class also opened fire. One after another heavy missiles crossed 1,000 kilometers of space and exploded in the fleet of Black Flag frigates. The electromagnetic bombs loaded in the warhead exploded suddenly, instantly tearing the guys who were hit to pieces, and the shock wave generated also forced the surrounding warships to come down from the sailing state. A few rounds of salvos from 10 Osis-class ships destroyed more than 30 Razor-class frigates, knocking most of them off course, and making them unable to evacuate, and being entangled by the Gam-class ships that followed closely. Seeing that only a few Razor-class ships had returned to the main fleet, Jeremy Miller immediately commanded the Tornado-class battleships to attack them. The 5 Tornado-class battleships, with a total of 10 main guns slightly moved horizontally, locked onto an Osis-class ship, and suddenly opened fire. If the 10 main guns hit, the Osis-class ship would be destroyed no matter what, but as the Osis-class ship suddenly accelerated and changed direction, the moment it detected the lock, it actually avoided the 10 energy beams one by one. What? Jeremy Miller was stunned. The zigzag was a practical technique for frigates to use their flexible maneuverability to avoid energy cannons, projectile cannons, and mixed cannons at a long distance. But only frigates can completely avoid it. Cruisers can only avoid being hit head-on at most, but it is impossible to avoid it completely. However, this flak cruiser in front of him could actually do it, and even avoided 10 energy rays. This is incredible. This shows that the flexibility of the cruiser in front of him is even higher than that of most frigates. After several more volleys, the opponent dodged easily, proving Jeremy Miller's idea. There was no other way. This heaven-defying cruiser could only get closer and shoot, and then aim the muzzle of the battleship at the frigates of the Mod group. Even if these frigates could dodge countless times, they could be destroyed if they were hit once. But how could Mod let the opponent's battleships be so rampant? On the flat hull of Bagasse, the cruise missile launchers mounted one by one suddenly sprayed sparks, and the cruise missiles more than 10 meters long rushed towards the opponent's cruiser group. The cruiser of the Black Flag watched the cruise missiles coming and locked onto it, and immediately opened the close-in defense guns to prepare for air defense. A cruise missile flew in an irregular arc, and the close-in defense gun suddenly opened fire and hit it, destroying it 5 kilometers away from it, but the shock blast from the explosion actually reduced its shield by 1/30. If it was hit head-on, it would be crippled if not dead. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, another 7 cruise missiles rushed out from the explosion, and the close-in defense guns were hit before they even had time to fire, erupting in a violent explosion, which was more violent than the cruiser's own explosion. Seeing that the 2 professional anti-aircraft cruisers could not intercept and were destroyed, the other pilots could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Overload the thrusters and close the distance, otherwise we will all be killed by such a kite. Jeremy Miller gritted his teeth and gave orders to the fleet. He wanted to fight these guys in a bayonet-like battle on the Starry Sea. Chapter 35. The people of the Black Flag First Fleet also knew the current situation. After hearing the order, they gritted their teeth and made a 180-degree emergency stop. The Garm-class cluster that the Mod Corps was chasing was unable to dodge, and was disrupted by 7 or 8 ships. Then, several stagnation beams slowed down the ship's speed, and it suffered a devastating blow in an instant, and was destroyed in an instant. Just fight like this, all ships equipped with stagnation beams will catch the nearest enemy, and then mark them for concentrated fire. Looking at these enemy frigates that had no power to resist after being slowed down, Jeremy Miller finally found a way to deal with it. The people of the Black Flag quickly agreed. The remaining Razor-class frigates fought against the Gam-class cluster. Stasis beams were standard for close combat frigates. These Razors hung stasis beams on the Gam-class after getting close. Unfortunately, the speed of the Gam-class was still too fast. A stasis beam could not effectively limit its speed. Even the distance was slowly increasing. The scrambler that could shut down the micro-jump propulsion could not reach the scrambling distance. Jem Miller looked at the fighter planes that finally appeared. Although he was afraid of death, he was a graduate of a serious high-level military academy. Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity. 3 ships attacked their respective targets in a group, all hang stasis beams, and then overload the scrambler and propulsion. Make sure to shut down the target's micro-jump propulsion. Yes. Sure enough, after the 3 stasis beams were hung up, the speed of the Gam-class ship dropped instantly, and then it was caught up by the Razor-class, which hung up the scrambler to force the micro-jump thruster to shut down. The advantage of the Gam-class is that it relies on high speed and ultra-long-range interference ability, and relies on missiles to destroy the enemy kite, but it loses its advantage after being restricted in speed and being close. But it is a fantasy to say that the Gam-class can be swallowed by 3 Razor-class ships. The small Gauss cannons of the 3 Razor-class ships spewed flames, and the shells wrapped in particle sparks hit the Gam-class shield fiercely, hitting waves of energy, but still could not break its shield defense, and even its shield was repairing rapidly. Small Gauss cannon, a short-range kinetic Gauss cannon that fires powerful shells. Damage, 500 to 600. Rate of fire, 15 seconds per round. Range, 80 kilometers. A very good small cannon with a fast rate of fire and decent damage, very popular among frigate captains. But unfortunately, the Gam-class's own shield has a high resistance to kinetic energy, and it is also equipped with a small shield recharger Type 2, which can quickly repair the lost shield. The 3 Razors can't break the shield at all, at least until the Gam-class runs out of energy. All warships focus on capturing the enemy. Jeremy Miller looked at the Razor class, which was excellent in close combat in the past, but could not break the enemy's shield. He was a little unbelievable, but he immediately issued an order. This time, there was no accident. All the captured Garm class were quickly destroyed, especially under the energy cannon of the battleship. This wave actually destroyed 16 Garm class ships, which made the people of the Black Flag confident. Brothers, see, as long as we get close, these guys will be sheep to be slaughtered. Jem and Miller shouted in the fleet channel, and everyone looked at the mod group with red eyes and roared. They were beaten without any chance to fight back, which was too aggrieved. They wanted revenge. Looking at his fleet losing 16 Gam-class ships, Maud's face was expressionless, still as harsh as frost, and he squeezed out 2 words as cold as the sea of stars: naive. Then he commanded the other Gam-class ships to bypass the Black Flag's escort fleet by changing direction flexibly, and divided them into 2 routes to circle around the Black Flag cruisers and battleships at a speed of several hundred kilometers. Looking at the Gam-class ships around him, Jem and Miller's heart sank, and he no longer had the ecstasy he had just felt. It's going to happen. They want to catch them all in one fell swoop. Sure enough, just when he was about to retreat, these Gam-class ships would suddenly come up to disrupt the warships and battleships that were jumping. The long distance of up to 150 kilometers made him helpless. It would take at least 2 minutes for his fleet to prepare for the war within the galaxy, and this disruption would allow him to start over. The most annoying thing is that the rain and dew are evenly distributed. Only 33 Gam-class ships have been able to keep all 60 cruisers and 5 battleships by constantly locking and disrupting. The cruisers and battleships of the Mod Corps outside their range will not miss this opportunity. High-explosive cruise missiles and high-explosive heavy missiles streak through space and pierce into the cruiser fleet of the Black Flag and explode suddenly. Each round of salvo can take away several cruisers of the Black Flag. After trying to use drones to drive away the jammed missiles to disconnect the data link, and the cruisers and battleship shipborne guns to drive them away failed, Jem and Nilla had to continue to let the escort fleet drive them away, otherwise his fleet would not be able to hold on for long if this continued. But how could Maud allow the Black Flag frigates to rush over like this? Although the Gam-class frigates were still disrupting the cruisers and battleships, their light missiles began to attack the approaching Razor-class frigates. After one round of attack, 7 to 9 Razor-class frigates were destroyed. In a short distance of less than 300 kilometers, a total of 38 frigates were lost. At this point, the entire Black Flag frigate fleet was left with less than 30 ships. You know, their original frigate fleet had a total of 180 ships. Except for about 50 ships destroyed by the Gam class, the rest were destroyed by the Osis class that provided firepower and special cover in the rear. The small boat Nemesis is so terrifying. The remaining Razor class could no longer hold on, and directly fled the battlefield, abandoning the main fleet trapped in the encirclement. Maud ignored this directly. It didn't matter if dozens of frigates escaped. As long as the main ships of the Black Flag were eaten, the Black Flag Galaxy could be declared a change of ownership. Ackerman Yulia, who had been staying in the space station operations room and paying close attention to the battle situation, sighed silently, full of helplessness, and his body became much more hunched. Everyone in Black Flag, cease fire immediately, shut down the jump engine and the shipboard engine. Ackerman Yulia sent a public message to the entire galaxy. The Black Flag First Fleet, which was fighting hard in the starry sky, not only had its close-in defense guns fully operational in order to deal with this outrageously powerful missile, but also had its main guns used for air defense. Suddenly, they heard their leader's voice like heavenly music, and immediately followed his instructions. After receiving the message, Maud controlled the missile that had already flown into the air to self-destruct, and connected to the communication of Black Flag leader Ackerman Yulia, but the GAM class continued to disrupt the Black Flag people non-stop to prevent fraud. Commander of New Eden, please spare the remaining Black Flags. I am willing to exchange the entire Black Flag galaxy for our lives. After the call was connected, Ackerman Yulia bowed his body and lowered his head, keeping a very humble attitude. Stupid. Ola, who had been observing the battle, appeared and looked at Ackerman Yulia with a smile on his face. Even if we destroy you, the Black Flag Galaxy will still be ours. Chapter 36. You won't. Ackerman Yulia said confidently. Oh. Ola tilted his head slightly and lifted his feet. Give me a reason. Because the space stations in the Black Flag Galaxy are built with enough fuel to operate for 2 years, and they are fully armed. Ackerman Yulia showed the weapons equipped on the space station one by one. Hundreds of artillery and missile silos made it look like a ferocious beast covered with giant thorns. Are you threatening me? Aura's eyes turned cold, staring at Ackerman Yulia. Ackerman Yulia shook his head, put away all his weapons, raised his head and said calmly, You are a smart man, you should know what I mean. The Black Flag fleet suffered heavy damage, and could be destroyed at any time. Even if the weapons of this space station were as powerful as the combined ones, after losing the fleet, it would be just an immovable cage, and could only be trapped here to death. So after destroying the main fleet of the Black Flag, it only needs to monitor it 24 hours a day, and one day it will be dragged down, and it may not take long. After all, Aura believes in the speed of Sherman unlocking the New Eden technology, and His Excellency the Commander is not someone who can tolerate thorns. However, it would be best if we could accept it in its entirety. Aura's expression was as warm as the melting winter snow, but he still shook his head. This is not enough. This Black Flag military fortress has poured most of the efforts of the Black Flag Legion, plus this priceless acceleration track. It is enough to exchange for the lives of us. Ackerman Yulia said very calmly. Let alone the value of this military fortress customized by Xingchen Heavy Industry. Even the acceleration track is not something that any force can get. This is a hyperspace jump technology that is strictly controlled by the 2 major camps. Not to mention the high price, the most important thing is the channel. There are only 5-star systems in the entire Omega Star region that have it. If Ackerman Yulia had not relied on the relationship between the captain of the Blue Fleet and Star Heavy Industry to obtain the qualification by customizing the space military fortress, he would not have been able to purchase this acceleration track after spending a huge price. Of course, more importantly, the entire Omega Galaxy only lacks an acceleration track in the north, so this qualification fell into the hands of the medium-sized force Black Flag. And Ackerman Yulia also believes that this is why New Eden declared war on them, because of a little conflict, and the rest are excuses. But he really misunderstood. Sherman and his men were only interested in the location of this galaxy. This accelerated orbit technology is not as good as their Jump Stargate technology. But as a victor, how can we live up to Aura's plan if we don't suck blood from Black Flag? So Aura made a gesture and continued to shake his head. All the space buildings in the Black Flag Galaxy are just the spoils we deserve as the victors. You are now prisoners, and should act according to the rules of the galaxy. This world is a bit like medieval Europe in terms of war. The prisoners of the defeated side can be redeemed by the victorious side with money, but this is limited to 2 people who don't have much feud. If you want to put the prisoners in the 2 major camps, don't even think about this good thing. The best result is to spend the rest of your life in a prison. 1 million per person. Ackerman Yulia gave the high price without hesitation. Military fortresses can be given, and acceleration tracks can be sent. After all, he also knows that under the current circumstances, he can't keep them, but this money. Ola looked at Ackerman Yulia with contempt. I say, these are battleship pilots with rich combat experience. Even if I sell them as slaves to the Omega Galaxy, it will be more than this amount of money, right? Ackerman Yulia was about to say something when he was interrupted by Ola, who waved his hand and inadvertently opened the public channel. These are respectable opponents, who can match my New Eden fleet. In particular, the commander of this fleet can actually trick our New Eden's only experienced combat commander. If our leader had not disagreed, I would have wanted to recruit them. You told me that the ransom for each of them is only 1 million? Looking at the message in the public channel, the people of the Black Flag fleet were so ashamed that they couldn't lift their heads. What's the point of being evenly matched? They were clearly being beaten, but they still felt a little unhappy when they heard that Ackerman Yulia was only willing to pay a ransom of 1 million per person. You have to know that for the defeated party, the amount of ransom is a proof of the value of a defeated prisoner. For example, Mu Yunyan, the former captain of the 1st Special Forces Fleet of the Omega community, was captured during a mission, and the Omega business community paid a sky-high price of 50 billion to redeem her. Although she suffered severe physical and mental damage because all her team members were killed and could no longer serve in combat positions, she is now the chief instructor of the entire Omega Joint Fleet and has handed over batches of basic officers. It can be said that her students are all over Omega, proving her value to outsiders. The ransom of 1 million per person is the lowest level in the interstellar world. After all, the financial and time cost of training a qualified pilot is more than 1 million. This is a kind of silent contempt. As the first fleet of the Black Flag, Jimin Miller silently watched the public channel. He knew that the defeated general was like a dog that had lost its home. Now his life was in the hands of his leader. As long as he could save his life, he would use any ransom to insult him. Shameless. Seeing Ola say this on the public channel, Ackerman Yulia gritted his teeth. This was trying to force him into the fire pit. If the ransom is too little, how much loyalty will these people have left even if they are redeemed? Ackerman Yulia knew it was an open conspiracy, but he could only stick his head out. How much do you want? These are warriors who chose to charge forward even though they knew they were no match for the enemy. Ola put his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly in greeting in the direction of the Black Flag First Fleet. So in order to express respect for these warriors, but considering your current situation, the merciful Lord of New Eden decided that each person only needs a ransom of 10 million, and Captain Jimin Milu, who can teach New Eden a heavy lesson, needs a ransom of 100 million. As soon as Ola opened his mouth, he increased the ransom tenfold. In order to avoid any more trouble, Ackerman Yulia agreed immediately. Now there are only 112 people left in the First Fleet, plus 1 Jimin Milu. The total is only 1.22 billion. He can afford it. He directly transferred the money to Ola's account and was about to take people away, but was stopped by Ola. Excuse me, do you also need to redeem your warships? Ackerman Yulia, Finally, after some friendly exchanges, Ackerman Uriah finally decided to redeem all the warships seized by New Eden at a price of 30 billion. This wave of his was not a loss. After all, these warships were worth more than this price, and as long as the fleet was still there, they could get along well wherever they went. Ackerman Uriah did not play tricks. Before leaving, he gave the space military fortress and the authority of the acceleration track to Aura, and did not do anything. After Aura settled in the central databases under construction in various spaces, he changed all the permissions one by one, announcing the arrival of Omega's emerging force New Eden. Chapter 37. In the Omega Galaxy, the Omega Star City Joint Operations Conference Room, there were about 20 people sitting densely. The Black Flag Galaxy has changed hands, and the northern gate of the Omega Star region is in the hands of this unknown New Eden. I think we should send troops to take back the Black Flag Galaxy. Star Heavy Industry CEO Tadal Mashi slammed the table and said. No wonder he was so angry. Star Heavy Industry has many secret transportation lines in the north, and the Black Flag Galaxy is a must-pass place. Not to mention that in order to support the development of the Black Flag Consortium, they not only customized a military fortress for it, but also found a way to get things like acceleration orbits. Of course, Star Heavy Industry took the lion's share of the tax fees for the acceleration track. Now that the Black Flag Galaxy has changed hands, the acceleration track has also changed hands, so the one who suffered the greatest loss is Star Heavy Industry. God knows why these guys can still lose like this after urgently supporting them with 3 battleships and 50 cruisers. Ackerman Yulia is simply a waste. The Omega Star region is a place where the strong prey on the weak, not to mention that Ackerman Yulia has never accepted our recruitment. This time, I think we can try to contact a new force first. Matt, the CEO of Lambert Heavy Industries, chuckled softly, and the thick cigar in his hand ignited with bursts of flames. The biggest force in the Omega Star region is their Omega Union, which is composed of Star Heavy Industries, Lambert Heavy Industries, Deep Blue Consortium, Early Consortium, and the Berea family. However, after all, they are all interest unions formed by capital consortiums, and there are constant frictions within them due to conflicts of interest. In particular, the conflict between Star Heavy Industries and Lambert Heavy Industries is the most serious. After all, both companies are mainly engaged in arms trade. In addition, there have been no major conflicts and wars in the Omega Star region in recent years, and the arms trade market has shrunk, and internal competition is serious. I think what Matt said is right. We can contact New Eden first, and see if we can absorb it. After all, it can take down the Black Flag Galaxy so easily, so its strength should be good. As a staunch ally of Lambert Heavy Industries, the head of the Deep Blue Consortium immediately stood up to support it. The strength of New Eden is more than good. Matt smiled strangely at the direction of Star Heavy Industries. My intelligence shows that Black Flag receives support from 3 Tornado-class battleships, 35 Fury-class attack cruisers, and 15 Wind-Tide-class anti-aircraft cruisers before the war. The fleet strength can be said to have more than doubled, but it was still defeated. Everyone's eyes turned to the direction of Xingchen Heavy Industry. These are all the signature warships of Xingchen Heavy Industry. Tattlemashi's face was as ugly as charcoal, gloomy and scary. That's not all. I heard that the Black Flag's first fleet was controlled outside the range of firepower, and was crippled by the most basic kite tactics. They couldn't even touch the enemy. If it was equipped with my Lambert Heavy Industries Fiery-class battleships and Thunder Flame-class cruisers, it wouldn't be like this. Matt's words were full of sarcasm, and everyone in Xingchen Heavy Industry glared at him. This bastard was openly belittling Xingchen Heavy Industry and praising himself. He was so inhumane. Haha, using your Fiery-class battleship and Thunder Flame-class cruiser to give the other party a scraping massage? Tuttlemashi also mocked him. Because the arms market is seriously involuted, the two companies' research is aimed at 2 different directions. The warships launched by Xingchen Heavy Industry tend to be powerful close-range gunboats, while Lambert Heavy Industry tends to be missile warships with long-range strikes. You? Matt was speechless, because his own warships were indeed inferior to the other side. Okay, stop arguing, business is important. Barley, the current head of the Barley family, stood up to mediate. As the chairman of the current joint group, the two also gave face, snorted coldly and sat back. After everyone quieted down, Barley said, "Now, everyone, please speak out what you think about the forces in New Eden. The Black Flag Galaxy is the northern gate of the Omega Star region, and it is of great importance. It must be taken back." The people from Xingchen Heavy Industry immediately said that if they didn't take revenge, they would have no chance to survive. Since they can drive away the Black Flag and occupy the Black Flag Galaxy with their strength, they are worth recruiting. I suggest that we communicate and win them over before making a decision. Matt glanced at Tattlemashi inconspicuously and continued in a sarcastic tone, "If they can be successfully recruited, it's not impossible to give them the Black Flag Galaxy. After all, they are strong and it's more reassuring to guard the northern gate." You? Enough. Bailey stood up and slammed the table to stop the argument that was about to start. He turned to look at the girl who was playing games in the corner with her head down. "Mu Yunyan, what do you think?" "How to look at it?" "Look at it with your strength." The girl didn't even raise her head and said in a nonchalant tone, "Mu Yunyan." Bailey looked at the girl and said word by word, Okay. Mu Yunyan turned off the game and called up the battlefield record. "This is the battlefield record. You should have the answer in your heart after reading it." The battlefield record in less than an hour made everyone look at each other in bewilderment, especially the leaders of Xingchen Heavy Industry and Lambert Heavy Industry, who were shocked and asked at the same time, "Completely liberate the battleship? So what are you going to do?" Mu Yunyan looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone was silent. "Yunyan, if you were in command of the joint fleet, would you be sure to defeat this New Eden?" Barley bit his fingers, tapped lightly on the table, and asked Mu Yunyan, "If you want to say who can really convince the entire joint fleet, it is undoubtedly the girl with angel blood in front of him. Although she is only a chief instructor now, she is a top student of the command department who graduated from the Angel Higher Military Academy. With the same number of fleets, I'm not sure at all." Mu Yunyan shook her head. Even a top student in the command department couldn't make up for the generation gap in battleships. "Is this unprecedented battleship in New Eden so powerful?" Tattlemashi asked puzzledly. "After all, the ships of the Mod Corps are more flexible, but they don't seem to be that powerful." Powerful? Mu Yunyan looked at the flat battleship in the projection, her pretty face full of solemnity. From the performance of its thrusters and jump engines, it has surpassed the battleships of the current mainstream civilization, and is even not inferior to the latest Destiny-class battleships of the Angel civilization. Do you think it's powerful? And I don't believe this is the full firepower of this battleship. It must be said that Mu Yunyan is indeed a top student who graduated from the Angel's Supreme Military Academy. She saw through Maud's hidden tricks at a glance. In this battle, Maud's regiment only fully unlocked the thrusters and engines, but the weapon lock only unlocked the second layer. What? Everyone stood up after hearing this. They were very shocked and even unbelievable about what the girl said. But they had to believe it, not for any reason, but because she had indeed seen the format warships of the mainstream civilization today, and even the strategic weapon of the Angel civilization, the Sky Blade Titan. My suggestion is to try to make friends with them, and even if the Omega Union adds another seat, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. But if you can't make friends with them, then quickly gather the superior fleet and destroy them in one fell swoop, and don't give them any spark to start over, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Mu Yunyan's pretty face was full of murderous intent like frost. What if you can't beat them? Someone said weakly. Can't beat them? Mu Yunyan sat back in her seat, changed her face, and showed everyone a sweet smile. Then I surrender. Chapter 38. After the meeting, Matt, as the negotiating representative, set out on the road to the Black Flag Galaxy. After everyone discussed, they decided to negotiate first, but the joint fleet had already begun to gather in the Omega Galaxy, preparing for the worst. As soon as they entered the Black Flag Galaxy, they saw that the Black Bear flag above the Black Flag space station had turned into the red double-headed bird flag of the Mod Corps, announcing to the world the fact that the place had changed hands. One after another, the Mod Corps teams kept patrolling the galaxy. Matt looked at the blue warship and couldn't help but observe carefully. Is this warship that has reached the level of the Angel Civilization's warship? Representatives of the Omega Union, please come to the space station for a chat. Before he could observe more carefully, Aura's invitation was sent to his warship communication, which made his face change slightly. The news that he came to communicate was only decided half an hour ago. How did they know so quickly? I have their people in the internal? Or are they supported by people in the internal? But with the technological level of these guys, they are not something that he and others can support. Being supported is more like being supported. Shaking his head, Matt entered the Black Flag. Oh no, it should be the war fortress of the Mod Corps with this inexplicable thought. When he arrived at the berth, he saw a whole squadron of the Mod Corps doing maintenance. Missile launchers and missiles were unloaded from the spacecraft by mechanical arms for maintenance. The scene of dozens of warships being repaired together was very spectacular. Matt representative, please move, our manager is waiting for you in the conference room. Maud stepped forward to invite him. There was no other way. There was not much manpower now, so he had to come. Matt looked at the burly man who was a head taller than him, and thought about the information Mu Yunyan gave him before he came. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but step forward to talk. Excuse me, are you the Commander Maud who commanded the fleet to defeat the Black Flag fleet yesterday? Yes, it's me. Maud answered in a muffled voice, walking in front without turning his head. He was the leader of the Maud group, but he was actually serving as a receptionist here. He was already unhappy. Your Maud group is famous throughout the Omega Star region, and all forces admire you. Matt's words were not flattery. They had read the combat records last night. According to Mu Yunyan's evaluation, this commander was ruthless and rational. He was able to abandon some frigates in exchange for the opportunity to annihilate the enemy fleet. He was a terrifying commander. Forget it. I can only fight against small forces like yours. I can't handle other big forces. I need others. Maud waved his hand and said that his Maud regiment had only battleships at most, and at most they were the best in conventional battles. Once they encountered an enemy above the flagship level, he would be a little overwhelmed. But in Matt's ears, these words have another meaning. Is there any other power in New Eden? After that, no matter how much Matt tried to persuade him, Maud stopped talking and walked to the meeting room with his head down. In the meeting room, Ola, who had been waiting for a long time, nodded at the two people who came in. After the two sat down, he spoke. Matt, you are here for the Black Flag Galaxy, right? Yes, Matt said directly. He knew this situation. It turned out that the roundabout way of business negotiations was useless. It was better to be straightforward. So what do you want to do? The bionic robot that Aura was in rested its hands on the conference table, its two mechanical eyes staring at Matt. Are you planning to use force to take back the Black Flag Galaxy? Matt shook his head. As a man who controlled a fleet of tens of thousands of warships, he certainly couldn't be scared. This is not the last resort. After all, although my Omega Federation is big and powerful, we don't want to create a strong enemy for nothing. So we can talk? Aura sat back in his seat and smiled. We can talk, but there are conditions, and that's the bottom line. Matt said seriously. Go ahead. First, Matt raised his index finger and stared at Aura. You need to join the Omega Union, and I can do my best to make you the 6th seat. Matt played a trick and turned this condition that everyone had already agreed to into a favor. This is impossible. New Eden will not join any organization or group. Aura shook his head expressionlessly, and his mechanical eyes flashed a strange red light. This is our bottom line. Matt stood up and looked at Ola. You should know that the Black Flag is the northern gate of the Omega Star region. Although there is no threat in the north, it must be controlled by our own hands. Ola certainly knew, otherwise he would not have spent so much effort to plan the Black Flag Galaxy. After all, this is also the gate of his Alpha Star region, and he can't give in. Then there is nothing to talk about? Ola turned his head and winked at Maud, who had been standing beside him, ready to send him away. Maud walked behind Matt and held Matt's shoulders tightly with a pair of big hands. Please, Matt representative. Wait, of course we have to negotiate. The conditions can be negotiated. Matt felt the iron hands on his shoulders and screamed with gritted teeth in pain. Ola nodded, and Maud also let go and stood back beside Ola. Matt moved his shoulders and said his real minimum condition. Alliance, this is our final bottom line. Okay. Ola nodded. This alliance is much more sincere than direct annexation. Talk about the second condition. Second, we hope that everything in the Black Flag Galaxy will remain the same. The acceleration track will still be open to all forces, and we also hope that the taxation will remain the same as before. The Black Flag Galaxy is a must-go place for many of their secret trade routes. If these guys raise taxes at will, it will greatly affect their interests. That's fine. Ola had no objection to this. After all, he didn't care about this little profit. And we can also provide you with rescue services in the north, as long as the money is in place. Matt's eyes lit up. This barren land in the north was beyond their reach. They often encountered pirates who robbed them. These pirates wandered around without a base, and they had no place to retaliate. If they could have a strong friendly army to help, it would be much easier. That's possible. We can discuss the details later. Of course, Ola said with a smile. The north was the Alpha Star field. Even if there was this, he would not allow his own territory to have such an unstable factor as pirates. Except for the first condition, he was very satisfied with the other conditions. I have a question I want to ask you. Matt looked at Ola, then looked at Maud behind Ola, and said hesitantly, May I ask you, New Eden? Suddenly, such a strong dragon appeared, which inevitably made people confused. It's just a stray dog looking for a home. Ola and Maud's faces showed a little sadness. Matt saw that the two had made up their minds, and then stopped probing, but led the topic to cooperation. In the end, the two sides reached some commercial cooperation. For example, Aura leased 6 galaxies with rich ice mines around Black Flag in exchange for free rescue and escort for Lambert Heavy Industry in the northern Alpha Star field. There were also many trade cooperations with Lambert Heavy Industry. That's the thing. Except that New Eden is only willing to form an alliance and not join us. Other military and commercial cooperations have been negotiated. In the meeting room, Matt reported the results of this exchange. Huh? You don't know what's good for you. Are you looking down on us? Tadelmashi slapped the armrest of the chair, stood up and said angrily, I think we should just destroy it directly. Mu Union, who was playing games on the table with her legs crossed, said vaguely, then you can take your fleet to attack. As long as you can win, I will be the first to agree to hand over the Black Flag Galaxy to you. Me too. Matt squinted his eyes and said. Tadelmashi was so choked that he didn't know how to speak. Although he wanted to rush over with the fleet, his reason told him that he should not act rashly. Then he snorted and sat back. Since then, no one has objected, and New Eden has officially settled in the Omega Star region, becoming the 6th pole outside the 5 major forces of the Omega Federation. Chapter 39. Hey. Sherman looked at the 3rd battleship boss that appeared in today's Star Belt. As expected, it was still a big ammunition gift bag. He could not help but drive the boat back to the station, stood up and stretched his body, and said to Aura beside him, Aura, have you finished the work in Omega Star region? Commander, the Black Flag Galaxy has been completely taken, and we have officially entered the Omega Star region. Aura's holographic projection came behind Sherman to report, leaning slightly and lowering his head. What about the ice mines? This is the reason why all these things happened. If there is still a shortage, it will take some effort. We currently control 10 ice mine star systems, of which 6 are located around the Black Flag star system, and are rich in ice mines. The daily output is enough to support our development. Ola reported one by one. The problem of ice mines has been solved. After that, the Alpha Star field will usher in a great development, laying a solid foundation for the future development of New Eden. That's good. Is there anything else that needs my approval? As a hands-off boss, Sherman handed over most of the power to Aura. He has been working hard to unlock technology, playing games, so it's rare for him to ask these questions. Yes. Aura opened the star map. Currently, due to the expansion of the territory, our defense force is very scarce. In addition, the Mord Core suffered some damage in this battle, and needs to be replenished. We need to build a batch of warships. Okay. Sherman rubbed his head. It seems that the resources he saved will be gone again. He sighed. How many do you need to build? Although Aura went to the Omega Star region, the Alpha Star region was still mining resources with all its strength, and had accumulated a large amount of resources. At present, there is enough ice ore, and the Alpha Star region can be developed on a large scale. Therefore, at least one Mod Core brigade is needed for defense, and a brigade is also needed to garrison in the Omega Star region to deal with emergencies, and carry out rescue missions. Aura calculated and replied. So many. Sherman rubbed his face. After building so many warships, the resources he planned to use to build a flagship in the future were gone. In total, at least 1 brigade and 3 squadrons are needed, which is the minimum requirement. Ola quietly stepped back a few steps, and continued. Now it is estimated that many mining teams will be needed to mine the moon ore, so, since it is a large-scale development, it will definitely require many mining teams to mine minerals, which is a steel demand. Ah. Sherman looked at the number of resources in the warehouse, and closed his eyes. Take them all, and build the mining team first, and then give the collected resources directly to Mod to build the main fleet. Since we are going to build it, let's do it right away, and build all the fleets of the Moda Core. Only in this way can we bring out the full strength of the Moda Core. Commander, are you sure to build all the main fleets of the Moda Core? Of course. Sherman looked at Aura, who had a strange expression, and said with certainty. Aura didn't say anything more, but sent the message to Modu, who was stationed far away in the Black Flag. Modu was so excited when he saw the news that he jumped up and down. Wait until my main fleet comes out, and then I see who will jump up and down again. Mod clenched his fists, and the muscles on his arms were like steel. Old duh, my flagship is gone. Back in the game, Sherman and Delk Ellis said depressedly. What's wrong? Delk Ellis was very surprised. He took a look at the damage of the Legion. There was no destruction report from Sherman. Dragged the destruction report out, and let me see it. Let me be happy too. Get lost, the guy who wants to catch me hasn't been born yet. Sherman angrily said, then tell me where your flagship is? Delk Ellis rolled his eyes. Since there is no destruction report, what can you say? I mean I have no resources to build a flagship. Sherman hurriedly explained to him. But this made him even more unconvinced. This bastard has been staying with him in the F-88 galaxy. When has he ever gone to mine? Bullshit, when did you have the resources to build a flagship? You just got the Ore Mother from the Star Belt? The Ore Mother is the pirate's industrial ship carrying minerals. It is randomly refreshed like a normal boss. After being destroyed, it can explode a lot of minerals. Generally, it can only be transported in one go by a cargo ship. The main source of income from Star Belt farming is the Ore Mother, boss and officials, especially the Ore Mother. After all, when officials are not available, the income from the Ore Mother accounts for the vast majority of the income. Don't make a fuss. Don't you know that I sell all the ore I swipe to Shunguden? Then where do you get the ore to build the flagship? Buy the ore from the mall to turn it into a ship. Dirk Ellis was very puzzled. This mall buying ship gift packs to turn into, or is a method these merchants have figured out. In buildings with full ore turning skills and full refining bonuses, this cost effectiveness is much better than purchasing from the market, and you don't have to pull it from the guitar to 0-0, which reduces the risk. Speaking of this, Sherman remembered that in the middle and late stages of the second test, in the Dreg star field of the new 8th region, there was a star system where more than 1,000 ships exploded every day. There was a big guy who got a lot of minerals by doing this, but because there were not many people at that time, the mineral market shrank, and all the minerals were in his hands. He used all the minerals to build ships, and then cheated insurance by self-exploding them, and then salvaged the wreckage. This created a miracle star system, where thousands of ships exploded every day. Oh, forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Sherman did not continue to brush the star belt, but returned to the space station to prepare for a rest. Repeating the same thing was too monotonous and easy to get tired. TSK. After that, Delk Ellis, who had been brushing the Sky Serpent Refuge all day and had not gone on an expedition, also returned to the space station. The two non-Africans chatted in the space station. At this time, the Legion channel began to become lively. Xianza and others, if you want to go out and play, hurry up and gather at the 1-5 galaxy. There is a large direct hole leading to the Northern Alliance Mister. Go and play. Xiang Ji, what team? Xianza et al., Storm Team. Xiang Ji, then I go. Dong Xian, +1. Dirk Ellis, +1. Sherman looked at the conversation in the channel, with a strange look on his face. If he remembered correctly, this Xiang Ji was the commander of the Northern Alliance's -36° Brotherhood army guarding the gate of Mister, right? Is this considered a vest leading the way? Barbarian, come together. Dirk Ellis saw that Sherman didn't move and began to persuade him. It's boring to keep killing monsters. Let's go out and have some fun together. Okay. Sherman attended the event with the idea of watching a show, ready to appreciate the performance of this Northern Alliance super vest. On the other side, the Northern Alliance Mister YY channel. For people agreed, brothers, the source as a whole, come over, brothers are ready to receive guests. UDQ brothers, get ready to grab weapons. Chapter 40. After a mobilization, the entire Void Glow fleet and the surrounding legions also wanted to go out and play. The number of people in the fleet reached about 40. Xianza and others looked at the number and decided to change the ship from the Storm Fleet to the Caldari Heavy Assault Ship Hilbora class. I also changed to a Monitor-class battle cruiser and prepared to fight a small battle. Xianza and others, who can drive the command ship? I can drive a Nighthawk-class command ship. The command ship skills and shield command skills have reached level V. Xiangji volunteered to get a Nighthawk-class command ship for free, and then he would make a batch of goods. Okay. But there is a command bonus ship, but there is no logistics. All of them are ruthless F1 fighters. Xianza and others looked at the fleet. All of them are the same Hilbora class, but there is no light or heavy interception and logistics. Send a few people to start light interception to catch meat in the front, and a few more to start logistics, otherwise how can we fight? But everyone wanted to change boats, and finally Xianza and others had to let several Legion veterans reluctantly change to light interceptors as the front line of catching people, but there was really no way for logistics. It was useless to talk about it, and no one wanted to drive. After all, the logistics position had almost no chance of getting KM, and it was the easiest target to focus fire on in the squad battle. In short, it was a thankless job. Except for professional logistics drivers, no one else wanted to play a guest role. Seeing that Xianza and others were almost talking, but the others still did not move, Xiangzi persuaded, Instructor, it doesn't matter if no one drives logistics. Today, the worst that can happen is to resist firepower. Xianza and others finally compromised. Then the fleet stayed in the 1-5 Galaxy Iron Wall plug-in and waited. 3 Thean-class light interceptors driven by veteran players plunged into the wormhole and came to the 7-8 Galaxy in the Omis star field. Then, they split into 3 groups and left to find valuable targets. Northern Alliance Omist YY. The entrance to the wormhole is in the 7-8 Galaxy. The front light interceptor is set off. The main fleet is the 40-plus COC team. There is no logistics. Please pay attention. A certain pseudonym quickly switched accounts to report information. Each army organized the COC team and the logistics team. Except for the 36° Brothers army, everyone else gathered in the 0 DDMH Galaxy and waited for orders. UDQ looked at the information and immediately gave orders to the commanders of each army. Dog brother, do you want to show off your tankiness? Feng Yifeng looked at the Phoenix-class Dreadnought class in his warehouse and was eager to try. Get lost, UDQ said unhappily. That's right, don't turn the anti-harvest into a rescue battle. Kokovis also despised it in the fleet. This is a direct hole connected to the source. If the flagship is really caught, it will be a small battle. Coco, stick to it. Seeing the Legion girl speak, Feng Yifeng's eyes lit up. Don't worry, Coco, your brother Feng will start the logistics to repair it for you, and you will definitely not die. In the channel of the European and American Joint Fleet, everyone held their foreheads. This great commander. Magic Dumpling, Ba, Licking Dog. Elite Miner, Ba, Licking Dog. Liangshan, Bah, you lick dog. The channel was full of condemnation against Feng Yifeng, but this guy looked at an ID in the channel and immediately continued to lick. Auntie Tuanzi, hug me. Climb for me. The magic little Tuanzi got goosebumps when he saw the message. After so many years, how could this guy still be like this? The people in the fleet watched Feng Yifeng flatter the two girls, and soon they were amused and laughed happily. They couldn't help but sigh that this is the gap between people. In a certain neighborhood, a girl grabbed a man's ear and pointed at the computer screen. If you learn how to talk from the Grand Commander, you won't have to make me so angry every day. Spinner Sand looked at the Grand Commander, who was showing his true colors as a licker in the channel, and said unhappily, if I learn from him, can you still let me go out with peace of mind? Shi Shangyu put down the ring finger Sand's ear, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he grabbed the soft flesh on his waist again, and said gently, I asked you to learn how to talk from the Grand Commander, not to learn how to be a licker from the Grand Commander. If you dare to be as cheap as him, I will break your third leg. Reincarnation Finger Sand looked aggrieved, and couldn't get angry with his wife. Seeing the Grand Admiral, who was still flattering him, he couldn't help but get angry. Feng Yifeng. Okay, stop making trouble, and get ready for battle. Q Brother Yudu listened to the report and learned that the 3 light interceptors had begun to return after not capturing any valuable ships. He then put down the stale lard rice in his hand, and asked everyone to get ready for battle. Feng Yifeng also straightened his face, and quickly drove out the Slepmi command ship. Playing is playing, making trouble is making trouble, but don't make jokes during the battle. On the other hand, Xianzhou and others were ready to challenge each other directly after hearing that every time they caught a valuable target, they couldn't just stand up so many people and disband the team. More than 40 people entered the Omis star field through the wormhole, and went straight to the 7L9 star system, which was the base of the 36-degree Brotherhood Legion. Now nearly 20 people had gathered in the Star City, and were waiting quietly. Xianzhou and others brought a large force to the Star Gate thousands of kilometers in front of the Star City, and challenged the battle directly there. Xianzhou and others, brothers, let's make an appointment. 10 years. There are a lot of people standing there and hanging up. We can't make an appointment, you guys go. Xianzhou and others. No, it's not easy to come here. You go and call people, we wait for you. 10 years, eh. Then they really started waiting next to the Star Gate. European and American Joint Fleet Channel. 10 years. Brother Q, the opposing large forces are all waiting to engage in battle at the 7L9 Star Gate. Yuda Brother Q was overjoyed. 10 years, don't go out to fight yet. I take the large forces to the OKO jumping bridge and enter the battlefield at any time. Okay. At this time, an emergency warning broadcast was sent 3 times in a row in the Northern Alliance warning channel. XXX. A large VVV force appeared in SWBV-2, 60 plus Xiaoxi Tsujin team, and is disappearing. Please pay attention to avoid all friendly forces around. XXX. A large VVV force appeared in SWBV-2, 60 plus Xiaoxi Tsujin team, and is disappearing. Please pay attention to avoid all friendly forces around. XXX. A large VVV force appeared in SWBV-2, 60 plus Xiaoxi Tsujin team, and is disappearing. Please pay attention to avoid all friendly forces around. Don't move yet, everyone return to the station. Q Brother and Yudu opened the star map and looked at the SWBV-2 galaxy, which was only a few jumps away from the 7L9 galaxy. He frowned slightly, thought for a while, and said to Feng Yifeng, Grand Commander, you take 2 scouts to scout the direction of the VVV fleet. Okay. Feng Yifeng changed to the Black Crow class interceptor ship and took 2 interceptor scouts to the SWBV-2 galaxy. When they arrived at the 6E galaxy, they saw the VVV fleet. The 3 were shocked, but immediately overloaded the thrusters to recoil back to the Stargate, and arrived at the OKO galaxy and stayed at the space station. Brother Q, the VVV front eyes have arrived at the OKO galaxy, and the main force is waiting behind the 6E Stargate. Looking at the sudden appearance of several VVV people in the local galaxy, Feng Yifeng immediately reported, Keep watching, we can't fight now. When the 2 fleets on the opposite side meet, it will be the Xiaoxi team of more than 100 people. What can these 40 people do? Brother Q and Yudu looked at his favorite lard rice on the table, and he suddenly felt that it was not delicious. Chapter 41. QG of Yudu immediately sent a private message to Xiangxi to inquire about the situation. Little 4, the VVV fleet is here too, what's going on? I don't know either, let me ask. Xiangxi was also a little confused, watching VVV's 60-man fleet enter the 7L9 star system and join Xianzhou and others. Instructor, what's going on? Are we going to fight with VVV? Let me ask first. Xianzhou and others were also very puzzled, and sent a private message to the commander of the VVV fleet, Blackbird. After some communication, they learned that they also had a large wormhole that led directly to the Northern Alliance. After coming here, they saw that there were many people on the star map, so they came here. Both sides decided to launch a joint operation, but this made Omi and his people feel a little hesitant. It was almost 1 in the morning, and they only had so few people. If they asked the Alliance for reinforcements, they might not find them. Brother Q, how about sending out the flagship? 10 years of time suggested that they had too few people, and they could only use the flagship to strafe. In addition, since it was a local battle, they could only gather the Alliance to its limit. No! Yuta Brother Q decisively rejected the proposal. Now not only Omi has a direct hold to the source, but Fatal also has a direct hold to VVV. If we send out the flagship, I guarantee that the whole universe will come to join in the fun. What should we do? Feng Yifeng, who was monitoring the enemy's movements, looked at the enemy fleet that had already formed a cluster and surrounded the Stargate, and couldn't help but ask, what should we do? Brother Q of Yudu said unhappily in YY, everyone should avoid it first, and wait until they leave, we can't fight them. Everyone was a little depressed, but then, they saw the message in the fleet channel in the game Brother Q of Yudu. There are vests in YY, everyone pay attention. In an instant, Omi was possessed by the movie Emperor, showing his magical powers in YY. Elite Miner, since we don't want to fight anymore, I go back to mine the moon mines. I go to sleep after digging a few more ships. Qin Tian, well, I give you a bonus after they leave. Hurry up and go to sleep after digging. 10 years, then I find a place to continue to brush the abyss. Feng Yifeng looked disdainful at the rough acting of the crowd. He had to watch his performance to confuse the other party. Since we don't want to fight anymore, I withdraw from the fleet. I'm too sleepy. Then, he entered the station and went offline. Omi and the others were stunned when they saw the Grand Admiral, who really went offline. The guy who had been eavesdropping in YY actually saw Feng Yifeng offline after hearing what he said, and then he reported back. The other side doesn't plan to engage in battle, and is ready to wear us out. Are you sure? Yes, the other side's fleet has begun to disband, and one of the commanders of the Doomsday Judge has gone offline. Okay, you've worked hard. The Blackbird touched his chin, thinking that there was no point in leading the team any further, so he said something to Xianzhou and others, and led the team to evacuate. Seeing VVV's fleet returning along the same route, Sherman, who was getting a little impatient, asked Xianzhou and others, Instructor, aren't VVV's fleet going together? Yes, they withdrew first. Then shall we continue to fight? It takes 3 hours to assemble, and 5 minutes to fight. They have been waiting for more than an hour, and there has been no fight. He now regrets following the team. Wouldn't it be better to go back and take him with him? Wait a little longer. Xianzhou and others said firmly, maybe it's because the people from VVV's fleet just came. We have too many people, and the other side doesn't want to fight. Let's wait and see. Okay. Sherman nodded and took out a cream cake from the incubator, as a midnight snack. Since the connection with the Omega Star region, he finally no longer had to take energy paste every day, and could finally eat normal meals. Xiang Xiangji, who got the news, immediately reported to Brother Q and Yudu. The fleet of Yuan Quan will not leave for the time being. We are going to wait a little longer to see if you will engage in battle. Brother Q and Yudu. Okay, shall see. You continue to monitor, and report any situation immediately. Xiangji. Okay. Seeing Feng Yifeng who was really offline and doing YY, Brother Q of Yudu twitched his mouth slightly, took out his mobile phone and called, and the other party shouted loudly as soon as he answered, don't stay dead, hurry up and go online to scout the surrounding area, in case VVV is just pretending to evacuate. Okay. After Feng Yifeng went online, he went straight to the SWBV-2 galaxy, where the wormhole leading to VVV's territory was located. It was not until he arrived at this galaxy that he saw VVV's fleet disappearing quickly in this galaxy, and then reported the situation to Brother Q of Yudu. Hearing that the VVV fleet had really evacuated, Brother Q of Yudu thought about it, and said to Feng Yifeng, you switch to a light interceptor, and stay in the SWBV-2 star system. When the battle starts, if they come back, you find a way to delay them. Okay. Although Feng Yifeng talks nonsense every day, as a combat commander, he naturally knows that this is a serious matter. There happened to be a light interceptor in the space station in the next star system, so he drove it over and waited quietly 100 kilometers away from the Stargate of SWBV-2, just in case. Who is at 7-8 now? In the fleet channel, Brother Q of Yudu asked. I'm here. Liang Shan, who had been staring at the cave entrance, immediately replied, "You can now drive a cave collapse ship to collapse the cave." "Okay. As long as the cave collapses, Sherman and his men can only go back on the dirt road, and the distance of dozens or hundreds of jumps will make them vomit." On the other side, Zheng Guden, who was far away in Yuanquan, saw a red name suddenly appear in the local area, and immediately issued a warning in the warning channel, but soon saw that the person disappeared again, and appeared again, before he could breathe a sigh of relief. Zheng Guden frowned, then thought of something and drove an interceptor out to the entrance of the wormhole. As expected, a battleship of the Wanwang Throne class was slowly crawling towards the entrance of the hole, and then disappeared, and the quality of the hole was on the verge of collapse. Xianza and others, come back quickly, the hole is about to collapse. Zheng Guden drove the interceptor in, and caught Liang Shan, who was about to collapse the wormhole again, so that he could not use the micro-jump thruster, and could only crawl slowly at his own basic speed, while contacting Xianza and others. "What? There's a cave collapse on the other side. Damn!" The people in Yuanquan were immediately disgusted. They didn't fight, and the cave collapsed to prevent them from returning home. "Let's go back." Xianza and others stopped waiting and prepared to return with the fleet. 10 years saw the enemy preparing to leave, and decisively launched an interference probe 100 kilometers from the Stargate to block their evacuation speed, and by time for the cave collapse in Liangshan. The warp probe launcher equipped by Saber-Tooth Tiger launched a warp probe, forming an absolutely stable space position, sucking Sherman and others into it, and then launched 2 more probes to surround them, forming a warp-restricted area, so that they could only slowly crawl to the position. The 10-year-old Saber-Toothed Tiger was also smashed by the angry crowd, leaving only a cold corpse, and the space capsule was also destroyed. On the other side, Liang Shan finally climbed to the mouth of the wormhole and plunged into it. He smiled as he watched the wormhole collapse after shrinking suddenly, and the twisted rays formed a gorgeous firework. "Brother Q, the wormhole has collapsed." Then, looking at the several battleships around his battleship that were eyeing him, Liang Shan's smile became bitter. He forgot to change the clone, and then he could only send a message on the local channel, "Brothers, be gentle." Chapter 42. Damn it! The idlers who led the large army to the deep space, where the wormhole was originally located, were upset when they saw the wormhole disappear. Sherman was also speechless for a while. He looked at the shortest route home, 62 jumps. These European and American guys are not human. Seeing that Liangshan had completed the task brilliantly, Brother Q of Yudu was overjoyed and immediately led the fleet to the battlefield. At this time, Feng Yifeng also brought him good news. "Brother Q, the direct wormhole of the SWBV-2 galaxy has collapsed." "Good." Brother Q of Yudu immediately adjusted the deployment. "Come quickly if you are here now. Allow the Xiaohang and the Dreadnought to participate in the battle, and you are still not allowed to leave the station after the deadline." "Yeah!" Everyone cheered, and a few people who were unable to participate in the assembly immediately changed to the Dreadnought or Xiaohang, and prepared to enter the battlefield at any time through induction. The 2 holes are gone, so there is no worry now. The Source Fleet is ready to leave for the SWBV-2 galaxy. Make preparations early. Seeing the fleet about to leave, Xiang Xiangji hurriedly informed them. On the other side, Xianza and others suppressed their anger and rationally prepared to lead the large force to the SWBV-2 galaxy, hoping to break through the VVV territory through the wormhole and then go home. But halfway through the journey, they learned that the VVV wormhole had also collapsed, and the large force had to stop at the OKO Stargate. There was no way back, so Xianza and others were ready to wait for a while to see whether these guys would fight or not. If they didn't fight, the fleet would go offline and fight again tomorrow. After all, it's almost 2 a.m. now. Sherman really wants to blow himself up and go home to brush the starbelt now. He's tired. The Shaoxi fleet of more than 40 people followed the monitor class of Xianza and others, and slowly circled 30 kilometers away from the Stargate. The fleet was dead, and there was no high spirits when they came. Feng Yifeng and the Saber-Toothed Tiger class of Luanhui Zijiansha saw the monitor class of Xianza and others less than 15 kilometers away from them when they passed the gate. Then, they directly opened the fader and rushed up. The scrambling frequency and stagnation beams were all set on the monitor, and the 3 jump interference probes were all ejected. "The other side's command has been detained. Quickly support." The 2 shouted frantically in YY, and Sherman and others also desperately attacked the 2 saber-toothed tigers. Brother Q of Yudu led the fleet into the battlefield, and the 2 who saw the fleet coming looked at the warships with only 1/3 of the shield left, and kept clicking on the need for shield repair. 680 Remote Shield Recharge Increment to Feng Yifeng, Saber-Toothed Tiger Class. Large Remote Shield Recharge Booster to 680 Remote Shield Recharge Increment to Feng Yifeng, Saber-Toothed Tiger Class. Large Remote Shield Recharge Booster to 680 Remote Shield Recharge Increment to Luanhui Zijiansha, Saber-Toothed Tiger Class. Large Remote Shield Recharge Booster 2 Logistics entered the field, and a series of Remote Shield Recharge Boosters pulled up the shields of the two, and instantly filled the shields. Looking at the repair information, Feng Yifeng immediately said in a mean tone, "Kiki, you still love me?" "Huh?" Kiki Vis sneered, and immediately disconnected the remote shield and hung it on the body of Samsara Finger Sand. Without the remote repair, Feng Yifeng's saber-toothed tiger shield could not withstand the damage for a while, and fell down. His heart also fell down like this shield, and his voice was miserable. "Kiki." In the end, it was the magic little dumpling who hung the remote shield on him. Before Feng Yifeng could speak with emotion, she said directly, "If you dare to say another word, you'd better die." Feng Yifeng immediately held down Xianza and the other's monitors and dared not speak. On the other side, Shimon's YY channel suddenly became noisy. "Hurry up and kill these two saber-tooths." The micro-jump thrusters were shut down by the scrambling of the two saber-tooths, and the speed was limited by two stagnation beams. Xianza and the other's monitors could not move with the fleet at all. No way. Sherman looked at the two saber-tooths that had been strong under the firepower of 40 COC, and couldn't help but feel anxious. The other side's logistics and long-distance maintenance depended on them, and they couldn't be defeated at all. Then overload your weapons, and fire a few rounds. Everyone did as they were told, but they still couldn't break the saber-tooth's shield. Give up on the saber-tooth. Now Xiang Xiangji will take over the command of the fleet. Don't worry about me. Xianza and the others saw that several of their fleet's Xiaoxi were destroyed, and they couldn't rescue them. They immediately handed over the command to Xiang Xiangji, who had more experience in command. Damn, they're such a good thing. Xiang Xiangji's eyes lit up, and he turned on the shield bonus without hesitation and started to move and focus fire. If he followed the normal process to conduct the battle roll call, he would be able to exchange losses with the opponent. But who is Xiang Xiangji? He is an alias. How could he lead the team honestly? As soon as he accepted the battle, he immediately led the team to march in a long snake formation. When the team was stretched out, he turned off the active shield and led Brother Q from Yu to focus on him, killing him in one round. Since then, another commander announced the battle, and when the next old man took over the command position, because the team was too long, the firepower was seriously insufficient, and it took a long time to break the shield of a Siosi. When the shield was about to be broken, the logistics staff hung up the remote shield repair, and the shield was full again after 5 seconds. This is where Xiang Xiangji's brilliance lies. You have to know that the range of warships is limited, and if the warships of the fleet are too far apart, some of the warships will not be able to reach the attack range at all, resulting in the fleet having a large number of people but not being able to deal enough damage, and it is also easy to be interrupted by the middle fleet to divide the battlefield. This method can weaken one's own fleet in disguise, but it will not be too obvious and expose oneself. Only he, an experienced commander, can think of it. As expected, Brother Q of Yuda quickly understood his intention and seized the opportunity. He led the fleet to focus on the fleet in the middle, splitting the source fleet into 2 sections, preparing to annihilate them separately. Because the source fleet at the front had only a dozen people, Brother Q of Yuda first attacked the source fleet at the back half, and then the opponent's command system collapsed. With the logistics of his side, the battlefield situation soon became clear. In addition, Mao Majia kept reporting who took over the command, and Brother Q of Yudu also attacked him with firepower, so that the source fleet's command system could not be established. The Omi fleet soon completely defeated the source fleet, leaving only less than 5 COC ships to flee. After no more enemy Shao Shi were seen on the battlefield, everyone turned their attention to the monitor class that was trying to climb to the star gate to escape. Everyone, focus on the monitor class. Put all the nets on it, and then hit its bow. Don't let it run away. After that, Brother Q of Yudu started to attack first, and everyone rushed forward. It must be said that the monitor class's resistance is really high. More than 40 Shao Zais fought for a long time before it was blown up, and it almost escaped several times during the period. In the end, KM let the magic little dumpling, who is a logistics driver, take it down with a Bumblebee-class light drone with 48 points of damage, which made the F1 firepower dogs very dumbfounded and looked at each other. Chapter 43. The fleet was defeated, and only a few COC were left in the deep space of the galaxy, preparing to self-destruct or go offline, not wanting to give KM to the enemy, but they were all swept out and destroyed one by the combat probe. Only Sherman, who had the luck to rush through the Stargate and escaped, survived, and because all the main forces of Omister were still in the battlefield galaxy, he went all the way deep into the heart of Omister without being discovered. Just as he arrived at the 990 GS star system, and was about to self-destruct and go home, the Stargate flashed and a person suddenly came in. In the channel of the European and American Joint Fleet, Shin Qiameng suddenly shouted, "There is another Xiaoxi in 990 GS. Only one? Yes, it's right next to the Stargate. Who of you can help solve it? I'm going to sleep first." Hearing that there was only one person, Brother Q and Yuta lost interest, yawned, and went offline to sleep. "I do it! I do it!" Aonomiya, who had never given the chance to jump, said immediately that his Phoenix could go to the X3 AUU galaxy next to them by dirt road, so it was just right to go there to eat some meat. Everyone saw that Aonomiya was so enthusiastic and didn't go, but entered the space station to go offline and sleep. After all, it was past 3 in the morning. On the other side, Sherman had oriented himself. His eyes were fixed on the overview and directional scan, trying to see what kind of ship the other party was. After waiting for a while, the other party showed up, and it was also a Hilboris-class heavy assault ship. Both sides had one person and the same ship, so they locked onto each other and fired without hesitation. The Caldari Navy Thor heavy missiles launched by the two Xiaoxi hit each other with long-tail flames and exploded, knocking off a small section of both sides' shields. Because both of them were fighting Xiaoxi, they both prioritized the configuration of improving survival rate while ensuring the firepower remained unchanged, so they did not install warp interruption or scrambling. So Sherman was heading towards another Stargate and ready to evacuate at any time, and Shin Qiameng also headed for the direction after seeing Sherman's direction, and was also ready to chase or evacuate at any time. The two ships had no other equipment except weapons and assault damage control, so the fight was particularly boring. You fired a missile at me, and I fired a missile at you. As time went by, the shields of both sides became less and less, and both were about to break. Sherman had already overloaded his weapons, and was ready to use his firepower advantage to break the opponent's shield first. Xiaoxi was a shield ship, so as long as the shield was broken, the rest would be easy. Shin Qiameng looked at her shield, which was almost one section lower than the opponent's, and immediately reacted, overloading the active resistance shield and weapons, and asked in the fleet, "Aonomiya, when will you come? I can't hold on any longer. Wait a minute, I forgot to change my weapon when I came out just now." Aonomiya's Phoenix was originally equipped with a super cruise missile battle configuration. This time, it could jump into a dreadnought, so the Phoenix changed its sweeping weapon to a fast torpedo. After hearing that the battle was over, it changed back to the original super cruise missile configuration. I discovered this problem halfway out of the door, and then ran back to prepare to change my equipment. Because the Phoenix-class dreadnought jump speed was too slow, this back and forth took a lot of time. After loading the weapons in the warehouse, he replied to Shin Qiameng, "I'm about to take off, you prepare to seduce." Okay. Aonomiya left the space station, and no longer took the dirt road. He jumped directly on the flagship, and came directly to the fixed induction point of the X3 AUU galaxy. He began to jump towards the 990 GS Stargate, and prepared to jump to 50 kilometers away from the Stargate for strafing. "Wait for me for 1 minute, and you will come over to X3 AUU in 1 minute. He calculated the time, and said to the fleet. Shin Qiameng looked at her remaining shield, gritted her teeth, and continued to overload all her active equipment. Okay. Sherman on the other side was not feeling well either. After Shin Qiameng started to overload his weapons, he also overloaded all his active equipment. He was about to break his shield, and now it depended on who would fail first. 10 seconds later, the two broke through the energy shield almost at the same time. All active resistance equipment was overloaded and damaged. 20 seconds later, the two also broke through the armor defense at the same time. The weapons were about to be damaged, so they both turned off the weapon overload. Every second after that, the two watched the structure fall down little by little, and every second was a game of inner struggle. Finally, when Sherman's structure was 10% left and Shin Qiameng's structure was 9% left, the two simultaneously started the third round of assault damage control since the start of the battle. Assault damage control is an active equipment dedicated to assault frigates and heavy assault ships. After activation, it can increase a large amount of shield, armor and structural resistance. Especially the structural resistance can reach a full 84% average resistance during the activation period. During the assault damage control, the two of them were almost invisible, But when it was about to end, Sherman pre-overloaded his weapons and prepared to fight to the death. In the end, Shinlin Qiameng still didn't dare to gamble. After sighing, he jumped to the star gate of X3AU, ready to lure Sherman over and hand over the battlefield to Eunomia. Sherman certainly didn't want to let the duck fly away, so he jumped directly over. The two passed the star gate one after the other, and were stunned by the scene in front of them. I saw a huge Caldari Dreadnought Phoenix class crawling 50 kilometers away from the star gate. If you ignore the Sasha invaders beating him, it looked so handsome. Eunomia was in big trouble at this time. He didn't notice that this was the place where Sasha invaded. As soon as he landed, he saw 7 or 8 invaders surrounding the star gate. He was scared and prepared to jump to escape, but unfortunately the flagship just came over and the battery was not enough for the flagship jump. Seeing the invading monster coming straight to interrupt him, he wanted to slap it in the face. Why did he jump 50 kilometers? If he jumped directly to the star gate, he could just run through the gate. Sasha invades. This is a game that only elite pilots can play. You can get loyalty points from the Unified Cooperation Department by brushing Sasha's copy to curb the invasion. These loyalty points can be exchanged for many equipment and brain plugs, which are very valuable. Not to mention that the boss in the final decisive battle copy has a chance to drop the blueprint of Sasha's faction's Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft, and there is also a small chance of dropping the blueprint of the faction's Super Aircraft Carrier Soul Returner class. But high value also means high danger. The monsters invaded by Sasha have a full set of electronic warfare and super high firepower, so you can only form a fleet to kill them. The high-security invasion team uses armor-resistant Plunder plus Nestor-class logistics to kill them, and in 0-0, it uses aircraft carriers plus logistics flagships to kill them. And it's not safe. There are often high-value KM of the invasion team in the game, from divine equipment plunder to official ships. Shinlin Qiameng was the first to pass the star gate, so he was also the first to appear. Then, before he could escape, he was interrupted by the invasion monsters at a long distance, and then he was killed in a few seconds. After a few seconds of turning into a space capsule, the space capsule was also destroyed, leaving a corpse. Sherman saw that the invisibility countdown of the star gate in the upper left corner was less than 5 seconds. He gritted his teeth and began to actively reveal himself, quickly opening all active resistances and assault damage control, and then fired a round of missiles at the Eunomia Phoenix. After seeing the display of hundreds of points of damage, Sherman was also destroyed, but he did not escape, and let the invading monster destroy his space capsule. His consciousness came to the iron wall far away in the source station. On the other side, Eunomia was also in tears, because his was a battle phoenix, so he did not bring the flagship repair, and could only watch his energy shield getting less and less. It was too late to ask for help. Now there were only him, and Shinlin Qiameng left in the entire Omi fleet, which meant that the hope of bailing him out was very slim. Just as he was about to give it a try, hoping to kill these invading monsters and escape, he saw that the firing rate of his missile launcher was a little wrong, and he couldn't help but click to take a look. RV Cruise Launcher. This was because he had just hurried over and changed the weapon by mistake. It's over. Eunomia gave up struggling and turned off the computer, and went offline to calm down. As long as he didn't disappear, the explosion of the ship would be one step away from him. Shinlin Qiameng, who had been waiting for the result, saw this guy go offline without leaving a word, and thought he had successfully escaped until he saw the destruction report of the Eunomia Phoenix-class Dreadnought class in the middle of the night. Looking at the equipment on the destruction report, he couldn't help but be silent for a few minutes. Thinking of the TV series he had watched recently, he couldn't help but sighed. Omixing, the RV King. Chapter 44. Yesterday, the Source Fleet was tricked, causing serious psychological damage to Xianzhou and others. However, due to Eunomia's trick, Sherman killed a single dreadnought in disguise, saving some face. In addition, his Phoenix equipped with RV cruise missiles was nicknamed the RV King, which attracted a large number of spectators and suppressed the heat of the Source Fleet being tricked. Even Sherman, who killed a dreadnought alone, became a supporting role in front of the RV King, which was outrageous. Barbarian, you are so lucky. You can catch a Phoenix by yourself while running away. You are so lucky. Dirk Ellis teased after seeing Sherman online. Don't mention it. I was just a little luckier last night. Sherman didn't care about it. He changed to the Ishtar-class heavy assault ship and prepared to continue to brush the star belt. This Ishtar-class is a Galeni heavy assault ship with excellent basic dynamic and heat resistance. In addition, it is a drone ship, which is very suitable for brushing the star belt in the Sky Serpent area where he is. What are you doing now? Sherman saw that this guy was not in the local area, so he asked casually. Logically, Delk Ellis should also be in the local area using his newly purchased Night God-class super aircraft carrier to kill monsters at this time. Since this guy bought this Night God-class super aircraft carrier, he didn't want to get off the ship every day. Not only did he equip a set of death suits for racing monsters, he also spent a lot of money to buy many large skill injectors to almost max out the skills of the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft. More than 200 billion ISK has almost been spent. Now I am thinking about how to kill monsters more efficiently every day. When Sherman encounters a Sky Serpent Dreadnought or Shadow Sky Serpent Titan in the Star Belt, he always asks him to come and help kill it. Unfortunately, his luck is too bad. Apart from some materials, no valuable flagship blueprints dropped. I am on my way to the expedition with the Golden Rock. Dirk Ellis picked up the lighter and lit the cigarette in his mouth. He sat on the chair with his legs crossed, looking very comfortable. Where are you? Are you going to drive the Golden Rock? Sherman was a little puzzled. After coming down, this guy bought a lot of belongings. He usually went out for expeditions in a plunder ship. The plunder ship has strong firepower and strong defense. It is very fast in expeditions. Even if it is captured, it can hold on longer and wait for rescue. Why is it driving a Golden Rock now? Speaking of this, Delk Ellis was also very depressed. After blowing a smoke ring, he complained, "Before you came online, I took a 6/10 expedition with others, but this expedition was actually refreshed in low security, which is very far from our base. My golem dare not go there at all." Then you accepted such a long expedition? How is that possible? I rejected it on the spot. Dirk Ellis denied it directly. He is not that stupid. Sherman was a little curious. Then why did you? That guy was going offline, and he saw that the expedition was too far away, and he couldn't sell it, so he gave it to me. Sherman was speechless. He went to farm it after it was given to him. Isn't it too real? I saw that you were not online at that time, and it was too boring to farm alone, so I wanted to find something to do. Delk Ellis scratched his head. Of course, the real reason was that he hated to see waste, so when he saw a free expedition, he went without thinking. Okay, you focus on the expedition. I'm going to brush the Star Belt too. Knowing this guy character, Sherman didn't point it out. He turned around and started brushing the Star Belt, ready to start another day of gaming life. Before Sherman landed, he saw a huge interstellar behemoth crawling in the asteroid belt, and couldn't help but swear, "Fuck, Shadow Sky Serpent Titan." The Serpentine flagship, which is usually invisible for a few days, suddenly popped up unexpectedly. What a good start. After sitting on the oar next to the Shadow Serpent Titan, he immediately returned to the space station and changed to a space capsule to jump back. This thing has too high attack and rebound. He doesn't want to damage the ship. After arriving at the location, he quickly contacted Delk Ellis, hoping that he could come back to help, but Delk Ellis looked at the distance of dozens of jumps and said that he could not help, so he went to find other people. Helpless, Sherman had to ask Xianza and others for help, and he did not hesitate, and drove a Night God-class ship out of Star City, and jumped directly to the star system where Sherman was. Xianza and others jumped to the side of the Sky Fortress, and recovered the energy that was reduced by half due to the flagship jump. This was to prevent the enemy from suddenly coming in, and to have enough energy to evacuate through the flagship jump. Manzi, how far are you from the Shadow Sky Serpent Titan now? Sherman looked at the distance report. 25 kilometers. Okay. After confirming, Xianza and the others jumped directly to a place 100 kilometers away from Sherman, fearing that the Shadow Sky Serpent Titan would counterattack. If an enemy ship intercepted before killing this thing, it would be no fun. Then we have to go directly to the Alliance Rescue Assembly. I saw Xianza and the others heading towards the local iron wall while releasing the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft to attack the Shadow Sky Serpent Titan. After all, this was an NPC pirate Titan, not as tough as the players, and it was destroyed in a short while. We're done, go pick it up, Manzi. Xianza and the others said, as they put away the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft. After all the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft were returned to the warehouse, the flagship jumped back to the star system, where the Star City was located. Sherman thanked him, and immediately sat in the wreckage of the Shadow Sky Serpent for a while, then immediately returned to the Iron Wall to change ships, and came back to pick up the spoils. After opening the wreckage, he looked at a blueprint with a green mark inside and his eyes lit up. Sherman, Shadow Sky Serpent 3 Neutron Rapid Cannon Blueprint delivered, thank you instructor. Xianza and others, The Sky Serpent sweeping cannon is quite valuable, not bad. Sure man, your luck is good, instructor. This is not a compliment. Although no officials have appeared in the Star Belt during this period, the flagship monster of the Sky Serpent has appeared several times, but no blueprints have been released each time. The materials used to manufacture the flagship of the Sky Serpent for Sky Serpent improved flagship microprocessor are quite valuable, and several to 10 will appear each time. Xianzhou and others smiled and did not continue the topic, instead talking about the recent big moves of the Legion. Manzi, do you know that our PIBC is going to go to the international server? I know. Sherman nodded. The chairman of the Alliance held a meeting to discuss this a few days ago. Because WI has not received the approval documents, the official opening of the server is far away, so PIBC decided to go to the international server to fight. That's good to know. Our Legion has also decided to move all the main forces to the international server to play, so as to wait for the official opening of the national server. Otherwise, it would be too boring to keep testing. After Xianzhou and others told Sherman the general direction of the future of the Legion, they extended an invitation to him. Do you want to go with us? No, I still like the national server more. Sherman shook his head and refused the invitation. He had never played in the international server before and was not familiar with the environment there, not to mention that his exclusive mall was now exclusive to the national server, and he couldn't take it there. Okay, but you have to understand that the focus of the Legion will be on the international server in the future, and there may not be many people left in the test server. Yes, I know. Sherman sent the message in silence. He not only knew that the focus of the Legion would be on the international server in the future, but also knew that most of the people now went to the international server and never came back. Even after the official server was launched, they were merged into other legions for various reasons. The Void Glow fleet in the national server completely became history. This was also the main reason why he later quit PIBC and accepted the invitation of the 4 people, that is, Xiang Xiangji, to join the Northern Alliance. After all, there were only a few people he was familiar with. Chapter 45. After the two chatted for a while, Xianzhou and the others went offline. Sherman had deep feelings for the Void Glow fleet. After all, when he first came into contact with this game, it was Xianzhou and other old people who taught him how to match ships, kill monsters and fight expeditions, how to develop planets to make extra money, and often took him to PvP. He still remembers the embarrassment of falling behind in the first PvP with the team, the first time he rushed into the enemy group in a hurry during the counter harvest, and the scene where the instructors were anxious to give him lessons in the channel, and he also remembers the expression of the beautiful and kind-hearted female instructor Error Code 118 when she was teaching them how to increase angular velocity. So when it was announced that the Void Glow fleet would be merged into other legions, and the old men were also preparing to stay in the international server, Sherman and Delk Ellis left the source without hesitation and came to Gowan to become dead brushes, until Xiang Xiangji took the initiative to reveal his identity. Shaking his head, Sherman stopped thinking about those things. After all, Xianzhou and others had a lot of fun playing in the international server. After collecting his scattered thoughts, he sent the spoils just now to the private channel with Delk Ellis. Sherman, Shadow Serpentis Neutron Rapid Cannon Blueprint Old Do you think this thing is valuable? You bastard. Dirk Ellis' eyes turned red when he saw the thing. Leave it to me. I want to equip my Titan with a set of strafe cannons. Fuck, when did you buy the Titan? This guy has almost spent all his money. How can he still have money to buy a Titan? I'm saving money by fighting on expeditions. Dirk Ellis answered righteously without blushing. Bah, Sherman sent him a bunch of friendly greetings with contempt, but in the end, he still gave him the blueprint and the contract. It was just a few billion, so there was no need for them to be polite. By the way, how is your expedition going? Sherman remembered that this guy had been fighting the expedition at low level until now, so he should have finished it, right? Dirk Ellis took a look at the health of the final boss, and replied while beating the boss, I'm beating the boss, and it will be finished soon. Then he sent a message in the channel in a mysterious way. 3 pure ones are in the mountain, Buddha bless me, I am willing to use Sherman for a year without expedition, death is all black, and the Star Belt is full of ammunition gift packs in exchange for my expedition to have full resistance, amen. You not only pray to the gods and Buddhas of the East, but also to the gods of the West. The scope of your net is quite wide. Dirk Ellis said confidently, no matter what god it is, as long as it can be done, then it is not wrong to pray. This is called effective risk avoidance. Get lost, you are going on expedition just for the urn. Why do you need a bicycle? TSK. After defeating the boss, Delk Ellis quickly saved the location of the boss's wreckage, then jumped back to the local NPC space station, changed Jean Ping's escape outfit, and prepared to pick up the spoils and run back home. After squatting in the space station and bragging to Sherman for a while, he watched the NPC attack countdown in the upper left corner end, and then he jumped out of the station to the boss's wreckage. He rubbed his face before opening the wreckage, shouting the vicious curse just now, and then suddenly opened the wreckage. Fuck you. Dirk Ellis looked at the empty wreckage with only a 19th level prosecutor's property, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. He came all the way to fight the expedition, and this is what he was given. But seeing Sherman asking about the output, he still gathered his thoughts, stared at the screen, and clacked on the keyboard. Barbarian, you played it. It's a big red. Sherman? ? Look. Dirk Ellis quickly opened the market to search for equipment and dragged it into the channel. Alert level blueprint. Kappa medium armor repairer type A. Kurlum multispectral voltage film type A. Personal property of the 19th level inspector. Sherman was a little flustered. This guy couldn't be so good at talking, could he? He even released a whole family bucket. After all, he had the example of the dead agent before him, so he was a little skeptical about these metaphysics. Huh? Sherman looked at the news in the channel with fear and exclaimed, then rolled his eyes. Your Sky Serpent 6/10 Bleeding Raiders medium A repair? It's exposed. Dirk Ellis' heart skipped a beat, and then he said, oh, I accidentally sent out my own repair. It should be this Kurlum medium armor repairer type A. I don't believe you, you old men are so bad. TSK, forget it if you don't believe me. Dirk Ellis said stubbornly, and then dragged the directional scan into the channel to change the subject. Barbarian, what is this thing? Badger. Sherman didn't want to reveal this guy, so he said, after this thing is destroyed, there is a chance that a faction box will appear, and the box can open a lot of good things. Is it valuable? Sherman recalled the market price he saw when he was playing guitar. A box is 500 million to 600 million, but if you can open a good one, it can be multiplied several times. Dirk Ellis rubbed his hands, as long as it's worth money. Olda, can you fight? Sherman was afraid that this guy would kill himself, so he quickly reminded him. First, use the combat probe to sweep it out, then jump 100 kilometers to scare it away and jump into deep space, then sweep it out again, and wait until there are no guards around it before you fight it. Dirk Ellis looked at the brief strategy that Sherman sent. It's quite simple. After replying to Sherman with an OK, he replaced the core probe in the Sisterhood extension probe launcher equipped on his Jinping with a combat probe, and then ejected it. After sweeping out the cargo ship, he followed the strategy given by Sherman, and jumped to 100 kilometers away to scare it away. He escaped to deep space before the escort team arrived, and then swept out the cargo ship that jumped into deep space. After confirming that there was no escort team around it, he jumped over, turned on the heavy attack missiles, and began to lock onto it and bombarded it. But he found that he could not deal any damage at all. It took him a long time to hit it to half shield. He took a look at the configuration, and found that he was still using the escape equipment, and did not install the trajectory control. But seeing that the carrier ship didn't have much shield left, he didn't care and continued to brag to Sherman in the channel, until a sound of being locked sounded. Agurista's diamond fleet including cruisers and frigates had come to his side, locked him, and put on a full set of electronic warfare, directly pinning him in place and unable to move. No matter how he operated, it was useless. Soon the power was completely destroyed, making it impossible to activate the shield recharge and full resistance, and then it was destroyed. He had made a good orientation before his death, and ran away the moment the ship exploded. He also saved the location and prepared to pick up the things that exploded after the monster left. Fuck, you fooled me, barbarian. Back at the space station, Dirk Ellis sent the destruction report to Sherman with tears in his eyes. Puzzled, Sherman opened the destruction report and realized what the problem was after seeing his equipment. You can't blame me for this. It's because your DPS is not enough. If this carrier is not destroyed within a certain period of time, it will still summon the escort team. Shit! Dirk Ellis's inner thoughts were all condensed into one word. Sherman looked at the destruction report. Except for a level 19 urn, there was no equipment produced by Serpentis 6/10. Sure enough, this guy was fooling him. But when he saw the destroyed galaxy, Sherman's eyes widened, his breathing became a little rapid, and he quickly typed, Olda, open the Interstellar Agency, and see if there is a pirate fortress of Gustavus in the local area. Dirk Ellis opened the Interstellar Agency, and took a look. There was no pirate fortress of any power in the local area. Fuck Olda, you died well, we are going to get rich. Sherman did not even brush the star belt, changed to his own Jinping class, and prepared to rush over. Delk Ellis was confused. What do you mean he died well? How can you talk like that? Believe it or not, I will go back and beat you up with the big ship. Your area is the monster area of the Blood Raiders. There is no pirate fortress in the local area, but the diamond monster of Gustav has appeared again. Do you know what this means? What does it mean? He was a little puzzled. Sodio of Gustav. Chapter 46. Gustav Sodio? Dirk Ellis muttered to himself, and suddenly remembered to ask Sherman, is it the one who can produce the blueprint of the faction's flagship? Yes, if there is one, then we will be rich. Sherman is now very excited. His wallet is almost empty, and he has been brushing the star belt for more than half a month, and has not seen what the officials look like. It is a long way to unlock the next faction ship system. Suddenly finding a Sodio, that would really make a fortune. But how do I find it? Dirk Ellis fiddled with the star agent, but couldn't find it. It's not like death that can be scanned out directly. Indeed, as a relatively special dungeon gameplay, this pirate Sodio can be said to be the most difficult and profitable dungeon. Not only can it produce officer equipment, but also a copy of the flagship of the faction, which is very tempting. It's a bit similar to the high security or low security pirate fort gameplay. It also involves demolishing pirate buildings, and during the process, you have to fight against the diamond guards guarding the buildings, but the difficulty is very different. The pirate fortress can be displayed by the system in the Interstellar Agency. It is a public dungeon. Generally, experienced players can use the Rattler or the Plunderer to play it alone. As long as you master the skills, it is almost not difficult. The benefits are also low. The best output is the buildings, weapons, and equipment of the faction, which are not of high value. As an advanced dungeon of the pirate fortress, Sodio is randomly refreshed in the 00 area and the low security area, and there are only 4 in the whole server at the same time, which shows how rare it is. What's more important is that it can't be found directly or scanned out. Although it is a building, it can't be directly scanned out with combat probes like player buildings. Instead, it can only be found through an indirect method. Before his rebirth, Sherman happened to have experienced a demolition of Sodio. After asking questions, he also learned this method. Don't worry, as long as I have it, I can skin Sodio out. Sherman patted his chest and promised. Okay, then I clone it back from a distance and change a scanning ship to come over. Okay. Rushing all the way to the Ned Star system, where the Iridian Delk Ellis Jinping was destroyed, Sherman greeted him and began to walk around the star belt, constantly refreshing the directional scan to check. After seeing that the diamond-shaped industrial ship in the star belt was still there, Sherman breathed a sigh of relief, then spread out the combat probes and scanned the star belt to the minimum range, scanned out the scan number of the diamond-shaped industrial ship, and then jumped to it 100 kilometers away to observe. And this wait lasted nearly 15 minutes. Manzi, are you going to attack the diamond industrial ship? Dirk Ellis, who had changed to an Astro-class frigate, also came back. He jumped to Sherman's side in stealth mode and looked at the diamond industrial ship 100 kilometers away with some doubts. Although this thing will produce good things, it is more important to find Sodio now, right? Whether we can find Sodio depends on this diamond industrial ship. Don't show up and scare it away. Sherman knew that this guy had started a secret operation next to him, so he reminded him specially. Will it lead us to Sodio? Yes, so you must not cancel the covert operation. This diamond-shaped industrial ship is the key to finding Sodio. Because both the pirate fortress and Sodio will send mining teams to the asteroid belt in the local galaxy to mine, and when the mining team is full, a diamond-shaped industrial ship will spawn to pull the ore back. So just follow this diamond-shaped industrial ship to find Sodio. Just when he saw the diamond-shaped industrial ship also started to speed up, Sherman knew that it was going to return to Sodio, and then tracked it to determine the direction of its jump, and then moved the combat probe from the galaxy map to the position of the diamond-shaped industrial ship's jump direction for range scanning. But because it was still in the process of jumping, it only scanned 40% of the signal and could not jump directly. When he shrunk the probe to its jump end, it had disappeared and could not be scanned out. Barbarian, the diamond-shaped industrial ship is gone. Dirk Ellis said anxiously, as he looked at the diamond-shaped industrial ship that disappeared from the directional scan. It has entered Sodio. Sherman was not worried about this, as he had expected it. What should we do then? He launched a combat probe and scanned the entire galaxy without giving up, but still failed to find it. Just wait for it to come out again. Sherman jumped to a nearby satellite covered by the probe, and took the probe back after turning invisible. After all, the probe has a time limit, and it will be scrapped if it is not taken back. For more than an hour, the two kept talking about the Legions going to the European server, and they both expressed their intention not to go there, and decided to stick to the Legion station. It was not until Sherman's hands were almost numb that he finally found something familiar in the directional scan. Then, he did not bother to reply to Dirk Ellis, and directly threw the combat probe out for scanning. This time, because he already knew the approximate location in advance, and Diamond Industries would stay for a while after leaving Sodio, he scanned it out twice. Okay, Lauda, I take you there. Sherman and his companions jumped to the target 100 kilometers away. Before they landed, they saw a completely red interstellar behemoth on the overview, quietly crawling in the starry sky. Shit, is this the pirate Sodio? Dirk Ellis looked at the building in front of him with a look of shock. He had only seen this thing destroy KM in forums or game channels before, but he had never seen it in person. Olda, do you think you should tell the instructors about this? Sherman began to worry about this matter. This Sodio has a monster spawning mechanism, which is that it becomes stronger as the attacking party's strength increases. It is enough to destroy a full fleet of 255 people. It is not advisable to crush it with numbers alone. If they don't tell the instructor, it's not easy for the two of them to grind this thing, it's easy to flip the car, and it's easy to be caught by pirates. But if they tell the instructor, even if the demolition is successful, and a copy of the Faction Titan is obtained, the two of them will only get a few 100 billion at most, which is a bit unwilling. So he plans to ask Dirk Ellis what he thinks. After all, he is the first person to discover it. Can we demolish it? Dirk Ellis directly avoided the question and told him his idea. Yes, but there are certain risks. Sherman knew a way to take down Sodio with two people, but it was uncertain and risky. What is there to do in this game without risk? Even staying in the space station was taken down. Just do it, Dirk Ellis said without hesitation when he heard that Sherman had a way to eat alone. Sharing is not as good as eating alone. Chapter 47. What Sherman said is actually a game bug. The monster spawning mechanism of this Sodio is that as long as there are people within 1,000 kilometers, monsters will spawn, and it depends on the number of people and the tonnage of the warship, but monsters will not spawn as long as it exceeds 1,000 kilometers. In addition, Sodio needs 10,000 DPS before it stops for repair, so the only thing that can achieve ultra-long range attack and super high damage output is an aircraft carrier. In theory, it only takes a large aircraft carrier to release the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft to attack Sodio from thousands of kilometers away, and it can be demolished without damage. But it was only theoretically true. If someone came during this period, it would trigger the monster spawning, causing all the previous efforts to be wasted, and they might even be caught. This was the risk that Sherman mentioned. After listening carefully to Sherman's method, Dirk Ellis decided to trust him and use this method without any hesitation. The two of them discussed it, and immediately prepared to start the preparations before eating alone. First, let Dirk Ellis's high-security trumpet build a Legion, and use the smuggling ship to pull a large Caldari control tower to anchor it, which would be used as a temporary parking spot for the future flagship. Sherman returned to the source station to find the instructor. Not to tell him about this, but to get a large aircraft carrier for free. After all, only Dirk Ellis has a Night God-class super aircraft carrier, and he doesn't have one, and he has no money to buy one. After returning to the station, Sherman went to the YY channel and found the instructor, who had just finished handing over related matters with Zhang Gooden. Instructor, can I discuss something with you? What? Xianzhao and others were registering an account for the international server, and they teased, why, have you decided to go to the international server with us? No, I still want to stay in the national server. Sherman shook his head and answered firmly. Okay, when you get tired of playing in the second test, you can come to the international server to find me. Xianzhao and others did not insist on persuading him. He believed that this guy would come to find them after playing the second test for a while. After all, this second test is a deleted file test, and there will be nothing when the official server is opened. Then Manzi, what do you want to talk to me about now? Xianzhao and others looked at the successfully registered account and started downloading the international server client, preparing to switch to it tonight. Sherman scratched his head a little embarrassedly and asked tentatively, Instructor, is your Night God still there? Yes, it is still in the Star City of the Golden Holy Judge. After Xianzhao and others finished speaking, they immediately understood this guy's intention and asked with a smile, Do you want it? Yes, I want to borrow it for a while. I will return it to you after killing monsters for a few days. Sherman said seriously that even if the ship exploded, he would find other ways to buy another one and return it to Xianzhao and others. Forget it, It's just a test service. After the official server is launched, you still have to roll back the data. I just give it to you. Xianzhou and the others directly gave all the contracts of Night God in Star City to Sherman. I'm hanging you up, you take it. Thank you, instructor. Although I knew Xianzhou and the others would give Night God to him, I was still very touched when they gave it to him without hesitation. Because the whole army of the Legion had to move to the international server, there were only a few newcomers who were unwilling to leave for the second test of the national server, and Zheng Guden, who had to stay for maintenance and construction. But Zheng Guden also had to go to the international server, so he could only come back when he had time. If something happened to the national server, he couldn't come back at any time. After thinking about it, Xianzhou and others called Sherman. Manzi, have you really decided to stay in the national server and wait for the official server to open? Yes. Well, how about you take over the maintenance of the national server Legion buildings? Xianzhou and others asked expectantly. It would be better to leave one person here than to let Zheng Guden busy back and forth. What the hell? Sherman remembered that it was more than half a year later that he officially took over the maintenance of the test server Legion buildings. Zheng Guden was busy with the international server and was unable to split his time, which led to the frequent exhaustion of building fuel. Finally, he pulled him back from Gowan. He didn't expect that this time he would hand it over to him directly. But it would be better to take over earlier, so Sherman answered without hesitation, of course, no problem. Very good. After seeing Sherman agreed, Xianzhou and others called Zheng Guden, who had gone offline to the international server, back and told him the matter in detail. Zheng Guden was also relieved about this, and gave Sherman the position of director on the spot to be responsible for building maintenance. Manzi, the work of building maintenance is handed over to you. Zheng Guden traded a batch of fuel blocks to Sherman, and told him about the buildings to be maintained. You only need to ensure that the two forces in the 1-5 and F-88 galaxies always have iron wall fuel. And by the way, there is also fuel for jumping bridges. You can decide whether to give up other buildings according to the situation. Yes. Sherman had maintained the two galaxy buildings for more than a year, so he must have known it clearly. By the way, since you plan to stay in the national server, you should also do the usual Legion affairs. Now the second test Legion does not need to pay the Alliance tax. If there are any small gatherings, you can stay with the people who are still there. Since he planned to be a hands-off boss, Zheng Guden simply handed over the Legion affairs to Sherman. Including recruiting new members? Yes, you can check it yourself when the time comes. Now the new account registration has ended, and there are probably not many new free agents. You can do it yourself. Well, I will take good care of it. After entrusting Sherman with all the relevant tasks of the Legion, Zheng Guden gave Sherman a super gift. Since you are going to be the person in charge of the second test National Service Legion, I will give you these things as well. After that, he traded hundreds of standard heavy assault ships and more than 100 poisonous lizards to Sherman. The heavy assault ships are prepared for future PvP damage, and the poisonous lizards are prepared for newcomers. This is a welcome gift prepared for you newcomers, but unfortunately there are not many people now, so I will just give it all to you, and you can handle it yourself. A batch of 30 small ships of the 4 tribes were traded to Sherman. By the way, this is 10,000 Eden coins, which are used to buy fuel in the mall. I hope you can use them well. Do you have any other needs? Tell me, and we can get them together, otherwise we will have to come back to get them later. Sherman reacted to the various contracts of huge value and flattered Zheng Guden. Boss, can you give me your ISK too? Get lost. Zheng Guden rolled his eyes. He was about to sell all his star coins, so it was not his turn to give them to Sherman. Can you give me Sodio's permission? I want to build a Titan. This was Sherman's original plan. He was going to build a Titan and sell it for ISK. This ship was worth hundreds of billions of star coins. If he sold a few ships, he could unlock a fleet of ships for his faction. However, only Sodio could make super flagships and Titans. Each legion had a tight control over this, and would not easily hand it over to others. When Sherman took over the legion Sodio had been dismantled at some point, and other legions did not give him the authority to manufacture flagships, so he was unable to build a super flagship before the end of the second test, which was also his regret. That's no problem. Zheng Guden directly gave Sherman the authority to manufacture Sodio, and also gave him the remaining flagship components and mineral materials, and even gave Sherman the full set of drawings that he had studied. Before leaving, Zheng Guden pulled Sherman into a group, which was the QQ group of the leaders of the legions of the second test source. Zheng Guden, this is Sherman, the person in charge of the second test of the national server of the Void family. You can ask him for the national server in the future. We will temporarily switch to the international server. Sure man, hello. Isher Tianshan. I am the person in charge of the second test of the Source Star field. Welcome newcomers. Sky Dragon Rider Sad Melody. I am the person in charge of the second test of the Sky Dragon Rider. Welcome newcomers. Yaksa. Welcome newcomers. Do you want to know more about the top quality mutton from the HLB grassland? Chapter 48. After getting familiar with everyone in the group, Sherman left and quickly asked Delk Ellis to come back. He took out a large Caldari control tower from the Legion hangar and smuggled it over. So, you are now the head of the Legion? Delk Ellis said in disbelief. When did a newcomer become a director? Aren't you afraid that a fake person will give the Legion to KFC? KFC refers to the act of stealing and selling supplies by using the Legion's authority. The second test will be deleted. Sherman rolled his eyes at him. This was just a test. Everything would be restored when the server was launched. Why should he care about it? Okay. Dirk Ellis changed the subject as he turned his eyes. So, Manzi, does that mean that all the supplies of the Legion are in your hands now? Well, a small part of them is in my hands, and I can also mobilize the other supplies in the Legion's hangar. Dirk Ellis rubbed his hands and showed a simple smile. Then when you go back, can you give me a Phoenix-class dreadnought? Thinking of the nearly 100 dreadnoughts in the Legion's hangar, Sherman agreed immediately. From tomorrow on, there will most likely be only 2 of them left in the Legion, and it is unknown whether they can use up all the fuel before the end of the test. They arrived at the Ned Galaxy safely, anchored the control tower far away from the Stargate, and then went to the local NPC space station to exchange some fuel with Eden coins and put it in. After tomorrow, this super temporary anchorage will be good. Because they have to wait until the control tower is completed tomorrow before they can start, the 2 of them are not in a hurry to drive the big ship over. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the 2 of them logged off and went to sleep. The next day, the control tower had been built, and a large elliptical translucent field surrounded the control tower as a radius. The 2 of them then decided to transfer the big ship over. One of them drove the guidance ship in front for reconnaissance and warning, and the other drove the big ship behind. Except for being a little nervous when crossing the flagship gap across the star field, the rest were all jumped through the flagship, and it was still safe all the way. They were busy until 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, until Sherman's Night God-class super aircraft carrier entered the control tower range, and the entire flagship transfer was completed. Because the 2 had prepared several 2,500-kilometer points in various directions of Sodio the day before, so when they were ready, they jumped directly there to start demolition. Olda, make the direction first, and the people who come will prepare the yo-yo. After the 2 jumped to the position, they began to make the direction towards the control tower, and released the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft to slowly approach Sodio. While the 2 were nervously waiting, the Iron Cavalry began to attack Sodio. Watching the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft deal damage, the 2 put their hands on the jump button, ready to escape at any time if a monster spawned. Fortunately, no monster spawned until Sodio's shield was knocked down by 1%. Success? Sherman said to Dirk Ellis and YY with a heavy burden on his shoulders. He had only heard of this method of spawning Sodio, but had never really used it or seen it. The 2 of them came here just to take a gamble. It seems that the man didn't lie to him at that time. We're going to get rich now. Dirk Ellis' face was flushed now. If he dismantled the flagship of the faction, he could get hundreds of billions, or even trillions. Isn't this more profitable than destroying a whole? Old German, just use conventional attacks on carrier-based aircraft. Don't use the F3 skill of carrier-based aircraft. The system will detect it, and it's easy to cause trouble. Sherman thought of what that man said at that time, and then reminded Delk Ellis. Delk Ellis responded, and honestly used the basic attack of the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft to attack. Because Sodio needs 10,000 DPS to stop repairing, the basic attack of the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft of the 2 large ships can barely reach it. After an hour, Sodio's shield is about to be broken, and Delk Ellis is ready to take back the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft and return to the control tower. Barbarian, prepare to collect the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft. The shield of Sodio has been destroyed. Sherman stopped Delk Ellis from collecting the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft, and hurriedly said, Olda, don't collect it, there is still armor. Huh? Delk Ellis looked puzzled. Isn't Sodio strengthened again? No, the shield and armor of this pirate Sodio have not been strengthened, only when the structure is reached. Unlike player buildings need 3 demolitions to be demolished when there is fuel, 1 to break the shield and 1 to break the armor, and there are 2 strengthening modes in total. The pirate Sodio only had one chance, that is, after breaking the armor, the structure's enhanced mode, and it would take 24 hours before it could continue to attack, and it was impossible to lock an attack during this period. Okay. After concentrating their minds, the two began to break the armor again. Fortunately, the Iridian Star region is a sparsely populated area, and the Ned Galaxy is in a very remote dead corner galaxy. In addition, it was late at night, so until Sodio was beaten into the structure and entered the 24-hour enhanced mode, no one came to disturb them. Let's go retreat. Looking at Sodio, who was trapped in the 24-hour countdown of the enhanced mode, Sherman called loud to jump back to the control tower defense position. Looking at the time, it was only after 4 o'clock, and it would be this time tomorrow to dismantle Sodio, so the two of them changed into the golden rock placed in the maintenance warehouse of the Night God-class ship, and prepared to scan the signals of the surrounding galaxies, and find some wild death copies to fight. Because Sherman set the position password for the control tower defense position, it can be said that except for the two people who know the password, no one else can think of entering. Others can only stay outside the defense position and watch, so the two can leave so confidently. Luckily, Lauda found a Blood Raider 6 out of 10 first, and opened the business first, but Sherman was unlucky. He searched for a long time, and found only data and ruins, and even mini-gas cloud locations. The battle sites he scanned were all small deaths, and Sherman's Jinping couldn't get in at all, so he had to give up. Until he saw 3 special battle anomalies surrounded secret research facilities in a galaxy, Sherman entered the space station and changed to a container scanner, ready to see if there were any good things inside. The besieged secret research facility is a special instance that only appears in low-security areas. It will trigger a wave of monsters at 50 kilometers from the Guristas Research and Trade Center, and Morta's Legion monsters will spawn. There will be 2 waves of monsters in total, with different numbers of battleships and cruisers randomly spawned. The firepower is extremely terrifying. Because this instance will disappear after a period of time after the monsters are triggered, Sherman has to jump to 70 kilometers away and scan the containers of the Guristas Research and Trade Center to see what is inside. This way, he can decide whether to attack based on whether there are valuables inside. If not, he can wait until the next day after the game maintenance to check again. In a few seconds, the scan results came out. In addition to a bunch of faction ammunition and secret research tools, a picture inside made Sherman's eyes light up. Advanced Hyperspace Accelerator Blueprint O, special equipment for superspeed racing. Sherman immediately returned to the space station and changed his equipment. Because he was wearing the Divine Jinping, the dynamic and heat resistance reached more than 85%, and the monsters of the moored core mainly used kinetic damage, so Sherman had no pressure on this. After all, this anomaly did not destroy the electric monster. After entering, under the firepower of Jinping's heavy attack missiles, the anomaly was defeated in less than 7 minutes. Sherman looked at the 10-process Advanced Hyperspace Accelerator blueprint in the ship's hold, and his mouth was cracked with a smile. Now this thing costs more than 800 million each. Chapter 49. Old Druid, I'm going to leave first. A 10-process Advanced Hyperspace Accelerator blueprint is enough, much more valuable than June 10th or October 10th. That's all for today's eve. Okay, you go to sleep first. I sleep after I finish this June 10th. Dirk Ellis said indifferently. Now he has reached the last floor, and will meet the boss soon, and he will go to sleep after he finishes it. Okay, be careful, I'm going to leave first. Bye. Sherman stretched himself, covered himself with a quilt, and fell asleep. Alpha Border, M32 Galaxy. A fleet of 6 people was moving at a constant speed towards the Omega Black Flag Galaxy. If the people of the Omega Federation saw this fleet, they would tremble and avoid it. Because this is the 3rd-generation frigate of the Demon Civilization, it once shined in the ideological war, forcing the Angel Civilization to improve its own frigates, so that it could barely resist its offensive in various squad battles and encounters. The Demon Fighter 21 frigate, a unique Demon frigate equipped with the Demon 5 jump engine, has super maneuverability. With the Demon Fighter small energy cannon, it can deliver firepower to a battlefield with a radius of 200 kilometers. In addition, its signal radius is smaller than that of ordinary frigates, making it able to thrive in any small-scale battlefield. It once created a record of defeating a small fleet of 20 people with one ship. Even though its improved version has appeared now, the Demon Fighter 21 frigate has been installed in the second-line fleet of the Demon Civilization and has never been retired, and is still active on the battlefield. Seeing this warship basically means that this is the fleet of the Demon Civilization, not to mention that there are 5 of them. Captain, There are still 10 jumps to enter the Omega star field, and then we can directly enter the Omega Galaxy through the acceleration orbit of the Black Flag Galaxy. Yes, Captain, you have to buy us a drink then. That's right. I've been on the ship for half a month since I came out this time, and my wings are almost faded by the nutrient solution. This time out, this is the best news they have received in half a month. Beecher Aubrey was also overjoyed. We are finally here. When we reach the Omega star system and unload the goods, we will go to the tavern. I will treat you. Everyone cheered, and then they complained about taking this route. Captain, why don't we go to the front line? It will take at most 2 days to get there. Why do we have to take a detour through this desolate area without even a star gate? Do you think I don't want to? Beecher Aubrey was also very angry about this. His own leader's goods actually needed his elite team to escort, and they had to take such a sneaky route. If it was some important strategic material, it would be fine. After all, it was a mission, but what about these leaders transporting goods? Smuggling? Captain, we are almost at the destination. You should tell us what they are transporting, right? A curious one asked. He was very curious about what these captains were transporting all the way, but unfortunately his captain never said it. The others also pricked up their ears when they heard it, and looked at Beecher Aubrey in the fleet holographic channel with expectation. They are the elite squad of the Demon Third Fleet. They usually carry out special missions. I didn't expect that they would do this escort work. No. Beecher Aubrey replied indifferently, and his narrow eyes swept over everyone. Have you forgotten the military discipline? Don't ask around. Yes. Everyone answered sternly, and then stopped asking questions, and began to work seriously. Watching the brothers busying themselves, Beecher Aubrey sighed, and shook his head. Captain, there's something going on. The scout team looked at a fleet that appeared on the ship's scan and began to warn. After another warning, Beecher Aubrey quickly opened his ship's scan, and saw that a cruiser plus 5 frigates were jumping towards them. Prepare to engage the enemy, and the transport ships are ready to charge the jump engines and jump at any time. Beecher Aubrey gave orders in an orderly manner. It seemed that this fleet came so undisguisedly, and some of them were not friendly. Yes. In a few seconds, a small fleet of all blue-gray warships leapt to 300 kilometers in front of them and stopped. They also received a public message. This is the patrol team of the 3rd Fleet of the New Eden Mod Group. Please show your identity and purpose. Mod Group? And what kind of warship is this? I haven't seen it before. Looking at the blue-gray appearance and flat hulls of the warships in front of him, Beecher Aubrey was a little confused. A2, go check this force. Soon, A2 retrieved the information about the Mod Corps from the intelligence database of the Demon Civilization. The Mod Corps first appeared in the battle with the original Black Chess Galaxy on October 20th, and occupied the Black Flag Galaxy with absolute strength. It has a brand new ship system from frigates to battleships. Its warships have excellent maneuverability and powerful missile attack capabilities. Threat Assessment, C5. The Demon Civilization divides the assessment of power into several levels, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, which are further divided into small levels from 1 to 5 to assess the degree of threat. A small force that threatens C5? Beecher Aubrey looked at the fleet in front of him and felt relieved. He ordered in the fleet channel, A2, A3, A4, you go and expel them. Let them know that not all civilized fleets can be checked at will. Yes. The corners of everyone's mouths showed a grim smile. Along the way, in order to avoid being exposed, they have destroyed many of these unknown small fleets. Then, in addition to leaving 2 frigates to guard the transport ship, the other 3 Demon Fighter 21s began to rush towards the mod patrol at full speed, and the preheated muzzles turned slightly red due to the energy reaction. Warning! Please stop its dangerous behavior immediately, otherwise we will take compulsory measures. Warning! Please stop its dangerous behavior immediately, otherwise we will take compulsory measures. Warning! Please stop its dangerous behavior immediately, otherwise we will take compulsory measures. 3 urgent warning messages were sent to the Devil Squad shipboard intelligence. Everyone ignored the information and continued to rush towards it until the opponent entered the range. Several dark energy beams shot out from the muzzle and headed straight for a GAM-class ship. The GAM-class, which had already started the engine, rolled sideways to avoid the attack. Warning is ineffective. We will take compulsory measures. Then, the counterattack from the Mod Corps began. 5 GAM-class ships started their engines at full speed, reaching an ultra-high speed of 20 kilometers per second in just 3 seconds. Even the Osis-class cruiser soared to a cruising speed of 10,000 per second, and quickly distanced itself from the 3 rushing Demon Fighter 21 frigates. What? Beecher Aubrey looked at the Demon Fighter, which was famous for its speed, and was somewhat unbelievable when it was pulled away in just a few seconds. Are all the technology of these warships fully powered up? Such a fast speed. Because it was a homeland battle, and there were no other people besides these enemies, the Mod Corps removed all disguises and opened fire. Then, 5 GAM-class missile launchers ejected fire dragons, and missiles covered the 3 Devil Fighter 21 frigates like a meteor shower, and the energy waves generated by the explosion surrounded the 3 warships. When the energy waves generated by the explosion dissipated, only the fragmented wreckage of the 3 Devil Fighter 21 frigates remained. Hiss. Is this the warship owned by the forces that assess C5? Betcher Aubrey took a deep breath, and then decisively prepared to evacuate. These intelligence guys should be ejected into space. Unfortunately, when this Mod's regiment arrived, they had already called for support. A patrol squadron of the Mod's regiment jumped directly to the middle of their fleet. With the entry of the Mastiff-class heavy interceptor, a jump-blocking field with a radius of 250 kilometers surrounded everyone. It's over. Beecher Aubrey immediately wanted to send a message back for help, but the heavy interceptor's open-stand reinforcement space could not only block the warships in it from jumping, but also interfere with the enemy's information, so his message for help was destined to fail. Damn it! Beecher Aubrey watched as the remaining 2 Devil Fighter 21 warships were also destroyed. Since then, all the escort fleets of the fleet have been killed, leaving only his unarmed transport ship. Looking at the Mod group that destroyed his brother's space capsule, Beecher Aubrey was sweating even though he was in the nutrition chamber, and hurriedly said, "We are the Aubrey team of the Demon 3rd Fleet. I think we should have a good talk." Demon 3rd Fleet? Demon Civilization? Mod, who was far away in the military fortress of the Black Flag Galaxy, looked at the information, touched the beard that had begun to grow on his chin, and showed a ferocious smile. That's even more impossible to say. After all, only the dead will not leak the news. No! Beecher Aubrey let out a desperate cry in the rain of missiles. The transport ship was directly destroyed, and the space escape pod could not leave after the battleship was destroyed because of the position of the Mastiff class. It was also destroyed, leaving a charred body. Huh? Mod cleaned the battlefield and saw a silver-white metal container in the wreckage of the transport ship that survived the explosion of the battleship. He couldn't help but feel a little strange, but he took it to the empty fortress of the Alpha system with the practice of not leaving empty space. The remaining wreckage and corpses were salvaged and cleaned up by several Knight-class industrial ships that followed. In less than 10 minutes, the entire battlefield was cleaned up completely, without even a single piece of tri-titanium alloy left. Half an hour later, the entire space fell into silence again, and there was no sign that a small-scale war had just taken place. Chapter 50. When he woke up the next day, Ola sent a holographic projection request to Sherman. This was a mandatory order from Sherman. He didn't want to see someone standing in front of his bed every time he woke up. Commander. Ola's holographic projection just came out, and he bowed slightly to Sherman. Good morning, Ola. Sherman got up and came to the sink and started washing in front of the mirror, greeting Ola incoherently. Ola waited until Sherman finished washing before coming to him and said, Commander, there is something I need your advice on. Sherman glanced at Aura, feeling a little strange. He had given Aura full authority to handle all the affairs in the real world, and only told him about major events related to the survival or development of New Eden. How long has it been? What happened? Sherman frowned, looking at the luxurious breakfast on the table without interest, and turned to look at Aura. At 6:35 this morning, one of our patrols encountered a 6-ship smuggling fleet in the M32 Galaxy at the border of the Alpha Star field. The other side ignored our warnings and took the lead in attacking, and a fierce battle broke out. Did we win or lose? We won, and we completely crushed the other side, and there were no casualties on our side. Sherman was a little confused. If he won, why did he come to tell him specifically? Recently, there have been many smuggling transport fleets and pirate fleets active in the Alpha Star region that were destroyed after warnings were ineffective. Among them, there were even some unbelieving ones from the Omega Federation, but they were all handled perfectly by Aura himself, so there was no need to tell him. The other side is a small team of the Demon 3rd Fleet. Aura told the origin of the other side, which was the key to the problem. The 3rd Fleet of Demons stationed at the front line of Beecher Meteor Field. Yes, and it is an elite team dedicated to special missions. Sherman frowned. This is the main fleet of the Demon Civilization stationed at the southern front line to confront the 5th Fleet of Angels. Why did it come to his Alpha Star field? All destroyed? The matter was a foregone conclusion, and Sherman did not want to pursue the responsibility. After all, the mod core did nothing wrong. The only mistake was that the other party was too arrogant and disdained to communicate with him. They have all been destroyed, including the space capsule, and because of the presence of a heavy interceptor, their message was not sent out, and the battlefield was completely cleaned up. It must be said that Mod handled all the aftermath perfectly, and there was no fault to be found. Hearing this, Sherman was relieved. Just deal with it cleanly, just pretend that nothing happened, and everything will be fine as usual. The bodies have been destroyed, and the news has not been spread. He can't bear that this demon civilization will send a large army to beat him up like this. But Ola hesitated. But what? Sherman sighed, afraid that there would be a but after everything. We found the goods they were transporting when we were cleaning up the battlefield yesterday. Ola projected a silver-white container, which was a square container with a length and width of 15 meters. It was found in the wreckage of the transport ship. Even after the impact of the warship explosion, it was not damaged. According to the information analyzed by the remaining on-board computer of the transport plane, this is the goods they are going to transport to the Omega Galaxy. Sherman looked at the silver-white container projected at 360 degrees, showing curiosity, and turned to look at Aura. What's inside? It's not clear yet. The material of this container can isolate energy and signal fluctuations, and it can't be detected from the outside. Aura shook his head and replied. You can only know after opening it? Yes. Aura turned the projection to reveal the door of the container, and saw that it was a palm-sized encryption lock. What kind of lock is this? Looking at the small platform that was only a few centimeters higher than the plane, there was nothing like a lock on it, not even a prompt screen, which made him curious. This is a gene-sensing lock, and only active genes can open it, and it needs to be unlocked by the person himself. If it is unlocked incorrectly, the self-destruct device will automatically activate, and all the goods inside will be destroyed. Then can you open it? Ola smiled and looked at Sherman confidently. Commander, all these fancy locks are like no locks in front of me. Not to mention me, even Mod, a common man, can open it easily. Well, take me to open the box myself. I want to see what's inside. Why does a demon elite team have to escort it personally? Yes. 10 minutes later, in a tightly sealed warehouse in the space, one person and one smart device looked at the container in the middle. Commander, please go to the protection room first to avoid any accidents. Although Sherman really wanted to experience the feeling of opening the box himself, the situation inside was still unknown, so his life was more important. It would be fine if there was a bomb or something inside. Arriving at the protection room, he looked at Ola in the warehouse through the thick protective glass and nodded to Ola, who was looking over. Ola gently placed his hand on the induction lock, and a series of data streams flowed into it from his hand. In less than 5 seconds, with the sound of a pressure release valve, the induction lock suddenly retracted, and the door on that side opened to the right. Ola looked at the scene inside through the splashed dry ice, and his mouth twitched. Ola, what's inside? Is it safe? Commander, everything is safe. What's inside? Ola scratched his head, not knowing how to describe it. Finally he said, Commander, you should come and see it yourself. What is it? Why is it so mysterious? He opened the protective room and trotted to Ola's side. After rolling his eyes at Ola, he turned his head and looked into the container. I want to see what's inside. Holy light. Sherman stared at the neatly erected transparent cylinders in the container in amazement. In the light green liquid, a figure curled up inside, a pair of white wings covering the body, revealing only a pale and beautiful face. And there are exactly 10 such cylinders. Oh my god, angels? Sherman mechanically turned his head to look at Aura, his eyes a little dull. Although he had seen angels on the interstellar network before, it was still not as shocking as seeing them in person. This was the first time he saw a living angel. Yes, these 10 angels should be the goods they transported to the Omega Galaxy. Data flowed through Aura's eyes, analyzing the transparent cylinder in front of him. It contains basic nutrient solution, but it also contains sedative ingredients, which should be suitable for preventing them from waking up. Sherman looked at the angels in the 10 cylinders, and his heart was not filled with a trace of love. Instead, he broke out in a cold sweat. TMD, this demon civilization is crazy. If these 10 angels were really put on the auction floor of Omega Star City, he had no doubt that the fleet of the angel civilization would destroy the entire Omega Star region, and the Mod group, which was openly a member of Omega, would definitely appear on the list of angels to be liquidated. This was the rhythm of setting off a war. You must know that although Omega Star City claimed to have auctioned an angel, it was just a half-blood angel, and on the day the auction ended, the Angel fleet that received the news came to the Omega star system to threaten with force. Later, it was the Half-Blood Angel who was auctioned who mediated and did not start a war. This Half-Blood Angel is now the captain of the Omega United Fleet and the chief instructor Mu Yunyin. And this time, it was a real angel with wings. The Star Sea is going to surge. Sherman looked at the quiet space outside the window. He knew what kind of turbulent waves were under this quiet appearance. Chapter 51. Commander, should we? Ola glanced at the container and gently stroked his neck with his hand. Sherman was moved by what he said, and a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes, but he finally closed his eyes and sighed. Forget it, let's send these guys away after they wake up. The Demon team that was transporting was completely wiped out in the Alpha Star region. The Demon Third Fleet will definitely not give up, and will send people to investigate. At that time, no matter what, he will become the first suspect. If he kills people now to silence them, it will undoubtedly offend the Angel civilization. The education in his previous life told him that no matter how well he disguised himself or how perfectly he covered up something, it would be exposed one day. This was both the cause and the effect. When the matter was exposed, it would undoubtedly offend the two top civilizations at the same time, which was not something he could bear now. Sherman rubbed his brows with a headache after taking another look at the 10 nutrient chambers in the container. This was fucked up enough. He looked at the time. It was almost 3:30, and Sodio's enhancement was about to end. Aura, keep an eye on this place. Call me if you need anything. Without turning his head to say anything to Aura, Sherman trotted back to the captain's office. Just when he logged into YY, he heard Delk Ellis complaining. Manzi, why did you come just now? I thought you overslept. Sorry, something happened at home, so I was delayed for a while. Sherman apologized while logging into his account. As the screen went dark, it lit up again, and he was already driving the Night God-class super aircraft carrier to the defense position of the control tower. Looking at Dirk Ellis, who was quietly staying beside him, Sherman said embarrassedly, Sorry, something delayed me. Nothing, I just read a novel. Dirk Ellis put down his phone and rubbed his hands, then put his hand on the mouse. Go out now. Sherman opened his notes and looked at the enhancement time recorded yesterday, nodded. Fortunately, we have just started to enhance. Let's go now. After the two formed a fleet, Sherman, as the captain of the fleet, jumped to a point about 2,200 kilometers away from Sodi, but it was not the point of yesterday, but a point in another direction. Although no one came last night, it is still better to be careful. Looking at the 26-minute maintenance countdown on Sodio, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then began to release the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft to crawl over and start attacking. As the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft began to attack, Sodio stopped repairing after receiving the attack, and the structure began to slowly fall down. Unlike the 18 million HP of the shield and armor, the structure of Sodio has a full 72 million HP, so this is a protracted battle. Sherman opened the star map and looked at the number of Stargate jumps in the surrounding galaxies to observe whether there was an organized fleet coming towards them so that they could be prepared. Fortunately, no one was seen passing through the two galaxies around. Barbarian, what do you think we should do if we have anything other than the flagship faction blueprints? Before the dismantling was finished, Delk Ellis began to imagine how to divide the spoils. Either sell the blueprints directly, or sell the finished product after it is made. Both are similar. Of course, Sherman prefers to sell the blueprints directly. After all, it is troublesome to deliver the finished product directly. It is okay if the buyer is one of his own. If the buyer is from a hostile alliance, then sending the finished product by himself is like throwing meat buns at a dog. It will go, but never come back. On the other hand, the buyer will not dare to pick up the goods for fear of being scripted, which is very embarrassing. If the Cayman is out, give it to me, okay? Dirk Ellis said a little embarrassedly, and continued, If the Cayman is out, I don't want the others, all of them are yours. He doesn't have ISK now, otherwise he could have bought it at half price. Why would he be so embarrassed? Are you sure you only want the Cayman and nothing else? While Sherman continued to look at the star map, he teased Dirk Ellis, If this map only has a Komodo-class Titan, wouldn't you be at a big loss? I don't want anything else, just give me the Cayman, and the rest, whether it's the Komodo or the Red Turtle, are yours. Dirk Ellis said firmly. This made Sherman a little strange. Why was this guy not interested in the faction Titan, but so interested in this faction Dreadnought? Old duh, do you like the Cayman-class Dreadnought so much? Who wouldn't like a Dreadnought that can carry a light cavalry carrier? Dirk Ellis said excitedly, his voice getting louder. Think about it, the speed of the Dreadnought to evacuate is already fast. If you add a group of light cavalry carrier-based aircraft, it will be even faster. This is simply robbing money. Well, ever since this guy got addicted to using the Dahang to brush the shelter, he has been trying to improve the efficiency of brushing monsters. After summarizing the experience of nearly half a month, he found a very efficient way to brush the shelter, and the bounty reached a jump. The bounty for brushing monsters at a fixed time, 93 million, which is more terrifying than many years of dead brushes. I have a hunch that if I have a Cayman, the efficiency of brushing monsters will be raised to a higher level, and the bounty may even exceed 100 million per jump. Speaking of this, Dirk Ellis's expectations for the demolition of Sodio can be felt through the screen. Okay, once the Cayman is out, it's yours. Sherman smiled and immediately made a promise to Dirk Ellis. It was just a Cayman, and there would be plenty of opportunities to get it later. Manzi, I love you. Hey, Wang Difu, you are so disgusting, okay? I will kill you now. Sherman, who was terribly cold, called out Dirk Ellis' real name in reality, and rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. When Dirk Ellis heard Sherman calling out his real name, he was immediately confused. Manzi, how do you know my real name? You said that last time? Sherman not only knew his real name, but also knew his home address. Really? Dirk Ellis was very confused. He shouldn't tell others his real name, right? You said that last week when you were drunk late at night, and you said you would invite me to go fishing at sea in GD. Sherman said confidently, as if it really happened. Okay, come when you have time, I take you fishing. Dirk Ellis thought that he seemed to have really played the game online last week after getting drunk, and even damaged a dreadnought in the shelter, so what he said should be true, and then he stopped worrying about it. Seeing that Dirk Ellis was no longer entangled in this topic, Sherman couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Time passed bit by bit, and Sodio's structure was also consumed bit by bit. The time came to 8:30 in the morning. As the last bit of Sodio's HP disappeared, a Sodio destruction report appeared in Sherman's email. Clicking it, his eyes almost stretched straight. Ignoring other faction equipment, his eyes were fixed on the few things at the bottom of the dropped items Weepus improved ballistic control system. Gusta's Red Turtle class blueprint armor cache. Gusta's Cayman class blueprint armor cache. Gusta's Komodo class blueprint armor cache. Sherman's voice was a little trembling. Old duh, we sent it. Sodio destruction report. Fuck. Chapter 52. Is this a game for the living? Dirk Ellis swallowed his saliva as he looked at the destruction report. This can produce a full set of armor caches? All 3 flagships of the Guristas pirates were produced at once. It seems that your lifespan is almost over, old duh. Sherman teased in YY. Get lost, go pick up the stuff first. It will be fun if someone comes. Dirk Ellis said, as he controlled the warship to jump to the wreckage of Sodio, ready to pick up the stuff, but when he was about to pick it up in the cabin, he was stunned. Fuck. An armor cache has a volume of hundreds of thousands? No way. Sherman, who jumped in right after, was also dumbfounded when he saw the 3 armor caches in the wreckage. How the hell was he going to do this? The hangar capacity of the Night God's fleet was only 50,000, and it couldn't fit in at all. There was no other way. Sherman and Dirk Ellis had to put the Night God class super aircraft carrier back into the control tower first, and then they returned to the base without stopping, and took out a Dushan class freighter from the Legion hangar. Sherman drove the Dushan class freighter, while Dirk Ellis drove a frigate with 3 stasis beams and followed Sherman. Every time they jumped, they would put a net on the freighter to help it take off quickly. This is because in the game, the warship jump depends on whether it has reached full speed. As long as it reaches full speed, the warship will jump, and the more flexible the hull is, the faster the warship jumps. Among them, the upper limit speed of the warship can be lowered by using the stagnant light speed, so that it can quickly reach the upper limit speed and jump. The same is true for flagships. Many racing aircraft carriers are equipped with a 10,000 mN afterburner or a 50,000 mN micro-jump propulsion. When jumping, a round of ship speed is started to quickly increase the speed. When the acceleration is over, the speed of the ship has exceeded the basic speed limit, thus achieving the purpose of rapid jump. In order to return quickly, Sherman even installed 3 newly built advanced hyperspace accelerators on the cargo ship to increase the speed of the jump. The 2 of them returned to the Ned Galaxy along the dirt road. Sherman first went to the space station to replace the advanced hyperspace accelerator with an expanded container cabin to increase the cabin capacity, otherwise he was afraid that he would not be able to load all the cargo. When Sherman's God-class ship left the space station and jumped into deep space, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the remaining Sodio wreckage. Fortunately, it was not refreshed by the system, otherwise he would have vomited blood. Pick up the armor caches one by one into the ship's hold, then click to open it to turn it into a real blueprint. Then drive the freighter into the control tower. Put the blueprint of the Kaiman-class dreadnought into the fleet hangar of Delk Ellis, and put the other 2 blueprints of the Gustus flagship into his own fleet hangar of the Night God. Olda, prepare to evacuate. After a busy time, it was almost 10 o'clock, and the system maintenance time was fixed at 11 o'clock, so they still had an hour to evacuate a Night God-class super flagship to the Source Legion base. Well, Manzi, you take the blueprints and retreat first. I do the maintenance and then retreat. Dirk Ellis grinned at the blueprint of the Cayman-class dreadnought in the hold, and after hearing what Sherman said, he looked at the time and replied, "Okay, let's go." Sherman was about to control Yishin to leave the defensive position of the control tower, but Dirk Ellis hurriedly shouted, "Manzi, wait for me, I'm going to the toilet first." After saying that, he threw the headphones on the computer desk, and the noise caused Sherman to rub his ears. He waited for more than half an hour. "Sorry, I have diarrhea." Dirk Ellis was exhausted when he returned to the computer, and he could feel his weakness when he spoke. "Is it okay? Why don't we go to the hospital first?" Listening to Dirk Ellis's weak voice, Sherman asked with concern, "This guy is not feeling well." "It's okay, I help you transport the flagship first." Dirk Ellis thought of the cold dishes he had just taken out of the refrigerator and ate, and he regretted it so much. "Damn it, it should be because I ate that bowl of cold dishes when I just dismantled Sodio that I had diarrhea. You are so strong that you don't even heat up cold dishes." "Nonsense." Dirk Ellis rolled his eyes and explained, "Do you heat up cold dishes at home?" Because Sherman didn't have enough fuel and needed to save some fuel, the two of them chatted as they walked along the dirt road to the Hoffby Galaxy. Because there is a flagship gap between the Hoffby Galaxy and the D4KU5 Galaxy in the torus of the Origin star field, Sherman needs to enter the D4KU5 Galaxy through the connecting star gate, and then go to the friendly star city to buy some fuel through the flagship jump before returning to the base. Just after entering the Hoffby Galaxy, Dirk Ellis groaned again, while holding his stomach. "No, barbarian." Before he finished speaking, he threw the headphones back onto the computer desk. Looking at the maintenance reminder of less than 10 minutes, Sherman thought about it, and decided not to wait for Dirk Ellis. He prepared to cross the flagship gap to the D4KU5 Galaxy by himself, and then jump to the friendly star city to go offline and wait for maintenance. But after passing through the star gate, Sherman suddenly broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the 3 warships behind the star gate. An Onyx-class heavy interceptor and 2 Marker-class battleships. Are these pirates blocking the gate? Ghost Dance Chinku and Hayan's eyes lit up when he saw a person suddenly added to the local channel, showing a look of surprise. He didn't expect that there would be prey passing by when the maintenance was about to start. Controlling the heavy interceptor to open the position, he switched to the other 2 Marker-class battleships and released drones to click and circle the Stargate, preparing to knock it out. Looking at the position opened by the heavy interceptor just wrapping himself, Sherman was a little worried. This position reinforced the space, so he couldn't jump out of the flagship to escape at the moment of revealing. But looking at the time in the lower left corner, Sherman thought of nothing, and was not in a hurry, just waiting. Time passed bit by bit, until 1 minute later, after the invisibility countdown caused by crossing the Stargate ended, a huge ship appeared next to the Stargate. Guiwu Chienkuan Haihan looked at the huge ship in front of him and couldn't help but burst out a swear word. "Fuck, Yishin." Then he put the warp disruption force field generator loaded with the focus warp scrambling script on Sherman's Yishin, preventing him from opening the 50,000 MN micro warp thruster to recoil back to the Stargate. At the same time, they began to send 3 messages in their alliance channel. D4KU5 Galaxy captures PIBC Night God. Please nearby legions and brothers come to support. D4KU5 Galaxy captures PIBC Night God. Please nearby legions and brothers come to support. D4KU5 Galaxy captures PIBC Night God. Please nearby legions and brothers come to support. Fire at me. It's almost time for maintenance. What support? Ghost Dance Chinku Haihan glanced at the time, and sure enough, there were less than 5 minutes left before the system maintenance, and there was no way to swallow this Night God in this time. Sherman was not the type to just take a beating without fighting back. He directly sent out the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft to attack the 2 Markray-class battleships that had been attacking him with the 800mm frequency fire cannon Type 2. Compared with the heavy interceptor ships that were both stinky and hard, these battleships with a large signal radius were much easier to attack. As expected, when Guiwu Chienku and Haiyan was not prepared, the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft fired a few rounds and killed a Markray-class battleship. Seeing that there were only a few dozen seconds left in the maintenance countdown, Sherman took back the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft. The Iron Cavalry was also very valuable, and could not be refreshed due to maintenance. Under the unwilling eyes of Guiwuchienku and Haiyan, the maintenance countdown ended, the server was shut down for maintenance, and all the warships in space would automatically go offline safely and disappear in space. If I don't catch you, I won't play this game anymore. Guiwuchienku and Haiyan looked at the computer screen with gnashing teeth. He'd lost a Markray-class battleship in vain, and the feud was settled. Chapter 53. After the maintenance, the characters went offline, and the ships also disappeared into the deep space. It can be said that as long as they were not online, they would be safe. At this time, Sherman also heard the noisy sound of the headphones in YY being put on again. Olda, are you back? Yeah. Dirk Ellis looked listless, and his voice was very weak. You should go to the hospital, you are in this state. Sherman listened to this voice, fearing that this guy would collapse in front of the computer. Dirk Ellis felt his physical condition, and could only nod helplessly. Yeah, I go to the hospital later. Oh, right. Sherman stopped Dirk Ellis, who was about to leave, and reminded him, don't transport the flagship back recently. I was captured in the D4KU-5 Galaxy just now. Be careful. Huh? Dirk Ellis felt his stomach hurt when he heard this and asked quickly, Barbarian, you didn't get captured to death? Sherman's Night God has the blueprints of 2 flagships of the forces. If they are destroyed, the loss will be huge. No, I escaped the disaster by relying on system maintenance, but now I dare not go online, so I have to ask you to help me scout. Sherman didn't dare to go online, because if the character went online, he would be able to remove the invisibility from deep space and return to the place where he went offline, that is, the Stargate. If this guy anchored a few jump disruption devices next to the Stargate, he would be in trouble. Hearing that Sherman was fine, Dirk Ellis breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, you take a rest first. I also need to go to the pharmacy to get some medicine first, and I will be your eyes to scout when I come back in the evening. After saying that, he pushed out YY and ran to the toilet with his stomach. TSK, this guy. Sherman curled his lips and quit YY. Before Dirk Ellis came back, he didn't dare to play this game, otherwise he would be killed by someone, and then he would be on the front page of KB and forums and dominate the list for a few days. Just when he was about to check his study materials, Aura sent a communication invitation. Commander, the angels have woken up and asked to meet you. Aura said concisely, with a serious look on his handsome face. The sedatives that the demon had put in were probably fake. How could he wake up so quickly? But since he had already woken up, he had to entertain them. It would be even better if he could reach some cooperation with these angels. Wait for them to go to the living room. I'd be there right away. Yes. Ola hung up the call and turned to look at the 10 pale but stern angels behind him. Our commander agreed to your request and agreed to meet with you. The tall angel in the lead covered his injured right wing, his face was stern, and he had an indescribable noble temperament. Lead the way, I want to see who dares to attack our angels. Ola showed a warm smile and said nothing, but walked in front of the angels and led the way after making a gesture of invitation. The leading angel raised his head, covered his right wing and followed behind Ola, and the other angels followed behind him without hesitation, supporting each other. Ola looked at the angels behind him, and nodded secretly. They are indeed a race famous in the Star Sea. Even in this unknown environment, they can still be so confident and united. They are full of confidence. Of course, he pretended not to see the little tricks these angels were doing in secret. Among the few angels at the back who were supporting each other, the most seriously injured angel closed his eyes under the cover of the surrounding angels, and data flowed through his invisible eyes, and quantum signals were transmitted through his wings. This is the first squad of the battle angels. Our squad has been hijacked and needs rescue. Need rescue. This is the first squad of the battle angels. Our squad has been hijacked and needs rescue. Need rescue. This is the first squad of the battle angels. Our squad has been hijacked and needs rescue. Need rescue. But the quantum communications were like mud in the sea, without causing any waves. After repeated communication failures, the angel opened his eyes, and looked at the angels around him, and shook his head. A communication sounded in the minds of the angels. There is very serious quantum signal interference here. It is impossible to send a distress message, or connect to the central server. We can only establish this local server within the effective range. The leading angel paused, but then followed behind Aura with a normal look, but was very shocked. As a special unit, they were equipped with the latest Angel of Wisdom combat system chip of the Angel civilization. This chip can not only effectively improve their ability to control warships, but also improve their survivability on the battlefield, because it uses the latest generation of quantum communication system and can effectively send information. Currently, only the demon civilization has the technology to block this quantum communication. I didn't expect that it also exists here. Doesn't that mean? The leading angel's face was as cold as frost, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He quietly issued an order in the team channel. A hint of sarcasm flashed across Ola's lips, and then quickly disappeared. They were silent all the way until they reached the door of the living room, and Ola made an invitation gesture to the angels. The angels walked in with their heads held high, and with everyone injured, their momentum seemed to be entering a place of execution. Ola pointed to a few sofas and said, "Sit anywhere, the commander will be here soon." After saying that, he put his hands on his waist, stood behind the door, looked forward, and stopped talking. The leading angel nodded to the others, and sat directly on the sofa in the middle, crossed his legs, spread his wings on the sofa, and closed his eyes. The other angels came silently behind him. Even the seriously injured angel refused to be helped by others. They staggered and stood up behind him. This scene was indescribably tragic. After a while, footsteps came from the door. Aura opened the door in time and smiled. "Commander." "Yes." Sherman turned his head and nodded to the door. "Are they all inside?" "Yes, all the angels are waiting to meet you inside." Aura stepped aside to make way. As soon as Sherman walked in, he felt 10 pairs of cold eyes staring at him, and he shivered. This angel is really cold. He walked straight to the sofa in the center and sat down. Sherman looked up and took a good look at the angel facing him. She should have been very delicate and cute with long black hair, big eyes, thin eyebrows, and cherry lips, but the undisguised cold eyes in her eyes and the unique solemnity of a soldier brought out her natural temperament to the fullest. She had a devilishly hot figure, a long black hair draped over her shoulders and scattered casually. The angel's navy uniform skirt further highlighted her slender legs, but the undisguised cold eyes in her eyes and the unique solemnity of a soldier brought out her natural temperament to the fullest. "Have you seen enough?" "It's my first time seeing an angel, so I can't help being a little curious." Sherman smiled and looked at him. His eyes were very clear. Looking at Sherman's clear eyes, the angel's face also eased a little. Angels are the most beautiful life forms in known civilizations. It's normal for you to be curious and distracted. I forgive you for your insolence just now. As he spoke, he leaned forward slightly on the sofa, stared at Sherman closely, and said coldly, "At least your aesthetic taste is normal, and you haven't completely turned to the demon civilization." After saying that, she flapped her wings and rushed toward Sherman, holding a white feather that shone with metallic light in her hand, and her eyes were cold and murderous. But just as she made a move, an energy wall appeared between the two of them, completely isolating them. No matter how she attacked, she couldn't break the thin energy wall. Sherman took the tea handed over by Allah, took a sip, and put the teacup on the table. He put his hands behind his head and looked at the angel behind the energy wall with a smile on his face. "I think we should have a good talk." Chapter 54. The leading angel looked at Sherman. His eyes, originally cold as ice, were now full of anger. "What can we talk about with a disgusting demon like you?" After saying that, he spread his wings toward Sherman, and a violent energy reaction wave emerged in his wings. The anger in his eyes became as calm as a mirror. "Demons, don't think that angels can surrender. Let me show you what the anger of angels is." Sherman was not afraid at all, but turned his head to look at Aura, who slightly clenched his head and closed his eyes. Analyze the energy reaction of the micro-antimatter bomb. The explosion damages 50 to 60 standard energy reactions. Start the space station electronic interference. The energy reaction suppression is successful. The target micro-antimatter bomb has been blocked, and the startup program is reset. In less than a second, Aura opened his eyes and nodded to Sherman with a smile, and then stood quietly beside Sherman. "What?" The angel felt that the two smiling antimatter bombs in his wings were forced to shut down, and even the startup program was modified by someone, and his originally calm eyes turned into horror. "If you calm down now, can we talk?" Sherman took out a cigarette from his pocket, and Ola lit it for him at the right time. He secretly took it out from Maud's small treasury. There were a lot of cigarettes in that guy's small treasury. I don't know why he, an intelligent life, would be obsessed with this stuff. Angels refuse to negotiate with demons, no matter if the future is killing or hell. The leading angel knew that even the last resort of them was ineffective, so he sat back on the sofa with his legs crossed. The angel warriors behind him also glared at Sherman with angry eyes. "Don't mention it, This angel is quite cute when angry. Retracting his thoughts, Sherman cleared his throat and said formally, "First, let me introduce myself to you. I am Sherman, the Supreme Commander of New Eden. I have nothing to do with the devil and am an independent civilization." The leading angel looked at Sherman in surprise. This force that could suppress their communication and combat systems had nothing to do with the devil. So where did this civilization come from? How to prove it? Sherman also knew that it was impossible to convince the other party with simple words, so he turned his head and looked at Aura. Aura nodded, waved his hand, and a light curtain was projected on the energy wall. 12 hours ago, our patrol team intercepted a small fleet in the M32 star system at the border of the Alpha star field. The other side ignored our warnings and engaged us. After we wiped out the fleet, we recovered a container from the wreckage of the transport ship. Sherman told the angels everything except that the battle was very difficult and the losses were great. The meaning was very simple, that is, his New Eden had no intention of getting involved in this matter, and everything was an accident. Looking at the broken warships of the demon civilization and the silver-white containers floating in space, especially after seeing that the space capsule was destroyed mercilessly, the angels reluctantly believed what Sherman said. After all, the population of the demon civilization is not large, and they care about their members no less than the angels, but they can't lose an elite demon team for a play. The angels looked at each other, thinking back to their actions just now, and couldn't help blushing. Angel Guard Wang Yin, thank you for your rescue. Wang Yin folded her wings, put her legs down, straightened her uniform and extended her right hand. I apologize for my rudeness just now. Sherman put away the energy wall and also extended his hand to shake hands. I understand your feelings, no problem. After the two exchanged a few words, the atmosphere in the reception room was no longer as cold as before. Just when the two were about to negotiate on this matter, several angels could no longer bear the injuries and fell to the ground. Aura, save them! Sherman was stunned when he saw several angels suddenly fall to the ground, and then immediately asked Aura to save them. Aura, who received the order, immediately controlled dozens of medical robots that had been waiting outside the door to come in and check the injured angels. Several blue scanning lines shot out from the eyes of the medical robots, surrounding the angels on the ground. In less than 5 seconds, Aura got the feedback. Commander, these angels are not seriously injured, they are just a little exhausted, and they only need to stay in the repair chamber for 1 night. Then send it first. Sherman breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the problem was not serious. Otherwise, if several angels died in his place, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Outlaw looked at the angel Wang Yin, whose wings were also trembling slightly, and controlled the medical robot to scan her. The results showed that the situation was not optimistic. Angel, your body is on the verge of collapse, and you also need to enter the repair chamber for recuperation. Angel, please go and recuperate first. We will continue to discuss future matters after your injuries are healed. Sherman said to Wang Yin with a smile on his face, and Wang Yin also felt her own condition, and knew that now was not the time for negotiation, so she cooperated and lay on the mobile medical bed, and was pushed into the repair room by the medical robots. Looking at the angels disappearing in front of him, Sherman's smile gradually disappeared, and his eyes were no longer as gentle as before. Aura, give them the best medical services, but do not allow them to leave the space, and do not allow them to have any contact with the outside world. Yes, Commander. Aura answered without hesitation as she had expected it. Angels are very beautiful, but now is not the time to let them appear in the outside world. If they appear in the outside world now, regardless of whether they agree to keep the secret, New Eden will enter everyone's field of vision, which is very disadvantageous for New Eden, which is still in rapid development. So they need to disappear for a while, at least before this matter is completely exposed. They can't leave here. The Mord Corps is very strong, but the main fleet is only half full now. It will take at least a month to build a full main fleet of the Mord Corps. The Mord Corps is very strong, this is unquestionable, at least in this surrounding star field. It can be said to be invincible. Even the main fleets of the angel civilization or the demon civilization can have a chance to fight. But the flaw is also obvious, that is, the high-end combat power is only the battleship. Without the high-end combat power of the flagship level, it cannot play a decisive role on the battlefield, and the deterrent power is insufficient. As a strategic level warship, the Dreadnought has several powerful flagship guns that can penetrate the planet's continental shelf and trigger terrible natural disasters. The most deadly threat is the threat to the space station. Reality is not a game. If a Dreadnought really appears next to the space station and attacks, the blow to the space station will be devastating. Except for the military fortresses and star cities equipped with anti-flagship weapons specifically for flagships, the rest of the small space stations have almost no means of defense and counterattack against the dreadnought. The special structure of the dreadnought brings extremely terrifying defensive capabilities. The repair effect can make any opponent despair, and the hundreds of secondary guns on it make it a joke for anyone who wants to rely on the number of small boats to kill the dreadnought. According to Mod's estimation, even if a full-strength Mod's main fleet is annihilated, it can only exchange for 10 enemy dreadnoughts at most. Only the flagship can fight against the flagship. Therefore, before the stone barbarians have a certain number of dreadnoughts, none of these angels can think of leaving this space station. Chapter 55. Speaking of dreadnoughts, Sherman now has 2 flagship blueprints of his faction. If he sells them, he can unlock a dreadnought, not to mention a warship of a faction. Commander, you are a little optimistic. Ola interrupted Sherman's fantasy, shook his head and said, the manufacturing of this flagship is different from the game. In the game, dreadnoughts and small aircraft carriers can be manufactured in space stations like Iron Wall, but in reality, a special flagship manufacturing dock is required. Sherman's face fell when he heard this. Why? Battleships and warships below them can be manufactured in ordinary large-scale manufacturing plants, and the Sky Fortress we are in now has 50 production lines, and the refinery has 20. Aura projected the plan view of the Sky Fortress and Atano, pointing to the industrial area at the bottom of the space station, but flagship manufacturing requires a dedicated flagship dock. The Sodio-class engineering complex has 10 dedicated flagship manufacturing docks, and 150 large battleship production lines. It is also the most needed engineering complex for flagship manufacturing at present. Sherman sat on the sofa and thought about it. This Sodio is an engineering complex used to manufacture super flagships, that is, super aircraft carriers and titans. Now, he just wants to build some dreadnoughts or small aircraft carriers. He doesn't need such luxury, right? The key point is that the price of unlocking this thing is exactly the same as the price of Star City. Both require 2 trillion IKS, and he is short of money. He estimated that even if he sold the maps of his 2 faction flagships, it would only be around 2 trillion. If he unlocked Sodio, he would not be able to unlock the dreadnought. You know, even the cheapest conventional dreadnoughts of the 4 empires cost 800 billion to unlock. Aura, how about unlocking the cheaper ones first? Sherman asked with a tight budget. I think the Asbel engineering complex is pretty good. It can also build dreadnoughts and small aircraft carriers. Aura shook his head. Commander, Asbel is an engineering complex specifically used to manufacture large, medium and small warships, and the production line is almost exclusively designed for the rapid manufacture of conventional warships. No, I remember that this Asbel can manufacture dreadnoughts? Sherman retorted. He was sure that this Asbel could indeed manufacture dreadnoughts. After all, the size of this thing was there. Commander, although the size of this Asbel can support the manufacture of dreadnoughts and small aircraft carriers, many large manufacturing production lines need to be dismantled, and they are irreversible. Ola put out the plane surface of Asbel and simulated the flagship manufacturing dock in it. Only 2 production lines occupied the entire space. The most important thing is that Asbel does not support flagship docking. Every time a flagship is manufactured, it needs to be taken out before it can be manufactured again. Unlike Sodio, it can be stored in blank space for assembly after manufacturing, and then it can be sent to the front line at any time. Okay. Ola convinced Sherman. The docking of the dreadnought was the main reason for convincing him. At present, the dreadnought has been manufactured, and parking and hiding are the big problems. Otherwise, if someone detects that he has the ability to manufacture dreadnoughts, and is still making dumplings, then the surrounding forces will not be able to sleep well. Whether it is the 3rd fleet of demons in the Beecher Meteor Field or the 5th fleet of angels in the Camp Star Field, they will not sit idly by and watch an opponent that can threaten them grow stronger beside them. The best way is to kill them after they are discovered. In the Starry Sea, interests are the only truth. Whether it is the Absolute Justice Order of Angels, or the Absolute Freedom Order of Demons, they are just a collusion of a group of interest groups. Sherman has a way in his mind. It's just that the Absolute Justice Order of Angels at least needs to cover itself up, not as naked as demons, so Sherman is still willing to contact the angel civilization. At least, she will not come to him openly to make trouble, and she has to find a reason. But this demon won't be so polite. As long as there is profit to be made, what's wrong with hitting you? So before he has a certain number of dreadnoughts, his dreadnoughts have to be hidden first. Okay, then I unlock Sodio first, and the unlocking of the dreadnoughts will be postponed for a while. Sherman rubbed his swollen eyebrows, and then thought of something. Unlock Sodio. Will there be enough resources to manufacture it? Recently, in order to form the main fleet of the Mod Corps, all resources have been invested, and now the resources are estimated to be running out. Commander, although there are few resources left, with the current resource collection efficiency, it only takes 10 days to gather the resources to build a Sodio. Ola calculated and replied. How is the construction of the mod's main fleet going? The construction of the mod's main fleet is about 70%, but it has been basically completed. Ola reported truthfully. Sherman thought about it. The mod's fleet is now his only main fleet, and it is of great importance, so the construction of the mod's fleet cannot be missed. Even if it means delaying the construction of Sodio for a while, we must build the main fleet of the Mod Corps. Aura, how many star coins are left in the account now? Aura called up the New Eden account. There are currently 6.8 billion star coins in the New Eden account. In addition to the payment for the delivery of the Promotion class and Argus class ordered by the White Flame Legion, there are also some scattered sales of large quantities of weapons and warships. After that, he called up the Mod Corps account. Currently, there are a total of 82.3 billion star coins in the Mod Corps account. Wait! Sherman looked at the numbers on the Mod Corps account in disbelief, and turned to look at Aura. Why can a legion with no production and no construction have so many star coins? Aura called up the recent transaction records on the Mod Corps account and explained to Sherman, the Mod Corps currently guards the Black Flag Galaxy, and has an income of 5 billion to 8 billion per month from the transportation fee of the accelerated orbit. In addition, the Mod Corps also part-time rescue and escort missions in the Alpha Star region, so it earns a lot of employment fees. After saying this, Ola projected the mercenary group rankings in the Omega Star region. Currently, the Mod group has topped the mercenary group rankings yesterday, with a 100% mission completion rate and a lower hiring fee than other mercenary groups. Good man, a 100% mission completion rate, plus even lower hiring fees. This Mod group is too greedy. If the Mod group did not only accept missions in the northern border galaxies, then many mercenary groups in the Omega Star region would probably go bankrupt. But making money is a good thing. Aura, use this money to buy the resources you need in the Omega Star region. First, build the main fleet of the Mod Corps with all your strength, and then accumulate the materials needed to build Sodio. Yes, Commander. Sherman stopped Aura, who was about to leave, and ordered, in the future, except for leaving 10 billion as a reserve fund, use the rest to buy basic minerals. The ice resources mined in the 6-star systems are sufficient for the time being, so there is no need to buy ice or any more. Yes. Chapter 56. After arranging the plan, Sherman went straight to his captain's room, took out a red can of herbal tea from the incubator, sat on the sofa, turned on the light screen projection and contacted Dirk Ellis. Olda, are you online? Can you help me go to the D4KU5 galaxy to scout the situation? He didn't dare to go online now, for fear that a bunch of pirates would be waiting for him, so he had to ask Dirk Ellis to help him check the situation first. If he could create another character, it wouldn't be so troublesome, and he could just keep an eye on it himself. Unfortunately, his account is different from others. Others can create 3 characters on one account, but he only has this one. Go online and take a look. Dirk Ellis said, and made an okay gesture. Because Dirk Ellis logged in from the Hoffby Galaxy, which is only one jump away from the D4KU5 galaxy, he entered the D4KU5 galaxy through the connecting star gate as soon as he logged in, and then he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Fuck. Around the stargate connecting the D4KU5 galaxy to the Hoffby Galaxy, more than 20 large mobile jump jammers wrapped the stargate tightly. An Onyx-class heavy interceptor was circling the stargate at a constant speed of 15 kilometers. It looked like it was going to stay there. Dirk Ellis checked the local channel. There were 3 other people besides him, and now only this Onyx-class heavy interceptor appeared. The other 2 were still nowhere to be seen. Barbarian, the situation is not good. These large mobile jump jammers and this heavy interceptor are clearly here to stay and kill you. Dirk Ellis sent a screenshot of the situation to Sherman, analyzing, and there are 2 people who haven't appeared yet. It's obvious that they are also targeting your warships. You can't go online now. Indeed. In order to capture Sherman's Night God, Guewuchienko and Haiyan opened 3 accounts. In addition to the Onyx-class heavy interceptor he is currently driving, there is another Onyx-class hidden next to the Stargate ready to capture at any time. And 1,500 kilometers away from the Stargate, there is also a Galeni Federation position reconnaissance ship, the Araz class, which is stealthed and silent, ready to start induction for the fleet after capturing Sherman's Night God and send the fleet over, and will not give Sherman any chance. As long as he is caught, he can summon a fleet to kill Sherman in a short time. Looking at the overlapping warp jammers around the Stargate in the screenshot, and the Onyx-class heavy interceptor that is eyeing him, Sherman can't help but feel annoyed. Is this guy so determined? This large mobile warp jammer is not like the warp jammer probes ejected by the light interceptor that can only form a warp jammer for more than 10 minutes. Because the device carries its own energy, it can be deployed to form a warp jammer with a radius of 40 kilometers, which can last for a full 7 days. It can be said to be a 0-0 blocking door, a must-have artifact for defense. But correspondingly, this thing costs 200 million ISK, which is ridiculously expensive. This guy directly got 20 of them, and put them here. It seems that he will not give up until he catches Sherman. Because Delk Ellis was driving a Jinping equipped with an Interceptor Annihilator propulsion subsystem, and a Stealth Optimizer defense subsystem, which is immune to all jump interference except locking, so he directly jumped to a satellite in stealth, and returned to the Stargate 100 kilometers away for observation. As for Guiwu Chinku and Hyun, seeing that there was one more person on the local channel, and he was still not leaving, he knew that this was the Eye of Night God that had been offline at the Stargate yesterday, but he didn't care. With the induction ship, it didn't matter if he called for someone to drive it away. One arrow through the clouds, thousands of troops came to meet, understand? Barbarian, what should we do? Delk Ellis scratched his head. His PD equipment Jinping couldn't hit this heavy interceptor, let alone drive it away. Sherman was also very troubled by this. Now there were only 2 of them in the Void Glow fleet, and the main force had already gone to the international server. Far water could not quench near thirst. He knew without thinking that a bunch of pirates were watching him. If he wanted to break through the blockade, he would need at least a fleet of 100 people. And it was not necessarily safe, because his was the Night God of Speed, and he might be killed before the rescue came. So he had to think of a foolproof plan. Sherman thought about it, and called Dirk Ellis. The two chatted for more than an hour, and then Dirk Ellis, who had been acting as an eye, left the system and was replaced by another account of Dirk Ellis, Flying Peas. Then Sherman came to the Source Director group to ask for help. Sherman, hello, everyone, a Night God of our Legion was trapped offline in the D4KU5 galaxy, and has been targeted by pirates. We need support. After a while, the group that was originally quiet and lurking began to become active. Ishur Tianshan, what happened? He was caught? Sherman, the Dahang that purchased the transfer was caught when crossing the flagship gap in the D4KU5 galaxy. He has now been offline to save his life, but he has been targeted by pirates. Sky Dragon Rider, Melody of Sorrow, Old Shin, let's gather. It's impossible to let the pirates block our own territory, right? Yaksa, yes. Everyone has a strong desire for this rescue. After all, since the large army went to the international server, the impact brought about is the rapid decline of the population in the second test, from nearly 10,000 people online to less than 500 people. Why not join in the fun when there is finally some excitement? Ishur Tianshan, a warmonger, will certainly not miss it. Let alone the Dahang who rescued his own people. Even if it was the Dahang of other forces, he would have to join in the fun. How is the Dahang pilot now? The connection is smooth, and we can go online at any time. Sherman quickly replied. That's good. Ishur Tianshan looked at the time and said, it's 5 p.m. now. I will go to assemble, and set off for rescue at 9 p.m. You should hurry up and call for people. Sky Dragon Rider Melody of Sorrow, received. Yaksa, understood. Sherman, okay. Afterwards, an Alliance Assembly email was sent to the mailboxes of all Alliance members. The Alliance will assemble at 9 p.m. tonight. The location is PNQYY. Use the Alliance Standard Mooning, and all flagship pilots are requested to prepare dreadnoughts. There may be a flagship battle. Seeing the assembly email, most of the old salted fish were indifferent. After all, what would happen if the source was lost in the second test? But after seeing that the flagship war might break out later, everyone showed a long-lost smile on their faces, and hurriedly turned out the long-sealed dreadnought in the warehouse, loaded fuel, and checked the equipment. For a while, the fixed inductions of the source flickered like starlight. The pirates also received the news, and then they assembled excitedly, dispatching the dreadnought fleet and the regular fleet non-stop to prepare for a refreshing battle. On the other side, Xiang Xiangji, who had successfully ascended to the position of VVV commander, looked at the news from the director group and showed a weird smile on his face. Hee, it's so lively, then my Northern Alliance must come to help out. Chapter 57. It must be said that the game life in the second test is too boring. under the explicit suggestion of the warmongering Isher Tianshin, the head of the source. A simple rescue mission, all forces actively participated in this event. The PIBC Alliance, the Low SEC Pirate Alliance, the Northern Alliance, and the VVD Beifu fleet also rushed here without stopping. From the star map, with the D4KU5 galaxy as the center, the galaxies within dozens of jumps around it are induced to light up from time to time for the transfer of fleets. The number of online people is also gradually increasing, and in less than 3 hours, it has exceeded 5,000 online. All parties are in motion, and all fleets are gathered in a guiding position around the D4KU5 galaxy, ready to enter at any time. The forums are full of propaganda about this battle, such as the commander of a certain alliance has led the team to go there, and the members of a certain main corps have been recalled, making the D4KU5 galaxy a big stage for the world's attention. And it is precisely because of the gathering of various forces, and the attention of all parties, that this battle has become a battle that must be fought. Whoever dares to stand up will become a laughing stock in the game. As the instigators, Sherman and Delk Ellis were flipping through the messages on the forum and Tiaba, and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Barbarian, didn't we agree that I would be a bait to attract firepower? Suddenly I am ready to become the protagonist? Delk Ellis, who had already prepared to damage Night God and put him on the Tiaba forum headlines, said with a trembling voice, "This is not the same as planned. The original plan of the two was to use Delk Ellis Night God as bait to let the PIBC fleet and the Pirate Alliance fight a small battle. No matter what the result was, the D4KU5 galaxy would calm down, and Sherman could take the opportunity to escape after the battle. As a reward, Delk Ellis can get the blueprint of the Red Turtle class logistics aircraft carrier. After all, the Red Turtle class can also be equivalent to 2 large aircraft carriers, so he is not at a loss. For this plan, he has even converted his racing Night God into a battle Night God, hoping to increase the probability of survival. Moreover, he has already come to the deep space of the D4KU5 galaxy through the induction of the trumpet, and is invisible and offline, ready to enter the field as a substitute at any time. But I didn't expect that this would turn out like this." "Don't panic." Sherman lit up a cigarette and looked at the various information on the screen with a complicated expression. Although the forces and numbers involved are somewhat unexpected, it is also within the plan. Dirk Ellis rolled his eyes when he heard this. The small battle originally expected to be less than 100 conventional warships has now become a large battle with thousands of people, and there may even be flagships. Is this within the plan? Ahem, this is not the plan that can keep up with the changes. Feeling the resentment of Dirk Ellis, Sherman said embarrassedly. It can be seen that his plan is not perfect, but there is no big problem. As long as the battle starts, both sides will fight around Delk Ellis's Battle of the Night God. In addition, the battlefield is located in the source of PIBC warships with sufficient supply, which is almost invincible. In addition, the source fleet has also got 10 logistics aircraft carriers, and Delk Ellis's survival probability is still very high. But now so many forces have come, Delk Ellis, the bait, can be said to be dead, and he can directly declare GG. Delk Ellis did not blame Sherman for this. In fact, he was still excited about it. Because the two of them stirred up the whole second test, thus rolling up a large-scale battle. Isn't this better than Bo Ran? Not to mention that he has an important role in starting this battle, and the opening ceremony. Olda, I feel that the situation is such that we can fight without the two of us. Why don't you stay online? Sherman looked at the information from all sides, collected and analyzed it, thought about it, and suggested to Dirk Ellis. After all, it would be better to reduce the losses while completing the plan. No! Dirk Ellis decisively refused. Just follow the plan, go online on time at 9 o'clock. I will be the protagonist of the opening ceremony today, I said. No one can stop me. It's just a big ship. If it's damaged, it's damaged. What's the big deal? Not to mention that he still has the Red Turtle class that Sherman got as a reward. At 8 p.m. Because he couldn't go online, Sherman, who had been staying in the forum, post-bar and director group, finally got information from all sides. PIBC formed 2 full fleets, led by Isher Tianshin and Sad Melody. The Pirate Alliance also formed a half-full fleet, plus some high-security spectators joined, also formed 2 full fleets, commanded by Elegant Death God and Plank Heisenberg, and the Northern Alliance was not willing to lag behind, even though it was far away from the battlefield. It also pulled up 2 full fleets to climb mountains and cross seas to join in the fun, commanded by Yudaku Gu in 10 years, and as the famous New Eden mercenaries, VVV dispatched their Beifu fleet, but there was only 1 full fleet, commanded by their new commander, Xiang Ji. In addition, Many small legions and forces have quietly gathered in the nearby low-security NPC space station, and are also preparing to join in the fun, including many well-known high-security forces. Others are fine, but when Sherman saw the post about Xiang Xiangji, the rookie commander of the Beifu fleet, Sherman felt uncomfortable. When did this guy go to VVV, and even got the command of the battle? A hostile alliance's sock puppet became the commander of the battle fleet. Is there any justice? What Sherman didn't know was that after learning that the main force of PIBC went to the international server, Xiang Xiangji joined VVV. After that, he led the harvesting team to achieve excellent results in the Northern Alliance several times, and was praised by the Alliance as a rookie commander. In this battle, because of some things, the commander of the Northern Fleet was unable to go online, so he came to lead the team, which was also a training and cultivation of his large-scale battle command ability. And this time, Xiang Xiangji really wanted to prove his command ability in this battle, so after learning that he became the commander of the Northern Fleet, he told Brother Q and Yudu in advance that he would not leak information or let the enemy go in this battle. Brother Q and Yudu gladly accepted Xiang Xiangji's challenge. After all, the enemy alliance helped train his own commander, so he would not lose no matter how he calculated it. How could he not agree? At 8:30 p.m., Pip's regular Mooning fleet had entered the battlefield in advance to clear the large mobile jump interference devices around the Stargate and prepare to control the field. The guidance ships of all fleets had also entered the D4KU-5 system, or the Hopi system. The fleets of all parties also closely followed the Titan, and could enter the battlefield through the bridge at any time. The war was about to start. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the Night God class driven by Delk Ellis came online on time, and jumped to the Stargate leading to the Hopi Galaxy according to the script preset by the two in advance. After seeing the Night God in the directional scan, more than a dozen light interceptors that had been invisible for a long time launched interference probes to attract Delk Ellis, who was preparing to jump to the Stargate to a position 50 kilometers away from the Stargate. And after Delk Ellis's Night God was attracted to the jump interference position, more than a dozen jump interference probes were launched to surround it, making it impossible to jump the flagship. Then, the induction that had been prepared for a long time in the deep space lit up, and the pirate fleet arrived as scheduled through the Titan Bridge. Chapter 58. After the light missile pilots finished shooting bubbles at Night God, they left the battlefield to refill bubbles, then returned to hide and wait for orders, and replenish bubbles at any time. After the elegant Grim Reaper landed, he gave orders to the light missile pilots to increase the survival rate of the light missiles. After all, the light missiles were the key to retaining Night God. After the pirate light missile pilots understood, they left 10 full-status light missiles to continue hiding on the battlefield, and the rest overloaded the sliders and retreated. The PIBC fleet, which had been waiting for a long time, fired freely at these visible light missiles under the order of the God of Remembrance, and in the end only one ship withdrew from the battlefield. At this time, the main fleet of the pirates also jumped into the battlefield. Like the PIBC fleet, they were also standard 720 howitzer Munin-class heavy assault ships, which could be described as tit for tat. Everyone switched to earthquake close-range bombs, turn on full resistance, turn on the fader and follow me. After looking at the illuminated induction direction, Ishur Tianshan led the fleet to the outermost bubble of Delk Ellis's Night God. As expected, the pirate fleet that was supposed to jump to Night God was directly blocked by the bubble it had created, and was only 10 kilometers away from the PIBC fleet. Even the front fleets of both sides had collided with each other. The command bonus ships of both sides activated their command equipment at the same time. The Shield Command Pulse Wave, Information Warfare Command Pulse Wave, and Guerrilla Warfare Command Pulse Wave were activated at the same time. The Pulse Wave, as gorgeous as the Aurora, surrounded the entire fleet and strengthened the attributes of their own warships. For example, the Shield Command Pulse Wave, the Shield Expansion Ammunition can increase the amount of energy shield, and the Shield Coordination Ammunition can increase the shield's 4-dimensional resistance. Under the full-level command ship skills, the bonus to the fleet is very terrifying. The fleets of both sides fought hand-to-hand, allowing PIBC, which had already prepared for the earthquake close-range ammunition, to seize the initiative and use firepower to clear several pirate warships at the beginning of the battle. But the pirate fleet reacted quickly, and immediately switched to close-range missiles to engage in hand-to-hand combat, and began to conduct concentrated fire. Because of the battle of hundreds of people, the battlefield galaxy and its surrounding areas experienced serious time dilation, and the battle was greatly delayed. This time dilation is actually too much battle data, and the server cannot process it in time, causing the game to freeze and delay. The reason given by the game is that the high-energy reaction of the battlefield causes time dilation, But Sherman said it was all nonsense. It was just a battle of thousands of warships. How could this thing happen? It's not like there haven't been giant wars involving hundreds of thousands of warships in this interstellar space before. So why haven't you heard of time dilation? The positioning officers of both sides were also targeted by various electronic jammers from the beginning, especially since both sides had special warships, like the Kyujin class with stagnation beam bonuses, and they were also scrambled by the small boats, so the positioning officers of both sides were restricted from the beginning, and could not lead the team out of the battlefield at all. Generally speaking, both sides in the battle would first destroy the special ships that restricted the positioning officers, but this time was different. The fleets of both sides were mixed together at the beginning. It can be said that each round of concentrated fire from both fleets could destroy an enemy main battleship. They tried to make the other side withdraw first, so that they could gain more advantages, making the battle fierce from the beginning. A battleship was destroyed every minute and every second on both sides. Even the battleships that activated the assault damage control and requested repairs were turned into wreckage in an instant after the assault damage control ended. Even with logistics, it was useless. The huge firepower directly killed the battleship alive. The commanders of both sides frowned. If the battle continued like this, no matter which side won, it would only be a miserable victory, and their casualties would definitely be considerable. If the battle was just a bayonet fight, what would be the use of these commanders? Their role as commanders was to achieve the final victory at the lowest cost. So after seeing the rapid increase in the number of people who left the fleet because of the destruction of their warships, the commanders of both sides began to clear the special ships that restricted their movement, intending to distance themselves and reorganize the fleet to fight again. But at this time, a long sword appeared 200 kilometers away from the battlefield, and a cross-shaped induction light was lit. Everyone hurry up and enter the battlefield through the Titan Bridge. If you are late, you can't even eat the hot shit, let alone the meat. In the Northern Alliance Fleet Channel, Brother Q of Yuta shouted, and took the lead in entering the battlefield through the bridge. After the Seosi fleet led by Brother Q of Yuta entered the battlefield through the bridge, they were overjoyed when they saw the situation on the battlefield. My goodness, it was a mess. Everyone, switch to naval kinetic missiles and follow me. After gathering the fleet, Brother Q of Yuta looked at the command post wave without the information warfare bonus and shouted in the fleet, Feng Yifeng, where is your information warfare command bonus? Feng Yifeng looked at the ammunition that was still being loaded and said with embarrassment, Brother Q, I forgot to load the ammunition in advance. Give me another 5 seconds. Hurry up, if you fail again, I will use you as a sacrifice next time. Brother Q of Yuta was speechless. This guy is also an experienced old man. Why is he still failing like this? After the Northern Alliance's Seosi fleet approached the central battlefield 100 kilometers away, it stopped approaching and began to focus fire on the PIBC warships within range. As for the Pirate Alliance, he was not so kind to help PIBC fight a battle. They were the host of the battlefield, so they were not afraid of adding another Northern Alliance fleet, right? Hackett, everyone, face the local air fortress. I'm going to evacuate in 10 seconds. Ishur Tianshan looked at the Northern Alliance fleet that suddenly came to disrupt the situation, and couldn't help but feel a pain in his balls. The one in the south, and the one in the north wanted to pinch him. The Pirate Coalition fleet was overjoyed when they saw the Northern Alliance fleet coming in and attacking PIBC. Northern Alliance, I love you so much. The Elegant Death God said ecstatically, and then when he saw the PIBC fleet start to move in the same direction, he immediately issued an order, all the ships that bounce back are tied to the opposite command ship, all the light interceptors rush into the PIBC fleet and make bubbles, leave their main force to me. This is a good opportunity for the Northern Alliance brother to come to help, so we can't waste it. Then, the light interceptors that were originally prepared to retain to hang all lifted their stealth, and the overloaded pushers rushed into the PIBC fleet and ejected all the jump interference probes, and also locked the monitor class of the memory of the God of Death, and put it on the scrambler. Then it was also hit hard by the PIBC fleet, and all 10 light interceptors lasted less than 20 seconds before being destroyed. But it was these 20 seconds that bought time for the Northern Alliance fleet. One after another, the light interceptors rushed out of the Northern Alliance fleet and took over the mission of the Pirate Alliance, while the memory of the God of Death was put on the scrambler and stasis beam of the Northern Alliance fleet and could not move. Let's fight. Knowing that his fleet was being targeted, Ishur Tianshan did not want to evacuate and was ready to fight the pirate fleet to the end. This was their home field, and they were just fighting for war preparedness. Who was afraid of who? At this time, another induction lighted up next to the battlefield. This was the timely arrival of the VVV Beifu fleet reinforcements. On the other side, Sherman looked at the battlefield live report of a war correspondent on the forum, and his heart tightened. When the PIBC fleet was fighting with the pirate coalition, the Northern Alliance fleet came to join forces to sandwich the PIBC fleet. The battle was very tragic. At present, PIBC suffered heavy losses, and the coalition had an overall advantage. Chapter 59. On the battlefield, the Beifu fleet led by Xiang Xiangji entered the battlefield and gave the PIBC fleet a shot of adrenaline, allowing it to catch its breath. Because the Beifu fleet appeared next to the Northern Alliance, it was also in line with the wishes of Xiang Xiangji and Brother Q of Yudu, and both of them consciously began to contact. Brother Q of Yudu was the first to prepare. While nibbling at the PIBC fleet, he gathered the fleet to prepare for the battle with the Beifu fleet. Normally, the Beifu fleet should first engage with the Northern Alliance fleet, share the pressure of PIBC, and help Qi resolve the current predicament. But Xiang Xiangji was different. Instead, he led the fleet to jump above the pirate fleet by intercepting the points that had been drawn up long ago, and prepared to clear the pirate fleet with PIBC first. He also sent a communication to Yishur Tianshan to explain the situation. After all, the PIBC fleet was already crippled. If he suddenly withdrew, he would be trapped, and then he would follow the footsteps of the PIBC fleet. Old Shin, how long can you hold on now? Shin Yishur, that is, Yishur Tianshan, also knew what Xiang Xiangji was thinking. Now that the Northern Fleet has arrived, the Pirate Alliance has also become the target of a double team. The results that can be achieved now depend on how long his PIBC fleet can hold out. Now it is equivalent to the PIBC fleet exchanging its life for the Pirate Alliance. Although the PIBC fleet of Yishur Tianshan has lost more than half of its life under the attack of the Pirate fleet and the Northern Alliance fleet, this is the source. Want to compete with him for combat readiness and support? Fight until you are satisfied. Yishur Tianshan answered without hesitation, and then notified the temporary frontline base. Those who are ready quickly enter the first fleet, and prepare to start the second round of Titan delivery to the battlefield in 20 seconds. Then, everyone prepared in an orderly manner. The destroyed fleet exploded in space and prepared to return to the temporary base on the front line, while the second fleet, as a reserve, kept joining the vacant positions of the first fleet and prepared closely to the Titan stationed above the space station. As a round of induction lit up in deep space, the PIBC support fleet came through the Titan bridge, and then jumped to the side of the God of Recalling the Dead to receive command, and the PIBC fleet became almost full again. Compared with Pip's home battle, the Pirate Coalition did not prepare so many reserve forces and combat readiness in a hurry. Under the siege of the two fleets, the losses were particularly heavy, and even the fleet was broken into two, which was very miserable. A large number of main battleships were destroyed, resulting in a serious lack of firepower. Even the logistics of PIBC could play a role. When the damage could not be fatal, the logistics fleet was able to start repairing the battleships. This made the Elegant Death God very upset. Now his monitor class was also taken care of by the Beifu fleet. He understood how Yishur Tianshan felt just now. It was difficult. Seeing that the number of members in his fleet was less than 100, he knew that he could not fight on without combat readiness. Now there was only one plan. Taking a deep breath, the Elegant Grim Reaper contacted Planck Heisenberg, who had been prepared for a long time. The induction is ready next to the Night God. We can't hold on any longer. You can enter. I thought about it a long time ago. Dirk Ellis, who was using the Iron Knight carrier-based aircraft to take 7 or 8 km, was fighting happily. When a long sword appeared next to him, a round of induction suddenly lit up. A dazzling energy light appeared in the starry sky, like a blazing sun. After the high-energy reaction and the energy ball reached its peak, it suddenly exploded, generating a huge energy wave, and a Divine Revelation-class dreadnought with a long axis of several kilometers appeared in front of Delk Ellis. And there are more than 100 such energy light balls. I'm done. Although he had been mentally prepared, looking at the more than 100 dreadnoughts that appeared in front of him, Delk Ellis still felt sad in his heart, and took a screenshot with a wry smile, and sent it to Sherman. Everyone, kill this Night God first. The Titan that Planck Heisenberg used as a bridge for the first fleet also jumped in, giving orders to the fleet while activating the Doomsday weapon. The battle modules of more than 100 dreadnoughts were activated, and the entire hull was subjected to a violently compressed energy flow, which brought a huge attribute increase. With the simultaneous firing of hundreds of flagship guns, the Night God of Delk Ellis instantly had less than a quarter of its armor left. As the muzzle of the God Envoy Titan annihilated energy, it seemed that even the light was distorted. After the energy reached its peak, a scorching and thick energy beam shot out from the muzzle, fiercely hitting the Night God class super aircraft carrier and tearing it apart. Night God dead. Watching the flagship fleet of the pirate coalition enter the battlefield, the God of Remembrance also notified the full-strength dreadnought fleet led by Melody of Sorrow. As an induction lighted up, the full-strength dreadnought fleet of PIBC arrived. Compared with conventional fleets, the battle at the flagship level is not so complicated, just two simple words. Fight! Why is the dreadnought called a dreadnought? This is because while the battle module brings a huge attribute increase, it also makes it unable to jump and move, and cannot accept remote repairs. Every time it enters the battlefield, it has the determination to die, and this is the dreadnought. The flagship level bombardment was extremely simple and cruel. Because the dreadnought could not be repaired remotely after the module was turned on, it relied entirely on this powerful firepower to exchange with the opponent. Compared with the full-strength dreadnought fleet of PIBC, the hundreds of dreadnoughts of the pirate coalition were at a disadvantage. Under the superior firepower of PIBC, a dreadnought was destroyed every minute, and the conventional fleet was about to be defeated under the attack of the Beifu fleet and the PIBC conventional fleet. The entire battle situation was facing the risk of total collapse. Once the conventional fleet is destroyed, their dreadnought fleet will definitely not be able to leave. Light interceptors, hurry up and hit the bubbles. Heavy interceptors, and leave all their dreadnoughts to me. Looking at the dreadnought fleet of the pirate coalition, Isher Tianshin laughed and let more than 20 light interceptors and heavy interceptors hidden at the beginning of the war enter the battlefield. This is his real purpose. 10 years, where are your dreadnoughts? Hurry up, don't miss anything. Here we go! After hearing what Brother Q said, the dreadnought fleet, which had been preparing for 10 years, was induced to join the Pirate Alliance. Facing the powerful dreadnought fleet cluster of PIBC, the Northern Alliance had to temporarily become teammates with this old pirate enemy. After receiving the support of the Northern Alliance dreadnought fleet, the two dreadnought fleets merged, and the number of flagships even exceeded that of PIBC, which reversed the situation. The losses of both sides even gradually began to equalize, and if this continued, Pic's dreadnought fleet would definitely be defeated first. He finally took the bait. Isher Tianshin looked at the two dreadnought fleets that had been surrounded by the warp interference field, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Everyone, it's your turn. As a round of induction lit up in the PIBC dreadnought fleet, accompanied by waves of red energy spreading and exploding, huge warships appeared out of thin air, and even many dreadnoughts with modules turned on were knocked out of place by the collision. The commanders looked at the newly appeared fleet and couldn't help but burst out with swear words. Fuck, Titan Fleet Cluster. Chapter 60. Damn, this PIBC has no moral principles, and actually dispatched a Titan fleet. The Northern Alliance and the Pirate Coalition felt a toothache when they saw the densely packed Titans. For the Dreadnought, fighting a Titan is so painful. Because the battle module makes it unable to move, and the huge signal radius is very large, it will suffer the full damage of the Titan, plus the Titan's super high damage bonus to the flagship gun. Fighting a Dreadnought is really like beating a sun. Focus, focus, kill the Phoenix on the opposite side first. Titan Fleet Commander Yoxa yelled in the fleet channel, don't keep the Doomsday weapon for breeding, release it early and enjoy it early. This is a Titan formation that Yoxa secretly contacted and organized by old players of the source from the international server and the contact group. Only Isher Tianshin knew this information among the commanders, and even specially created a YY command channel to cover up his tracks. Just to enter the field at the critical moment, and eat up all the Dreadnought fleets that entered the field with one final decision. Various single Doomsday weapons launched an inhumane bombing on the Northern Alliance and the Pirate Dreadnought fleet. Every second, a Dreadnought exploded, and the shockwave formed by the explosion was spectacular. MD, this can't go on. Planck Heisenberg looked at his fleet, which was being targeted and rapidly reduced in number, and his heart was burning. After thinking about it, he immediately contacted the commander of the Northern Alliance's Dreadnought fleet. Merge the two Dreadnought fleets and see if you can exchange a few Titans, otherwise it will all be over sooner or later. Planck Heisenberg said directly as soon as the communication was connected. As brothers in distress, 10 years certainly agreed with this, and then the command systems of both sides merged and unified the command. As hundreds of Dreadnoughts began to concentrate fire on the Leviathan-class Titan that was the first to bear the brunt, its shield began to fall rapidly, but it was stabilized when it fell less than half, which was the beginning of the logistics aircraft carrier fleet. The super thick shield of the Leviathan-class Titan plus the continuous maintenance of dozens of logistics aircraft carriers made people very desperate. Let's clear the logistics and Dreadnoughts first, and the rest will be up to us. Looking at the Titans that couldn't be defeated, 10 years made a decision immediately, and Planck Heisenberg's eyes lit up when he heard it. Afterwards, All the dreadnoughts ignored the Titan formation and began to attack the logistics aircraft carriers and dreadnoughts of PIBC again, completely ignoring their own losses and completely turning into firepower maniacs. In less than 5 minutes, nearly 20 logistics aircraft carriers were all destroyed. Are these guys planning to force a loss ratio? Seeing that all the logistics carriers in his fleet were lost, Yaxa was a little confused. These guys didn't really think that they could exchange for a few Titans after destroying the logistics carriers? Don't they know that this is the PIBC base camp, and the last thing they lack is combat readiness? On the other side, because of the entry of the flagship fleet, the conventional fleet, which still played a supporting role, was also fighting bravely. But the PIBC fleet was thinking about exploding themselves quickly, and then quickly going back to exchange for Fearless and Titans, so they fought very aggressively. Conventional fleets may not have much advantage in battle, but when it comes to super flags, they are all professionals. With the annihilation of the pirate conventional fleet, the PIBC conventional fleet was also reduced to a few under the joint attack and had to withdraw from the battlefield. The only regular fleets left on the field were the North Alliance's Hilboris-class fleet and the North Mansion's Mooning fleet. Facing the flagship fleet group, both sides tacitly did not go to make trouble. In addition to sending all the light interceptors to play bubbles in the opponent's flagship fleet group, the remaining firepower fleets were closing the distance and preparing for a fight. Everyone, change to electromagnetic pulse bombs and follow me. As the distance between the two sides just narrowed, Xiongji began to issue orders, because the Hilboris-class heavy assault ship is a shield-resistant ship, and the electromagnetic resistance of the shield is low, so the electromagnetic pulse bomb can cause higher damage. On the other side, Brother Q of Yudu would not give the Beifu Mooning team a chance to fight him in close combat. He led the fleet to move in an arc and kept the distance between 80 kilometers and 90 kilometers. This position is beyond the range of Mooning's electromagnetic pulse bombs, but within the range of Xiosi's heavy missiles. Seeing his Mooning fleet being killed by kites one after another, and only a few lone Shaoxi were captured, Xiongji was a little depressed, but he immediately ordered the fleet to switch to the Tremor long-range missile to counterattack. But the long-range missile was too weak, and it took 2 to 3 rounds of concentrated fire to destroy a Shaoxi on the opposite side. And each round of concentrated fire from the opponent destroyed one of his warships, which led to the gradual increase in the war losses. Since the start of the war, the special warships of both sides that could restrict the other side have been destroyed. Now there is no means to restrict the other side, and the only way is to find a way to shorten the distance between the two sides. Intercept, go behind them, and pull out a point 100 kilometers away. Yes! The Intercept, which had been waiting solemnly around the battlefield, opened the fader to bypass the Northern Alliance fleet and drew a huge semi-arc to 100 kilometers behind it. Xiongji, who had already led the fleet to prepare for the direction and replace the ammunition, also jumped directly to 100 kilometers after the intercept driver reported, and jumped directly to the middle of the Northern Alliance fleet and began to pour fire indiscriminately. This caught Brother Q of Yudu off guard. Knowing that he could not fight with Miao Ning in close combat, he led the fleet to jump to the interception point thousands of kilometers away, and then return to the original point 100 kilometers away, and resume the kite mode. The well-prepared Beifu fleet also replaced the long-range ammunition before landing, began to output firepower, and the interception was also starting to increase the distance. 2 more light interceptors will come later, and then we will jump over and hit the bubbles together. Knowing that Brother Q of Yudu would not suffer a second loss, and would not give him a second chance to sneak attack, Xiongji ordered 2 light interceptors to be dispatched back from the flagship battlefield. 2 minutes later, with the report of the interception driver, Xiongji led the fleet to jump away again. As expected, after seeing the Beifu fleet start to jump, Brother Q of Yudu led the fleet to jump directly, not giving Xiangji any chance. But this time, there was a Qinglan in the Beifu fleet. The Qinglan threw out jump interference probes to form jump interference positions to force some of the Beiming fleet that had not yet jumped away to stay. Good job, you have made meritorious service, and I will award you medals when you go back. Xiangji looked at the more than 30 COC ships that were forcibly left behind, and couldn't help but shouting in YY with joy. Only after the 30 or so Hilboris-class heavy assault ships were quickly destroyed by the superior firepower of the Northern Fleet did the Northern Alliance's main force return belatedly. Looking at the wreckage of his own warships on the battlefield, Brother Q of Yuda nodded. Because the fleet was huge, and the team was too long, it was impossible for him to take all the members of the fleet away from the jump at once. There would definitely be those who were slow to jump or did not react and were left behind. This gave the Northern Fleet the opportunity to gradually erode his fleet. In the current situation, unless he and the Northern Fleet fought in close combat, if he continued to kite at a distance, he would definitely be gradually defeated by this move. The Northern Alliance fleet was suddenly in a dilemma. Brother Q of Yudo looked at Xiangxiangji, who was leading the fleet on the battlefield, and couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. Good boy, these 4 little guys can finally stand on their own. Chapter 61. In the Battle of the Conventional Fleet, the Northern Alliance fleet finally made up its mind to fight a decisive battle under the pressure of the Northern Palace fleet, but the conventional fleet support of PIBC came again. Facing the disadvantages of numbers and firepower, and being far away from the base and unable to get support, the Northern Alliance fleet was completely devoured. On the other hand, facing the absolute suppression of the PIBC Titan fleet, the Dreadnought fleet of the Northern Alliance and the Pirate Alliance fought back desperately, destroying all the logistics aircraft carriers of PIBC, and even destroyed 3 Titans. But they were also about to be annihilated, with only a few Dreadnoughts left. The battle is over. Looking at the few Dreadnoughts left on their side, Planck Heisenberg sighed and said. Hearing this, 10 Years could not help but chuckle, unlocked the channel call and asked, "Did you guys enjoy the battle this time?" "Enjoy it." "Great." In this temporary battle channel, nearly 1,000 people from the Northern Alliance and the Pirate Alliance said that they had never enjoyed the battle so much in the second test so far. From conventional to fearless, from fearless to Titan. This kind of battle is rarely seen in the official server, and everyone is very satisfied with this battle. But there are also regrets. PIBC is not a man of honor this time, relying on the Titan formation in its own territory to crush, otherwise the fearless battle will still be fought. The Elegant Death God, who commanded the conventional fleet of the Pirate Coalition, was very regretful. If the fearless fleet could still hold on, he could bring the brothers of the conventional fleet to fight again. Unfortunately, the Dreadnought fleet was crushed by the Titan fleet, so it was useless for their regular fleet to enter the battlefield. That's not certain yet. I still need all the regular brothers to come again. Do you dare? Brother Q of Yudu, who had just finished the battle and respawned at the temporary resurrection point, also entered the channel at this time. Brother Q, it's useless for the regular fleet to enter the battlefield now. Facing the current battlefield advantage of PIBC, the Elegant Death God didn't believe that the combat commander of the Northern Alliance would not understand. What's more, because this battle came too quickly, our regular warships are not well supplied at present, and it takes time to transport them. Brother Q from Yudu laughed, rubbed his hands, and said, the Northern Alliance's war preparation transport team had already set out an hour ago, and it's almost time. After that, a long sword-class reconnaissance ship above the air fortress, which served as a temporary frontline base, started induction, and strategic cargo ships appeared in this temporary frontline combat base through induction. Only this fleet of strategic cargo ships can transport a large number of war preparations from the Northern Alliance thousands of miles away. Strategic cargo ships are improved versions of cargo ships. Although they do not have the capacity of ordinary cargo ships, they can perform flagship jumps to quickly transport war supplies. They are an important tool for safe transportation in the 00 region. But this cargo ship is also frighteningly expensive. It can even cost as much as several dreadnoughts. 1 or 2 ships are fine. The Pirate Alliance can also allocate them, but they cannot mobilize nearly 80 strategic cargo ships to transport supplies in a short period of time. Only old alliances like the Northern Alliance have such strength. This is a full fleet of warships. You send it out? Brother Q of Yudu traded a full fleet of warships and equipment to the Elegant Death God. We will come back in half an hour. The Elegant Death God looked at the hundreds of fully loaded Mu Ning in the warehouse, and his mind was a little confused. He has been playing for so many years, and he has never seen friendly forces send out war preparations for free, not to mention that this battle is actually not their business at all. But since the war preparations are given for free, he will not refuse it. After hanging up the Legion contracts for the warships one by one in the empty fortress, the Elegant Death God asked Brother Q of Yudu, Brother Q, why do you, the Northern Alliance, spend so much effort to send us war equipment for free? What for? Brother Q of Yudu thought for a while, and said seriously, to eat up the Titan formation of PIBC. How could they eat up the entire full Titan fleet with just 3 full strengths? The Elegant Death God and Planck Heisenberg were very confused. Your regular fleet only needs to retain the Titan fleet of PIBC and block their regular fleet. The rest depends on those who help our Northern Alliance. 10 Years took over the conversation. Although he didn't say it clearly, it still gave them unlimited reverie. On the battlefield, the dreadnought fleets of the Northern Alliance and the Pirate Alliance were almost wiped out, with only a few left. Brothers, grab the KM, the quick ones will lose. The battlefield situation was clear at a glance. Yaxa said that he was the first to use the Doomsday weapon to grab a KM of the God-inspired dreadnought, and couldn't help but whistled. In order to grab the KM, all the Titan pilots could not help but activate all the Doomsday weapons that had just finished cooling down, and instantly cleared all the remaining dreadnoughts. Old Shin, the flagship battlefield is over, how are you doing? Isher Tianshan looked at the wreckage around him, and answered easily, the conventional battlefield is over, there are no enemies in the main battlefield, you should prepare to retreat. Received. Yaxa immediately said in the channel, I've turned on the Emma phenomenon generator, recharge it, and then we will retreat. Because most Titans had just released Doomsday weapons, the power of their own warships was not enough to make a flagship jump, and the Emma phenomenon generator dedicated to the Emma Titan could distort the local space through its own huge radar sensor array and affect all surrounding ships, one of which was to increase the capacitor recharge speed by 30%. Just when the PIBC people were about to leave the salvage team behind and evacuate, another round of induction appeared in deep space. The number of people on the local channel increased rapidly, and a large number of guys with red reputation appeared. Fuck, they're coming again? Ishan Tianshan looked at the 3 full-strength fleets of Muning that appeared again, and couldn't help but slap his forehead. It's almost 1:30 in the evening, don't they need to sleep? Everyone prepare for the second wave of battle. Ishan Tianshan rubbed his face, and said with energy. Now the Titan fleet has not evacuated yet. Although these guys can't eat, they can discuss the Titan formation to death. What's more, there are still many dreadnoughts that have not evacuated yet. They can't withstand the attack of 3 full-strength fleets. As expected, before the main fleet appeared, dozens of light interceptors were seen heading straight for the flagship team, and the warp interference probes they launched formed a warp interference field that surrounded all the flagships. Open the bombs, blow up all these bubbles. Yaxa gave orders to the flagship formation, and then said to Isher Tianshan, Old Shin, the flagship can't carry a strafe gun, I can't help you, I can only rely on you here. Because the flagship guns in the game can't hurt small moving targets, there is no good way to deal with this conventional fleet and the Titan fleet, and with the addition of single-body Doomsday weapons, there is even less way. Okay. The god of recalling the past looked at the 3 fully staffed Muning fleets of the Northern Alliance and the pirates and felt very annoyed. It seemed that he had to ask the Northern Palace fleet that had just left to come back. He didn't have enough people. Before he could contact Xiang Xiangji, he saw that after his flagship was surrounded by the jump interference field, several inductions appeared 200 kilometers away from the Titan fleet, followed by waves of red energy fields exploding, creating a space ripple, and the red energy light illuminated the entire space. The god of recalling the past looked at the scene in front of him, and the cigarette in his mouth fell on the keyboard. Oh my god, is this Northern Alliance crazy? Chapter 62. When did the Northern Alliance become so tough that they dared to attack the Titan fleet at the source? We have to call for help. Isher Tianshan looked at the Northern Alliance Titan fleet that filled the screen, and couldn't help but tremble with fear. Is this guy trying to fight a second 49th battle? It was just a normal fishing trip for the Night God. Why did the situation become like this? Titans are not flagships like dreadnoughts. Sending Titans to someone else's territory is tantamount to a formal declaration of war, not to mention this is a full Titan fleet. What the hell, it's just a second test. Even if PIBC sovereignty is turned off, it will be the same after the official server is launched. Unlike Isher Tianshan, Yakesa looked at the Northern Alliance Titan fleet in front of him with enthusiasm. This is called a battle. If both sides don't even send out the Titan fleet, what kind of battle is it? At most, it's a fight. Old Shin, the regular fleet is left to you, and the Titan fleet is left to me. Looking at the 3 full-strength Miaoning teams in front of him, Isher Tianshan had a headache. Usually, they had the numbers to crush others, but he didn't expect that this time it would be the other way around. It's outrageous. The Beifu fleet has arrived. At the critical moment, Xiang's Beifu fleet, which had been withdrawn halfway, arrived in time, giving Isher Tianshan a shot in the arm. With the arrival of the Beifu fleet, plus the 2 full fleets in his hands, the number of fleets was the same as the opponents. Then the 2 sides skipped the probing stage and started a close battle. Because the Northern Alliance and the Pirate Alliance had no war preparations this time, they fought desperately, not seeking any loss ratio, but only destroying as many of the opponent's warships as possible to reduce the burden of the Titan fleet's battle. The same is true for PIBC and the Northern Fleet. On the Titan battlefield, the 2 sides were even more brutal, because neither side had the support of a logistics aircraft carrier, and the outcome was a fight to the death. Because the Yaxa Titan fleet had used a Doomsday weapon before, The doomsday weapon was still in the cooling stage, so at the beginning it was attacked by the clustered doomsday weapons of the Northern Alliance Titan fleet, and 5 Titans fell on the battlefield on the spot. Among them, Yaxa's God Envoy Titan was the first to be destroyed, which made him very depressed. What a bad start. Lock on the opposing commander, the head of state, and blast him after the doomsday cooldown is over. With the attitude that if you don't let me suffer, I won't let you suffer either, Yaxa directly named the head of state, the commander of the Titan fleet of the Northern Alliance. This head of state is a famous flagship merchant and flagship commander of the Northern Alliance, and he will definitely not make a mistake. But the fact is just the opposite. The commander who exceeded the term this time is indeed not him, but a newcomer, Shenlin Qiameng. Due to practical reasons, Shenlin Qiameng is about to bid farewell to the Star Sea and leave Eve. As the old father of the 36-degree Brotherhood, the head of state, after learning that this little brother, who has helped him for 2 years, wants to lead a team to fight before leaving the Star Sea, took the opportunity of this battle to plan this event. Because this little brother started to play this game 2 years ago, he started to help me transport goods and run express delivery. He also actively posted videos on B-Station to help the 36-degree Brothers Corps recruit new members and help them with many things, so he has a good relationship with his brothers. In the words of the head of state, since Shenlin is leaving Shanghai, as the big brothers, we must also give him a grand farewell ceremony. So the head of state relied on his own connections and relationships to recall many old zombies, who had not been online for many years from the Corps and the Omi Joint Defense Group, and took out the Titan combat preparations that he had accumulated for many years from the Core Star City and distributed them to everyone for free. Others said they didn't need it. His original words were, "Shenlin is my half-brother. This little Titan is nothing. It's not really gone. What are you fighting for?" This touched Shenlin Qiameng so much. Usually, she would calculate the express fee to the single digit for this stingy big brother. She didn't expect him to be so generous this time. So under the urging of the head of state, this full-strength European and American Titan fleet appeared here. If your man knew about this, he would be very angry. If he had the sponsorship of this big brother, wouldn't he be able to unlock all the technologies in minutes? After the Titan fleet entered the battlefield, the head of state smiled like an old father. "Commander Shenlin, give the order." "Thank you, everyone, thank you." Shenlin Qiameng stood up with sobs and bowed deeply to the screen, even though no one could see it. "Hey, don't be stunned. Give the order quickly. This is not what a qualified commander does," the head of state urged. "Yes." Shenlin Qiameng wiped the corners of his wet eyes and smiled. "Everyone lock on the God Envoy of Yaxia and activate the Doomsday weapon. To capture a thief, first capture the leader. To attack someone, first hit the face." This was the experience he had learned from his team's previous counter-harvest, so Yaxia was GG first. Shenlin Qiameng didn't know much about combat, but the Titan battle didn't require much from the commander. He just needed to keep focusing fire and calling out names, so he was quite good at commanding. Because the battleship was destroyed, Yaxia took out a heavy interceptor from the maintenance compartment of the friendly Titan battleship and continued to command the battle. But seeing that everyone else was fighting with Titans, and as a commander, he could only command with a heavy interceptor, he felt very uncomfortable, and then he started his old job again. Yaxia, dried beef and mutton from the HLB prairie, with many flavors, PIBC certified. It's worth a try for a boss. Everyone looked at Yaxia's message in the local channel, and their hands paused. Why did this guy start again? Don't just stand there, brush them all. After brushing twice, Yaxia looked at the still quiet local channel and hurriedly said in the fleet channel, "How could these guys forget the tradition?" After receiving the order, everyone who was originally strictly prohibited from posting messages in the local channel during the battle left and got busy, directly copying and pasting Yaxia's advertisements and starting to send them. For a while, the entire local channel was flooded with Yaxia's ads. Seeing PIBC start to water the local area without any moral principles, the head of state was speechless. It's been so many years. Why hasn't this guy changed? Is his food delicious? As a foodie, Samsara Fingertip San couldn't help asking. Not to mention, it's quite delicious. The head of state recalled the meat he bought from Yaxia and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Hearing that the gluttonous head of state was so satisfied, Samsara Fingertip San nodded, and this time he found a gift for his girlfriend's house. "What are you thinking about? We are fighting." Shenlin Qiameng was furious. The battle was still undecided, so how could he advertise for her? "Do we have any business friends? Let's advertise for her too." "Yes." Lianshan immediately rushed to answer, "The fruits in Minshua's orchard are ripe. I bought a box of blood oranges from him last time." They are very delicious. What are you waiting for? Get started. Chen-Ling Qimeng at Minxua and asked him to come up with the slogan quickly. After thinking for a while, she said, forget it, just copy it. Soon, advertisements from the Northern Alliance began to flood the local channels. Super sweet blood oranges from SC, quality guaranteed, certified by the Northern Alliance, worth a try bosses. Yaksa looked at the Northern Alliance's advertisements and felt annoyed. Shameless, they copied my advertising slogan. Then both sides stepped up their efforts to advertise locally, enjoying it. If advertising is also a battle, then it is no different from a Titan battle, and even the ongoing Titan battle is not so enthusiastic. A Titan battle that was originally full of passion gradually ended with both sides advertising each other. Both sides had less than 50 Titans, and the conventional fleet battle that was too busy to advertise also ended in victory with the combat support of PIBC, which was fighting at home. PIBC won a miserable victory. An hour later, with the destruction of the last Northern Alliance Titan, the entire battle was officially declared over. For this large-scale battle that lasted from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., all the participants were very satisfied and stopped posting ads. Instead, they all posted GF in their local area. Good fight, well done, to show their affirmation of the opponent. In the Northern Alliance fleet, while they were having a great time in this Titan battle, they also felt a little sad. Finally, the channel gradually quieted down and became silent. Finally, the leader who organized this event spoke first. The star voyage is long, the voyage is safe, I look forward to your return. Chen-Ling remembers the dream. Liang Shan. The star voyage is long, the voyage is safe, I look forward to your return. Chen-Ling remembers the dream. Detective Pikachu. The star voyage is long, the voyage is safe, I look forward to your return. Chen-Ling remembers the dream. Misaka Mikoto 110033. The star voyage is long, the voyage is safe, I look forward to your return. Chen-Ling remembers the dream. For people agreed. The star voyage is long, the voyage is safe, I look forward to your return. Chen-Ling remembers the dream. Chen-Ling stood up, rubbed his face, turned on the microphone and choked up. I would like to thank the president for his kindness to me. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you brothers from 36 Degrees and the brothers from the Northern Alliance, or the pirate friends, and the friends from PIBC. Thank you for the happiness you have brought me in the game for so many years. Thank you brothers for supporting such a big scene for me today. After today, I will bid farewell to this game completely. We will meet again in the future. The star voyage is long, and the voyage is safe. Bye. On the other side, a night god quietly appeared on the battlefield. Before everyone noticed, it disappeared on the spot by inducing the flagship to jump, and it did not cause any waves on the battlefield full of Titan wreckage. Chapter 63. Sherman felt relieved when two flagships jumped back to the Legion base. I said, you weren't there just now. I, Yishin, started killing people as soon as I entered the battlefield. I killed all the pirates, Muning, one by one. No one could stop me. Dirk Ellis breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Sherman returning to the base, and then he began to loudly describe his own achievements on the battlefield. Sherman rolled his eyes when he heard this. Just brag, it has developed to the point of a Titan confrontation. How can his little Yishin output so comfortably? How many KM did you get? Dirk Ellis flipped through his battle report, found 8 reports of Muning's destruction, and dragged them to Sherman in the channel proudly. Look, this is the deterrent power of Yishin on the battlefield. Sherman traded the promised Red Turtle-class logistics aircraft carrier blueprint to Dirk Ellis and said, don't talk nonsense. Just tell me whether your Yishin was the flagship that was destroyed at the beginning? Dirk Ellis had built a Red Turtle-class logistics aircraft carrier before, and was surprised when he heard this. How did you know? Sherman showed a mysterious smile, cleared his throat and teased. That's why the instructor gave this position to me instead of you. Dirk Ellis was puzzled. How did this relate to the position of director? Barbarian, you have to explain it clearly to me. Sherman looked at the Komodo blueprint, thinking about how to deal with it, and asked back when he heard Dirk Ellis. Do you know the conventions on the battlefield? What conventions? Although Dirk Ellis is an old player, he has not participated in large-scale battles before, and he has not played since he joined the army. He has only returned not long ago, so he doesn't know many things. Night God, it exploded again. Sherman put the blueprint away, and continued. Night God exploded on the battlefield, and the full shield god returned home. TSK, forget it, I go to the forum to ask. Sherman said that the reason is actually very simple. That is, the resistance and resistance bonus of the Night God class super aircraft carrier are the lowest among the 4 empires, but the firepower is very strong, and it is a typical high attack and low defense, so it often becomes the first target to be destroyed on the battlefield. Also, in the official promotional videos, the Nox class always appears on the big screen as a destroyed supercarrier, which makes the Nox class a joke among players. The fact that the God of War returns home with full shields means that the God of War has the highest defense among all dreadnoughts, and has excellent armor bonuses, so commanders will consciously clear other dreadnoughts on the battlefield, which leads to many God of War pilots joking that they always return home with full shields after each battle. Just like this battle, some PIBC Divine pilots got KM, and even withdrew from the battlefield with full shields, which made it particularly ironic for an armored dreadnought to return home with full shields. Looking at Dirk Ellis, who was absorbed in reading the battle report in the forum, Sherman shook his head, and then worried about the cause of this battle, the Komodo-class Titan blueprint. Because his own legion had Sodio, and he inherited the legacy of Junguden, the manufacturing tycoon, Sherman had enough materials and conditions to build the Komodo-class Titan, so he preferred to manufacture the finished product before selling it. Compared to selling the blueprints directly, he would earn more than 100 billion less. But the situation was pressing, the demon civilization was ready to move again, and he urgently needed to unlock technology and accumulate strength to deal with all the changes that happened in the future. So he had only one choice. Thinking about the big guys he knew, it seemed that only one could take up the blueprint immediately. Seeing that the person was not online, Sherman sent him a message on WeChat. "Big guy, are you interested? Komodo level blueprint." Screenshot. Dark Blood Kratos, who was lying on the sofa playing with his phone, immediately became excited after seeing the message. "Hey, little barbarian, this thing is good. Don't mention it." A large-scale battle was fought for this thing. Sherman knew the importance of packaging. Didn't you see that the price of an apple on Christmas Eve increased by dozens of times after it was covered with a layer of plastic? In order to sell it at a good price, he told Dark Blood Kratos the whole story of this large-scale battle from afar, just adding some polishing. So, this battle is to save the Night God who carries the Komodo-level blueprint? Dark Blood Kratos was stunned by the news, and even a little bit unbelievable. Dark Blood Kratos still didn't quite believe it. This is a big battle between 3 dreadnought fleets and 2 Titan fleets. You said it was because of this blueprint? Is the Komodo-class blueprint valuable? It is valuable. But it shouldn't cause such a big scene. Among the forces participating in the war, except for the Northern Fleet, which did not send out flagship-level combat power losses, the flagships lost by the other 3 forces are so large that I don't know how many Komodo-class ships they can buy. In particular, the Titan fleets of PIBC and the Northern Alliance suffered heavy losses. All the Titans of the Northern Alliance were killed in the battle, and the Titan fleet of PIBC only had 15 ships left at the end. It was a tragic victory. I don't know how many Komodo-class Titans I can buy with these lost Titans. When Dark Blood Kratos asked this, Sherman also smiled bitterly. At the beginning, it was because the Night God pirates with this map were captured. In the end, they escaped the disaster by relying on system maintenance, and then, they contacted the person in charge of the source to rescue. It was just a simple rescue, but I didn't expect it to develop into such a large-scale battle. All forces rushed to the battlefield like crazy. Then you are really crazy. Dark Blood Kratos has been playing games for so many years, and he is well informed. He has participated in countless large-scale battles. He thought that the Good Sister War many years ago was the most outrageous war he had ever seen, but he didn't expect that there would be even more outrageous wars now. He shook his head, but he was still very interested in the Komodo blueprint. Little barbarian, I want this map. I talk about the price when I go online later. I also check the warehouse to see if there are any usable flagship equipment for the faction. Okay. Sherman was very happy that the transaction intention was reached. With the generosity of this big man, this deal was likely to be successful. But Sherman always felt that he had forgotten something, and his whole body was not right. It was not until he looked at the news of Dark Blood Kratos that he reacted. Fuck, flagship equipment. This is a battle between 2 full-strength Titans, and both suffered heavy losses. These Titans are almost all hardcover, and there are even Titans with official equipment. He actually forgot to take them. He was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Then, he hurriedly stuffed several strong transports into the strategic cargo ship and drove out of the space station, and called back Dirk Ellis, who posted on the forum. Olda, come back quickly, go pick up money. Chapter 64. When the two drove the strategic cargo ship and jumped to the war with 2 flagships in a row, they found that the battlefield was already full of people cleaning up the battlefield. Fortunately, they came back not too late. After the two put the strategic cargo ship into the space station, They drove the Strong Luck into the Titan wreckage. Because the Strong Luck moved very slowly, Sherman placed a mobile traction on the spot after landing. This thing can automatically pull the wreckage within 100 kilometers to his side, which can save him a lot of trouble. After one of the wreckage was pulled to his side, Sherman opened it and saw 3 United Department dual gigaclass pulse lasers and 2 United Department 25,000mm steel attachment plates. It seemed that the other small trophies in the wreckage had been picked up long ago, leaving only these large things. But this was Sherman's goal. In order to take these things away, they brought Chong Yun with them. For example, the 25,000mm steel attachment plate and the dual gigaclass pulse lasers of the United Department. Each of them has a volume of 4,000 cubic meters. The 5 flagship equipment of this wreckage alone has a volume of 20,000 cubic meters. Only an industrial ship can hold all of them. The fleet hangar in the Strong Luck driven by Sherman has a space capacity of 60,000 cubic meters, which can easily accommodate these things. After a while, Sherman, who picked up a few Titan wreckages, filled up the space of the Strong Luck. Finally, he had to return to the space and warp back to the side of the space. After putting the things back, he turned back and continued to pick up. In order to save time, Sherman did not enter the space station to put the things away, but stopped beside the space station and used the item delivery function to deliver all the things into it. This is a function unique to player construction. Many players who go to hostile areas to harvest will use this function to jump to the other party's space station after picking up high-value items, and then safely deliver them to the NPC space station or sell them directly to the other party. In this way, even if they are caught and destroyed, the loot is preserved. Now this function saves time for Sherman. The flagship equipment of this faction is worth billions. It is not as fast as this to dismantle the cave. On the other side, Dirk Ellis also brought back a boatload of stuff, with a smile on his face. Barbarian, I'm lucky. I picked up 2 flagship shield expansion devices from the integration department. Dirk Ellis said proudly. Yes, now each of these things is worth more than $1 billion, so valuable. Sherman felt something was wrong. None of the wreckage he had any T2 flagship equipment, all of them belonged to a faction. How could this be different from Dirk Ellis's? Then he realized what was going on, and patted his head. Old German, go to my place, the wreckage there is all flagship equipment of the faction. Ah? Dirk Ellis was a little confused. What? My place is the wreckage of our Titan fleet. Sherman said and jumped back. 1 minute late means billions less. Fuck, wait for me. Dirk Ellis also realized what was going on, and then delivered the things into the space station and rushed over. The Titan fleet of PIBC was hastily taken out of the warehouse, and most of them were owned by individuals, so the equipment was very luxurious. In addition, they went there with the idea of crushing and riding the face at the beginning, and never thought that the opponent would also collapse the Titan fleet and come, so the equipment was not changed much. In addition, these old asses of Yuan Quan are all rich and have luxurious equipment, unlike the Northern Alliance, who came prepared and had already replaced their equipment with T2 flagship equipment. They have very few faction equipment, not to mention official equipment. The 2 of them pulled several times in a row and reaped a lot. Fuck, Barbarian, I have 2 Baccarat improved heat sinks. Dirk Ellis looked at the purple-marked equipment in the wreckage and couldn't help shouting. Congratulations. Sherman narrowed his eyes and reported the good news to Dirk Ellis, then looked at the 3 Istanbul's improved ballistic control system and 1 Istanbul's improved multispectral shield enhancer in his cabin, as well as other types of purple equipment, and smiled without saying a word. Making a fortune in silence is the kingly way. Didn't you see that he wanted to withdraw the Alliance fleet after coming here again? Otherwise, the things he picked up would have been registered in the fleet. While waiting for the mobile traction to tow the wreckage, Sherman suddenly saw a dozen red names appearing on the local channel, and he could not help but make a quick decision. Old the wind is strong, hurry up. Although he didn't know what happened, Dirk Ellis still subconsciously operated the ship to jump to the space station. Barbarian, what's wrong? Sherman refreshed the directional scan, and saw 10 Hecates appear in the scan interface. Pirates are coming! Before Dirk Ellis opened the directional scan, he saw 10 Hecate-class destroyers jump 30 kilometers away from them, and captured an Itron-class industrial ship that was picking up spoils. Fuck, run away. Dirk Ellis was shocked when he saw the Itron-class industrial ship turned into a wreck in less than 5 seconds under the firepower of 10 Hecate-class destroyers. The things in his cabin were too valuable. If he was killed, he would cry. After destroying the Itron-class industrial ship, several Hecate-class ships overloaded with pushers rushed toward Sherman and the other 2, and the situation was very critical. But thanks to the early start of the jump, Sherman jumped away before the Hecate-class ships reached the jump interference distance. Dirk Ellis, who was interrupted by the warp a step late, escaped successfully because of the 2 points of warp core strength bonus of the Great Bustard class. But the others were not so lucky. 3 ships were entangled by Hecate and could not escape. In the end, they were destroyed before the powerful firepower of the Hecate class came to support them. Even after picking up the spoils, these pirates destroyed the wreckage that they could not take away, leaving nothing behind. It was very cruel. Sherman and the other 2 who escaped the disaster returned to the space station, and could not help but breathe heavily, especially Dirk Ellis. The feeling of escaping death was even more nervous than when the induction light around him was lit up before. His hands were still shaking. "Oh duh, the pirates are harassing us now. We can't pick up anything. We have to kill them." This Hecate-class destroyer is a T3 level destroyer, which is said to have firepower comparable to that of a battleship. It is really easy to deal with their industrial ships. "Okay, you arrange it." Dirk Ellis also showed a fierce expression. And even if these pirates come to harass, they don't want them to recover the spoils in peace. They won't go head-to-head with the defense fleet. They are slippery, so they have to think of a good way. "I have to write a script." Sherman pushed his glasses, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Chapter 65. Attention all those cleaning up the battlefield, there is a pirate squad coming to harass you. Please be careful. In the battlefield within the galaxy, a PIBC person broadcast a warning in the Alliance channel. There are not enough people now. Those who are picking up things on the battlefield should pay attention to safety and organize their own escort. The god of recalling the past looked at the warning message, yawned, and went offline after giving a few instructions. Normally, the wreckage of the Titan battlefield should be salvaged and collected by a team specializing in the aftermath, and then handed over to the Alliance for repair. But because it is in the test server, the population is insufficient, and most of these flagship pilots are called online temporarily, and they don't plan to play in the test server often. The most important thing is that this is a deleted file internal test, and all the data will be restored to the time when the server is closed after the server is opened. Many flagship pilots do not need to make up for the losses in this battle, they just want to have a good time. So the salvage work in this battlefield belongs to whoever gets it. As long as you are a PIBC member, there are no other requirements. This allowed Sherman and his companions to salvage the battlefield so comfortably. But the pirates would certainly not let them salvage the battlefield so peacefully, so they organized the Hecate team of 10 to harass and pick up high-value loot. The leader of the team was the elegant death god. "Everyone, go and fight the surrounding tractors. If you encounter valuables, take them. If you can't take them, destroy them. Don't leave them to PIBC." Seeing that the surrounding industrial ships had all run away after 3 of them were destroyed by him and his companions, he knew that their escort team would arrive soon, so he gave the order. "Take what you can take away, destroy what you can't take away, anyway, don't leave them anything." "Okay." Everyone responded. And Sherman and his partner in the space station did have a plan, with Sherman continuing to drive the transport ship to salvage the spoils, while Dirk Ellis drove a Nestor-class battleship salvaged from the wreckage to escort. Because the pirates were using Hecate-class destroyers, the 2 used local materials and used salvaged equipment to modify the battleships. The Hecate-class destroyer is a T3 destroyer of the Galeni Federation ship system. It has 3 modes and excellent maneuverability and firepower. It is said that the destroyer's body is comparable to the battleship, which refers to its firepower. But the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, the small hybrid gun it uses is mainly thermal damage, and the damage type is single, and it only needs to improve the ship's thermal resistance in a targeted manner. Moreover, this small hybrid gun is very dependent on electricity. Once the ship is out of power, it cannot fire. After all, the Hecate class is a destroyer, and the energy reserve is originally small. Therefore, after targeted configuration, the industrial ship can even kill the Hecate-class destroyer alone. For example, the Great Bustard of the Stoneman was modified from the original equipment that increased the jump speed to increase the shield resistance and capacity configuration for Hecate. High energy slot. 1x small energy skimmer 2. 1x small energy neutralizer 2. Medium energy slot. 2x Republic Fleet large shield extender. 1x Dark Blood Raider jump scrambler. 1x Federation Navy stasis wrap beam. 2x Pidum multi-spectrum shield enhancer type A. Low energy slot. 1x damage control 2. 1x Sasha Patriot energy diagnostic system. 1x Caldari Navy energy diagnostic system. Modification slot. 2x medium core defense field expander 2. The shield has a thermal energy resistance of 94% and a kinetic energy resistance of 91%. After overloading PIDM multispectrum shield enhancer type A, the resistance of both of them even exceeds 95%. Just this targeted defense and shield can make the Hecate class despair, not to mention the equipment that can neutralize its energy. And Sherman also brought a Dark Blood Raider warp scrambler and Federal Navy stasis entangling beam to keep people, which may be a good thing for these pirates. Fuck, I actually have 2 officers in my traction to dissipate heat. I'm making a big profit. I also have 3 PAs with full resistance, not bad. My faction equipment is all black, unlucky. Each member of the pirate team was reporting their battle situation, and each had their own gains. Keep going, and try to destroy all the wreckage before their support arrives, the Elegant Grim Reaper said, as he refreshed the directional scan to observe whether Pip's support had arrived. But then he saw a Great Bustard-class ship appear in the scan interface. Fuck, there are still industrials who dare to come here, are they so cruel? The team member who was also refreshing the directional scan on the other side, also scanned the Great Bustard-class ship, and said in confusion. A Great Bustard-class ship slowly leaped from deep space, and stopped steadily 20 kilometers away from them. Is this a script? Someone hesitated and said, after all, this is too obvious, right? Please remove the question mark. This is the script. The Elegant Grim Reaper looked at the Great Bustard class that was leisurely releasing the mobile traction to start the salvage operation, and his mouth twitched a little. Did this guy think they didn't exist? Boss, can you tolerate this? Looking at the stone barbarians who treated them like air, although everyone knew that this was the bait of the script, but this didn't take them seriously, right? The Elegant Death God was also filled with anger. Finally, seeing that Sherman had already picked up 2 Titan wreckages and had not left, he could not help but, let's go together, overload the weapons, and try to melt this idiot. The Elegant Death God took the lead and rushed to Sherman and held him. The Scrambler plus stagnation beams were all set on Sherman. He raised the preheated overloaded light neutron rapid cannon and spewed bullets to hit the target fiercely. But after seeing his own damage, the Elegant Death God was a little dumbfounded. The light neutron rapid cannon, which was originally powerful, was now like scraping. Damn, is it really fishing bait? When Sherman saw the bait was hooked, he locked it and put all the electronic warfare equipment on it, making it impossible for it to escape. Old duh, the bait is hooked, come here quickly. Coming! Dirk Ellis, who had been waiting in the space station for a long time, rubbed his hands and immediately jumped out of the station to Sherman. The captain was left behind, and the other pirates also overloaded their weapons in an attempt to destroy Sherman. It was like an ant biting an elephant. Under the overloaded firepower of 10 Hecates, the shield of Sherman's ship kept falling even with such high resistance. Sherman also hurriedly overloaded both PIDM multispectral shield enhancers Type A, and the pressure was relieved a lot. A few dozen seconds later, a pure white battleship leaped from deep space, and 2 large long-range shield recharge intensifiers were put on Sherman's body, and the shield that was less than 50% left was immediately lifted up, and then it was fully shielded. Delk Ellis's Nestor-class battleship arrived in time. Chapter 66. The pirates felt a pain in their teeth as they watched the Great Bustard shield being fully repaired by the Nestor-class remote repair. Give up this good luck and switch to Nestor. The Elegant Death God knew that it would be extremely difficult to kill the Great Bustard, which was like a tortoise shell, with the logistics. If Nestor didn't die, they would be killed here by the script. All the Hecate class, under the command of the Elegant Death God, switched to Delk Ellis, and soon broke Nestor's shield, but the armor fell very slowly afterwards. This Nesto-class battleship is also targeted at dynamic heat resistance. A burst of curses came from the pirates. Why? Don't worry, keep focusing fire. The armor resistance of this Nesto will not be too high even if it is prepared to be improved. The Elegant Death God commanded very calmly. Indeed, among the basic armor resistances of this Nesto-class battleship, the electrical resistance is the highest, followed by dynamic heat resistance. No matter what you do, it is impossible to be as strong as the Great Bustard-class ship, which has a high basic dynamic heat resistance. There is still a chance to force it. The theory is correct, but the Nestor-class battleship of Delk Ellis is definitely not simple as it comes to the scenario. 2 death equipments that improve dynamic heat resistance, plus the reactive armor enhancer known as the Artifact of Armored Ships, make the dynamic heat resistance of Delk Ellis above 82%. Add 2 large armor repairers, and it is very safe. As expected, under the repair of the 2 large armor repairers, the armor volume of the Nestor class of Delk Ellis has been stable in a threshold area, but it has not dropped. Fuck, I can't hit it. The pirates looked at the Nestor-class armor with some despair. The elegant death god also knew that there was no chance to fight any further, so he planned to give up himself and let his teammates retreat first to complete the mission, otherwise they would all die here. Didn't you see that 2 Hecates were destroyed in less than 2 minutes? Get ready to leave, don't worry about me. The elegant death god was ready to give up himself and let his teammates complete the mission first and destroy all the wreckage. At this time, looking at the fully fired Delk Ellis, Sherman said, Olda, sell it, give them a chance. Ah? Delk Ellis was a little puzzled when he heard it. In this war, shouldn't we go all out? Sherman looked at the pirates, who had already intended to retreat, and immediately said anxiously, if you don't give them hope, they will have to leave. As long as there are still people, we will be harassed endlessly. Do it more fully, remember to turn off all the electronic station equipment. Sherman added that buying HP is a science. Some PvP masters like to sell HP to give the enemy the illusion that they are about to collapse, and then grit their teeth and continue to fight. But in the end, they are always just a little bit away from being destroyed. Okay. Although he didn't understand, Delk Ellis still followed Sherman's instructions. Delk Ellis turned off both of Nestor's armor repairers, which caused the armor to finally fall down under the siege of the pirates. The elegant Grim Reaper looked at the Nestor-class scrambler and stagnation beams on his body, and was immediately delighted. This Nestor is out of power, hurry back and focus fire. After receiving the order, several pirates, who had already started the jump engine, immediately canceled the jump, opened a round of pushers, and approached Delk Ellis's Nestor class to open fire. Looking at the Hecates who gathered around him again, Delk Ellis showed a sinister smile, and then began to lock on one of the Hecates to hang the scrambler and net on it, and then the drone also came forward to attack. When his armor dropped to 30%, he also destroyed the Hecate. At this time, there were only 7 Hecate-class tactical destroyers left on the field, one of which was still entangled by the stone man and had no electricity and could not fire. It can be said that the pirates' combat power is now only 6. Overload the weapon, kill this Nestor quickly. The elegant Grim Reaper looked at Nestor, who was about to enter the structure, and shouted hurriedly. No, it was overloaded when fighting the strong luck just now. Now the overloaded gun will be broken. The team members also answered anxiously. The elegant Grim Reaper was now entangled by the stone barbarians, and the ship had no power, so there was nothing they could do, so they could only watch. Delk Ellis looked at the battlefield situation, and in order to wipe out the pirates, he also started selling structures without any instruction, which gave the somewhat discouraged pirates a little hope. The pirates looked at the Nestor class that had entered the structure, and they didn't want to give up, so they gritted their teeth and continued to attack. But this Nestor was like an indestructible cockroach. Every time a little bit of its structure was destroyed, its armor would be repaired again, causing its structure to fall more slowly. A few minutes later, less than 10% of Nestor's structure remained, and the pirates only had 3 Hecate-class ships left, one of which was the elegant Death that had been entangled. Hurry up, this thing is about to die. The elegant Death looked at Nestor, who was finally dying, and couldn't help but feel refreshed. Come on, kill this bastard. Haven't you eaten yet? Overload your guns. The pirates, who had been destroyed, and only had the space capsules left, also cheered in the channel. Then, Delk Ellis let them know what despair was. Delk Ellis saw that there were only 2 Hecates left, so he didn't pretend anymore. He directly put a scrambler on each of them, turned on the full power, and the armor rose up. He even gave each of them a heavy energy neutralizer. The 2 ships' power was drained in an instant, and the guns could not be fired. Fuck, they are repaired. Fuck, the power is destroyed. The 2 looked at the situation, and said in shock one after the other, Can you do it? There is less than 10% of the structure left, and you are not dead? An impatient pirate couldn't help but speak, with a somewhat indignant tone. But they all became pirates because they couldn't stand the various rules of the Alliance. Who is not unruly and loves freedom? How could he be indulged? He just started to scold them. If you are good, then go ahead. Why are you so anxious? That's right. How come you die so quickly when you are so good? Another person also chimed in, with a sarcastic tone. You guys. The pirate, who was impatient, and said inappropriate words, just now, was so angry that his face turned red. Okay. Seeing his brothers quarreling, the elegant Grim Reaper also shouted in YY. After everyone quieted down, he said, We are not as good as them. Just admit it. We will come back to get back at them next time. What's there to quarrel about? The pirates finally calmed down. On this side, Delk Ellis destroyed all the pirates in no time, and sent a message in the local channel with a refreshed mood, GF. The pirates also replied in the channel, GF. Because they have been busy all the time has come to 10:30, and the system maintenance will be required in less than half an hour, so the pirates did not come, which gave Sherman and the others enough time to salvage the wreckage. The two kept going back and forth between the battlefield and the space station, transporting the spoils non-stop, until they filled the last ship and looked at the wreckage that had not been picked up around them with regret, and were forced to go offline by the system. Chapter 67. After the game update, Sherman and Dirk Ellis immediately went online. After leaving the space station and coming to the battlefield last night, they saw that the starry sky was empty. There was no more tragic debris before the maintenance, and the tranquility of the past was restored. My heart hurt so much. Dirk Ellis looked at the empty starry sky, pressed his chest, and said very heavily, "Me too." Sherman slammed the table in annoyance, then jumped up with a roar, shook his slightly red and swollen right hand, and the titanium alloy table was still as smooth as a mirror. Because after the system's daily maintenance, some data will be processed, so all the wreckage before maintenance will be refreshed. They both knew this, but they also held on to the hope to go online and see. Unfortunately, the result did not change. All the wreckage was refreshed by the system, which made them feel a little distressed. You know, there were still many Titan wreckages that had not been salvaged before the maintenance. How much IKS did they lose? Forget it, be content with what you have. Dirk Ellis was the first to recover from this regret, turned around and smiled at the pile of flagship equipment and Death Force equipment in the space station. He kept clicking on the few officials he picked up yesterday, with a happy expression on his face. "Barbarian, how much did you pick up last night?" Sherman was the one who got the most PIBC Titan fleet wreckage, so he must have picked up more than him. Not much, I should have picked up a little more than you." As he spoke, he opened the warehouse and looked at the equipment inside, and his face showed joy. 43 flagship equipment of the forces, the lowest can sell for more than 10 billion ISK, the highest 30 billion, and even if they are sold at a discount, they can sell for 70 to 80 billion. In addition, there are more than 40 pieces of death and officer equipment, and most of them are the most valuable. All resistance and weapon enhancement generally refers to equipment that increases weapon damage, with only a few worthless single attribute enhancement equipment. Of course, the most valuable are the dozen or so officer equipment, and the most valuable of them are the 2 Astammel's improved multi-spectrum shield enhancers, which are the officer equipment with the highest shield resistance in the game and the most valuable equipment. When Sherman and Dirk Ellis opened the cave, they got the Weepus improved multi-spectrum shield enhancer, which belonged to the second official, while this Astammel's improved multi-spectrum shield enhancer belonged to the first official. Not only are there certain differences in attributes, but the value is also very different. The current price of Weepus improved multi-spectrum shield enhancer is between 80 billion and 85 billion. Although it is rare, it is also sold in the market. But this Astammel's improved multi-spectrum shield enhancer is different. This thing is usually digested internally after shipment and rarely leaked to the market. In addition, the output of this thing is very small. It is not certain that one can be obtained even if 20 officials are swiped, so the price is very high. In Sherman's impression, the market price of this thing in the middle and late stages of the second test was more than 250 billion. That is the price of a whole Titan. Because of its high attributes and high price, this Astammel's improved multi-spectrum shield enhancer has almost become an exclusive equipment for Titans or to hang, and only the rich dare to use it. Of course, this price is so high because of the inflation in the second test market. But Sherman likes this high price. Saved money fast. Because there was no wreckage to pick up, the two drove the strategic cargo ship back to the Legion base with the stuff, and Sherman had to make an extra trip because he had more stuff. After everything was put back in the base, Sherman finally felt relieved. At this time, Dark Blood Kratos came online. "Boss." Seeing that Sherman had sent him a communication just after he came online, Dark Blood Kratos couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "I say, Barbarian, you've been fighting all night, aren't you sleepy?" If Dirk Ellis saw this news, he would definitely complain about Sherman for fighting a fart battle. He was the one who participated in it. He never came online during the whole process, and waited until the battle was over before coming online. "Isn't this just to wait for you to come online to discuss business?" Sherman rubbed his hands, looking a bit mercenary. Dark Blood Kratos was a little speechless about this. It was just a few tens of thousands of ISK. There was no need to fight so hard, right? Okay. Dark Blood Kratos didn't think about it anymore and reported a number to Sherman. 3 trillion to buy your Komodo blueprint. 3 trillion is the normal market price of the Komodo blueprint, but it does not meet Sherman's mental price. Boss, can you give me a little more? After all, a large-scale battle of the Titan level broke out for this map. Sherman said pitifully, trying to sell it for a little more money. Dark Blood Kratos thought about it, and took the initiative to raise the price. 3.5 trillion, this is my final price. If you want more, you can find someone else. Deal. A premium of 500 billion is enough to unlock the technology of a dreadnought. How could he not be satisfied when he only expected to add a few hundred billion? After the blueprint was sold to Dark Blood Kratos for 3.5 trillion and the transaction was completed, Sherman looked at the jumping numbers on the account with joy. But after looking at the pile of flagship equipment and official equipment in the warehouse, his eyes turned and he tapped on the keyboard. Boss, is this Komodo ready to be equipped as a Titan of the faction? It hasn't even been built yet. Dark Blood Kratos said as he checked the next market. He was now preparing equipment for this Komodo. Prepare to use better equipment for it. After all, the price of this ship is here. After all, Komodo is a faction Titan, and the finished product costs more than 3 trillion. How can this equipment be made more luxurious? Otherwise, how can it be worthy of its value? So Sherman recommended it in a timely manner. Boss, a full set of faction flagship equipment also includes a Stammel's improved multispectral shield enhancer and a Stammel's improved ballistic controller. Do you need it? Looking at Sherman's message, Dark Blood Kratos fell into silence. Good guy, it also comes with supporting products? Okay, as long as the price is right. I'm too lazy to pay. Since this guy has such top-level equipment, it's easy for him. Dark Blood Kratos exited the game market and paused, thinking of something, and then said, Do you have Sodio? He couldn't build this map, and he needed the Sodio engineering complex. Only a sovereign force can build Sodio, and there are certain requirements for sovereignty. It can't be built just like that. Yes. Sherman's eyes lit up. It seems that this is the rhythm of winning over this big guy. All the industrial facilities of my legion are complete, and we have inventions and manufacturing reactions. Big guy, do you want to come down and play? Dark Blood Kratos was a little hesitant about Sherman's invitation. Since PIBC dominated, he came to Gowan from 0-0. It has been many years now, and he doesn't want to get involved in the mess between forces. Seeing his hesitation, Sherman hurriedly introduced his legion. Boss, now there are only 2 people in our legion, including me. The main force has gone to the international server. In addition, it is the second test, so the management is very loose. Do you want to consider it? In short, it can be summed up in a few words. Complete facilities, more land and fewer people, and no mess. Come quickly. Dark Blood Kratos thought about it, and finally agreed. After all, it would be great to be able to make the Komodo flagship by himself. Afterwards, Dark Blood Kratos quickly joined the group, and Sherman contacted Jung Gooden, who was struggling in the international server, and gave Dark Blood Kratos the manufacturing authority of Sodio. In order to save time for the boss, he sold a whole set of flagship components needed for the manufacture of Komodo Titan to Dark Blood Kratos, plus a full set of flagship equipment and official equipment of the faction. Sherman could not refuse the enthusiasm of the boss, and earned another 2 trillion ISK with tears. Just when Sherman was ready to visit the exclusive mall with a huge sum of money, Aura sent him a communication. Commander, an angel has awakened and wants to see you. Chapter 68. Sherman rubbed his messy hair and had a headache. Commander, what should we do next? Aura asked Sherman. If we leave them alone, who knows what they will do? Take me to see them. Sherman said, walked out of the room and closed the door. Yes, Commander. Aura drove a hover car to him and bowed to Sherman and made a gesture of invitation. Sherman got in the car and leaned on the sofa to think all the way. These angels were too troublesome. He couldn't kill them and couldn't let them go now. He had to come up with a good way. But until he got off the car and arrived at the destination, he couldn't think of any good solution. In the end, he could only bite the bullet and go in to prepare for the moment. Aura followed Sherman and walked into the lounge. At this moment, one corner of the room was full of people, all angels, who immediately surrounded Sherman when they saw him appear. Wang Yin, who was sitting on the sofa in the center, put down her long legs, stood up, and walked in front of Sherman. Sir Sherman. Wang Yin smiled and said to Sherman, It's nice to see you again. I'm also glad that you guys recovered so quickly. Sherman forced a smile and replied, but knowing that he had done something wrong, the smile on his face seemed a little forced. Haha, this is to thank you for your repair fluid. Wang Yin glanced at Aura beside her, and bit the word thank you very hard. After waking up, Even if Aura shut down the life devices in their bodies, how could she not know that there was something wrong with the repair fluid based on her own senses? Aura, who felt the thorny gaze, seemed to know nothing and gave him an impeccable smile. TSK. Wang Yin rolled her eyes at Outlaw and turned her gaze to Sherman, who was a little embarrassed and smoking. She stared at the embarrassed Sherman for a long time and finally chuckled. Then she turned around and sat back on the sofa, raised her feet to reveal a pair of long legs that could not be covered by the red battle skirt, leaned forward and looked at Sherman, with a few strands of black hair scattered on her forehead. Sir, let's continue the topic that didn't come to a conclusion last time. Wang Yin stared at Sherman and said word by word, Are you an enemy or a friend to the angel? Hearing this, Sherman no longer felt embarrassed, and his eyes stopped dodging, looking straight at Wang Yin. If we can be friends, why do we want to be enemies? Heh. An angel behind Wang Yin snorted coldly and glared at Sherman. Since you want to be friends with angels, why do you inject tranquilizers into the repair fluid? Wang Yin did not stop her teammates from going too far, but smiled at Sherman with a cold look in her eyes. Facing the questioning of the angels, Sherman looked a little gloomy and lowered his head slightly. He was wrong in what he did, but he saved their lives and never intended to harm them. I didn't expect these angels to be so arrogant. In order to make you recover better, injecting sedatives is not very. Ola looked at Sherman, who always seemed heartless, and went forward to explain, but was stopped by Sherman before he finished speaking. Sherman raised his head, his eyes swept across the angels, and finally stopped at Wang Yin's face. I let you inject sedatives, how about it? Wang Yin supported her face with her hands and looked at Sherman calmly. Reason. Since the guy in front of her chose to save them, there is no reason for him to harm them again. What's more, he wiped out a demon fleet and offended the demon civilization. It would be irrational to offend their angel civilization under this circumstance. Sherman just gave up, leaned on the soft sofa, crossed his legs and looked at Wang Yin with a frivolous face and said, They all say that angels are beautiful and the most loyal to love. I also yearn for them, so I plan to find one of you to be my wife. You? The angels clenched their fists and looked at Sherman with gritted teeth. This is... Wang Yin stopped the angels. Looking at the rogue in front of her, she could see that although this guy looked mature, he was still a little childish. But at least it can be seen that he really had no ill will towards them. Afterwards, Wang Yin stood up and walked to Sherman with her long legs. She smiled and blew gently into his ear and whispered, Since you want to marry an angel so much, what do you think of me? Feeling the breath beside his ear, Sherman's face suddenly turned red, and he stood up suddenly and went to the sofa on the other side. Aren't angels said to be the embodiment of holiness and not to be affected by worldly fireworks? Why is the angel next to him so charming and seductive? Indeed, what they say on the internet is all lies. Sherman got goosebumps at this time. Although he dared to talk about anything online and was very open, he was just a socially anxious otaku in real life, so most of the external negotiations and cooperation were handled by Allah. Wang Yin looked at Sherman, who was hiding aside like an ostrich, and smiled. Hee hee, little brat. The angels looked at Sherman, who was blushing and hiding aside, and smiled lightly, and the atmosphere was no longer solemn. In response, Sherman had to look at Aura for help, and Aura shrugged to show that he was powerless. He was just an intelligent life, and this had touched his blind spot in knowledge. Watching the atmosphere dissolve, Wang Yin propped up her face and looked at Sherman sideways, showing her white teeth. Excuse me, what is your purpose? When it comes to business, Sherman immediately sat up straight and looked at Wang Yin. After thinking for a while, he finally decided to tell the truth. My purpose is really just to keep you in this space station temporarily. I have no ill intentions. Why? Wang Yin was a little puzzled. If there is no ill intention, why must they be kept in this space station temporarily? Sherman shook his head. This involves our secrets. I can't tell you. Wang Yin looked at Sherman thoughtfully. What kind of secrets could make the guy in front of him risk offending both angels and demons at the same time? Sitting up straight, the smile on his face turned serious. Since it is your secret, I won't ask, but can you give us a specific time? You can't keep us here forever, right? Sherman thought for a while, and held up 3 fingers. 3 months. After 3 months, I don't care where you go, but during these 3 months, you should stay in the space station honestly, and don't think about getting in touch with the outside world, otherwise I don't mind using coercive measures. He looked at the angels, who were already expressionless, and added, Of course, during this period, except for the confidential area, you can go anywhere else in the space station as long as you don't leave the space station. According to you, what's the difference between this and house arrest? An angel couldn't help but say. Sherman turned his head and looked at the angel and said seriously, "At least you still have a certain degree of freedom now. Of course, if you want, I don't mind sending you back to the nutrition chamber to spend these 3 months." Chapter 69. After friendly negotiations, the angels finally agreed to stay in the space station for the next 3 months to recover from their injuries. Of course, Sherman would not treat them unfairly. If nothing else, at least they don't have to worry about eating, drinking and having fun. It's not that the angels haven't contacted the outside world, but under the super shielding of Aura, they can't get in touch. "Sister Yin, what should we do?" An angel looked at the server that was constantly interrupted, and was very anxious. Compared to the anxiety of everyone, Wang Yin was much calmer. She was wearing a white casual outfit, tied her hair up, and played games on the sofa with her legs crossed. "Just eat, drink and have fun for these 3 months. Just treat it as a vacation, don't worry about anything else. Even their latest quantum communication can be blocked, so other means are out of the question. It's better to stay here honestly, and don't waste energy trying other things. Besides, this new Eden has no ill will towards them, and has no intention of making enemies with the angels. It's just 3 months, they can still wait. But it's too much to keep us under house arrest like this." An angel did not give up and suggested to Wang Yin, "Captain, why don't we kidnap that Sherman and release him after we get out? Don't waste your energy." Wang Yin sat cross-legged on the sofa and turned on a singing device. While fiddling with it, she said, "What that person said is right. Not locking us in the nutrition chamber is already a great kindness to us. Don't provoke them again. Everything will be done in 3 months." "Yes." The angels bowed their heads slightly in response. On the other side, after Sherman spent 2 trillion ISK to unlock Sodio, he called Aura to his side. "Aura, I give you this Sodio. When can you make it?" "There are sufficient resources at present, and we can start manufacturing at any time." Aura patted his chest, very confident, and because the space stations in New Eden all use modularization and Planck container technology, the manufacturing cycle only takes 3 days. "Okay." Sherman nodded. Aura looked at Sherman, whose eyes were bloodshot after not sleeping all night, and hesitated for a moment and said, "Commander, I have an important matter to report to you." "Tell me about it." Sherman stretched his body and unlocked Sodio. Now he could finally relax a little. Aura projected the star map and marked the star systems in the Omega Star region. "Commander, just yesterday, the Angels' 5th Fleet and the Demons' 3rd Fleet had a small-scale conflict with the border star system of the Omega Star region, and one of the Demons' fleets was destroyed." "Oh!" Sherman suddenly felt his heart lift, and turned to look at Aura. "How is the situation? Have you found out why the 2 sides had a conflict in the Omega Star region? Could it be that he was looking for the Angels hiding here?" "Commander, please look." Ola was also very powerful. He didn't know how he got the video of the battle between the 2 sides. Shermanlio looked at the holographic video with interest. He saw a small fleet of demons in the starry sky passing through the star gate of the Omega Star field. A white frigate scrambled the transport ship, and then a circle of energy balls as dim as the moon appeared. This is secret induction. Then, there were ripples in the surrounding space, and waves of space fluctuations were set off. Dozens of warships appeared, mostly frigates, and there were also several battleship-level warships mixed in. "Is this the Angel Shadow Fleet?" Sherman paused the projection and pointed at the white fleet and asked Aura. Aura nodded and selected 2 warships from the Angel Special Fleet. A battleship and a frigate. Sherman knew without Aura's explanation that the battleship-level warship was a Shadow Special Service ship, and the frigate-level ship was a stealth bomber. They were both good ships for sneak attacks and meat-eating in the game. There is no data or code about these 2 warships in the current database. Judging from the combat power currently displayed, this type of Shadow Special Service ship is equipped with 10 large energy cannons and 16 close defense energy cannons. The rest of the firepower is unknown. Judging from the situation shown this time, the firepower is very terrifying. Aura captured a screenshot of the Black Shadow Special Service ship firing at the surrounding demon warships. The turrets on the white warship spewed out orange-red energy beams, and the scorching energy beams illuminated the surroundings, like a sword of God. And the power of these 10 main guns is also very terrifying. Once these demon civilization escort warships are hit, they will be penetrated, and then the warships will explode. The energy beams fired from these main guns have extremely strong penetrating power. What is the level of technology? Based on the intelligence we have collected so far, the technology level of this Black Shadow Special Service ship is comparable to that of the 4 clans Black Shadow. Sherman nodded in understanding. as long as it is not the technology of Zenith Star. What about this invisible bomber? Sherman looked at the white frigate spewing light beams in the projection, very confused. The invisible bombers in the game are equipped with torpedo launchers, which have a long range and great power, but I don't know why this angel is equipped with energy cannons. In fact, this is Sherman's inertial thinking when playing games. After all, this is reality. It will not set you any bonuses like in the game, so that you can only use torpedoes to deal high damage. In reality, the weapons of the battleships can be disassembled and modified at any time. After Ola explained to Sherman, he analyzed the Angel's stealth bomber. From the whole battle, this kind of stealth bomber should be specially modified for small and medium-sized warships, so the energy cannons equipped are all rapid-fire models with high firing rates but low power, and strong combat capabilities in medium and short ranges. Looking at the Angel Shadow Special Forces fleet projected, Sherman first swallowed his saliva with envy, and then he was full of a sense of crisis. This damn Shadow Special Forces fleet has appeared in the Omega Star region. Who knows if it will appear next to him in the next second? And since the angels have appeared, the demons must not be far away. If they find out that I ruined their good deeds, who knows what they will do to me? Commander, please continue watching. There are still some fun things. Aura pointed at the projection and smiled. Sherman continued to watch, and the projection played automatically. The whole content was not much, only 5 minutes, and all the demon fleets were destroyed in these 5 minutes. Just when he was curious why Aura let him continue to watch this already predicted ending, he saw a Black Shadow special service ship of these angels towing a silver-white container from a pile of wreckage into the cabin. Silver-white container. Fuck. Sherman couldn't help but swear. No wonder he felt familiar with the demon fleets. The frigates were the type of Demon Fighter 21 destroyed by the Mord Corps last time. This demon was really trying to insult the angels and start a war. He was crazy. He accidentally intercepted it last time, but he didn't expect it to change the direction of transportation this time. But fortunately, the angel fleet hijacked it, and the demon's plan was made clear. The war will definitely come back, but it will definitely be delayed for a while. After all, if the matter is made clear, the angels will definitely gather their forces, and will not give the demons any chance to take advantage of them, and the demon's plan will be ruined. This gave Sherman time to develop secretly. But Aura then ruthlessly broke Sherman's idea and sent an electronic invitation letter to Sherman's terminal. Commander, this is the invitation letter just sent by the Omega Center Auction House. A grand auction will be held in 3 days, and there are 10 angels on the auction list. Sherman looked at the invitation letter and the auction list, and couldn't help but slapped himself in the face, showing a look of despair. Fuck. Chapter 70. Angels were dragged to the auction site like slaves. What were the people at the Omega auction site thinking? Are they so eager for war? Even Sherman, who has no strategic vision, can see this. He doesn't believe that the old hands of the Omega Federation can't see it. What is going on? Sherman sat on the sofa and gently pulled his fine beard with his fingers on his chin, analyzing the current situation. Angels were auctioned as commodities. Angel civilization was insulted like this. No matter what, it would never let it go. No matter what the outcome, war is inevitable. Once the war begins, the 3-star regions, Omega, Alpha, and Beta S, which serve as buffer zones for both camps, will inevitably become the main battlefields at the beginning of the war, especially the Omega region, which will soon become the outbreak point. After the outbreak of the war, all strategic resources will be blocked by both sides. Not only the ice resources, which are very important to New Eden, but even the basic resources, Stone Man, will be difficult to obtain. Moreover, Sherman's base is in the Alpha Star region, which will soon become the main battlefield. Once the war starts, all their previous efforts will be destroyed. This is unacceptable. And if he wants to firmly control the Alpha Star region, it is far from enough to rely on the fleet of the Mod Corps alone. He needs more fleets. Aura! Sherman opened the exclusive mall in the game and looked at the ship technology inside, which dreadnought should be unlocked. Give me some advice. Facing the unknown future, only this dreadnought can give Sherman some comfort. If Titan can only be unlocked after all ships are unlocked, he would have wanted to unlock a Titan directly. Aura looked at the many dreadnoughts and shook his head, saying bluntly, Commander, although a dreadnought fleet is terrifying, it will also require a lot of resources and a long manufacturing cycle. We may not be able to wait until then. What should we do? Can the Mord Corps withstand the attack alone? You have to know that this is a battle between camps. The participants are not just the 2 top civilizations of angels and demons, but an interstellar war between dozens or even hundreds of civilizations. And in order to avoid Alpha becoming the main battlefield and destroying the basic foundation of New Eden, they must find a way to block the fleets of both sides outside, and prevent the fleets of both camps from entering the Alpha Star field. In other words, they may face sieges from the two major camps. Although they cannot face sieges from dozens, or even hundreds of civilizations at the same time, there must be more than a dozen civilizations. There is absolutely no hope for Maud's Corps to rely on it alone. Commander, this may be an opportunity for us to rise quickly. Compared to Sherman, Aura has a broader view of this situation. What do you mean? Sherman is just a nerd who doesn't understand military politics, so don't expect him to take the initiative to come up with any strategic plans. So his attitude has always been, don't sit if you can lie down, leave professional matters to professionals, and make the final decision yourself. Join one of the camps, then take over the battlefield defense of the Alpha Star region, and use this opportunity to seek resource assistance from them. Aura said his idea very concisely. Sherman stared at Aura closely, frowning slightly. Once he joined one of the camps, New Eden would be completely trapped in the quagmire of the camp war, which conflicted with the original plan of the neutral camp not to help either side. What's the reason? Aura waved his hand and enlarged the star map marks of the civilizations around the Alpha Star region. Commander, this is based on the current situation. First, judging from the current situation, the battle between angels and demons could break out at any time. Due to the geographical location, the Alpha Star field is facing only 16 civilizations, including 7 from the Justice Order and 9 from the Free Order. We need to join one of them to reduce the pressure. Second, although the battle between the camps is cruel, the benefits are also terrifying. We can completely develop ourselves by fighting. After all, our pilots don't need to be trained like them, and the losses are just a few warships and resources. We can definitely afford it. Aura made it very clear, and the second one moved Sherman. This involves the difference between the civilization of New Eden and this world. In this world, whether it is the top civilization of angels and demons, or the low-level civilization that has just entered the interstellar, warships, and various large mechanical equipment have long been free from tedious operations. Only one person can fully control them, and it is more handy. People can control warships through the space escape pod, that is, the warship control pod, which is a bit like the feeling of real artificial intelligence. But not everyone can be a pilot of this kind of warship. It requires not only personal talent, but also long-term training. It is a bit similar to the Air Force selection in Sherman's previous life, and the requirements are very strict. Every warship pilot who can go to the battlefield is a treasure. The cost of training a qualified pilot is not cheaper than the cost of a warship, and it is not available in the short term. Losing one is very painful. However, the New Eden warship is not the case. Take Maud's Mod Corps as an example. The pilots in the warships of Mod Corps are all people with life characteristics, but they are all unconscious semi-mechanical clones, and can only be used as carriers. Speaking of clones, we have to say one thing. Logically speaking, since it is the interstellar age, there will be a lot of clone warriors, but the reality is not the case. This is because clones cannot generate consciousness, and without consciousness, they cannot become pilots of warships, which makes them less useful than robots in the field of war. Therefore, cloning technology is generally used in the field of medical and health care, and the most widely used is the livestock industry of space stations. To put it bluntly, the pilots of the battleships in New Eden are actually these intelligent lives. The pilots of each battleship are just their separate subsystems. It is no big deal if they are damaged in battle. As long as there are enough battleships in reserve, they can be put into battle at any time. There is no trouble of training pilots, like other civilizations. So this is what Aura said about not being afraid of consumption. Okay. Sherman scratched his head and agreed to Aura's plan, because Aura was much more reliable than him in this regard. Moreover, the historical knowledge of the previous life for 5,000 years also told him that it was not advisable to sit on the fence, and if you want to be neutral, you have to rely on strength. Without sufficient strength, neutrality is a joke in the eyes of everyone. Elephants will not care about the shouting of an ant when fighting, they will only ignore it and crush it. In choosing a camp, Sherman has nothing to consider. After all, the 10 angels he saved are still in his space station. In addition, since they have already offended the demon civilization, there is no other choice except the angels' justice order. And as long as these 10 angels are safely sent back to the angel civilization, it is better than any gift. Isn't it much better than joining the demons' free camp? But before officially joining the justice order camp, these angels still have to stay there for a while. Chapter 71. Go on. Sherman nodded and asked Aura to continue. Aura nodded and enlarged the star map to reveal 4 galaxies. At present, there are only 3 galaxies that must be passed through the portal of Alpha Star region, the W25 galaxy connected to Beecher Meteor region in the north, the S36 galaxy connected to Camp Star region in the south, the A17 galaxy connected to Beta Star region in the west, and the Black Flag galaxy connected to Omega Star region in the east. These 4 galaxies are the gates to Alpha Star region. Once one of them is opened, we will lose the initiative to attack an Alpha Star region, and will turn to passive defense. Therefore, I suggest building war fortresses in these 4 star systems, stationing a defense fleet, and building Ensemble Jump Stargates to firmly control them in our own hands. Ensemble Jump Stargate it is an upgraded version of the ordinary Stargate, which can provide point-to-point superluminal jump capability, allowing ships to use it even without jump engines. It can establish a stable spacetime channel with another jump Stargate within range and provide services for crossing between 2 star systems. Compared to the ordinary Stargate, which can only provide services for crossing between 2 connected star systems, it can provide services across several or even dozens of star systems to achieve the ability to quickly transport fleets. This technology was unlocked by Sherman along with ordinary Stargate technology when he first started building the Alpha Star region, and it was also built in the galaxies with ice mines in the Alpha Star region and has long been put into use. Sherman sat on the sofa, tapping the titanium alloy table with his index finger slightly bent. Then the defense of these 4 galaxies is not enough for the Motocore alone, right? Yes. Aura nodded, pointing to the star map and said, the Motocore is only suitable for conventional fleet operations, and in the future, these 4 galaxies, especially the north and south, will face more than just conventional fleet attacks, and there is a high probability that there will be battles above the flagship level, and the Motocore will find it difficult to support this. After a pause, Ola added, moreover, Maud's computing power can only support 3 full fleets at most. Apart from the patrol team in the Alpha Star field, there are only 2 main fleets left, which is not enough to support the defense of 4 star systems. They are just intelligent life, not gods, and cannot control warships infinitely. There is a limit on the number of warships that can be controlled. Exceeding the control number will have a great impact on the control of the warships. You guys can't stand the fact that I have a little balance in my game account. Sherman couldn't understand what Aura meant, and smiled at Aura. Tell me, which faction ship system can I unlock with my ISK? Sherman made a total of 5.5 trillion after selling the Komodo blueprint, and the matching faction and officer equipment to Dark Blood Kratos. Except for the 2 trillion he spent to unlock Sodio, he only has 3.5 trillion left now. Unlocking a faction ship system requires at least 5 trillion, especially the pirate faction, which needs to unlock an officer. What he has is far from enough. Commander, your ISK is far from enough to unlock the 4 Empire ship systems. Aura shook his head. What about pirates, such as the Serpentis group or the Gustus group? Sherman asked. You know, these 2 pirate forces have powerful weapons like Titans. Unlocking any one of them can solve the current urgent problem. No. Aura ruthlessly cut off Sherman's thoughts. He wanted to create a Titan directly, but he was dreaming. Gustus Group and Serpentis Group are special. They are both forces with Titan technology, so the price will not change unless all their officials are unlocked. Does that mean that after unlocking their officials, the price will be lower? Sherman stood up, stretched and yawned. He hadn't slept for a day and a night, and was very sleepy now. Take Serpentis Group as an example. When the commander unlocks its 4 officials, its fleet will drop from 5 trillion to only 100 billion, but it needs to be unlocked all at once. There is no reduction for unlocking a single one. Okay. Seeing that Titan was hopeless, Sherman didn't care. Then which faction can be unlocked now? What do you think? Ola quickly answered, Angels and Sasha. Don't get me wrong, this angel is not the angel civilization in the Interstellar, but refers to the pirate force called Angel Enterprise Consortium in the game, which is the largest and most organized criminal group based in space in the game. These 2 pirate forces do not have strategic weapons like Titan, and only Sasha has a Returner-class super aircraft carrier. The Angel Consortium is similar to the Mod Corps, with only a fleet from frigates to battleships, and no flagship. Therefore, Sherman, who aimed at Titan at the beginning, did not include these 2 forces in the priority unlocking range, although both forces were quite cheap because they did not have Titan technology. Angel Enterprise Consortium full set of ships. Introduction. Angel Enterprise Consortium is an expert in using projectile cannons, and is known for its speed. Requirement. Unlock an Angel Enterprise Consortium officer. Price. 500 billion ISK. Sasha Republic full set of ships. Introduction. Uses energy turrets and has excellent shield defense capabilities. Requirements: unlock an official of the Republic of Sasha. Price: 2 trillion ISK. With a 3.5 trillion ISK in Shyman's account, it would be fine to unlock both fleets, but the problem is that there is a prerequisite: unlocking an official. He now has nothing but ISK. He has been brushing the star belt in the source for so long, but he has not seen even an official of the Sky Serpent, let alone the Angels and Sasha officials that he has not brushed yet. Then Ola explained, "Commander, you forgot that you destroyed a pirate Sodio." Sherman looked at Ola in astonishment, with a puzzled look on his face. What is the connection between this pirate Sodio and the officials? Pirate Sodio is the most special and difficult copy in the game, so as long as you participate in the destruction, you can get a chance to unlock an official at will. This is written in your exclusive mall. Don't you know? Is there such an explanation? Sherman looked at the exclusive mall in the game with a puzzled look. It's not written either. Look here. Aura went forward and opened the description of the exclusive mall, and saw that the last item on it did say this. Sherman scratched his head, feeling that something was wrong, but he put it aside when he was about to unlock a new faction ship system. Which faction do you plan to unlock? Because he could only designate one official to unlock, that is to say, he could only unlock one ship system now, and Aura was needed to evaluate it. Sasha. Aura answered without hesitation. Some of Sasha's technology is very useful for our current situation, even more useful than unlocking any other faction. Okay. Sherman didn't ask any more questions, and directly selected Chelm Solon as the designated unlocking official, and then spent 2 trillion ISK to unlock the Sasha ship system. In a cloning room in the space station, as the cloning cabin opened, a figure slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of light red pupils. Captivating. Chapter 72. Looking at the Sasha ship system lit up in the exclusive mall, Sherman looked at the only 1.5 trillion ISK left in his account, and his heart couldn't help but feel empty. This ISK is hard to earn, and it's also spent quickly. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the Sasha Republic's intelligent life Chelm Solon, unlocking the exclusive technology Chelm Solon Research Laboratory. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the Sasha Republic's full range of warship technology. Congratulations on unlocking the Sasha Republic's intelligent life and its full range of warships, and rewarding Sasha's exclusive technology Shadow Iron Cavalry. Chelm Solon Research Laboratory? Shadow Cavalry? Sherman's mood suddenly improved, and the depression of spending a large amount of money was swept away. Aura, this Chelm Solon Research Laboratory and Shadow Cavalry are what you said are most needed at the moment, right? Chelm Solon Research Laboratory is what Chelm Solon comes with after unlocking it, and it is also what every official comes with after unlocking it. After all, every pirate official is an outstanding scientific researcher. Aura smiled, but then shook his head. Although the Chelm's improved equipment produced by Chelm Solon Research Laboratory is very good, it is not what is needed at the moment. Aura projected a cavalry with 2 sets of spikes on its body. Shadow Cavalry, this is what we need now. Sherman was puzzled by this. This is just cavalry technology, nothing special about it. Admittedly, in the game, this Shadow Cavalry is very expensive and has high damage, but it's nothing special. Aura continued to explain. This Shadow Cavalry is a heavy cavalry carrier-based aircraft. Its attack method is a pulse cannon. It has good electric heat damage and a fast firing rate. Its damage is top-notch among cavalry. I know that. After all, it is Sasha's Iron Cavalry, and it must have inherited Sasha's energy cannon technology. But if the Iron Cavalry can defend, then can't I just unlock other Iron Cavalry directly? The unlocking price of each ordinary Iron Cavalry is only 50 billion, and there are no other requirements. He can unlock them all now. It's different. Ola shook his head and projected the attributes of the Shadow Iron Cavalry. In addition to the conventional pulse cannon attack, it also has a powerful function of self-destruction. The special structure of the Shadow Iron Cavalry allows it to be equipped with highly compressed energy. It can release highly compressed energy to actively impact the enemy's shield, and then self-destruct to cause devastating attacks on its armor and structure. Especially for flagships, it can cause devastating blows, which is what we need now. Currently, Sherman and his men do not have a complete flagship fleet, so they are struggling in flagship-level battles, so they urgently need means to counter the flagship. Being able to counter the flagship is great, but this is cavalry, and heavy cavalry at that. We have just started building Sodio, and Sasha has just been unlocked. We have to wait until the Returner-class super aircraft carrier is launched, and it has to be organized. This time is not short, Sherman said worriedly. This heavy cavalry can only be used by super aircraft carriers, and his only super aircraft carrier is the returner class that has just been unlocked. Not to mention that Sodio is still under construction, and has not been built yet. Even if it is built, the manufacturing cycle of this super aircraft carrier will take at least 2 months, not to mention that the basic resources are already seriously insufficient to build more defense fleets. Moreover, the war may break out at any time, and both time and resources are seriously constrained. Commander, this shadow cavalry is not only the heavy cavalry used by super aircraft carriers, but also the standing shadow cavalry used by space stations. This is what we need now. Aura put his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly. They are not afraid of conventional wars now. After all, whether it is the Morticore or the upcoming Sasha fleet, they are not very weak in this regard. But they are afraid that the other party will use the flagship-level combat power to forcibly dismantle the space station without honoring the martial ethics. They don't have the flagship-level force now. But with this standing shadow iron cavalry, it's different. They have a way to deal with a flagship's forced demolition of the space station. How powerful is this standing shadow iron cavalry? 3 groups can destroy a small aircraft carrier, 5 groups can destroy a dreadnought, and large aircraft carriers and titans can also destroy it as long as there are enough of them. Aura looked at the Shadow Knight on the projection, and was very confident. How much does it cost? Sherman asked calmly, holding back his excitement. Since it is so powerful, the cost must not be too cheap. Aura's confident smile suddenly froze, and then he said a little embarrassedly, because the cabin that stores high compression energy needs to be specially built, the cost of each Shadow Knight is not cheap. For a group of 6 Shadow Knights, the resource cost of each group can build 10 battleships. Sherman was silent after hearing this. It was not the same as exchanging 50 battleships for 1 dreadnought. It was too wasteful. With their current resource reserves, they did not have the right to lose like this. Now, whether it was Sodio, the Soul Returner supercarrier, the Sasha fleet, or the Mod Corps, they all needed a lot of resources to build, not to mention that they needed to manufacture a batch of warships, and weapons, and equipment for battlefield reserves before the war came. Now the gap in resources was too big. Resources and time. Sherman couldn't help but sigh. Ola, how is the deal with Omega? Not ideal. Ola turned off the holographic projection and continued to report. The current war atmosphere is intensifying. The basic resources in the Omega Star market have increased in price by a large margin, and are even out of stock from time to time. The resources currently acquired are just a drop in the bucket. No one is a fool. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the battlefield is coming, so they are all rushing to acquire basic resources to cope with future wars, or wait until the war comes, and then sell them to make a fortune. MD, these damn profiteers. Sherman punched the table in anger. After calming down, he said to Aura, go directly contact the guys in the Omega Union and tell them that we are selling battleships and warships below the battleships, and ask them if they are interested. Wars are fought for resources and war reserves. I believe they will be interested in the warships of New Eden. Yes. Aura nodded in response. And then, the doorbell rang. Sherman motioned Aura to open the door. He thought it would be an angel wandering in the space station, but he didn't expect that a tall human girl would come in. Just when he was surprised, the girl walked up to him, saluted, and said in a very serious tone, Chelm Solon, the commander of the First Fleet of the Sasha Republic, comes to report to His Excellency the Commander. Chelm Solon? Sherman looked at the cold and frosty queen in front of him, somewhat unbelievable. Isn't this Chelm Solon a bald middle-aged man in a game? How did she become a queen? Chapter 73. Looking at the graceful queen with cold phoenix eyes, black and beautiful shoulder-length hair, Sherman had no idea in his mind, and his mind was full of confusion. Isn't this Chelm Solon a middle-aged man? How did she become a queen, and such a beautiful woman? Sherman couldn't accept it in his heart. The contrast was too great. Ola on the side had no doubts about this, and nodded when he looked at Chelm Solon. I thought you would modify the clone like Mod, but I didn't expect that you are quite in line with normal aesthetics. Chelm Solon put down his arm and turned to look at Aura. His eyes were calm. Don't compare me with a guy whose muscles have grown into the source code. I am a scientific researcher, and human female hands are more sensitive and more qualified to do delicate work than men. Aura turned his head to look at Sherman, who was shocked, and teased Chelm Solon. Your change across genders has scared our commander. Chelm Solon looked at Aura, with a trace of contempt in his cold eyes. How dare you say that to me? Your original female identity has turned into the uncle of a middle-aged man now, right? Ola was choked by Chelm Solon and couldn't speak. Finally, he said helplessly, I need this for work. Besides, don't you think I am more convincing when I am out like this? Chelm Solon looked at Ola and nodded, which was considered to be his approval of Ola's statement. To be honest, Ola's handsome middle-aged uncle looks, coupled with his temperament, is still very stylish. Sherman looked at the two people bickering back and forth, and didn't know what to say. Thousands of words can only be summed up in one sentence. What's going on? Then Aura explained, Commander, you also know that we are all intelligent life forms. There is no gender difference when we are born. Only when we come to this time can we determine our gender according to our own personality. Sherman scratched his head and looked at the two people in front of him with a complicated expression. So now is your real gender, and the one in the game is not real? Aura shook his head first, then nodded and replied, You can understand it this way. Chelm Solon, who was standing quietly at the side, also said, Commander, if you don't like my current appearance, I can change the clone to the appearance in the game. The commander is their first authority, in other words, their master. As long as the commander gives an order, they should obey it unconditionally and strictly, even if it is against their will to change the original clone's appearance. Sherman waved his hand. He was not a pervert who would force others to change themselves. Just do what you like. I don't have the habit of forcing others. Sherman stood up and straightened his clothes, then came to Chelm Solon. You are no longer a vague piece of data. Now you have feelings, you can cry and laugh, and you have your own preferences. I have no right to change you, even if I am your commander. Sherman saluted Chelm Solon. Welcome to reality, Chelm Solon. Ola on the side also put away his smile and saluted solemnly. Welcome to reality, Chelm Solon. Chelm Solon also solemnly returned the greeting to the two, and his cold eyes had become soft. After the ceremony, Sherman clapped his hands and said happily, To celebrate the addition of another general to New Eden, I will cook a welcome ceremony tonight. Ola, you go prepare the ingredients. Yes. Ola nodded and smiled gently. By the way, remember to ask Maud to come back so that everyone can have a good gathering. Sherman said, and went back to his captain's room to take a shower. He was so sleepy after playing games for a day and a night, and he planned to have a good sleep before getting up to cook. Watching Sherman disappear and Aura communicating with Motor, who was stationed in the Black Flag Galaxy, Chelm Solon closed his eyes, and gently felt the beating in his chest and the warmth in his heart, with a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. Is this real life? What? The Motor Regiment stationed in the Black Flag military fortress was shocked when they received Aura's communication. Why, Chelm Solon wakes up, you are not happy. Aura secretly glanced at Chelm Solon beside him, then played the projection and turned up the volume to the maximum. That's not what I meant. After all, we will be comrades fighting side by side in the future. I am so happy that I can't wait to be happy. Maud waved his hand to show that he didn't mean that. Ola was very disappointed to see that Maud didn't fall for it. He turned his eyes and continued to set the trap. It's not because of this. Is it because Chelm Solon has become a girl in reality and disappointed you? When Chelm Solon heard what Ola said, he squinted his eyes and looked at Maud in the projection. The nails on his fingers rubbed lightly, and a little cold light flashed. I'm really disappointed about this. Maud did not deny it, and continued to say, I thought that with the character of the Sasha Republic, this Chelm Solon would become a strong man like me, but I didn't expect it to be a woman. Ola looked at Chelm Solon, who was expressionless and gnashing his teeth at the projection, and felt happy in his heart, and continued to instigate Maud. What's wrong with the Sasha Republic? Do you have any misunderstandings? Misunderstanding? This is the fact. Maud raised his voice, waving his hands and spitting. There are a lot of perverts in the Sasha Republic and the Blood Raiders. One likes to collect corpses, and the other likes to suck blood. Such a violent guy should be a strong and fierce man like me. It seems that she is perverted. We must get along well with her in the future. Don't offend her, otherwise you will suffer. As he said, Maud also sighed. It seems that not everyone is as simple as me. At this time, Chelm Solon walked in front of Ola, looked at Maud, whose face suddenly froze, and smiled, very cold and charming. Don't worry, we two will definitely get along well. Then he slammed the door and left without paying any attention to Maud. Maud looked at Chelm Solon, who left with a murderous look, and couldn't help shouting anxiously, Chelm sister, listen to my explanation, I don't mean that. Unfortunately, all that was left for him was a disappearing back. Maud gritted his teeth and looked at Ola in front of the projection. Ola, you cheated me. Remember to come back. Then Ola smiled and turned off the projection, looking at the spaceships coming and going outside the space station through the huge landing ship, and stretched his waist. This is the meaning of life. Chapter 74. Sherman woke up at 8:30 in the evening. He went online to collect the daily sign-in reward. Even if he didn't sell the things he signed in every month, it would be a lot of ISK. Then he hurried to the kitchen, which he had never been to before. In his previous life, he lived alone and couldn't afford the increasingly expensive takeout, so he practiced a good cooking skill. Although he didn't know how to make a full banquet or Buddha jumps over the wall, he was still good at home cooking. Thanks to the opening of the Omega Star region trade route, Aura has stockpiled a lot of basic supplies, so there is no shortage of ingredients in the kitchen. Commander, I'm back. Maud returned to the base in a hurry and knocked open the kitchen door at the smell, staring at the bone soup in the pressure cooker and drooling. Just in time, Maud, go to the greenhouse next to my captain's room to pick some vegetables. Sherman tasted the soup after saying that, and it tasted just right, fresh enough. Okay. Smelling the smell, Maud swallowed his saliva and hurried to Sherman's captain's room to eat early. Sherman saw that there was a greenhouse for green plants in the captain's room. He didn't want to do anything fancy, so he just changed it to a vegetable room temperature. It's good to look at and eat, much better than those fancy green plants. Half an hour later, in the combat meeting room, all the people of New Eden gathered here. Because the angels wandering disturbed them, they held a celebration party in the combat meeting room. Everyone had no objection to this. After all, there were so many things to pay attention to. It was a simple meal of 4 dishes and 1 soup. There weren't many varieties, but the portions were large enough to fill you up. After all, there was a guy who didn't even have a clone, which was a relief. Sherman stood up and poured red wine for everyone, then returned to his seat and poured himself a glass, toasting and saying, "Today is the day when Chelm Solon comes, so I take this opportunity to get everyone together. I won't introduce you all one by one. I guess you all know each other better than I do. Just eat and drink." Several people clinked their glasses and took a sip. Aura, who was a holographic projection, also used data to gather a glass full of red wine, and clinked glasses with everyone. It didn't seem out of place. After drinking 3 glasses of wine, everyone had nothing to talk about. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward. Maud was eating so deliciously that he simply didn't want to speak. Then, Sherman had to turn the topic to work. Aura, now there are 4 war fortresses in the Portal Galaxy. What type of space station do you want to choose? This war fortress is not just any space station. It needs strong defense capabilities and defensive firepower. It is not something that can be built with a refinery like a Tano. Star City. Aura answered without hesitation. As long as the Star City is built in the portal system, it can be the most important fortress on the front line now and in the future. Sherman's face froze. My goodness, this Star City requires 2 trillion ISK to unlock. Is this something that a poor guy like him can think of? Then he said awkwardly, this Star City requires too many materials. Even if I unlock it, we don't have the materials to build it, not to mention that we need 4. No, it should be 5 star cities. Maud, who was eating with oil dripping from the corners of his mouth, continued, we also need to build a star city here, whether for the commander's safety or other needs. We need a star city here. At present, their base is just an ordinary iron wall. Although the infrastructure and weapons are complete, it is indeed not enough in the face of the gradually expanding New Eden. Commander, I suggest that we build a defensive fleet first. Compared to the immobile space station, the strength of the fleet is the most important thing at the moment. Chelm Solon put down the cutlery and elegantly wiped the corners of his mouth with a towel. At present, the space station is just a garrison point for us. Any iron wall can meet the needs. The most important thing is to have enough fleets and warships in reserve. The future will be a cruel steel mill, and it will not work without sufficient fleet strength. Chelm Solon was right. For now, warships are the main defense force. Sherman shouldn't ask such a stupid question. But resources are really in short supply now. Aura, how many fleets can be built with the current resources? The data in Aura's hand turned into a burst of data, and the data flowed through his eyes, and he quickly gave Sherman the answer. Currently, a Sodio is also being manufactured, and the materials for 5 Soul Returner-class super aircraft carriers have been prepared in advance. The remaining materials can also build 2 full-strength Sasha main fleets. What about Maud's regiment? Sherman skillfully snatched a piece of pork ribs from Maud's hand with chopsticks, ignoring Maud's resentful look, and turned to look at Aura. Because Maud's regiment has already started preparations, the 3 main fleets of Maud's regiment have been fully deployed, and there is even a formation of warships in reserve, which is completely sufficient for the early combat needs. Aura glanced at Maud. This guy came to him every day to cry poor. At that time, Sherman had just ordered to fully organize Maud's regiment, so Maud's regiment had already been fully equipped. In general, even if all the current resources are used up, there will only be 6 main fleets. Yes, the 4 fleets of the Maud Corps and the 2 fleets of Sasha are far from enough to meet the defense needs of the 4 major star systems. Aura, step up contact with the idiots of the Omega Union and seek resource assistance. As Sherman said this, he grabbed a piece of pork ribs with his hands and bit them fiercely, as if they were the idiots of Omega. If these guys hadn't been so stupid as to auction off the Angel, he wouldn't have been so anxious now. Yes. Then Ola said, Commander, there is one more thing I need to remind you of. Sherman used his eyes to force Maud to retreat, put the last piece of ribs into his mouth, and said vaguely, What is it? Ola projected the electronic invitation letter sent by Omega Auction House again. It's the Omega auction in 3 days. Are you going to attend? Go, why not? These guys are willing to put up such an auction without even caring about their lives. How can you miss it? And he also plans to buy back those angels, well, rescue them. When the time comes, send them back together with the angels and the space station to improve the reputation of the angel civilization, which will increase the bargaining chips and be more conducive to the development of the plan. By the way, Commander, the auction house can also auction warships. Do you think you can bring a batch of warships over to exchange for some basic resources? Ola reminded him at the right time that in addition to various rare items and slaves, warships, weapons and equipment, technology and rare resources are the main objects of the auction. Okay, you choose the warships that can be sold, I will unlock the relevant technology, and you are responsible for the preparation. Yes. Sherman wiped his hands and skillfully took out a cigarette from Maud's coat pocket. Maud slightly bent the mechanical index finger to open it, and then a faint blue flame came out to light it for him. Auction, special auction items, and a large number of warships that he was going to auction. Sherman leaned back in his chair and blew out a smoke ring. Looking at the list of auction items, he suddenly smiled. Sizzle, a bit of that taste. Chapter 75. Today's New Eden may be lacking in fleet force, but its industrial strength is still terrifying. Under the large-scale development of the Alpha star field in Aura, the satellites in the 23 surrounding star systems, with the Alpha star system as the center, have laid out Atano for satellite mining. 113 Atano refineries are running at the same time, bringing a large amount of mineral resources to New Eden every day. And each Atano can not only carry out satellite development, but also has large docks that can manufacture battleships, and there are a full 20 of them. Thanks to the modular warships in New Eden, not to mention frigates and cruisers, just the battleships, the main battleships in the war, can be manufactured in just 2 days. This means that with the current industrial capacity, as long as there are enough resources, Sherman can pull out 8 standard full-strength fleets of 255 warships in 2 days. It is really terrifying. But there is a lack of resources. 3 days passed in a flash. The warships of Alpha Space Station were moored in the port. Sherman put his hands on the railing and looked at the 26 neatly arranged Bowhead Whale-class industrial ships in the port. Each Bowhead Whale-class ship maintenance warehouse was equipped with a full 10 fully armed battleships. This is a battleship that costs nearly half of the current resources of New Eden to manufacture for the Omega auction. It is a full battleship fleet. I believe it can be sold for a good price on the eve of the war. Commander, you don't need to go there in person. I can give you a remote holographic projection live broadcast. Olo looked at Sherman, who left the guardrail and walked towards the berth, and persuaded him. Since I came to this damn place, I haven't been far away. I have to go and join in the fun. It has been almost 2 months since he came here. Apart from occasionally strolling around the galaxy, he spends most of his time in the captain's room working, playing games, and he is almost moldy. And didn't you say that both camps are still assembling fleets, and it is expected that there will be some time before the war officially breaks out? Relying on Aura's powerful interstellar network intelligence capabilities, he analyzed the fleets and material mobilization of various forces, and thus estimated that the war is still in the brewing stage, and there is still some time before it officially breaks out. This is also the reason why Sherman dares to go out despite his stable, fear of death, character. After saying that, he boarded his own vehicle, Xiao Chong, Monitor-class battlecruiser. Because of the Monitor-class's super strong defense, it is worthy of the name of Xiao Chong. He said that this name is quite appropriate. Looking at Sherman, who has entered the space capsule, Aura did not persuade him, but quietly entered the Monitor-class central intelligent brain to serve as an auxiliary intelligence. As Sherman lay in the space capsule, more than a dozen neuron connectors the size of an adult's arm were tightly attached to his spine, like a suction cup. With a slight tingling sensation, his eyes went black, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw the various operation interfaces of the battleship. Under the traction of Aura, the Monitor class left the berth and left the space station through the space station channel. Outside the space station, a fleet composed entirely of battleships and heavy interceptors was neatly arranged under the station's station beam. This is another main fleet of the Mod Corps stationed in the Alpha Galaxy. It is a duty garrison fleet, ready to respond to enemies appearing in the Alpha Star field at any time. And Sherman's trip was also escorted by this fleet until he arrived at the Black Flag Galaxy. Let's go! When he arrived outside the space station, Sherman drove the Monitor class like a wild horse and prepared to jump across the galaxy. Under the energy transmission of the station's resident beam, the warship's jump engine began to charge quickly and completed the charging in less than 10 minutes. As the energy in the jump engine was released, the warship began to accelerate. After reaching a certain speed, as the space collapsed, the warship entered the subspace navigation state. This navigation state is also unbearable for the human body. If you continue to stay in the captain's cabin, you will definitely be torn to pieces in this navigation state. The Mod fleet, which had been on standby for a long time, also entered the subspace state and started the jump to the coordinate point. Not long after Sherman and others left, a small fleet of 20 battleships also quietly sailed out of the space station. The black and white hulls had an indescribable solemnity, and disappeared on the spot with the explosion of a space ripple. After entering the Black Flag Galaxy again, in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, the escorting Mod fleet entered the military fortress for repairs, and replaced it with a squadron led by Mod to take over the escort to the Omega Star region. It should be mentioned here that the main fleet of New Eden is mainly composed of battleships, supplemented by a small number of special ships, such as logistics ships, interception ships, etc., which are the main battlefield fleets. Generally, there are no other organizations. Only the fleet responsible for daily defense will have squadrons, and battalions for patrols, escorts, and small-scale battles. Everyone passed through the acceleration track of the Black Flag Galaxy, and as a dazzling energy light enveloped the battleship entered a long-distance jump state. When the energy light dispersed, the warship left the jump state and arrived in the Omega Galaxy. Looking at the long queue outside the space station berthing area in the distance, the spaceships that appeared from the subspace jumped from time to time, and the various communication information in the Galaxy public channel, Sherman had an illusion that he had arrived in the Guitar Galaxy in the game. After half an hour of waiting, a fleet finally entered the berthing port. Sherman came out of the port and looked at the people coming and going around him, and couldn't help but envy. This is called a space station. This kind of bustling scene is what a normal space station looks like. Unlike his space station, there are only 10 angels who are bored and wandering around every day. There is no popularity at all. It is a pity that he is only a space station until now, but has never experienced the feeling of collecting rent as a landlord. Looking at the commercial street next to the bustling street, Sherman secretly made up his mind. After the foundation of New Eden is laid, immigration must be opened. I will collect rent in person. At this time, a silver hovercraft stopped steadily beside Sherman, and Aura, who was hiding in the robot, walked over quickly and opened the door. "Commander, please." The hovercraft drove all the way to the upper level of the space station. The flow of people along the way gradually decreased, but the number of hovercrafts increased, and they became more and more luxurious, until they stopped in front of a store with a warship projected on it. Sherman got out of the car and looked up at the plaque with his eyes slightly squinted. There were 5 big words written on it in the Interstellar Universal Language: New Eden Heavy Industry. Chapter 76. New Eden Heavy Industry. This is New Eden's weapon shop in Omega Star City, which mainly sells warships, weapons, and ammunition. It is also the office where the Morticore takes on some secret missions. As soon as you enter the door, you can see that the walls of the store are covered with holographic projections and introductions of various weapons, equipment, and ammunition, from shield equipment to weapons. In particular, the ammunition has all kinds of missiles, hybrid bullets, projectiles, and energy crystals, but the ammunition is not as large as the flagship ammunition. It's just that the battleships only have 2 destroyers. Ola, how is the store doing? It won't lose money, right? Sherman looked at the huge store, but there was no customer, and he couldn't help wondering. It shouldn't be like this. Although the things sold are some T1 derivative equipment and ammunition, and the battleships are also locked to a level, compared with other stores, they are much higher in price and practicality. It shouldn't be so deserted. Commander, this store can bring billions of star coins to the civilization every month, especially the sales of equipment and ammunition are the hottest. Ola walked beside Sherman and pointed to the ammunition area on the right. Then this? Sherman glanced at the empty store. It didn't look like there was any business. Ola looked at Sherman, who was looking around, and immediately understood what he meant. He smiled and said, "Commander, most of the time this business is done on the trading network. Few people come to the store to trade in person. This place is more often used as the office of the Mod Corps. Because warships and weapons are huge, this small store cannot hold them all, so the goods are stored in the warehouse of the cargo area of the space station. Even if someone wants to see the goods, they just contact each other on the trading network and then go there to see the goods together. They rarely come to the store in person. Ammunition is even more dangerous. Not to mention antimatter and other ammunition that can cause great harm to the space station. Just say that if an ordinary light missile explodes accidentally, it is unknown how many people will die in this place where only the rich and the noble shop. So no matter which space station it is strictly prohibited to bring it in. Is that so?" Sherman nodded, looking at Maud, who was wearing a woolen coat and holding a thick cigar in his mouth. He turned around and gently put his elbow on his waist, compared, "It seems that your Maud's group is better at business." Maud exhaled a smoke ring and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Of course, I am not as good as Aura in conspiring and scheming, but when it comes to being a mercenary and doing hired tasks, I am a professional. In this regard, even Gustas and Serpentis combined cannot beat me." This is not Maud's bragging. After all, Maud's group is not a pirate in the game, but a mercenary organization. They accept the mission of United Mining to patrol the Cloud Ring Star region and protect the assets of United Mining. Look at what you can do. Sherman rolled his eyes and skillfully took out a pack of cigarettes from Maud's coat. He ignored his resentful look and lit it happily. "Commander, don't take all of them. Leave some for me." Maud didn't bring many cigarettes this time, only 1.5 packs. He couldn't help but feel a little resentful when Sherman took away 1 pack. "Aura, when does the auction start?" Sherman ignored Maud's words, turned to look at Aura, and put the cigarette box in his pocket. "It starts at 9 o'clock tonight. You can take a rest first. I have prepared a room for you." Sherman looked at his personal terminal. It was only past 3 o'clock, so it was still early, so he nodded. "Lead the way. I am a little tired after driving the spaceship all the way here. This driving warship can be connected to the neuron. Long-term driving will make people nervous. Only after professional training can you ignore this fatigue and drive for a long time. But a guy like Sherman, who has not been trained, will inevitably feel tired when driving suddenly. By the way, Ola, go contact the person in charge of the auction and add our auction items. It would be fun if we couldn't participate in the auction." When he arrived at the room, Sherman stretched and reminded Ola. "Yes." Ola smiled and nodded in response. Watching Sherman enter the room, Maud glanced at Ola. "Ola, do you need me to go?" After all, Ola's use of this robot appearance to discuss business will inevitably make others feel despised. That's why Maud asked this. "No, you just need to protect the commander while I go alone." Ola shook his head, then said seriously, "From now on, you have to stay by the commander's side. The commander's safety is more important than anything else, and there is no room for error. You should understand." Maud heard this, watched Ola slowly spit out a circle of eyes, and suddenly showed a ferocious smile. "Don't worry, no one can hurt the commander when I'm here." After saying that, he threw the cigar to the ground and stomped it out with his foot. Omega Auction House. Now, a few hours before the auction, in the conference room. Bang. "Barley, do you really think that Angel Civilization will not start a war?" Lambert Heavy Industries CEO Matt entered the conference room and stared at Barley, who was sitting in the chairman's seat. God knows that he was only on a business trip to other star regions for half a month, and such a big thing happened in Omega, and even such an absurd thing was personally instigated by the chairman Barley. "Auctioning angels, you really dare to do it. Angel Fleet, of course I'm afraid." Barley leaned against the chair with his legs crossed and smoked, looking at the angry Matt with a smile. "The news has been spread. It's too late for you to say anything now, right?" Matt looked at Barley with an indifferent face, suppressed the anger in his heart and forced himself to calm down, cancel the auction, and send the angel back to calm the angel's anger. Before Barley could speak, Tattamashi on the side directly refused. Although there was not enough time to prepare for this auction, all the powerful civilizations and forces around have already sent representatives. If it is cancelled, where will our Omega save face? Looking at this guy who has always been at odds with him, Matt's anger was evident on his face. He pointed at him and cursed. "I thought you were just narrow-minded, but I didn't expect you to have such a vision. I really don't know why Shingshan Heavy Industry chose a fool like you. This is almost a dead end. Why do you still care about face, idiot? You? Tatamashi slammed the table and stood up, glaring. What do you mean you? You are such a moron. Don't be a CO. Hurry up and let a smart person take over. Otherwise, Shingshan Heavy Industry will be defeated by you sooner or later. Matt looked at Tatamashi, who stood up and slammed the table in return. Everyone looked at Matt, who was like a barrel of explosives, but they didn't stop him. Instead, they squinted their eyes and watched the show. They just needed popcorn and Coke. Matt thought of something and turned to look at Mu Yunyan, who was putting her feet on the table and concentrating on playing games. Mu Yunyan, you have angel blood yourself. Don't you know the consequences of doing this? Mu Yunyan didn't take it seriously, swinging her feet on the table. Although I am an angel half-blood, I am not an angel. Have you ever seen an angel without wings? Then you have lived in the angel civilization, and even graduated from the angel higher military school. Don't you know the consequences of their doing this? Matt didn't expect that the half-angel girl in front of him would be so indifferent, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. What consequences can there be? Mu Yunyan glanced at Barl, and when Barl nodded, he continued, it's just a few killing angels. Let alone auctioning them. Even if you publicly execute the angel civilization, they will not pay attention to you. What's the hurry? Matt was stunned. Killing angels? Chapter 77. Angel civilization, like demon civilization, is a super civilization controlled by religion and believes in justice and order. It is this belief that enables angel civilization to integrate its strength to overthrow the tyranny of civilization that has enslaved it for many years and formally establish itself in the Starry Sea. Justice and order have made angel civilization powerful, and angels are also willing to help and support weak civilizations invaded by other civilizations, and promote the justice and order that has brought the new life, hoping to help other enslaved and oppressed civilizations. The idea of helping the weak, which is contrary to the previous interstellar dark laws, attracted countless weak civilizations to join, making the justice order camp bigger and bigger, from just a few civilized countries to the current superpower spanning hundreds of star fields and tens of thousands of civilizations. However, over the past thousands of years, some angels found that the justice order they fought for did not bring precious peace to their people. Instead, because of the dark laws in the Star Sea, they were forced to be involved in the quagmire of various wars all the time, causing various deaths of their people. When the angels wanted to escape from this predicament, they found that they had been pushed to the highest position in the universe by the justice order they created, and they could not escape. Now they found that the monster they created was so huge that the angel civilization dared not leave this position, otherwise they would be the first to die. The constant war made some angels waver in the justice order they had always believed in, especially those fighting angels who were on the front line, who were used to the darkness in the Starry Sea and hated these wars that had nothing to do with them. As a result, they no longer believed in the just order and advocated withdrawing from the just order and returning to the peaceful neutral camp. Some even radically advocated joining the free camp of the demon civilization. All these angels were judged as heretics by the arbitration, expelled from the just order, and no longer recognized as a member of the angels, nor protected by the just order. Without the protection of the just order, and with the revenge of so many enemies established by the angel civilization, these angels had to gather together and leave their hometowns. In order to survive, they had to face the pursuit of the enemy, which made them have a deeper understanding of the dark laws of the Star Sea and turned into the god of death on the battlefield. Abandoned by the angel civilization, these angels are called fallen angels, but more often they are called killing angels. Because these angels told the entire universe what kind of killing machines angels would become when encountering war without the constraints of justice order. According to known intelligence, although there are less than 5,000 of these killing angels, they destroy dozens of civilizations and countless life planets while being hunted down and fleeing. The killings they caused even exceeded the death toll of the Second Camp War. Their ruthless style made all civilizations feel terrified. This is something that even the demon civilization has never done. After all, the free camp of the demon civilization pursues interests, not pure killing. Looking at Mu Yunyan, who continued to play games, Matt sat calmly in his seat. His impatience calmed down a little, but he was still a little throbbing. Although the angel civilization will not intervene, are you sure that our fleet, which does not even have a few flagships, can withstand the revenge of these killing angels? Although the Omega Federation secretly hid more than 10 flagships under the noses of the two major camps, they were all small flagships, at most dreadnoughts, not super flagships. These killing angels were all driving the main battleships of the angel civilization, and one of them was even a fully armed Skyblade Titan, which was a terrifying thing that could shatter a star with one blow. He didn't want to see this thing outside the Omega Star City. Barley glanced at Matt, who had an expressionless face, got up and walked to the wine cabinet to take out a bottle of wine and came to Matt's side, pouring it on him. You can rest assured about this. We are just doing things for others. We are not the ones who really participate in the battle. Oh! Matt took the wine glass and drank it all, but there was no sign of drunkenness in his eyes. The cold alcohol stimulated his nerves. He analyzed the information he knew one by one in his mind. After a while, he looked at Barley, stood up and blurted out, Freedom Camp. The third fleet of demons. Yes, the civilizations destroyed by these killing angels almost all belonged to the Freedom Camp. Only the Freedom Camp hated them so much, and the demons would definitely be interested in the Skyblade Titan technology of the angel civilization. Smart. Barley gently raised the bottle to Matt, and took a sip of strong liquor. We just need to auction as usual. If the fleet of the Angel of Death comes, the third fleet of the Devil will come to support. Don't ask me why I don't refuse. You know what the situation is now. We don't have the power to refuse. Matt closed his mouth. He also knew that facing the third fleet of the Devil, the Omega Federation did not have the power to say no. But Mu Union on the side was very curious. She snatched the bottle from Barley's hand and filled her own glass. Barley, what can we get by taking such a big risk? She didn't believe that the mere threat of force could force the chairman of the Omega Union to submit. There must be a generous reward. Hee. Bailey touched his smooth head, took out a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet, drank it happily, and then said, 10 Freedom-class dreadnoughts, and they are fully liberated. Mu Union touched her white chin and nodded. This deal is not bad. This Freedom-class is a dreadnought-class battleship that was just retired not long ago by the Demon Fleet. Although it is not as good as the current Angry Demon-class dreadnought, it has also reached the level of the main dreadnought of the first-tier civilization. For the increasingly serious situation now, the acquisition of these 10 dreadnoughts is no less than a shot in the arm. What about the angels? Matt continued to ask. Although these killing angels are no longer recognized by the angel civilization, they are still angels at least. If they are auctioned off like this, I am afraid that the angel civilization will interfere. Don't worry, the good people of the angel civilization will definitely pretend not to see these heretics. Mu Union showed a sarcastic look at the corner of her mouth, put the game console in her pocket, and walked out the door. And I don't believe that the fleet of the demon civilization is not prepared for this. Balai looked at Mu Union, who was leaving, and shook his head slightly. He knew that this little guy was thinking about the past again. Okay, it's early, everyone go back and prepare for tonight's auction. Everyone responded. At this time, an email was sent to Matt's terminal, who was about to leave. Looking at the message inside, he couldn't help but stand up. Everyone wait a moment. Everyone stopped with a puzzled look on their faces, and turned to look at him. Matt, you don't still have any objections to the auction of the killing angel, do you? Tatalmashi, who had always been at odds with Matt, said sarcastically. This was approved by all members of the parliament. Don't insist. Do you want to withdraw from the Omega Union? Of course not, but someone wants to temporarily add some things to this auction. Matt ignored Tatalmashi and said to Barley that only Chairman Barley could agree to this matter. Whose faction is it? And now the auction list has already been sent out. How can it be a disgrace to temporarily add auction items? Barley frowned slightly. This auction was unusual. Not everything was eligible for the auction. The person in charge of New Eden, the head office of the Mod Corps, is going to auction a fleet of battleships with full strength, and the battleships have reached the first-line technological level. After Matt finished speaking, everyone's pupils shrank slightly, and their breathing became a little heavy. Auctioning a full fleet of battleships. What a big deal. Chapter 78. Half an hour before the auction started, Sherman and his party, led by Aura, arrived at the auction hall. Because of the large amount of money from a main fleet, and the rising reputation and powerful mercenary upstart Mod, the private room allocated to New Eden was extra spacious. Of course, as locals, all the guests of the Omega Union auction also had private rooms. The auction hall was a building similar to the Roman Colosseum. The auctioneer was on the high platform in the middle, and there were balcony rooms with windows all around, which looked very comfortable. Sherman and Maud sat on the sofa smoking a cigarette, waiting for the auction to start. Aura told Sherman the information he had just obtained in the Omega meeting room. Sherman blew out a smoke ring, thinking, Aura, it means that these angels are not protected by the angel civilization. It won't be a grudge against the angels if you take them. I guess the angels won't accept them if you take them back? Aura nodded. Yes, these angels have been judged as angel heretics. The angel civilization will not accept them, and they will be judged by the Inquisition if they return to the angel civilization privately. Sherman was a little puzzled. Since these angels were not protected by the angel civilization, why was the situation so tense now? Both the two camps dispatched fleets to the front line. Aura even found small forces from the two camps to collect intelligence at the border of Alpha and the Black Flag Galaxy. However, it was not the time to start a war, so the fleets at the border were not expelled or attacked. Of course, they expressed regret for the disappearance of the fleet that entered the heart of the Alpha Star field for reconnaissance, and said they knew nothing. Commander, based on the existing intelligence analysis, I have analyzed the purpose of both parties, and I am 95% sure. Aura said, as he waved his hand, and a strange signal wave appeared, shielding all the electronic equipment in the box. Then Maud took out a palm-sized box from his coat, and placed it on the coffee table. A translucent energy shield filled the entire room, shielding biological signals such as sound waves and heat energy. Watching Maud check the shield and nod, Aura continued, based on the current situation, the demon fleet has captured two groups of angels. One group is the killing angels that are about to be auctioned, and the other group is the fighting angels of the Angel 5th Fleet who are still staying in our space station. Among the angels belonging to the 5th Fleet of Angels, except for the 10 we have now, the rest have been rescued or died together with a demon escort team during the rescue. Wait a minute. Sherman interrupted Aura. Why didn't they rescue the angels we have now, but let us rob them instead? Hearing this, Aura smiled and looked at Maud, and Maud also scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, and then said, according to the space ripples collected by the Black Flag Galaxy military fortress that day, there was a Black Shadow team that had already ambushed tens of thousands of kilometers away from the acceleration track. At that time, Maud also detected the information and took defensive measures, but the fleet left after waiting for 2 days without success. Now I think that should be the Angel Rescue Fleet. But I didn't expect that the Demon Fleet was hijacked by us first, causing them to return empty-handed. Sherman continued, looking at the burly guy beside him. He rolled his eyes, and took out a cigar from Maud's coat as a punishment, and then motioned for Ola to continue. Maud looked at the 2 cigars left in the box, sniffed, and then took them out one by one in front of the 2 people, licked them with his tongue, and then put them back with satisfaction. Huh? Sherman felt a chill. Is it that serious? Ola ignored Motor, the fool, and continued to report. At present, it is certain that the first plan of the demons is to auction the captured angels of the 3rd Fleet as we thought, and then provoke the Angel Fleet and promote the war. But all the captured angels transported to the Omega Star Field have been rescued or died in battle, and this plan has been declared a failure. Ola had analyzed this before Sherman came, so he was more curious about the second one. What about the second one? The second one is to use these killing angels as bait to attract the killing angel fleet to come and destroy it in one fell swoop. After all, these killing angels may not be a big deal for their main fleet, but for the weak civilizations under them, the threat is too great. Especially these killing angels also have a Skyblade Titan currently in service in the Angel Fleet. If they can be captured, they can find the weakness of this Skyblade Titan through reverse research, and even absorb its advanced technology to gain weight for the upcoming war. For these abandoned angels, there is nothing more insulting than auctioning off their teammates like slaves. You have to know that although these killing angels are no longer recognized by the angels, they still inherit the angels' character of protecting their children, and even stick together more during this period of being hunted. The civilizations and life planets destroyed by these killing angels were all because they intercepted them, causing them to suffer serious casualties, which led to their genocide and planet annihilation. Sherman was thoughtful. With this explanation, the reason why the angels dispatched the fleet was also clear. They were not preparing for these killing angels, but to prevent the demon civilization from capturing the Skyblade Titan. They didn't care about the life or death of these killing angels. Since these killing angels were not protected by the angel civilization, and were not even recognized by the angel civilization, his original plan to rescue these angels and return them to the angel civilization to improve his reputation was ruined. Aura's expression changed, and he signaled Maud to accept the shielding device, and said softly, "Commander, the auction has begun." Sherman nodded, and the 3 of them walked to the balcony of the box, looking down at the auction table in the center. This time, the auctioneer was Matt, a versatile businessman. "Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Omega's annual auction. We won't waste any more time talking nonsense. The auction will start directly. I hope everyone will gain something. Without any tedious nonsense, Matt started the auction directly, which made everyone present feel good and immediately heated up the place. Next, we will auction the first item, 12 million Dotru slaves. After that, on the platform under the auction table, 300 young Dotru slaves with sensor collars were neatly arranged in several circles to facilitate the observation of the guests. These slaves are carefully selected samples, and are also the most valuable slaves, that is, battleship pilots. A total of 12 million Dotru slaves, including 372 battleship pilots. The starting price is 15 billion star coins. A holographic projection was projected, which showed people crowded in several spaceships, from children to the elderly, and a lot of corpses could be seen in the holographic projection. Looking at the pilots of the Dotru warships, who were wearing sensor collars, like livestock and being watched by everyone, and the Dotru people with dull and numb eyes in the projection, Sherman felt a chill on his back. It was the first time he saw the dark law of the Star Sea so nakedly. "Commander, please remember one sentence." Aura looked at the scene in front of him and spoke at the right time. There was no smile on his face, and his tone was no longer gentle as before, but as cold as steel. Only the winner has the right to survive, and failure is slavery. Chapter 79. Sherman could intuitively feel that everyone present was only interested in the 300-odd pilots on the field, and had no interest in the ordinary people in the other holographic projections. They were like pigs and dogs, disdaining them. So no one started bidding for almost 5 minutes. It was very cold, and the eyes of these Dorit slaves became even darker. "Ola, what will happen if no one wants these people?" Sherman looked at the Dorit slaves who were gradually lowering their heads on the field and the dirty, crowded slave transport spaceship in the holographic projection, and asked with a look of pity. "Except for these pilots, the other slaves will." Ola didn't finish his words, but Sherman could guess that these more than 10 million ordinary slaves would not have a good ending. Sighing, Sherman signaled Ola to make an offer. After all, the Alpha Star region was too desolate and needed some popularity. Just treat it as early immigration. Although there are no natural habitable planets in the Alpha Star region, due to the development of planets, some artificially transformed planets have been created, which can barely meet the living conditions. Ola nodded and reported a starting price of 15 billion on the projection on the coffee table. Matt was relieved to see that someone finally made an offer. Otherwise, it would be too unlucky if the item failed to be sold at the beginning. So after a symbolic inquiry, he immediately hammered it out. Congratulations to the guest in box 03 for winning the item in this round of auction. Because the inherited minerals soared and were out of stock, the money originally used to buy basic resources was not spent much. With the recent income, there were still more than 20 billion left, which was completely enough. After paying the money, Aura took out another 500 million star coins, and gave them to the people of Omega Auction House, asking them to treat the injuries of these Dorit people. Now these people are also considered half-citizens of New Eden, and they can't just leave them alone. The subsequent auctions were a bit boring for Sherman. Except for Aura's initiative to auction a fragmentary blueprint data of the Taniko Empire frigate, he didn't bid for anything else. The rare gems were not interesting to Sherman either. The battleships had too low technological content, and were not valuable to New Eden. They were too poor to buy large quantities of precious resources, so they could only watch. But what surprised Sherman was that the people in boxes 01 and 02 did not bid once from beginning to end. It seemed that they came for the last killing angel. Who knew who they were? Time passed slowly, and finally came to the final 3 auction items. Dear friends, now we have finally come to the highlight of tonight, the 3 final auction items, 2 of which were added temporarily, but I guarantee that you will not regret your trip. Everyone perked up after hearing this. The final item of tonight is here. A rectangular cage, covered with red cloth, was slowly moved from the elevator to the auction table. Matt came to it, and lifted the red cloth. The first auction item of tonight is 20 high-level succubi, starting price 50 billion. The red cloth was lifted, and 20 thinly dressed succubi were lying or squatting in the titanium alloy cage. There were all kinds of mysterious patterns on their white skin, 2 curved tentacles on their heads, and a pair of big purple eyes, which made them indescribably charming. This also made everyone take a deep breath, and no one dared to make an offer for a long time. This succubus may not be the most powerful in the demon civilization, but it is rare and has a special identity. Succubus is a special race that reproduces asexually, and is born with the ability to change its form, and can quickly change its gender and body shape. It is a natural assassin and spy. Its status among the various races in the demon civilization belongs to the upper middle class, and its status is no less than that of ordinary elite pilots. Moreover, there are very few succubus. Most of them are attached to the high-ranking demon lords, and rarely appear in the outside world. The appearance of so many succubus at once can't help but make people imagine. Oh my goodness, this matter is getting more and more interesting. Sherman and Maud looked at the succubus in the cage and couldn't help but open their eyes wide. This creature is harder to see than an angel. Ola was not surprised by this, because he knew about it before coming here, and he said at the right time. 2 days ago, the fleet of a demon baron in Beecher Meteor Domain was ambushed. The whole battle lasted less than 10 minutes. When the support arrived, the battle was already over, all the guards died in the battle, and the baron has been missing since then. And according to the wreckage left at the scene, the attacker was driving the main battleship of the angels in service, so it can be concluded that it is related to the angels. Killing angels? Well, now it seems that these should be the succubi of the demon baron. Ola looked at the succubi in the cage and nodded. Sherman's face twitched. He ran to someone else's territory to kill a baron, and even auctioned off the succubi that was similar to his wife and concubine. He is worthy of being called the killing angel. He is really tough. However, although these succubi are special, they do not belong to the ranks of demon warriors. On the contrary, because of their special racial characteristics, they are often traded among demon nobles. At best, they can only be regarded as high-level slaves, and they are not protected by demon civilization. Even if these succubi were bought, they would not cause trouble to the demonic civilization, and they could even hook up with some demonic nobles. So after a period of silence, the auction started to bid continuously, and the price tripled in less than 2 minutes, reaching a high price of 150 billion. This price could even buy a natural life planet. But this was not the end, the price was still rising, and finally, in the stunned eyes of Sherman, the 20 succubi were bought by the people in Box 01 at a terrifying price of 230 billion. Aura looked at Box 01, then turned to Sherman and whispered, "Commander, the people in Box 01 are from the demons, so it's not surprising that they can be bought at this price." Demons? Sherman turned curiously to look at the balcony of Box 01, but unfortunately the balcony was covered by a layer of light blue light curtain and could not be seen clearly. No, they are from the Desasso civilization, the staunch supporters of the free formation led by the demon civilization, and the civilization of the free camp closest to the Alpha Star Field. That is one of our enemies from the Beecher Meteoric region. Sherman took a deep look, and then pointed to Box 02, which had been bidding against Box 01. Ola, the people in Box 02 should be from the Angel of Death, right? Ola shook his head, and the answer surprised Sherman. "Commander, that is someone said by the 5th Fleet of Angels, the diplomat Martz Candace. The people from the Angel of Death did not participate in this auction." Sherman had no doubts about what Aura said. With his powerful network capabilities, the civilian surveillance and electronic equipment in the entire Omega Star City were his eyes and ears, and he could monitor anyone who appeared. So, these killing angels are ready to take action outside. Sherman touched the sparse beard on his chin. But it is true. After all, they are short of manpower, and only in space can they play the advantages of their elite warships. Congratulations to the guests in Box 01 for taking down these seductive succubi. Congratulations. Matt, as usual, cupped his fists and congratulated the guests in Box 01. Seeing this, sighs were heard from other boxes from time to time. Matt also struck while the iron was hot. "The next finale auction item, I believe you will not want to miss it." Then he lightly pressed the auction table, and a huge battleship holographic projection appeared in the auction hall. The Hell Angel-class battleship has an excellent fire control system and excellent armor defense. According to the test and evaluation of our experts, its comprehensive level has reached the level of a first-class battleship and even surpassed it. Everyone looked at the thick armor and thick gun muzzles on this huge warship, and there was no doubt about its excellent defense and firepower, but it was doubtful that it could reach the level of a first-class warship. This was not something that a second-rate force like the Omega Union could do. You have to know that even the warships used by most civilizations in the two camps were only second-rate. Only a few elite fleets could have first-rate warships. After all, not every civilization was as arrogant as an angel or a demon. While everyone was talking, a petite figure wearing headphones slowly walked to the auction table. Chapter 80. Mu Yuning came to the auction table and nodded to Matt, who then stepped back and handed the stage to her. Everyone looked at the petite girl on the stage, especially those who knew her, and their expressions changed. They had confidence in the indicators of this Hell Angel-class battleship. Mu Yuning took off her headphones, and was not afraid of the crowd's gaze. She was very calm. "Maybe some of you don't know me. So before introducing the data of this battleship, let me introduce myself first. My name is Mu Yuning, the chief instructor and captain of the Omega Combined Fleet, and also a senior battleship engineer. I studied battleship command, battleship engineering, and battleship driving at the Angel Supreme Military Academy, and graduated with the highest scores in all 3 departments and obtained the corresponding certificates. If you don't believe me, you can check the public website of the Angel Supreme Military Academy. These are all open to the public. Graduates from the 3 departments of the Angel Supreme Academy. What a great background. I didn't expect that there would be such a great god in the second-rate Omega Union. In Box 01, a man with fine scales on his skin looked at Mu Yunyan on the stage with a strange look on his face. Taomashi, you actually have angel hybrids here? Taomashi was very respectful to the adult in front of him, and hurriedly lowered his head to explain, Master Hardy, this Mu Yunyan is the only daughter of our chairman Barley. Now, except for blood, she has no relationship with angels at all, so you can rest assured. This representative of the Desasso civilization is not simple. He is the current eldest prince, the first heir, and controls half of their national fleet. He is also a fanatical war activist, and has a high reputation in the country. Taomashi also wants to take this opportunity to curry favor with this person in order to seek some support. He is not as optimistic as other people in Omega. In order to survive the upcoming war, he has to find another way. Oh, the daughter of Bear? Hardy looked at Mu Yunyan on the stage, and recalled the burly and rough man Bailey, and shook his head. I really don't understand why Bailey could give birth to such a weak daughter, not pretty or strong at all. In the eyes of most demons, tall and strong women are perfect partners, and those who can run horses are the goddesses pursued by everyone. In their eyes, a delicate girl like Mu Yunyan is no different from a monkey, and they have no interest in her at all. Taomashi's face froze, but he could only answer awkwardly, Lord Hardy, you also know that angels have always been so weak, how could they give birth to strong children? Hardy nodded in agreement, taking it for granted. After briefly introducing himself, Mu Yunyan began to analyze the Hell Angel-class battleship. The Hell Angel-class battleship is 1,254 meters long, with 8 large energy turrets and 25 small and medium-sized close-defense turrets. According to the test, the fire control system of this type of battleship is very excellent, and it can even be said that it is a fire control system tailored for energy cannons, which can effectively improve the energy convergence of energy cannons and effectively increase the damage of energy beams. Moreover, it is also very good in armor resistance. The unknown technology adopted by the warship can effectively amplify the nano-coating of the armor, absorb energy impact, and effectively improve the resistance of the armor. Whether in terms of firepower or defense, although it is inferior to the top warships, it is much stronger than the current mainstream main battleships, and it is both offensive and defensive. In the box, the 3 people watched Mu Yunyan's explanation and nodded. This little girl is not bad. She has figured out the main capabilities of the Hell Angel class in such a short time. Not bad, not bad. Maud touched his bald head and praised him generously. It has only been less than 4 hours since the battleship sample was handed over to them, and Mu Yunyan has figured out the situation of the battleship. It must be said that she is quite capable. Ola, do you think these people will obtain the technology of New Eden through reverse engineering after obtaining this Hell Angel? Seeing the scene in front of him, Sherman was a little worried. If the Omega Federation has such talents, what about other top civilizations? Ola said it was impossible. He was the only one who borrowed from others. No one could get it for free. Don't worry, Commander. Every ship we sell has a subsystem of mine. Once detected, it will automatically start self-destruction, and the information carried by this subsystem is the key to the New Eden warship. Maud also nodded, took the opportunity to take a cigarette from Sherman's cigarette box and lit it, and blew a smoke ring comfortably. Just like my Maud's core, every warship's central server has my subsystem, and the fire control system and energy output system loaded in it are the key to Maud's core warships, and this is also the secret of our ability to command so many warships. Sherman nodded. Although he didn't quite understand, he felt terrified. Mu Yunyan ran back to continue studying the technology of the Hell Angels, and Matt stood up at the right time with a smile on his face. Everyone, the expert has just introduced the attributes of this battleship to you. I won't say much. Let's start the auction now. The Hell Angels class battleship fleet, a total of 255 ships, the starting price is 300 billion, and the auction will start now. What? Everyone was involuntarily. Even the people in Box 01 and Box 02 couldn't sit still. A first-class battleship of a standard full-strength fleet, how is this possible? Someone spoke directly, with an incredible look on his face. I thought it would be good to see one such battleship in this auction, but I didn't expect to see a whole fleet. Which civilization was destroyed, and its property was confiscated and sold for war equipment. Everyone can rest assured, it is indeed a standard fleet. A total of 255 battleships, and most importantly, these battleships are in a completely liberated state, without battleship locks. Matt projected a port, where warships were neatly arranged as far as the eye could see. The golden and white hulls had an indescribable deterrent power. Looking at the warships in the projection, everyone was silent for a while, and then the number on the auction machine suddenly rose. Everyone was panting, and their eyes began to congest. At this time, when the storm was about to come, the importance of a main fleet was self-evident, not to mention the addition of first-class technology and completely liberated body. The starting price jumped to 400 billion in a short time. After eliminating those with insufficient strength, it began to slow down, but it was still steadily increasing. Hadi squinted his eyes and looked at the warship in the projection. Without turning his head, he asked Tuttlemashi, "Who put this up for auction?" "Hell Angel class. Could it be an angel civilization? But I haven't heard of angels having this type of warship in service." "No." Tuttlemashi lowered his head and said carefully, "This is a force called New Eden that put it up for auction." New Eden? Hadi thought about it. He didn't remember such a powerful force. Tuttlemashi poured wine for Hadi while explaining. This New Eden suddenly appeared more than 2 months ago. At the beginning, it sent its mod group to occupy the Black Flag Galaxy and began to contact the Omega Star region. Based on the intelligence we collected, we speculated that this New Eden should be a civilization that wandered here after being defeated in the war, intending to rebuild a new home. After all, it was too obvious that New Eden sold warships and weapons and only purchased a large amount of basic materials, and many of the materials were only used to build space stations, so it was easy to infer. Wandering civilization. Hadi looked at the warship in the projection and took a sip of wine. "Then do you know where the New Eden is stationed and how strong it is?" "I only know that the New Eden is stationed in the Alpha Star field, but I don't know the exact location. As for its strength, the mod core currently stationed in the Black Flag Galaxy is very strong." Tuttlemashi knew that this person's greed had arisen when he heard this, so he reminded him seriously, "Originally, our Omega Federation was planning to secretly take over the New Eden, but after evaluating the combat effectiveness of the mod core, the evaluation result was unacceptable to us, so we had to adopt a peaceful coexistence plan and let the Black Flag Galaxy be controlled by them." Hadi chuckled and turned to look at the auction price on the auction machine, which had reached 550 billion. The greed in his eyes was not concealed. Oh, Alpha Starfield. Chapter 81. Mart's Candace lay on the guardrail, shaking a wine glass in her hand, looking at the battleship on the auction table in thought. Hell Angel-class battleship. Although the main battleships of the Angel civilization are top-notch battleships, such first-class battleships can already threaten the Angel fleet, but it is nonsense to say that she would worry about it. Such a battleship can only show off its power in a small place like the Omega Star region. It would be a joke if it really faced the Angel fleet head-on. So she was just curious about who could organize so many warships for auction, and she was not very interested in the warships. She could ask around and make some contacts after the auction. Just when the price climbed to 750 billion and stopped moving, in the box of the Omega Union, which was the main venue, Barley offered another sky-high price. 1 trillion star coins. The $1 trillion price made everyone shut up. Even Harry gave up the idea of bidding for these warships and returned to his seat. Although this auction was organized by the Omega Federation, they also need to bid according to the rules, so no one has any objection to this. And the current situation is so tense, the Omega Federation does need such a batch of powerful warships. Aura, is this someone you arranged? Sherman looked at the sky-high price of 1 trillion and couldn't believe it. The cost of this batch of warships was only about 100 billion, which must have increased by more than 10 times. I guess so. Aura didn't feel embarrassed about this and admitted it very straightforwardly. You are so honest. If this happens, won't our warships be ruined? Sherman's mouth twitched. If this happens, won't this batch of warships be destroyed in his hands? Commander, don't worry. With Ola's character, he will definitely not make such a low-level mistake. Maud took out another cigarette from Sherman's cigarette box and lit it. He was not worried at all. Ola is very smart. He must have done a good job before. Otherwise, he would not know how uncomfortable he is now. Ola glanced at Maud and rolled his eyes. Do you have such a scheming mind? Maud nodded very straightforwardly, very honest. Ola was immediately choked. Okay. Sherman interrupted the two of them, took out the last cigarette from the cigarette box and lit it. Ola, tell me, what's going on? Ola nodded, and then briefly told the two of them about the matter. In fact, it was just a bet agreement. When Aura took this batch of warships to auction, Barley clearly expressed his desire to take over this batch of warships on behalf of the Omega Federation before the auction, because these warships, but how could Aura agree? Now the situation is getting more and more intense, and it seems that a war is about to start. The price of these warships has been rising all the way. Even the inferior warships on the market have increased several times, not to mention their powerful warships. But Aura also learned that 80% of the basic resources around are currently acquired by the Omega Federation. But even if this batch of warships is sold, they still have to buy mineral resources from them. So the two sides had a brief negotiation and finally reached a condition. This batch of warships will continue to be auctioned, but as long as the Omega Union wins the auction, it will continue to trade several batches of warships to them at a price of 75% of the auction price, and the money will be converted into resources of corresponding prices. The Omega Union sits between the two major camps, and is rich every day just by relying on trade taxes, so it is not short of money, but lacks military force. At that time, so many resources were hoarded in order to build warships to deal with the unstable situation. Now it is just like changing a processing plant. Although the price is more expensive, the warships are also better. Moreover, most of the galaxies in the entire Omega star field belong to them, and there is no shortage of resources. They are not at a loss no matter how they calculate, so they quickly reach such an agreement. So Barley offered a sky-high price of 1 trillion, but in fact, he only needs to pay 750 billion basic resources. In the future, he will continue to trade 10 more fleets of this type at this price within 3 months. Everyone made money. This also avoided the embarrassment of Sherman, who may not be able to buy resources even if he has money, and even the subsequent resources are settled. No wonder Maud praised you so much, you are really amazing. Sherman was so happy about this result. Ola thought about what Maud had just said, and the smile on his face was a little stiff. Was that guy praising him? Because the two sides had an agreement before, the deal was quickly reached, and the auction came to the end, and the last auction item that everyone was most concerned about was the Angel of Death. The auction table slowly sank, and then 10 light green nutrition warehouses familiar to Sherman slowly rose. The angels inside had their eyes tightly closed, their hands tightly holding their calves, and their wings crossed in front of their bodies, covering their bodies tightly, revealing only a pale and beautiful face. Huh, Red? Sherman looked at the wings and was a little surprised. The feathers on the wings of these angels were not white, but bright red, which looked very dazzling. Commander, after these angels were judged as heretics by their arbitration, the feathers on their wings were changed to red through genetic technology to distinguish them from normal angels. Aura explained at the right time. The angels' white wings are their best proof, and after hearing Aura's words, Sherman inexplicably thought of the prisoners in the TV series in his previous life who were tattooed on their faces and exiled. Interstellar version of tattooing and exiled? Matt, the host, was no longer as enthusiastic as before after he came on stage. Instead, he said expressionlessly, "Killing angels, 10, no reserve price." After saying that, he hurried off the stage, as if there was a terrifying star beast on the stage. And no one on the stage dared to bid. Watching the fun is fun, but it doesn't mean you want to go and seek death. They didn't want to be targeted by these desperate killer angels. No one wanted to wake up one day and find a huge Titan warship outside the space station to kill them and turn them into ashes. Not to mention the brutal methods of these killer angels, those destroyed civilizations were no weaker than them, and they didn't want to follow their footsteps. So the scene suddenly became cold and silent. Haha, since everyone is so humble, I will come to explore the way, Harry said, opening the light curtain in the box, exposing himself, and then entered a number on the auction machine. Everyone looked at the dazzling one-star coin on the auction machine, and looked at each other in surprise. Which force is this person from? So brave. Chapter 82. One-star coin, what an insult. But it was obvious that no one would bid against him. 3 minutes had passed without anyone bidding. Even the angel representative, Martz Candace, just watched coldly, sipping the wine quietly without making any move. After learning that these angels were abandoned killing angels, Sherman and others had no idea and were just joining in the fun. 5 minutes later, without any surprise, these 10 killing angels were photographed by Harry, who smiled and raised his glass to the people around him. The Omega auction ended just like that, but there will be a week-long exhibition afterwards. Many things that are not eligible for auction will be sold in this exhibition. There are also many good things among them, so it is worth attending. Sherman, who is concerned about the slaves of Dorit, asked Aura to urgently convert the bowhead whale into a large passenger spacecraft, and then send these people to the space station of the Alpha Galaxy in batches, while he went back first under the persuasion of Aura and others. Because a total of 260 Hell Angels were brought over, there were still 5 extra ones. Then Aura placed the extra 5 Hell Angels battleships in the Omega Union and rented more than 30 large passenger ships from it, preparing to set off with Sherman to transport more than 10 million Dorits bought at the auction back to the Alpha Star region. The bowhead whale also returned with some of the mineral resources obtained from the transaction, which made the return fleet very large and bloated. Just as the fleet jumped to the acceleration track and prepared to line up, they saw 30 warships also jumping in. The surface of the black hull was spray-painted with a red and ferocious skull with 2 horns on its head. Demon? Sherman recognized the identity of this fleet at a glance and was a little surprised. He thought Harry would leave immediately after the auction, but he didn't expect to meet him here. This is the fleet of the Desasso civilization, and it is also Harry's escort fleet. The strength is not bad. Aura took a look and ignored him, only asking Sherman for the answer. Sherman nodded and ignored him. Now he just wanted to go back to work, play games. He didn't play Eve for a day, and felt something was wrong with his whole body. 3 hours later, Alpha Border, D32 Galaxy. Because there were large passenger ships in the fleet was moving very slowly. After all, these passenger ships did not have special equipment to protect the people being transported, and could not return quickly through the subspace jump. In addition, the old jump engines of these ships meant that they had to wait for half a day for each normal jump. After the fleet finished the jump, Sherman landed and saw 2 fleets fighting not far from his jump point. Seeing this, the escorting Mod Regiment Squadron immediately deployed a defensive formation to block in front of Sherman, with all weapons and equipment deployed and on alert. Is this the fleet of the Desasso civilization? Sherman looked at the paint on the surface of the warships of one of the fleets. It was the Desasso civilization fleet that he had just encountered a few hours ago. What about the other one? The other fleet was small, with only 10 cruisers, but these 10 frigates were able to use their speed advantage to move the small fleet of 30 frigates and cruisers in and out of the battlefield like walking a dog. Even the frigates could not catch up, and sometimes they even reduced a warship to wreckage. Their combat power was very strong. The fleet of the Killing Angels. Ola projected the battlefield in front of Sherman, and saw that the surface of these warships was sprayed with an angel with his head down and a sword in his hands, and the wings of this angel were dripping with blood, and the feathers were blood red. Revenge is never delayed. Sherman couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the warships of the Killing Angels. When they saw the Sherman fleet appear, the Killing Angels fleet immediately sent 2 warships to confront the squadron of the Mod Corps. At the same time, a communication came in. Stop. The Killing Angels fleet ahead is carrying out a mission. Please leave immediately. The projection was a long-haired female commander with a very good appearance. A pair of blood-colored wings matched with a uniform, coupled with this cold temperament, looked particularly eye-catching. Although she is a beauty, Sherman does not want to get involved in this battle. We have no intention of participating. Please do as you please. After saying that, he winked at Aura, who nodded and drove the fleet farther away from the battlefield, while the alert Mod squadron slowly withdrew. But Sherman wanted to leave, but some people did not think so. Harry miscalculated, and did not expect these Killing Angels to be so powerful. He did not expect that the elite escort fleet he led would be so vulnerable in front of these Killing Angels fleets, and the entire fleet was about to collapse. The attack location chosen by these Killing Angels was very tricky, just outside the bridge of the support fleet he prepared, and it would take some time for the support fleet to arrive. Judging from the current situation, he might not be able to hold on. Then he sent an open communication to Sherman. I am Harry Desasso, the first prince of the Desasso civilization. We have been attacked. Please lend a helping hand. We will definitely reward you handsomely. Sorry, I am weak and can't do anything. Sherman decisively refused, then hung up the communication and ordered the fleet to speed up and sail further away, as far away from the battlefield as possible. Damn it! Harry looked at the retreating New Eden fleet with a gloomy face, and then suppressed his anger and continued to communicate with Sherman. You don't need to fight to the death. Just help us hold on for 10 minutes, then I will give you resources worth trillions, and we can discuss it again if you are not satisfied. Sherman and Aura frowned slightly when they heard this. How did this guy know that he was in urgent need of resources? Investigate them? Harry not only gave a big reward, but also told Sherman that he knew New Eden, and even knew that New Eden needed resources, and threatened him secretly. But Sherman didn't buy it, and hung up the communication directly, and expressed his willingness not to participate in the battle to the Killing Angels. Threat: New Eden? In Aura's plan, their Desasso civilization has long been on the list of future wars. There will always be a war in the future. How could they be afraid? And this guy just happened to be ambushed around the jump collapse point of their fleet, which is very wrong no matter how you look at it. Bang. Looking at the New Eden fleet that had made up its mind to watch coldly, Harry punched the control panel hard to vent his anger, but in the end, he had to shrink the fleet and wait for the arrival of the support fleet, and no longer fight the enemy head-on. And this tactic was indeed effective. The shrinking fleet prevented the Killing Angels fleet from taking advantage of its speed, and it was unable to form a division and encirclement of Harry's fleet, allowing his fleet to reform a defensive formation, but it only slowed down the speed of the destruction of his own battle situation. After all, the enemy's firepower was also fierce. In a few minutes, a warship in the fleet would be destroyed, and then completely lost contact. Even the space capsule was destroyed. But the time gained was enough. After a while, a cross light shining like a star lit up on the battlefield. The induction has been lit. Chapter 83. Looking at the starlight guide on the battlefield, the commander of the Killing Angel fleet hurriedly asked the team members to retreat. Enemy support has arrived. Everyone leave the battlefield. After receiving the order, the Killing Angel pilots turned on the micro-jump thrusters to pull away, and while pulling away, they also concentrated several rounds of firepower to fire at the nearest cruiser. Boom! Dozens of deep blue energy beams flew across the battlefield like meteors, fiercely breaking the target's shield, and then the armor quickly melted under the bombardment of subsequent energy beams, and then suddenly exploded. Seeing the cruisers outside the defense circle destroyed by a few rounds of concentrated fire, Harry's eyes twitched slightly, but he continued to give orders without changing his tone. All fleets are divided into 3 groups. Each group goes forward to entangle one of the opponent's warships. The target has been sent to each group. You must entangle them, and can't let these bitches escape. It is simply wishful thinking to entangle the Angel's warship one by one. The generation gap of the warships is too big, so it can only be compensated by quantity. After seeing the combat effectiveness of these Killing Angels, he did not expect to eat them all. As long as he could leave a few, he would be satisfied. The guards, who had been working together for a long time, executed Harry's orders very thoroughly. After receiving the order, they regrouped and rushed to each group of targets in less than 2 seconds. They could even complete various tactical actions during the charge to better avoid attacks. Because the members of the Killing Angel fleet were scattered and left the battlefield, they were left alone and could only face the encirclement of the squad alone. A1 calling, I have been targeted. The distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer, and it is expected to make contact in 30 seconds. A Killing Angel looked at the Desasso civilization team that was getting closer and closer to him, and while controlling the warship to avoid the attack, he calmly reported his situation to the commander. The Killing Angel's commander looked in the direction of A1, and saw 6 warships chasing him hundreds of kilometers behind him, 3 cruisers and 3 frigates. These reorganized Desasso civilization teams were very experienced in facing this single target. Because they knew that their warships could not catch up at all, the 3 cruisers with strong firepower but slow speed chased and attacked while predicting the target's direction of advance. Although the attack rarely hit the target, it forced the target to reduce its speed in order to avoid the attack. The remaining 3 faster frigates performed tactical actions to avoid the target's counterattack while quickly closing the distance with the target. As long as the target reached the attack range of their jump scramble and stagnant light speed, the target would have no way to escape. Now there was no teammate to cover her. The most important thing was that their support had arrived, and their mission was only to entangle the target for 1 minute. The commander of the Killing Angel watched her 3 teammates being caught up and entangled by the tactics of the Desasso civilization. She knew that it was useless to be anxious now. What she had to do now was to concentrate the fleet first to save these sisters. So he calmly ordered, "Everyone come closer to me first, and prepare to rescue the trapped team members." Then the Killing Angels, who were not entangled, quickly approached the captain, and the captain also rushed towards the closest chase team member. During the charge, the team members gradually approached him until they merged into a small fleet with the same number as the Desasso civilization team. After receiving support, A1, who was originally being chased, immediately turned around and counterattacked, fighting 1 against 3, entangled 3 Desasso civilization frigates, and chose to resist the firepower of the cruiser and quickly tore a frigate into pieces, and the remaining 2 frigates were also destroyed by the long-range energy cannons of the supporting team members. The remaining 3 cruisers of the Desasso civilization also knew that the opportunity had been lost, and they stopped fighting and immediately retreated to join the main force. But the other two warships of the Killing Angels were not so lucky, because they were in the opposite direction of the main force and were too far away. More importantly, the support of the Desasso civilization finally arrived. Dozens of energy groups appeared with the induction as the center. These energy groups collided to the extreme in less than 2 seconds, and then suddenly exploded, causing space ripples. Dozens of Black Shadow Special Service ships jumped out of the subspace. The black hulls of these Shadow Special Forces ships are painted with bloody and ferocious skulls with double horns. This is the Shadow Special Forces fleet that the Great Prince Harry spent a lot of money to build, and it is also one of the guards to protect his safety. Void Demon type? The commander of the Killing Angel looked at the warships in the fleet in disbelief, with a look of surprise on his face. This Void Demon class is a Shadow Special Forces ship that was officially put into service by the Demon civilization not long ago. At present, even many main legions only need to use it less frequently. How could the Desasso civilization, which is only considered the second tier in the Demon civilization, have this? And it was a whole squadron, 25 ships in size. This immediately made her frown. It was a tough situation. The Killing Angels were in trouble, but Harry was still very angry. Harry looked at the two lonely and entangled Killing Angels warships, and said sternly, "Lead 3 teams to defend, and the other 2 teams will destroy the 2 Killing Angels warships for me." Under the powerful thrust of the micro-jump thruster, the 2 Void Demon Shadow Special Service teams rushed towards the target and arrived at the battlefield in less than 30 seconds. When the 2 Killing Angels cruisers were covered with several Demon-type heavy energy neutralizers, they instantly lost their ability to counterattack. The energy of the battleship was destroyed. Without energy supply, the battleship energy turrets could not fire, the defense shield could not be activated, and all active equipment became decorations. In addition, they were trapped by several stop beams and jump scramblers, and the 2 battleships of the Killing Angels had become lambs to be slaughtered. Looking at the dozens of high-intensity energy reactions detected in the combat operation console, the 2 Killing Angels gave up resistance and quietly waited for death to come. Wait! Seeing that the target had no resistance, Harry stopped the fleet's attack, turned his head, and looked at the 8 Killing Angel cruisers in the other direction, revealing a hideous smile. "Tow these 2 warships in for me. I want to see if these Slayer Angels are really as loyal as others say." The Shadow Special Forces carried out Harry's order thoroughly. 2 tractor beams were set on the 2 Slayer Angels warships. Facing the warships without any defense, the 2 Slayer Angels could only watch themselves being dragged. The 2 Slayer Angels showed disdain for Harry's behavior. They calmly opened the main fleet channel and looked at the mini sisters. They saluted solemnly, then smiled and closed the main fleet channel without saying anything. The 2 Slaughter Angels smiled at each other in the team channel, and then opened the public channel. "Devil scum, the Slaughter Angels greet you." Harry's pupil shrank, and before he could react, he saw that the 2 Slaughter Angels warships suddenly exploded violently. The strong energy impact pushed the 2 Void Demon Shadow Special Service teams close to them sideways for more than 10 kilometers, and even the explosion wrapped the 2 closest ones, and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. This scene shocked Sherman, who had been watching the show remotely. Chapter 84. The violent explosion ended, and in the eyes of the crowd, the 2 Void Demons that were wrapped in the explosion gradually revealed their figures. Not dead? Sherman was a little surprised. According to his shipboard analysis, the explosion, just now, was at least as strong as the salvo of 10 battleships. He didn't expect that the Void Demon was so strong? Although the explosion just now was violent, it only blew off 1/10 of the energy shield. The battleship armor was not damaged at all, and it was not enough to make them die with it. Then, the 2 warships quickly recharged their shields under the remote repair of another Logistics Shadow Special Service ship, and revived with full health. Although this explosion looks strong, the energy generated by the explosion is too dispersed, so the damage to the warship is very small. Aura explained to Sherman, and then looked at the place where the explosion just happened with a dim look. The purpose of their explosion is not to drag the enemy down, but to make themselves disappear completely. Sherman heard this and looked at the explosion point belatedly, looking at the low warship fragments and the biomass detected on these fragments. He couldn't react to it, and looked at Aura in a daze. The eggs also exploded? Yes, this is an explosion that cuts off the retreat. Ola nodded. Although Ola always smiles when he sees everyone, except when he is facing Sherman and the people of New Eden, his eyes and smile are very professional, and will not change at all. And this time, he looks at these Killing Angels with a little admiration in his eyes. This is something that even the angels who are still in the Alpha space station have never had. Sherman was silent when he heard this. Is this the killing angel? In order to prevent his teammates from being hurt and restricted because of him, he chose to self-destruct without hesitation, and even completely self-destructed the space capsule, so as to avoid the space capsule being captured. Compared to Sherman's shock, Harry's heart was full of anger. The behavior of these two killing angels was undoubtedly a response to his insult just now, which was very embarrassing. Go and kill all the other killing angels for me. He simply stopped the confrontation and ordered the entire army to attack and prepare to fight with the remaining killing angels. But how could the killing angels, who had already been pulled thousands of kilometers away, fight head-on with his Shadow Special Forces fleet? They were not fools. The remaining 8 killing angels saluted in the direction of the 2 sacrificed teammates, then turned around and started the jump engine to quickly enter the subspace and leave the battlefield. Before leaving, the commander left a message to Sasso's civilization: wait for the wrath of the killing angels. Watching the killing angels quickly disappear on the battlefield, Harry patted the console in annoyance. He still underestimated the fighting power and planning of these killing angels. He thought that his personal guard fleet could at least hold them for half an hour, but he didn't expect that it would collapse at the first touch. He was beaten from the beginning, resulting in such a huge sacrifice to eliminate 2 killing angels. Now he was completely targeted by these crazy women. He lost more than he gained. Then he turned his eyes to the New Eden transport fleet not far away, with a fierce look on his face. Since I can't keep those bitches, it's the same if I keep you. From the beginning, his target was Sherman. After he accidentally encountered the transport fleet of New Eden in the acceleration orbit of the Omega Galaxy, he had this idea. Especially after receiving intelligence that the leader of New Eden was still in the fleet, he set his sights on Sherman. So after estimating the jump location of Sherman's huge transport fleet through calculations, he waited here in advance. However, he did not expect that Sherman deliberately slowed down the speed to take care of the more than 10 million Dorit people, resulting in a delay of several hours, allowing them to be caught by the killing angels. Sherman frowned as he watched 25 majestic Black Shadow Special Forces ships rushing towards him from a distance. He then ordered the escorting mod squadron to intercept them. The fleet of the Desasso civilization, we have no intention of entering completely, and have no hostility. Please stop this threatening behavior immediately. 3 messages appeared in the announcement channel in succession, but they were useless because the escorting mod squadron took the lead in launching an attack when they were still hundreds of kilometers away, and beams of energy cut through the starry sky that had just calmed down. Commander, the enemy and us are far apart in strength. Please evacuate immediately. After comparing the strength of the enemy and us, Ola gave Sherman a very wise suggestion. This mod regiment squadron can't hold out for long. Whether it is tonnage or firepower, it will be crushed by the enemy. I can leave, but what about these Dorit people? The jump engine equipped by Sherman's Monitor class can completely evacuate before the enemy arrives, but these large passenger ships carrying more than 10 million Dorit people cannot leave. They are too heavy. Then give up. Ola answered without hesitation. His eyes were calm. The commander's safety is above all else. Ola looked at Sherman. His eyes were firm. In our eyes, let alone more than 10 million Dorit people, even the lives of the entire universe, these are not as important as your safety. Protecting Sherman's safety is an instruction written into their source code, and it is also the highest instruction. If they can only protect Sherman by slaughtering the entire universe civilization, they will not hesitate. Sherman took a deep breath, and the last grudge in his heart was put aside. Then he looked at Aura very calmly. Aura, stop pretending. You have consumed so many resources recently. I don't believe you don't have any backup plan. Although he didn't care about resources, he couldn't help but see that Aura consumed too many resources. Besides, although this galaxy is remote, it only takes half an hour for Maud's group to arrive. From the beginning, he had asked Maud to come here. Maud will definitely arrive in 10 minutes at most. If Aura really had no other choice, then he could only retreat. It was better to save the Green Mountains than to worry about the firewood. At worst, he could destroy the Desasso civilization later to avenge them. Of course, with the abnormal defense of the Monitor level, Sherman didn't have to worry about his own safety. Otherwise, why did Aura have to get this warship for Sherman to use as a vehicle first? It was because of the almost abnormal defense of this warship. Looking at Sherman, who suddenly looked calm, Aura suddenly smiled and nodded with his eyes slightly narrowed. Then, he took over the control of the Monitor class by force. Before Sherman could say anything, Aura controlled the Monitor class warship and overloaded the thrusters to rush into the enemy warships at a rapid speed. Seeing the energy cannons on both sides of the surrounding enemy warships suddenly facing him, Sherman's face turned pale with fear. Aura, don't take me to die. Aura showed Sherman a smile that was different from his usual warm smile, very wild. Commander, since you want to fight, then as a subordinate, I can't embarrass you. After saying that, the Monitor class suddenly stopped in the enemy fleet, and a round of induction lit up in front of the Monitor class ship, illuminating not only the starry sky, but also the hearts of Sherman and Harry. The space was surging, and dozens of warships jumped in. Sherman looked at these black and white warships, and couldn't help but let out a broken cry. Marshal class? Chapter 85. 86 skip without affecting viewing. Chapter 87. The overall black color is mixed with white lines, and the flashing indicator lights on the bridge give the entire warship an indescribable solemnity. Sherman looked at the marshals with joy on their faces. He almost forgot that after he unlocked any faction in New Eden, Aura could unlock any warship of the Unity department. The first time he unlocked the Mod's Core, Aura unlocked the Monitor class he is currently driving. A few days ago, he unlocked Sasha. It seems that this Marshal is the latest Unity warship unlocked by Aura. Harry was surprised at first, and then ecstatic when he saw the Shadow Special Forces ship that suddenly appeared. He was surprised that New Eden had the manufacturing technology and blueprints of conventional warships, but he didn't expect that there was also the manufacturing technology of the Shadow Special Forces ship. This was a complete surprise. As long as the leader of the other party is captured, all these technologies will be his. Harry even thought that after obtaining these technologies, the Desasso civilization could enter the first level of the free camp under his leadership, get rid of the fate of being cannon fodder in the future, and officially step into the power class. As for the fact that they can't defeat the Shadow Special Forces of New Eden, this is simply a joke. Although he got a castrated version of the Void Demon class, it is the latest model of the Demon Shadow Special Forces after all. How can it be defeated by this small force that emerged from a corner? So Harry directly ordered, concentrate firepower to defeat the opponent, and only need to leave 2 for research. Leave 2 ships for reverse research first. If the leader of the opponent is stubborn, it will not be a waste of gains. Harry's calculations are very clear. But the reality was not what he wanted. Before his Shadow Special Forces fleet opened fire, these Marshal-class ships that suddenly appeared took the lead in attacking. 2 of the Marshal-class ships first hung a remote shield repair on the Stone Barbarian's Monitor class, allowing the Monitor class's shield, which had been broken by half, to be fully restored in an instant, and then locked onto one of the enemy ships, and put on the full set of electronic warfare equipment. The driver of the number 05 Void Demon watched his warship first receive a strong ECM attack, causing him to involuntarily lose the target lock, and then saw that in less than 2 seconds, the energy of his warship was neutralized and destroyed by energy. What? Pilot number 05 looked at his paralyzed warship in shock, with a look of disbelief on his face. His was the latest Void Demon class in service of the Demon civilization. Both anti-electronic interference and energy neutralization were top-notch, but he didn't expect that it would have no effect in front of the warship in front of him. If Aura heard this, he would definitely spit at him. It is true that the Void Demon class is strong, but theirs is not the genuine one. How could it resist the electronic warfare attack of the Marshal class, with all its functions weakened? Before he could report the battle situation, countless lasers suddenly penetrated his warship's shield, melted the armor, and tore the hull apart. Even the space capsule inside the warship was penetrated by these lasers, causing his ship and eggs to fly away in an instant. What? Looking at the Void Demon class that couldn't hold out under the firepower of the Marshal class, Sherman and Harry were surprised at the same time. Harry was surprised by the terrifying firepower of the New Eden Shadow Special Service ship. It took only 1 round of concentrated fire to kill his ship, which made him a little nervous. Sherman was surprised at the powerful electronic warfare capabilities of these marshals, and then turned around and asked, "Complete form?" Ola nodded, and then continued to control the Marshal fleet to clear the surrounding Void Demons. The complete form that Sherman mentioned was not the skill lock of the battleship, but some other kits that were stripped in the game. In the game, this Marshal class is the cornerstone of the integration fleet. It is the law enforcer who maintains the stability of the high-security area and cracks down on criminals. The rapid deployment force formed with its main force is the nightmare of all criminals. However, the rapid deployment fleet was also severely depleted by the resources of the integration department. In order to recover, the integration department stripped off the rapid deployment and electronic warfare kits and released them to the market through authorized dealers, which is the simplified and weakened version of the Marshal class in the hands of players. But even without the 2 most important kits, the Marshal class is still a perfect Shadow Special Service ship in the hands of players, with super firepower, super high self-repairability, and most importantly, its weapon slots can be used for all large weapons. Whether it is missiles, projectile guns, energy guns, or hybrid guns, they are all loaded, and they all have very powerful bonuses, and the firepower is very terrifying. But now the Marshal made by Aura has a complete version with rapid deployment and electronic warfare kits. Rapid deployment allows the Marshal class to quickly appear in the jump coverage range. The most important thing is that it does not need to be induced to mark like other Shadow Special Service ships. This technology alone is enough to beat angels and demons. The electronic warfare kit is a combat artifact. Let's not talk about other things. Just say that the ECM function has been extremely enhanced in the Marshal class, which can crush warships with low electronic warfare resistance. Because this ECM can interfere with the locking function of the enemy ship, making it impossible for the enemy to lock on itself and others. If it cannot lock on the enemy, the entire warship is useless and cannot carry out active attacks. Just look at these void demons here. Ola converted 5 of the 20 Marshals into comprehensive logistics ships for remote repair and electronic attack. They can not only act as nurses, but also conduct electronic warfare auxiliary firepower ship output to the enemy. They are very inhuman. The electronic logistics ship first neutralizes energy plus ECM plus jump scramble, then destroys the enemy ship's energy, and cannot open active resistance equipment, turning it into a space coffin, and then a round of volleys from the firepower ship destroys it. Aura's simple tactics defeated Harry's expensively built Void Demon fleet, destroying 15 ships in less than 2 minutes, which frightened Harry. Retreat! Retreat! At this moment, he had no idea of plundering New Eden's technology and letting the Desasso civilization rise. He only wanted to leave safely, so after giving the order, he drove the warship and began to accelerate to evacuate. But how could Aura do what he wanted? He saw a Marshal-class ship using a micro-jump engine towards Harry's warship, and the space at the bow of the Marshal-class ship became illusory. As the space exploded, the Marshal-class ship appeared next to Harry. Without saying a word, a complete electronic warfare one-stop service was provided, pinning the warship Harry was driving to the spot. Harry looked at the warship that was thousands of kilometers away and suddenly appeared in front of him. His eyes almost popped out. He was so surprised that he blurted out, "Micro-wormhole technology, how is this possible?" Chapter 88. Micro-wormhole technology is a variant technology that includes subspace jump and hyperspace jump, but the research difficulty is not at the same level. Currently, micro-wormhole technology can allow spacecraft to appear on the battlefield within the jump range in a short time, and it is not restricted by induction. Currently, this technology is still the main technology of angel civilization and demon civilization. According to the information released so far, both sides have developed external jump engines that can jump within 1,000 kilometers. This is the current top wormhole technology. You know, in battle, a distance of 1,000 kilometers can change the whole situation. And the battleship in front of him can actually cross a distance of more than 5,000 kilometers to come to him, which means that New Eden has not only made a breakthrough in the field of micro-wormhole technology, but can even install it in the battleship. How terrible! After seeing the battle information report of his battleship, Harry also knew why his Void Demon fleet was beaten like this. This is not a battle of the same level. Harry was about to issue an order to his subordinates, but found that his warship had been strongly interfered by electronic interference, and could not connect to the communication. He could not issue any orders, and could only watch. Fortunately, the regular guard fleet that stayed behind attacked the warship in front of them after seeing that he was held down. Countless missiles, energy rays, and hybrid cannons attacked the Marshal-level shield, causing waves in the shield, and even some places were sunken after being attacked. But that was the end. No matter how hard they attacked, the shield of the Marshal class, which had just dimmed, suddenly lit up in the next second, and then the shield returned to its original state. The Marshal class's self-study ability is also top-notch. Your Highness, what should we do next? Facing the battleship that looked like a tortoise shell in front of him, the captain of the Royal Guard asked Harry helplessly, but he was destined to get no answer under the electronic interference of the Marshal class. After waiting for a full minute, and seeing that there were only 5 of his own battleships left on the main battlefield in the distance, the captain of the Royal Guard knew that he would not be a match for these people, and then gritted his teeth, turn on the induction, and give an order in the name of your Highness, order the main fleet to enter the battlefield. Yes. Then another round of induction appeared on the battlefield. The next moment, hundreds of warships appeared on the battlefield. This was what Harry had originally planned for the main fleet of the Killing Angels. Unexpectedly, the plan went wrong, causing the main fleet to be out of the induction range. In the end, only the Black Shadow Special Service fleet came to support, and the Killing Angels were also cautious and did not send a large force, which made the main fleet meaningless. Unexpectedly, the battle situation that was originally thought to be crushed by the Void Demon fleet turned into being crushed, and the main fleet had to come to the rescue. Seeing that round of induction light up, Harry really wanted to give the captain of the guard a big hug, and he would definitely give him a title when he returned safely. Seeing his own prince being held down by a warship, the commander of the fleet ordered to start concentrated fire on it without thinking, and seeing this, the marshal immediately started the micro-jump engine and returned to the main force after being prepared. After leaving the marshal-level electronic interference, Harry's reason was a little out of control, and the plan made mistakes frequently. If the warship was not equipped with weapons, he would have died here just now. What a shame! So after the communication was restored, Harry immediately took over the command of the fleet and gritted his teeth and gave an order: surround the bastards in front of you, don't let any of them go. Having learned from the previous lesson, this time Harry did not stay in the rear, but stayed in the center of the fleet to attack together. This time, I see what you can do to stop me. Harry looked at the marshal thousands of kilometers away, and the monitor class that was still induced, and his angry eyes revealed greed that could not be concealed. Fuck, the main fleet. Sherman looked at the dark fleet not far away, and was shocked. Fortunately, the jump engine of the large passenger ship carrying more than 10 million Dorit people was finally charged, and ready to leave at any time. Under Aura's control, the 30 large passenger ships that were dragging down finally jumped to leave the battlefield, and there was no worry. Aura, retreat. Sherman looked at the dark main fleet of the Desasso civilization in front of him. The many black muzzles on these battleships were not easy to mess with. No matter how strong the marshal was, he only had 20 ships and could not withstand the entire main fleet. Commander, don't worry. This is a main fleet of the Desasso civilization. If it is annihilated here, it will directly weaken the offensive of the Desasso civilization. Looking at the main fleet of the Desasso civilization, Aura obviously has a different opinion. 20 vs 255? Looking at Aura, Sherman was speechless how to fight. Hee. Aura turned his head and smiled mysteriously. Commander, have you forgotten that our induction has been turned on all the time? Sherman looked at Aura and immediately understood what Aura meant. A smile immediately appeared on his face. He watched the enemy approaching with confidence. When the main fleet of the Desasso civilization was less than 2,000 kilometers away from Sherman, a wave of space appeared within hundreds of kilometers centered on the Monitor class. Hundreds of blue-gray flat battleships appeared beside Sherman, wrapping him tightly. The main fleets of the two Mod Corps all jumped over through the accelerated orbital locking induction beacon. Commander, Mod is here to support us. Mod's heroic voice came from Sherman's communication channel. Seeing Mod's rough and heroic voice, Sherman breathed a sigh of relief and cursed with a smile. If you don't come, I will be torn to pieces by these guys. Mod touched his head and smiled grimly. Commander, leave the rest to me. After saying that, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, it was all data streams, without any emotion. A mechanical voice without any emotion came from Mod's mouth. Anyone who intends to harm the commander will be killed without mercy. All the warship's thrusters suddenly started, allowing the warships to reach their maximum cruising speed in just 3 seconds. During the journey, the missile launchers mounted on the hulls were opened one by one, and dense missiles with tail flames flew towards the other side, like a rain curtain. Looking at the fleet that suddenly appeared around Sherman, Harry felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. Where did this fleet come from? But facing the missiles flying towards him, Harry didn't care about anything else. Prepare for air defense. The Bugeyes-class battleships had a large number of missile launchers and a super-fast firing rate, which brought a rain curtain of missiles like a meteor shower across the starry sky. The missiles, with long-tail flames, rushed towards the Desasso civilization fleet. In Harry's horrified eyes, these missiles with their own sensing systems have a certain ability to dodge anti-missile missiles and close-in defense guns, so most of the missiles broke through the interception and exploded in the warship group at the forefront of the Desasso civilization fleet. The explosions one after another formed a huge explosion zone that enveloped the fleet's vanguard, so that he, who was in the center of the fleet, could be affected by the shock wave. The vanguard was in great danger. This is why the missiles are so fast. The Black Hidden Special Service ship with incredible electronic warfare capabilities, the micro-wormhole technology, and the strange missiles, all the things exposed in New Eden shocked his heart. But at this moment, it was too late. Dozens of heavy interceptors of the Mastiff class rushed into the formation under the cover of the explosion. A series of jump interference fields, with a radius of 250 kilometers surrounded the fleet of the Desasso civilization. The two main fleets of the Mod Corps started their engines at full power, relying on their super maneuverability to double-team the enemy from left to right. Then Mod commanded the fleet to attack Harry's car, but Harry's guards turned on the air defense mode, but it was still a drop in the bucket. Finally, they had to quickly control the warships to surround Harry, and use themselves as a cover to protect Harry. As the explosion surrounded Harry, Aura, who had been waiting for the opportunity, turned on the micro-jump engine and commanded 10 Marshall-class ships to come to Harry's side, and then it was a familiar plot again. Harry looked at the familiar battle report of the warship, and after detecting 10 super-strong energy reactions, he was very desperate. No! Then, 10 super-strong energy rays shot out from the 10 Marshall-class ships, piercing through countless wreckage and warships, and fiercely hitting Harry's warship. Under the scorching energy rays, Harry's warship shield was instantly pierced, and then the armor was dissolved, and he knew nothing. Sherman looked at Harry, whose warships melted into molten iron in 10 thick energy beams, and even the space capsule was instantly reduced to ashes, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Doomsday Weapon? Chapter 89. Simplified Doomsday Weapon. This isn't some high-end technology, is it? Looking at Sherman's dull eyes, Aura said calmly. No, isn't this Doomsday Weapon a weapon that only Titans can equip? The scene in front of him shocked Sherman, who claimed to understand New Eden, and Aura looked like this was normal, and he almost wrote "You've never seen the world" on Sherman's face. Aura corrected, Commander, the Doomsday Weapon is really not a high-end weapon for New Eden. The difficulty is to have a warship that can withstand the Doomsday Weapon. Doomsday Weapons are extremely powerful, but they also require a lot of energy. When releasing Doomsday Weapons, warships also need to withstand huge energy backlash. Few conventional warships can withstand such backlash, so Doomsday Weapons have become a special synonym for giant warships like Titan. But although Titan is powerful, it is too large to perform decapitation missions, like the current one, and then evacuate safely. Therefore, in order to meet the requirements of this special mission, a simplified version of Doomsday Weapons was born. After the power and energy requirements were simplified, the Doomsday Weapon could finally be equipped on a very small number of battleships, but the requirements for the warships were also very high, so the Marshall class, as the main battleship for the rapid deployment of law enforcement forces, became one of the first warships to be equipped with this equipment. And some battleships of the other 4 empires can also be equipped with this weapon. But the most skilled force in playing with Doomsday Weapons is the Wanderer, who beheaded Queen Emma. Marchvok watched his own highness turn into ashes under the Doomsday, without even a bit of biomass left, and couldn't help but shout with anger, "Your Highness." His highness was killed right in front of him, and there was no trace of his body. He could not imagine what kind of anger he would have to endure when he returned. He and his family would also be buried with him, even though he was the commander of a fleet. Kill! With bloodshot eyes, Maki Vok commanded the fleet to destroy the murderers who killed his highness, and turn their bones into ashes. Faced with the death of his highness, the main fleet of the Desasso civilization also fell into madness, changing its defensive style just now, and all of them were like crazy, regardless of the consequences, and they must keep these 10 Marshall-class ships. Watching the 10 Marshall-class ships facing the enemy's human wave tactics, Aura turned his head calmly and looked at Sherman. Commander, I will now teach you the first lesson of Commander. No matter what the battle situation is, you must remain absolutely calm and don't let your emotions control you, even if you are doomed to fail. Only by staying calm and rational can you find the opponent's flaws, so that you can have a chance to escape from the desperate situation. Sherman immediately put aside all distractions and watched Aura's on-site teaching. There are not many such opportunities. As Ola spoke, he controlled 10 Marshall-class ships to start thrusters and launched a counterattack, aiming directly at Marchvok. Arrogant! Looking at the enemy, who was surrounded by his fleet and rushed straight towards him, he was so angry that his eyebrows trembled. Then he ordered the fleet to fire freely at these warships, and he wanted to use firepower to annihilate these arrogant guys. Faced with this overwhelming attack, these 10 Marshall-class ships kept rolling and performing tactical actions during the charge, avoiding the attack, and fighting back while enduring the attack. Then the 10 Marshall-class ships that had been staying next to Sherman started the micro-jump engine and joined the battlefield. 20 Marshall-class ships merged quickly, and the electronic logistics ship was protected in the center of the fleet, and the firepower ship under attack was remotely repaired, forming a standard battle formation, constantly turning the fleet formation of Marchvok. Because the Marshall-class ship was much faster than them, it changed direction from time to time to attract the enemy's pursuit and interception, which caused a certain disconnection in Marchvok's fleet. The mod group, which had completed the encirclement, also seized the opportunity and launched rounds of missiles to explode in the enemy fleet, tearing the fleet that was already out of formation again. The heavy interceptor ships of the Mastiff class also waited for the opportunity to come to these torn battlefields to block these enemies. With the advantage of numbers and firepower, the mod corps completed the division and encirclement of the Marchbach fleet in less than 2 minutes, and the entire battlefield was divided into 4 parts. This also made Aura's Marshall-class fleet only have to face the less than 50 warships in the area where Marchbach was located, and the pressure was suddenly reduced. Using themselves as bait, the war situation was immediately opened up by Aura's 20 Marshall-class ships. By the time Marchbach reacted, it was too late. Aura had already taken the initiative on the battlefield. Each small battlefield faced attacks from all directions. Under the crushing of the absolute number and firepower of the mod corps, the Sasso civilization fleet had no power to resist. Lesson 2. Use the opponent's emotions, magnify the opponent's emotions, let the opponent take the initiative to reveal flaws, and then seize the flaws, a simple battlefield psychological warfare. Ola said, while commanding the Marshall-class fleet to fight against Marchbach. Under his command, each Marshall serving as an electronic logistics ship always stayed outside the enemy's firepower range, and the firepower ships advanced and retreated in moderation. Whenever they were seriously damaged, they would retreat to other warships under the cover of other warships, and then receive repairs from the electronic logistics ships, and finally return to the battlefield in full swing. He even specially separated 2 fire marshals to intercept the enemy, who occasionally broke through the defense line, so as to prevent the logistics and damaged warships from being attacked. This road-like play made Marchbach very helpless. Seeing that his few logistics ships were cleared out by Mod, as soon as the division was completed, the fire ships had no more logistics maintenance, and were in the jump frequency interruption force field of the Mastiff-class heavy interceptor. Like a lamb trapped in a fence, he could only watch the Mod regiment outside his range launch a destructive attack on him, and was powerless. Each team should focus their fire on the heavy interceptor. No matter what, you must send back the battle log and the news of His Highness' death. Makivok quickly reorganized the members, who were separated in various battlefields, and appointed commanders. He must find a way to break the information blockade of the heavy interceptor and pass the news on. In this way, even if there is no rescue, De Sasso can be careful of the sudden appearance of New Eden. But how could Aura let him succeed? For every Mastiff-class ship that was destroyed, another one entered the field seamlessly, and the warships that intended to pull out the jump scrambling force would also be prioritized for focus fire. Half an hour later, there was no De Sasso warship on the battlefield. Only 100 or so space capsules were left on the battlefield, unable to leave due to the warp scramble, quietly waiting for judgment. Makivok looked at the less than 100 members in the fleet channel, and connected the communication with Aura with a dim look. Respected New Eden Commander, we surrender. Aura ignored him and continued to teach Sherman. Commander, the last lesson I will teach you today. To cut the grass, you must remove the roots. He wanted Sherman to give the order himself. Only with blood on his hands could the commander truly grow up. Marchbach looked at Aura, who was teaching in front of him unscrupulously, and his eyes shrank in horror. No, you can't do this. We have surrendered. You are violating the Interstellar Treaty. Sherman had been mentally prepared for this day, so he did not refuse Aura. Looking at the horrified Marchbach in the projection, Sherman took a deep breath, raised his right hand high, and then swung it down suddenly. Missiles were launched from the Bagais-class battleship, destroying the more than 100 space capsules one by one. After being destroyed, these space capsules exposed charred or fragmented bodies. It looks extremely cruel. Chapter 90. After the battle, Maud said hello to Sherman and the others, and led a main fleet back to the Black Flag Galaxy to continue garrisoning, while the rest stayed behind to escort and replenish. Aura, how much did the battle lose? Sherman looked at the Maud's remaining warships, almost all of which were damaged and not fully staffed. 12 heavy interceptors of the Mastiff class and 2 Bages-class battleships were damaged, but compared to the overall results of the battle, this damage is not worth mentioning. Aura quickly replied to Sherman. The most damaged ship was the Mastiff class that rushed into the enemy formation to block and divide. It was subjected to the enemy's fierce concentrated fire attack. Even though the ship's defense was strong, it was inevitably hit hard by the enemy's desperate situation. Nearly half of it was destroyed in the battle. But it is not difficult to see that the Mastiff-class heavy interceptor performed well on the battlefield. The ultra-large-scale jump scrambling force field forced the enemy warship's micro-jump thruster to shut down, dividing the battlefield, which made the battle so easy. In this battle, the contribution was no less than that of the Marshal class, who decapitated Harry. In the somewhat dull atmosphere of the Monitor class, Aura took the initiative to ask, "Commander, what do you think of this battle?" Sherman recalled the battle just now. Whether it was Aura or Maud, the cooperation was very tacit. Whether it was the Marshal team that pulled the enemy after the decapitation, or Maud, who took advantage of the gap to divide the battlefield, they all showed strong execution. But it also exposed a very serious problem at present. Although the firepower of the Maud Corps is strong, and there are also excellent heavy interceptor ships such as the Mastiff class as support, this time it also exposed the problem of lack of logistics. Sherman thought for a while and answered. Under normal circumstances, facing a battlefield like this that is divided and surrounded, relying on the excellent shield resistance of the Mastiff class, it is no problem to withstand several rounds of attacks from dozens of warships on a single battlefield. If there is the assistance of logistics ships, it can be completely nailed in the enemy fleet. But because of the lack of logistics ships, these Mastiff classes, no matter how excellent their resistance is, are not as abnormal as the Monitor class, and they inevitably suffered losses in battle. If there were logistics ships, this battle could even have a 0 in casualty ratio, and we could have won a complete victory. Yes, but not entirely. Ola nodded, then shook his head, looking at Sherman's puzzled expression and said, "Commander, you must remember that battlefield commanders need to have the determination to cut off their own arms. They are facing the entire battlefield situation. If you can win at the lowest cost, then even if you sacrifice a part, what does it matter?" Moreover, the sacrifice of the Mastiff class in this battle was intentional by Maud and I, making it the enemy's target to divert the enemy's firepower and reduce the pressure on other firepower warships. There is another benefit, Commander. Please think about it carefully. Ola made a riddle and looked at Sherman with a smile. Sherman looked at the wreckage and biomass on the battlefield and soon fell into thought. He repeatedly pondered the enemy's reaction after the Mastiff class entered the battlefield, and then he touched his fists as if he suddenly realized something. I understand. This Mastiff can also attract firepower and pin down all enemies, achieving the goal of annihilating all enemies. The appearance of the Mastiff limits most enemies, so it will definitely become the first target and encounter concentrated fire. But every time a Mastiff is destroyed, it gives them hope to escape or request support. Although every time a Mastiff is destroyed, another one will take over. As long as they can kill it, there is still hope. It is equivalent to Ola and Maud taking the initiative to give these enemies a target to vent, avoiding the enemy from launching a desperate attack on the large army. At that time, even if the enemy can be completely wiped out, the casualties will be much greater. This is like a hunter's hound attracting prey, allowing the hunter to find an opportunity to launch a fatal attack. Aura smiled and nodded. The salvage team from Alpha Space finally arrived, and all the warship wreckage scattered across the battlefield was loaded into the cabin of the industrial ship one by one. Although they looked down on the intact or damaged equipment, they were good things in the Omega Star region, and these wreckages could be refined into raw materials after being pulled back to the refinery, and they could play their due role in the hands of New Eden again. In less than an hour, as the last industrial ship jumped away, there was no more wreckage on the battlefield. The Maud's regiment, which had been escorting, also quickly entered the jump state and disappeared. 3 hours later, a white cruiser ended its stealth and emerged from the subspace, then quickly disappeared from the spot. The blood-red wings on the hull were extremely dazzling. Sherman, who returned to the Alpha Space Station, looked at the familiar thing in front of him and knocked on the deck helplessly. Aura, why do you think we have so many angels recently? What Sherman saw in front of him was a silver-white container, which was salvaged from the battlefield wreckage by the salvage fleet. He knew without thinking that it must be the 10 killing angels. He thought that these killing angels were in Harry's warship and turned into ashes with the 10 doomsday bombs. Unexpectedly, they were placed in other warships. This gave Sherman a headache. He still had 10 angels under house arrest in his space station, and now 10 more killing angels came. He didn't know what kind of trouble the two sides would cause when they met. They are all troublesome guys. Commander, I suggest leaving these killing angels behind. Aura looked at Sherman, who was in a headache, and explained, when the killing angels expelled the angel civilization, they stole a Sky Blade Titan and a full-strength main battle fleet. This is a lot of wealth. Sherman's expression changed, and he turned to look at Aura. You mean? Use these killing angels as a channel to contact the killing angels and try to win them over. Aura's goal is not the combat power of the killing angels themselves, but the Sky Blade Titans in their hands. He wants to use this to reverse engineer the angels' titans. This Sky Blade Titan represents the highest level of military power and technology today. For New Eden, it has great research value. Sherman touched the sparse stubble on his chin and nodded. You can do this yourself. Even if you can't recruit them, don't make enemies with them. These guys are even more barefoot than him, and the key is that they have high-end military power. It will be very troublesome to provoke them. Aura nodded to show that he understood. Sherman watched Aura skillfully open the container and send the killing angels inside to the sanatorium of the space station for treatment and examination. These killing angels are no different from the original angels. A large amount of tranquilizers have been injected into their nutrition chambers, but their injuries are much more serious than those of the angels. Some even have their wings broken. If they want to wake up, they must be properly recuperated. Watching these killing angels leave, Sherman retracted his gaze and walked in another direction, stretching his body. Ola, go and see those Dorid people.